Move aside. Bang! The crowd hurriedly scattered, clearing a path. He Zheng charged forward as if wielding a shield, hurling the corpse heavily against the chains. In that instant, the sulfuric acid compressed in the abdominal cavity burst forth in a violent explosion. Ah! He Zheng screamed in agony as the spraying sulfuric acid mixed with corpse fluids splashed across his face. Under the fierce corrosion, his entire body resembled a fiend crawling out of hell, with scarcely a single patch of intact flesh left on him. Cut it! Hurry, cut it! Ignoring his injuries, He Zheng roared ferociously. A harsh sizzling sound rose as the iron chains were corroded white, smoke billowing upward. Knowing that if they failed to break it, they were doomed, Zhang Tai no longer cared that the corpse still hung from the chains. He raised the fire axe and smashed down with every ounce of strength in his body. Open up for me. Bang! Sulfuric acid and bloody sludge splattered outward, and with a crisp clatter the chain wound around the door fell to the ground, hissing with white smoke. Push the door. There was no time for elation. Ye Lin barked orders, urgently unwilling to waste a single second, and the group pressed their bodies against the massive door, straining to shove it open. Amid a deep, grinding rumble of gears, the gigantic door that had not budged an inch slowly began to move, revealing a yawning, lightless darkness beyond. A new mechanism had been triggered. The very moment the gap reached half a man's width, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from behind the group. Standing at the rear, He Zheng instinctively turned his head, and what he saw sent a chill of sheer terror through his heart. Under the raging pull, the pools of blistering sulfuric acid on the floor surged backward, like seawater sucked in reverse, shooting along the direction of the suction. The suction was so immense that even Linya was yanked off her feet and dragged backward through the air, forced to scream as she clung desperately to the door. Zhang Tai, pull them all inside. Ye Lin shouted sharply after rushing through the doorway. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, but although Zhang Tai himself was shaken, his body still responded instinctively to the command. Grab my hand. Seizing one person in each hand like he was snatching up sandbags, veins bulged across Zhang Tai's forehead as he exerted himself to the limit, dragging everyone inside just before the suction force intensified again. Boom! The massive door slammed shut with a thunderous crash. The group collapsed to the ground with their backs against it, gasping for breath. As the adrenaline ebbed away, the pain from their acid-burned wounds made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Yet having narrowly escaped death, they could not help but meet one another's eyes and break into half-laughing, half-crying expressions. We survived. We actually survived. Heaven bless us, heaven bless us. Watching Hu Jia and the others ramble incoherently, utterly traumatized, Zhang Tai nudged them with his shoulder, hinting that the one they truly ought to thank was Ye Lin. After a round of repeated thanks, Ye Lin merely waved it off, saying nothing more, his gaze fixed intently on the watch at his wrist. Leaning against the cold door, He Zheng swallowed dryly. After a long moment, he looked at Ye Lin with a complex expression and rasped, Ye Lin. Thanks. He had no flowery words of gratitude. Although the 10 minutes had not yet fully elapsed, and the system had not announced that they had cleared the first exam. Given the situation, there was no doubt that Ye Lin's judgment had saved his life. Thinking back to the terrifying suction that had suddenly appeared, He Zheng felt a fresh wave of dread wash over him. If they had remained on the second floor, the backward-sweeping sulfuric acid would have dissolved them in an instant. In that case, they would have died even more miserably than Huang Bin. It was nothing. I did it for myself as well. Next. Before Ye Lin could finish his low reply, as the countdown on his watch ticked to the final second, a series of cold system notifications suddenly rang out. Candidate D66311 He Zheng has passed the exam. Base score 20, contribution 20A, bonus score 4. Candidate E14872 Zhang Tai has passed the exam. Base score 20, contribution 10A, bonus score 2. Candidate E12911 and Ku has passed the exam. Base score 20. Candidate E99067 Ye Lin has passed the exam. Base score 20, contribution 70, a bonus score 14. The system broadcast came to an end. Hearing the confirmation that they had cleared the first round, everyone finally let go of their last shreds of anxiety, looking at one another in excited relief. Yet while Hu Jia and the others merely felt envious that Ye Lin had earned an extra 14 points, He Zheng seemed utterly incredulous, springing up from the floor. 14 bonus points. How can it be that high? Unlike Hu Jia and the others who did not understand what those points truly meant, he knew all too well how difficult it was to earn any bonus at all. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the first time he had ever received an extra evaluation. Is that a lot? Ye Lin turned his head, noticing that the envy in He Zheng's eyes was practically overflowing. According to the calculation that they needed 120 points to leave, 14 points were merely a drop in the ocean. Not to mention, they would have to spend points to strengthen themselves along the way. More than a lot. It's practically a windfall. To earn 34 points in the very first round, you'll be soaring once you get out. He Zheng let out a long sigh. Though he felt a stab of jealousy, the reason quickly occurred to him. It's probably because in the first exam you as a newcomer get some preferential treatment, plus you contributed the most, and not many people died. If a few more had died, you definitely wouldn't have gotten that much. Might even have been docked points. The conditions for earning bonus points were extremely stringent. Though the first exam was the simplest, newcomers rarely made any meaningful impact. Someone like Ye Lin. This was the first case He Zheng had ever seen. Though he had contributed the most physically, the ones truly saving lives had still been this guy. With those extra 14 points. What kind of ability can you exchange for? From the base score, 20 points should be the minimum threshold for each round, right? Seeing Ye Lin's confusion, He Zheng snapped. Brother, that's not how you calculate it. 14 points may seem small, but they're bonus points. Under normal circumstances, if we manage to get 60 points in one exam, it's already a stroke of luck. After the 60 base points are deducted for submitting the paper, we'd only have 3 or 4 points left on us. If you make it out alive this time, it's equivalent to earning in a single exam what would take us 5 or 6, maybe even 10, exams to accumulate. He Zheng sighed with envy. As for what kind of ability you can get, there's practically no limit. Only what you can imagine, not what the system can't provide. Didn't I say it already? 1 point can be exchanged for 1 million. But that's a point-by-point exchange. If you were crazy enough to trade for an unregistered black card, your 14 points could become 1 billion. Of course, only an idiot would do that. Exchanging for abilities might seem less impressive at first, but add a few more points, and you could redeem the lowest tier of telekinesis. 1 billion. Telekinesis. Though he did not fully grasp what the latter entailed, Hu Jia still could not help crying out in shock. 1 billion. He had never seen that much money in his entire life. Seeing their astonishment, He Zheng let out a cold snort. Judging by their expressions, this bunch of useless people had yet to realize how worthless money truly was in this place. 1 billion is just... beep. Second round exam commencing. All candidates please prepare. The icy mechanical voice cut him off mid-sentence. Like a death god urging them onward, the system clearly had no intention of granting them any respite. Their faces went rigid, or whatever joy had been on them vanished instantly. Staring at the newly appearing countdown on their watches, they felt as if a heavy cloud had descended on their hearts, pressing down until they could barely breathe. What will the question be in this round? This time, second round exam type completion. Exam content: find and avoid the attack of the strange species with the help of... Hint: people have forgotten where the gods came from, yet they remember their appearances. Who are they exactly? Warning: find within 2 hours, or you will fail the final exam. Maya reported loudly. It's neither an apostle nor a human. This is a completely unknown, independent life form. Misato Ka. After a long moment, the most nervous Hu Jia couldn't help but speak first. Aren't you going to say something? Is this round about finding something to survive? Hu Jia asked cautiously. As soon as he finished, he noticed He Zheng glancing at him irritably. Pretty much. Completion questions: the system won't give clear options. Not like the last round where we just chose one of 2. For this type we have to guess first, then judge which answer is correct. I guess. He swiped his wristwatch and flipped to the first round exam info. He Zheng spoke his thoughts uncertainly. Maybe we need to find the god. After speaking, He Zheng first looked at Ye Lin, then at the others. What do you think? With the lesson from before, he planned to hear Ye Lin's opinion first. Brother, I think so too. Look at this sentence in the question: people have forgotten where the gods came from, yet they remember their appearances. Hu Jia suddenly spoke, cutting in before Ye Lin. I guess we need to know what the gods look like. The god could be a human, or even a member of the strange species. It's hard to distinguish, so we must find it based on clues. Otherwise, failing to find the god will kill us, and mistaking it will also kill us. After saying this, Hu Jia nervously looked at everyone. He knew he performed poorly in the last round, and if he was useless again, he might be abandoned. He Zheng frowned after listening. Although Hu Jia's reasoning seemed fine, and he had the same first reaction after reading the question, he still felt it was a bit too simple. With the same thought, except for Lin Ya's soft agreement, no one else spoke. Seeing the silent crowd, Hu Jia felt awkward and rubbed his nose sheepishly. If you think it's wrong, then maybe it's not about finding a specific god, but their weapons or equipment. And Kus suddenly spoke, her gaze falling on the fire axe in He Zheng's hand. Actually, the most important clue in the first round was the fire axe. The second round might be something similar. The Imperial Star person. Damn, a pig teammate. The scene fell silent for a second. Yang Jin silently mocked Daegu, and similarly, if we see something particularly unusual, next we should pay attention. The system doesn't place things without reason. Zhang Tai and others looked at Enku with surprise. This logic was simple but useful. The sulfuric acid that appeared later might also be a hint that they could use it to corrode the chains. That's a good point, but why the hell didn't you mention the fire axe earlier? He Zheng retorted, looking at Enku with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Enke's guess was somewhat useful, but he was more wary of why she only brought up the fire axe now. He wasn't making a mountain out of a molehill. He had seen too many scumbags who, out of selfishness or self-preservation, deliberately kept silent about their ideas, making everything much harder. Enku had hardly spoken since entering, as if deliberately lowering her profile. For some reason he felt this girl. Noticing He Zheng's unfriendly gaze, Enku simply tightened her ponytail and calmly said, "Because I wasn't sure. From the start you told us to stay away from the basement, so I didn't know what was down there. And even if I had known back then, I wasn't sure you could break the chain with your strength." By the time I confirmed it, Ye Lin had already found the answer. Saying it then would have been meaningless. What do you mean meaningless? Before He Zheng's dissatisfaction could explode, Ye Lin directly pulled him back. Let her continue. Ye Lin spoke softly, his gaze sweeping over Enke's hands. Do you have any other reasons for thinking this round is about items? Seeing Ye Lin asking her, Enke hesitated briefly before continuing to share her thoughts. Yes, Hu Jia's idea isn't wrong, but I think the system is unlikely to include something like a god in this exam. In conventional concepts, gods are immensely powerful. Even if not mythical, they at least possess supernatural strength. Gods would help us and be hostile to the strange species. If that's the case, why would the gods allow the strange species to remain here instead of eliminating them completely? Unless the strange species are so powerful that even the gods can't destroy them. But if that's true, would all be wiped out the moment we encounter a strange species? With only 2 hours and needing to search for clues, I don't think we can avoid meeting one at all. A logic that leads to near certain death isn't worth reasoning about. Seeing Enku refute his idea, Hu Jia couldn't help but retort. That's not certain. Maybe the god isn't strong, maybe it's sealed and needs us to free it. Or like in horror movies, a god can only protect a specific place. We need to hide inside to survive. That's possible, but... Enku remained non-committal, pointing directly to the pile of corpses behind the door. If what you say is true, then why didn't they seek the god? Instead, they chose to flee. Therefore, I lean more towards the idea that the god left something behind that can help us combat the monsters. Having finished speaking, Enku chose not to elaborate further, quietly stepping aside to support Linya. The others could not refute him, and as they gazed at the pile of corpses, a hint of contemplation flickered in Ye Lin's eyes. Indeed, from a logical standpoint, Enke's conjecture was more reasonable, especially since he noticed a detail: the previous sulfuric acid had all been heated. High-temperature sulfuric acid is more corrosive, yet using it against humans seemed like overkill. Upon careful consideration, it could only be used against aberrations. Similarly, the one who set up these defenses also did not intend for the god to deal with the aberrations. However, why are all the bodies completely naked? Suppressing his doubts, Ye Lin decided not to delay any longer, and directly stood up to look towards the staircase leading down not far away. Like the doorway, the underground staircase, which was at least 10 meters wide, was impossible to see the end of. 2 hours was not a short time, yet estimating by the structure, the entire underground space was likely astonishingly vast. Since that's the case, let's search for anything that might be related to the god. Zhang Tai, you take the rear, and Ku and Linya walk in the middle. Keep an eye on both sides. As for He Zheng. Before Ye Lin could hesitate on how to persuade He Zheng to lead, He Zheng unexpectedly stood up and wobbly walked over to his side. Alright, I know you definitely want me to take the lead. With a cold snort, He Zheng clapped him on the shoulder and took the... Seeing Ye Lin looking at him with some surprise, he sneered and turned his head away. What are you looking at? In the strongest here, and with this bunch of rookies, if I don't go up, who will? But let me make it clear first, if there's real danger, I won't be responsible for you all. As He Zheng strode forward, Ye Lin remained silent for a moment and silently raised his evaluation of He Zheng. Although he had a gun in such an environment, only He Zheng could handle sudden situations. While he didn't know what the aberrations were, the person in the lead undoubtedly bore the greatest risk. Footsteps echoed in the darkness, mixed with an uneasy heartbeat. Carrying the axe at the front, no one noticed that He Zheng had tightly gripped the axe handle. He gripped it too hard, causing his fingertips to turn slightly white. Looking down at the bottomless staircase beneath him, his breathing became heavy. In stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, he now felt a twinge of regret. Having gone through multiple examinations, he was all too aware of how terrifying the monsters that appeared during the tests could be, especially since it was the second round. Damn it, I shouldn't have acted so tough. He also didn't know why. Perhaps it was the dignity of the elder, or perhaps it was face, but he actually agreed to it. Heaven help me. Please, please. 15 minutes later. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the sound of water echoed. In the darkness, Ye Lin looked up towards the unknown source of the dripping water, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The air here is very murky. The dripping water is very slow. Is it leaking? The air gradually became humid, carrying a faint metallic rust smell. On the dim staircase, He Zheng at the front suddenly tensed up, waving his hand for everyone to stop. He slowly lowered the fire axe from his shoulder, then gripped it with both hands, positioning it horizontally across his chest. Wait a moment. It seems like there's light ahead. His voice lowered to an almost inaudible level. Watching the dim yellow light filtering around the corner in the distance, his breathing quickened. Although there had been no abnormalities along the way, the more it was like this, the more uneasy he felt. The length of the staircase, after 3 underground levels, far exceeded his expectations. Thus, upon seeing the end, his nerves became tightly wound. Given the extreme difficulty of the exam, this was the most dangerous place. Everyone pay attention. Without any unnecessary words, Ye Lin held his gun and followed closely, his steps moving slowly. The group also lightened their footsteps, afraid of making even the slightest sound. Not knowing how much time had passed, perhaps a minute, perhaps 2, after reaching the corner along the wall, He Zheng took a deep breath and quietly instructed Ye Lin. If something happens, don't shoot right away. If I can't handle it and come back running, you help me block it. Don't shoot me after failing to kill the monster with a single shot. After saying this, He Zheng steeled himself, and suddenly, like a hawk, he turned and dashed out. However, the scene he had imagined where monsters would appear did not happen. What lay before him was a mural stretching at least 100 meters in length. It resembled moss embedded in cement, the surface uneven, and at a glance it looked like flesh-colored dough. The mural was quite high, nearly 5 meters tall, reaching directly to the ceiling. Standing before the large mural, several of them looked up and felt as if they had walked into a pointed cathedral, feeling small. It was unclear what material was used to create it, but the colors of the murals were extremely vivid, yet carried a strange odor. What the hell? What are these paintings of? Approaching the mural, Zhang Tai stared blankly upward, looking left and right. In his eyes, the first mural featured a blond man with a massive halo behind his head, arms outstretched. The man held an imaginary object in his left hand and a book in his right, gazing down with a look of compassion. Unable to comprehend the meaning expressed by the image, he felt utterly perplexed. In the second mural, he could barely recognize the figure, which appeared to be a monk walking on water. This looks like Christ, and perhaps the Buddha. Linya spoke softly, her face showing a hint of uncertainty. She instinctively reached out to touch the Christ figure in the mural, but as soon as she stretched her hand, Ye Lin quietly admonished her. Don't touch it. Seeing Linya turn her head in confusion, he exhaled lightly and directly gestured for everyone to stay away from the mural. Ye Lin, what's going on? Is there something wrong with this painting? Surprised by the unusual expression on Ye Lin's face, He Zheng couldn't help but feel astonished. Soon Ye Lin's next words nearly made him vomit. These paintings were all created by humans. He Zheng was shocked, unable to believe it. His eyes widened in disbelief. Following the direction Ye Lin pointed, seconds later his face turned ashen as he felt his stomach churn violently. What Ye Lin pointed to was a set of teeth in the mural. Initially, he thought these murals were so lifelike that even the details of the teeth seemed sculpted. Upon closer inspection, he realized that those teeth were not mere color blocks, but real teeth embedded in flesh. Ugh! Hu Jia bent down to vomit. Just moments ago, he had secretly grabbed a handful of hair from the mural. Now thinking back, that slimy texture was obviously hair soaked in corpse fluid sticking to it. Linya, do you recognize these paintings? Suppressing his nausea, Ye Lin directly asked Linya. I can't recognize them all, but I studied a bit before. Feeling somewhat insecure, Linya waved her hands in a panic upon seeing Ye Lin actively ask her, fearing she might say something wrong. I studied a bit of art, and the first mural seems to be called Christ the Almighty. The second one seems to be a Japanese welcoming painting or something. Among 10 paintings, Zhang recognized 4, while Ye Lin identified only 2. There was no logic connecting these murals. If one were to insist, they depicted various religious and mythical figures. Above them was a massive halo of light. Unlike the confusion of the others, Hu Jia felt a sense of secret joy. The appearance of the murals suggested to some extent that his judgment was more accurate. What do these paintings mean? Or are these the gods we are looking for? Remembering the words from the information provided by the system, He Zheng couldn't help but ask. However, after speaking, he felt an inexplicable strangeness. If there were only one god, even one he did not recognize, he would find it normal. But with so many divine figures, it just felt wrong. The origin of the gods. To find gods? Could it be that all the gods from human history are here? Ye Lin was equally perplexed. His eyes were glued to the murals, attempting to extract more details. According to He Zheng, in a life-or-death exam, every piece of information provided in the questions was crucial. To say nothing of giving the wrong answer, even misjudging the question, would mean certain death. Clearly, these murals concealed the key information for the second round. Ye Lin, have you figured out anything? Under extreme anxiety, He Zheng couldn't help but ask again, feeling that something terrifying was about to occur. Without speaking, Ye Lin lowered his head in contemplation, rapidly simulating various possibilities in his mind. They faced 3 questions. First, what do the murals express? Second, who created these paintings? Third, which of these gods truly exist, or who can help them? If they do exist, where would they be? As for the creators of these corpse-like paintings, if humans are involved, then they would not only have to face the danger of other beings, but also a group of insane madmen. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar. The sharpness of the sound was so intense that it felt like a knife stabbing at their eardrums. Ye Lin suddenly looked up, gazing at the winding passage behind them as a strong sense of unease erupted from deep within his heart. This sound was not something a human could produce. Moreover, it was moving at an astonishing speed. The sound grew increasingly shrill in a very short time. Even without seeing, he could imagine the monsters emitting the shrieks, charging towards them at a terrifying pace. From the number of shrieks, it seemed there were no less than 100 monsters. Ye Lin, should we run? He Zheng gripped the fire axe tightly, urgently asking. Without a word, Ye Lin turned to signal the others to prepare, then pressed his ear firmly against the ground. Theoretically, with so many monsters charging, they should run first. But escaping would only lead them back the way they came, which was almost like waiting for death. He could only gamble, hoping that not all the monsters were coming from the same direction. The seconds felt as long as years. Just when He Zheng couldn't hold back his urge to turn and flee, Ye Lin suddenly stood up, aiming his gun at the corner of the passage. Shoot. There's only one closest to us. The others aren't on this path. If we kill it, we can still escape. The footsteps were dense, but varied in frequency, and the shrieks came in clusters, yet each had its own pitch. If the sound waves bounced off the walls, it indicated that the passage behind them had forks. Shoot. He Zheng gasped, his gaze shifting continuously towards Ye Lin. Although he trusted Ye Lin's judgment from their previous experience, he was the physically strongest and had the best hearing. At this distance, he had already heard the metallic friction hidden beneath the shrieks. These monsters either already wielded weapons, or scrape. Accompanied by a piercing sound of friction, the shrieks and the sounds of running suddenly halted. In the next second, the noise vanished, and a slender black figure leaped out, like an arrow released from a bow. Before the group could see clearly, the monster seemed to sense the gun aimed at it. Its hunchbacked, streamlined body suddenly sprang off the wall and leaped towards them. Such speed! He Zheng's expression changed dramatically. If this speed was astonishing, the agility exceeded his expectations. He intended to let Ye Lin fire a shot to gauge the situation, but under the current circumstances it was impossible to aim. Monster! Monster! Behind them, Hu Jia shouted in fear. Although he had hidden the furthest with Linya, when the monster appeared, the overwhelming pressure and stench rushed at him, as if the primal instinct deep in his genes screamed. Seemingly attracted by Hu Jia's scream, the swiftly leaping monster shrieked, as if it had locked onto its prey, and pounced directly at him. Damn it! He Zheng cursed, inwardly watching as the monster aimed to leap over him. He could only brace himself and charge forward. It wasn't that he feared Hu Jia's death, but the formation couldn't be disrupted. Damn it! He Zheng cursed, inwardly watching as the monster aimed to leap over him. He could only brace himself and charge. It resembled a fish with human legs covered in scales. Its massive split-open head had 2 bulging eyeballs that were eerily still, like those of a corpse. The grotesqueness of its exterior made his scalp tingle. Ye Lin, Zhangtai! He Zheng shouted loudly, ignoring his fear, urging the two to back him up. He Zheng raised the fire axe high, his entire person resembling a drawn bow, and swung the axe fiercely towards the direction the monster was leaping. He aimed directly at the monster's path. However, the monster's speed was too fast. He wasn't sure he could strike its seemingly weakest eyeball. With a clang, it sounded like hitting a steel plate. The tremendous recoil force actually made him stagger back a few steps. The monster's head, which he struck, only oozed a trace of blue blood. Seeing such results, He Zheng's face turned pale in shock. What kind of defense is this? No one understood better than him how powerful that swing of his was. Under normal circumstances, if the opponent were human, that blow would likely cleave them in two. Xia! The fish-headed monster howled in pain, unleashing a sharp screech. It swiped its right claw directly at He Zheng. The claw's wind was fierce, and its speed left only a shadow in the eyes of the others. Bang! He Zheng screamed in agony, his body instantly flung backward, a spray of blood erupting from his abdomen like splattered paint. He crashed against the wall, falling to the ground. He Zheng clutched his wound in pain, the fire axe falling to the ground several meters away. Watching the infuriated monster charge at him again, his eyes were filled with dread. If it weren't for his strong physique, which allowed him to twist at the last moment, he had no doubt that this claw could have ripped open his belly and pulled out his intestines. Damn it! He had considered that the monsters might be strong, but he never imagined that he couldn't even handle this one. And behind it, there were still hundreds more. What to do? The gaping maw grew wider and wider, and as he looked at the blood-soaked jaws that seemed ready to crush his head, He Zheng felt his eyes bulging. If bitten he would surely die, and after his death the remaining people wouldn't last even a few seconds. He Zheng. Zhang Tai. Hold it. Just when He Zheng was in despair, a voice from Ye Lin suddenly rang out. He saw Ye Lin had somehow dashed to the monster's side, lifting his leg to kick the fire axe he had dropped directly between himself and the gaping mouth. What is this? A sudden realization struck He Zheng. Even without any communication, he seemed to understand what Ye Lin intended to do. He planned to block the monster's mouth. Then he and Zhang Tai could grab hold of it, creating an opportunity to shoot. But the fire axe wouldn't hold for long. The wooden handle would be crushed instantly. Since that's the case, He Zheng steeled himself, extending his left arm to jab directly into the gaping mouth. His posture clearly indicated he intended to sacrifice his arm to ensure it got stuck. The creature's maw gaped open at a horrifying angle. Watching the aberrant species lunge to tear into him, He Zheng's face twisted into a feral mask of rage. Inside its mouth, countless shattered teeth lined the cavity like barbs. Peering in, he could even glimpse the writhing intestines far down its gullet. At less than half a meter, the fetid stench from the monster's mouth hit him, a nauseating blend of rotting seaweed and excrement, so potent it nearly made him retch. With a sickening crack as the great jaws closed, a thrown firefighter's axe wedged precisely between them. Wood splintered as the creature's immense bite crushed the handle to fragments. Seizing the brief falter in its jaws, He Zheng roared and plunged his left hand into the creature's mouth, crazed as he clamped down on its gullet. The aberrant's body was too slick and too heavy. Without that grip, he had no confidence of holding it. At the same time, Zhang Tai hurled himself forward with everything he had. He slammed into the creature's feet like a cannon shot, hands locking onto its legs with iron resolve. Though terrified, he knew He Zheng alone could not hope to restrain the beast. Got it. Ye Lin. Shoot. He Zheng shouted as the creature was finally dragged into check. Blood poured from his mouth and nose. I pressed against the wall. He felt as if a truck were crushing him. The monster's strength was terrifying. The trapped aberrant thrashed like a maddened bull, sheer force snapping several of his ribs. Under that soul-rending pain, he felt his entrails about to be crushed. A second, perhaps two. Just as He Zheng could barely hold on, gunfire cracked through the air. Two sharp reports, muzzle flashes flared. The consecutive shots, astonishingly aligned, tore into the creature's left eye as if on a single line. The eyeball exploded, pus and alien brain matter spurted from the other side. A blood-streaked bullet tumbled free. With a system announcement blaring, the creature went rigid and toppled backward with a heavy flop. Gasping, spent from the ordeal, He Zheng felt utterly drained and collapsed to the ground, breathing in ragged, relieved gasps. Damn, I almost died. He cursed hoarsely. Looking at Zhang Tai still sprawled on the floor, clutching the creature's legs, he managed a weak kick. Christ, they're dead. And you're still clinging to them. He Zheng swallowed, forcing his racing heart to steady. He knew this kind of scene was brutally shocking for the rookies. Watching the shaken group, he said little. He forced his head up and glanced toward Ye Lin, who was lowering his pistol. Kid, your shooting is pretty accurate. That bastard's finally dead. You should have gotten reward points, right? How many? Ye Lin fell silent. After a brief hesitation, he answered slowly, 1 point. He Zheng showed no surprise, as if he had expected it. I guessed as much. Seeing that expression, are you thinking? Why so few? Now you believe me that every point is hard to earn, right? I only got 0. 3. That oaf, at most 0. 1. You were lucky in the previous round. Only the first match gave easy rewards. He Zheng forced a weary smile. For some reason, Ye Lin's expression made him oddly pleased. Ye Lin remained silent. He understood why He Zheng had suddenly asked. Though the monster was dead, a heavy unease sat in his chest. When the system announced a single point, the shock in his mind was greater than when the aberrant first appeared. A creature supposedly worth 1. For points had proven so hard to kill. He could scarcely imagine how terrifying the difficulty of the subsequent trials would be. No wonder He Zheng had no hope of getting out. Failing to score did not necessarily mean one was incompetent. What about your hand? Putting his dread aside, Ye Lin's gaze fell on He Zheng's arm. The left hand hung limp, like a noodle, blood steadily dripping to the floor. Although it appeared serviceable, only a sliver of flesh still held it to the shoulder. A slight tug would tear it off. As the team's strongest fighter, He Zheng's effectiveness would be greatly diminished. Noting their worry, He Zheng wavered to his feet. To everyone's astonishment, grimacing, he tore off the ruined hand and fished a small spray bottle from his pocket, hissing the liquid onto the wound. As the spray released a red fluid, the wound astonishingly knit itself with alarming speed, clotting and scabbing within seconds. The pained look on his face unnaturally shifted toward a grim relief. Seeing them gape in shock, He Zheng gave them a tired sideways glance. Country bumpkins. Never seen one before, have you? It's a healing item with analgesic effects. System made 5 points a bottle, but only usable 3 times. Damn. Last time my intestines were hanging out, and I still couldn't bring myself to use it. He gave a crooked smile, tucking the spray behind his waist with a touch of fondness, then casually tossed the severed hand aside. Losing a left hand won't affect me that much. He shook his right hand and noticed Linya and Hu Jia trembling in fear. He snorted, but said nothing more. Poor performance from rookies was normal, only Ye Lin was exceptional. Aside from Ye Lin, the only one who had impressed in the first round was Zhang Tai. As for Enku, though he could at least pick up an iron pipe to use as a weapon, he offered little help. What will you do now? Ye Lin frowned. He had not expected He Zheng to abandon a hand. In Ye Lin's view, He Zheng should not have needed to sacrifice an arm. Though doing so wasted 2 bullets, He Zheng said, "It's fine. Once the task ends, and we return to the sea cow space, any wound can be restored. It will just cost some points. Damn system, everything costs points. Enough about that. What do we do? The other monsters aren't coming over, are they, eh?" He Zheng picked up the half-broken firefighter's axe. Finding it barely usable, he walked to Ye Lin's side. After staunching the blood, his face remained pale, but he had retained some combat capability. For some reason, after their clash with that aberrant, the previously dense shrieking had gradually faded. It eased him somewhat, but he had no clue what to do next. We can only press forward for now. It's not that the monsters aren't coming. They may be trapped somewhere. Setting aside his astonishment at the mysteries of the sea cow space, Ye Lin nodded and spoke as they walked. The aberrants aren't very intelligent. They operate on instinct. I think they haven't truly detected us. It's the commotion on the second floor that drew their attention. I suspect their vision is impaired, so the others trying to come merely flailed like headless flies in the passage and couldn't find their way through. The one we killed was just nearby by chance. Huh, why do you say that? He Zheng blinked, asked. He wanted to believe it, but he could not accept that the aberrant's vision was poor. With eyes that large, they looked built for keen sight. It's sound. They're hypersensitive to noise. If that aberrant leapt past you because of a scream, it means they react extremely to auditory cues. From an evolutionary standpoint, their hearing could be prioritized far above vision. Of course, it's possible they're only sensitive to high-frequency sounds. And moreover, before Ye Lin finished speaking, Enku suddenly spoke up. Moreover, it has a fisheye structure. The eyes of exotic species are usually located on either side, and this structure typically has blind spots. I just noticed that its eyeballs don't move, so its field of vision directly in front is likely limited. Indeed, Ye Lin nodded, glancing at Enku. Although Enku did not play a significant role in the earlier battle, her reactions were relatively good, at least better than the other two. The limitation of its vision could also explain why the corpses behind the door are piled up on both sides. So we just need to be careful not to make too much noise, and even hide in their blind spots to ensure safety. He Zhen's eyes lit up, unable to help but ask. However, in response to his thoughts, Ye Lin shook his head. Reducing noise might help, but it's unlikely it won't see us. There are too many monsters, as long as we collide with them, there will always be angles from which they can see us. Damn, it really isn't that simple. He Zhen cursed inwardly after hearing this, then turned anxiously to the passage ahead. After turning the corner, they faced a fork in the road. The overhead lights had also changed to dark red warning lights, dim and eerie. At a glance, it looked like a path leading to the monster's insides. Everyone paused, their breaths growing uneasy. So which way should we go next? He Zhen asked, but after instinctively looking up, his expression suddenly froze. Wait, it seems there are words. Upon closer observation, words resembling signs appeared at the top of the 3 passages. He Zhen was initially delighted, but soon his face turned grim. The reason was simple: he seemed unable to understand what was written above. Decontaminated quarters, containment corridor, lab research zone. What the hell does this mean? The group stopped staring at the English signs above momentarily. The tallest among them, Zhang Tai, stood there with his mouth agape, blinking as if reading a celestial text. No one spoke, and the atmosphere became awkward. Noticing that even Ye Lin had a furrowed brow, seemingly deep in thought, He Zhen couldn't help but turn to the group. Don't tell me none of you understand English. I only have 2 levels of knowledge. It's one thing to struggle outside, but you all can't either. Enku, what about you? He Zhen turned to Enku, hoping she might have some understanding. Before Enku could respond uncertainly, Hu Jia suddenly interjected. I know this. The first should be the decontaminated room. The second is the storage area, which is the miscellaneous zone. The third is the place for experiments, the work area. Are you sure? After Hu Jia finished speaking, he expected everyone to be surprised, but seeing He Zhen look skeptical, he felt his face flush and couldn't help but hurriedly defend himself. Of course I'm sure. I study science and have always been first in my grade, even being recommended to university. If it weren't for wanting to see how many points I could score, I wouldn't have. As he spoke, Hu Jia's expression suddenly dimmed. He regretted why he participated in the college entrance examination. If he hadn't walked into the examination room that day, perhaps he wouldn't have been dragged here, let alone face such a brutal test. I didn't expect you to be a top student. Well then, shall we go down the first one? The decontamination area? It should sound a bit safer. Without paying attention to Hu Jia's low mood, He Jun snorted coldly and turned to look at Ye Lin. His impression of Hu Jia was very poor. Even though he was somewhat useful this time, his cowardice was of no help. However, to He Jun's surprise, Ye Lin directly walked towards the third passage. We can't go down the first, we should take the third experimental area. Why? Ye Lin, can you understand it? He Jun was taken aback, and the others looked at Ye Lin with similar surprise. Noticing Ye Lin's outright rejection of going to the decontamination area, He Jun instinctively turned to glare at Hu Jia. Ye Lin, didn't this guy translate it wrong? The first isn't the decontamination area. Ye Lin shook his head, speaking as he walked. No, the translation is correct, just the context is different. And we can only choose the third. After a slight pause, Ye Lin looked up at the emergency light above. If this were an ordinary scene, then Hu Jia's translation would be correct. But here exotic species have appeared. A fish-headed human-bodied. This kind of monster is clearly a product of genetic engineering. In a biochemical scenario, the meaning of the first passage changes to a living area that can only be entered after purification rather than decontamination. The second is the quarantine area, and the third is the biochemical experimental area. The group was stunned, and Hu Jia also couldn't help but freeze, realizing he had overlooked this point. Meanwhile, He Jun looked at Ye Lin with an odd expression, 1,000 questions rising in his mind. He had felt something was off when Ye Lin took out the gun, and now he only found this guy increasingly mysterious. Suppressing his speculations about Ye Lin, He Jun couldn't help but retort, so shouldn't we go to the first one? Going to the third biochemical laboratory is like seeking death, isn't it? The exotic species came from there. No, quite the opposite. Ye Lin exhaled softly and began to explain. Did you forget the corpses at the entrance? First, the time of death of the corpses exceeds 2 weeks, which means the exotic species have been around for even longer. Exotic species eat humans, they need food, but they haven't consumed those corpses. That indicates there must be some place where food is still abundant. So where would there be plenty of food? He Jun's expression changed at Ye Lin's question. Even he, no matter how dense he was, understood what Ye Lin was implying. The quarantine area has no food, and the experimental area wouldn't have much either, so the only place that could store a large amount of food would be the living area. Damn. He Jun couldn't help but glare at Hu Jia. If they really chose the first one, it would be like sending themselves into a tiger's mouth, offering themselves as food for the exotic species. No need to blame him. Ye Lin shook his head, indicating He Jun didn't need to be angry. Although going to the living area would encounter many exotic species, even if we chose the experimental area, the situation wouldn't be much better. These monsters have already started moving. No matter which path we choose, we will run into them. The reason for choosing the third is that we have no other options. Why do we have no options? Enke's voice suddenly rang out. She frowned, seemingly having her own thoughts. Ye Lin turned his head, somewhat surprised to glance at her. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time Enku had actively asked a question. Ignoring this, Ye Lin paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Because the things that can save us can only be found in the experimental area? Why do you say that? Not only Enku, but the moment Ye Lin's words fell, everyone instinctively demanded an explanation, turning to him with puzzled faces. Gazing at the nearby first glass door leading to the laboratory, Ye Lin halted his steps, and before entering, made his meaning plain. Because of time. Ye Lin turned to the others. According to the system's prompt, we must find it within 2 hours. Whether it is an actual deity or merely an object. But the subterranean layout is labyrinthine, and we have to contend with the creatures, so locating it within 2 hours is exceedingly difficult. Thus, by working backward, the scenarios we can search are necessarily limited. And the laboratory bears the closest connection to the creatures, making it the likeliest place to uncover clues to counter it. Ye Lin drew a quiet sigh. Since receiving the second round of tasks, he had been turning the problem over in his mind. The system offered scant information. Even the clues they had amounted only to those 10 uncanny murals. Therefore, he could only reason in reverse, inverting cause and effect to deduce the answer. From the building's structure, it was apparent that the third subterranean level they occupied was by no means the final layer. A fully sealed structure, yet possessing water ventilation and electricity, implies that beneath the third underground level there are additional regions supplying power. A limited search range. I considered that too. Enku nodded without denying it, though she could not help furrowing her brow as she tried to voice her view. Given the present circumstances, to search this place thoroughly would take well over 10 hours. If we are to find it, there is only one way to proceed. But why must it be the laboratory? Why not the quarantine zone? In disaster films, and even in real cases, the quarantine area often harbors the earliest clues, does it not? Perhaps the origin of the creatures. Perhaps monsters appeared because someone found or picked up something. Though it is not certain, we cannot simply rule it out. And Ku was baffled as she could understand avoiding the living quarters, but the quarantine zone. How had Ye Lin dismissed it? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. A wrong choice could mean death. They had no room for trial and error. They had to be doubly cautious. Perhaps influenced by Ku, Hezheng hesitated a moment before he too offered his opinion. Ye Lin, I trust your judgment, but there is one thing I must say. Hezheng exhaled heavily, his expression tangled. You think the living quarters harbor so many creatures it would be too dangerous, so you avoid them. Yet from my experience, the most dangerous places often conceal the greatest chance of survival. In a death test, those most likely to die are neither the physically weakest nor the dullest. On the contrary, it is often those who fancy themselves clever, those who cut corners and cling to life at all costs, who perish. Of course I do not mean you. I only ask you to consider this. Having spoken, Hezheng fell silent. To be honest, he did not know why he had so readily handed the decision. He was plainly the most experienced. By rights, a newcomer had no standing to boss others. Until one has undergone a full trial, one cannot fathom how terrifying a death test truly is. I understand. Ye Lin nodded slowly after hearing their opinions. He was not irritated by the objections. Though their thoughts diverged, all three strove for the same goal: survival. There are two further reasons I deem the experimental zone most likely. First, sulfuric acid. Second, the corpses. Sulfuric acid. Corpses. Seeing their incomprehension, Ye Lin put forward his initial conjecture without hesitation. First, the sulfuric acid. The presence of sulfuric acid on B2 suggests it was intended to deal with the creatures. This implies that a creature uprising had occurred at an earlier time. From construction onwards, contingencies had been made for the creature's possible escape. Working backward, the base must have had other defensive measures. If the quarantine zone could rely on steel cages and alloy rooms to restrain the creatures, what of the laboratory? What means could the laboratory have used? Before the question finished, Hu Jia's eyes widened, and he blurted out, anesthetics. Or something the creatures fear. They exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Ye Lin looked at the excited Hu Jia and smiled, indicating that he had the right idea. Indeed. Laboratory research necessarily involves direct contact with the creatures, whether anesthetics or some other agent. That thing would perfectly fit the system's prompt. Therefore, I believe that even if it diverges from the exact answer, it will at least allow us to protect ourselves. After all, the true danger stems from the creatures themselves. If worst comes to worst, we can always search other areas after finding such items. And the corpses? Ye Lin turned to Hezheng. Hezheng, who do you think those corpses were? How many people worked here? Is anyone still alive now? Faced with Ye Lin's question, Hezheng hesitated. It should be the researchers stationed here. Though the corpses are badly decayed, careful scrutiny suggests ages around their 40s or 50s with no signs of combat training. There was even a pair of crushed glasses on the floor. As for numbers, at least a few hundred, I suppose. As to whether anyone survives, Hezheng instinctively glanced around and shook his head. They are probably gone, otherwise the power would not have been cut, and there would have been some response when we entered. Even if anyone remains, I reckon only a handful. Ye Lin nodded, slightly affirming Hezheng's assessment. From these 3 points we can infer that this place has long since fallen. Which means the security here was powerless against the creatures. And for the least skilled researchers to have escaped so far, there is only one possibility: they possessed something capable of countering the creatures. The few who made it here suggest they carried few of those items. When fleeing, not everyone had access to them. This also implies they were likely core researchers. After Ye Lin's explanation, Hezheng's eyes lit with realization. Indeed, for those powerless researchers to have escaped, they must have had something in hand. Few escapees means that people in other areas could not access that thing. Hezheng's face brightened. He no longer wished to overthink it. Fine. Well, follow your lead. Let's go to the experimental zone. If we die, we die. If this gamble fails, so be it. I accept the consequence. With a crackling sound, they pushed open the half-shattered glass door and cautiously entered the corridor leading to the laboratory. Sparks were flying from the neatly severed wires on the ground. As they looked at the dried bloodstains in the corridor, their breaths became involuntarily lighter. Although there were no bodies on the ground, they could imagine what had transpired here from the scene. Someone had been pursued by an anomaly here, desperately clawing at the wall. Yet in the face of these monsters, they could only be dragged away as mere food without any resistance. In extreme terror, their fingers were ground raw, leaving long streaks of blood on the wall. Be careful. I think I heard something. Right by the door. Clang. Clang. The intermittent sound of metal clashing echoed, unclear whether it was from a fan or something else. Hezheng lowered his voice as much as possible, crouching forward, while constantly looking towards the source of the sound. Directly ahead, they could already see the second large door leading to the laboratory. Through the glass covered in bloody handprints, the interior revealed an office area. The ground was littered with overturned desks and chairs, and on the office desk lay a half-eaten thigh somewhat shriveled. From its shape, it seemed to belong to a woman. Over there. Behind Ye Lin gently tapped his shoulder, indicating for him to look at the desk on the far right. Perhaps the anomaly was uninterested in non-flesh items, as beside the pile of meat, there was a multi-screen computer connected with data cables. Although the entire base had lost power, if the main unit had a backup power source, it might still be possible to find usable data. Understanding Ye Lin's intention, He Jin slowly straightened up, gripping the fire axe tightly as he moved closer. The axe handle had broken into two pieces, replaced by a segment of steel pipe. It was cumbersome to use, but he couldn't find a better weapon. Suddenly, a painful groan broke the silence, sounding particularly jarring. He Jin was startled and turned to see that it was Hu Jia who had emitted the sound. Hu Jia trembled all over, realizing his mistake and not daring to even breathe, quickly covering his mouth with a sorrowful expression. He didn't want to make a sound, but his leg hurt too much. When he rushed through the sulfuric acid, the splashed acidic liquid burned through his pants, leaving a half-finger-deep wound on his leg. Walking became somewhat inconvenient, but fearing abandonment, he didn't dare to mention it along the way. Whether it was startled by the sound or not, before He Jin could glare angrily to warn, the previously rhythmic clanging abruptly ceased. Everyone's hair stood on end, and He Jin instinctively turned his head, hurriedly looking towards the glass door. In the dimly lit office area, it felt as if a deadly threat was lurking. However, to He Jin's surprise, after half a minute of tense waiting, nothing unusual occurred. Go in. With a pistol held sideways against the wall, Ye Lin silently signaled He Jin to proceed. They were short on time, and they had no idea how far they were from the core area. If they lingered here, only greater danger awaited. He Jin nodded, indicating his understanding, and after a brief hesitation, he took a deep breath and dashed forward as fast as he could, just like before. Recalling the position where the sound had originated the moment he pushed open the door, he swung the axe with all his might. Bang! He pushed the door, dodged to the side, swung the axe, and retreated explosively. It was a standard series of movements, yet it struck nothing but air. Looking at the pipe that hung down from the ceiling to the ground beside the door, He Jin suddenly froze, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. What a joke, there was nothing at all. Although he had heard the sound, the clanging had originated from here. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was merely a ventilation pipe that had fallen. Under the influence of the wind, the strap was striking a metal plate intermittently. Damn it, I was mistaken. Before He Jin could let out a sigh of relief as he gestured for Ye Lin and the others to come closer, something he caught out of the corner of his eye made his expression change instantly, and his body went rigid. What was that? He saw a painting on the wall behind him, identical to the previous mural, glaringly stuck to it. Blood red and shocking. Unlike the previous mural, the image plastered on the wall depicted a woman whose insides had been ripped open. Her chest cavity was exposed, and her ribs were violently pulled apart, like wings splayed to the sides of her shoulder blades. Her hair was draped among the ribs, resembling black wings. A red circle drawn in blood adorned the top of her head, resembling an angel's halo, completely surrounding her decaying face. The woman's eyes had not been gouged out, and her lifeless, pupilless eyeballs stared at him like a vengeful spirit. Under the intense visual shock, He Jin felt his scalp go numb and his mind buzzed, leaving him frozen in place. Unlike the mural, which was too large and used too many corpses, making it feel unreal this time, seeing a complete person turned into a painting was an overwhelming shock. Hiss! Just as He Jin was momentarily stunned, a piercing shriek erupted from above. It left him almost no time to react. Like a trap, he saw a gaping, blood-stained maw suddenly appear above his head. The mouth opened to its limit, and a mass of jagged teeth like a grinder lunged down towards his head. He Jin! Outside, Ye Lin shouted angrily, trying to wake He Jin. That mouth belonged to an anomaly hiding in the ventilation duct. He Jin's judgment was not wrong. The monster actually knew how to conceal itself. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, Ye Lin decisively fired the 77-style gun in his hand, erupting with flames from the muzzle. Although the distance wasn't far, without time to aim, he couldn't be absolutely sure that 2 consecutive bullets would hit the eyes. 0.1 seconds later, there was a dull metallic collision sound, and a small spray of blood exploded from the anomaly's gills. Following that, the second rapidly flying bullet grazed the anomaly's eyeball, releasing a stream of blue pus. The anomaly howled in pain, momentarily halting its bite. At the same time, He Jin, who had come to his senses, instinctively turned his head, rolling and crawling to avoid this fatal blow. Without the time to express gratitude for Ye Lin saving him, He Jin got up and ran charging directly. It wasn't that he didn't dare to face the monster, but given his previous experience he knew his strength could not kill the anomaly. He could only create an opportunity for Ye Lin to shoot at its eyes. Ego. Dodge left. Boom. The anomaly jumped down, its massive body weighing hundreds of pounds crashing to the ground, screeching as it leaped towards He Jun. Hearing Zhang Tai's warning, He Jun dove forward, not looking back as he evaded the anomaly's sweeping claws. Quickly getting up, He Jun sprinted while shouting frantically, "Ye Lin, I'll count to 3. When I reach the door I'll chop its leg. You shoot." With one hand occupied, he couldn't hold the anomaly back like last time. Thus he planned to reach the glass door, first using the terrain to restrict the anomaly. Although the glass couldn't stop it, the steel door frames on both sides were thick enough. If he could injure one of its legs, Ye Lin would have a chance to aim. Good. Without wasting words, Ye Lin held his breath, concentrating to the utmost. He had few bullets. He needed both bullets to hit the eyes simultaneously to destroy the anomaly's brain. With the remaining 3 bullets, he realistically had only one opportunity to shoot. If they couldn't kill this anomaly, they would all die. Perhaps knowing that He Jun must not die in the corridor apart from Zhang Tai, everyone charged forward. And Ku also held a long steel pipe, following closely. Although she couldn't contribute much, at least she could slightly distract the anomaly. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1, duck. As the countdown reached its last second, just as they neared the glass door, He Jun suddenly turned around. Looking at the approaching anomaly, he roared, swinging the fire axe in his hand, like a heavy hammer, putting all his strength into a rightward arc. The wind howled like a blade. Under the immense impact, He Jun felt as if his right arm had collided with a speeding heavy truck. The fire axe, connected by a steel pipe, bent into an exaggerated arc the moment it struck the creature's calf, almost slipping from his grasp. Fortunately, the strike was effective. The creature's form hunched down, and its right leg instantly deformed. The entire body lost balance and crashed into a nearby steel structure. Bang! Under the violent impact, the glass shattered, and even the metal door frame was dented outward. The scales cracked, and the creature let out an enraged shriek. Before it could rise, while screaming, Zhang Tai charging in took the opportunity to smash the iron rod in his hand onto its other leg. "Ye Lin, shoot!" He Jun shouted. Inside the corridor, Ye Lin did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Accompanied by 2 gunshots, a burst of blue blood exploded from its eyeball. The shrieking abruptly ceased. After a tremor, the creature pierced through the brain, fell heavily backwards. The room returned to silence, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing. Grinning, He Jun seemed to have lost his strength as he staggered to his feet. Looking at the creature that was dead beyond recovery, he couldn't help but kick its corpse while cursing. "You dead fish head, if you have the guts, come chase me again." A few people exchanged relieved glances. Perhaps due to facing it a second time, their confidence had clearly increased compared to the fear they had during the first encounter. However, unlike the other's relaxation, Ye Lin slowly lowered his arm, a hint of heaviness flashing in his eyes. The 77 type pistol was not very powerful, usually only used for close-range self-defense. With only 1 bullet left, given the creature's body structure, it was nearly impossible for a single shot to penetrate both the eyeball and the brain. He Jun's condition was getting worse. Noticing that He Jun's right arm was trembling after he stood up, it was clear that the muscles in his right hand were somewhat torn. Everyone stopped dawdling. "Hurry in and look for anything useful." He Jun called for Hu Jia and the others to help search, while Ye Lin silently put away his gun, not planning to reveal the full situation. Revealing the truth would only extinguish the hope they had painstakingly built up. Especially, "Ye Lin, did you find anything?" After a minute, He Jun frowned as he stood behind Ye Lin, casually twirling the fire axe that had been repaired into a circle. They had dismantled a few chairs to make makeshift spears, and also used some opaque fabric to cover the glass, creating a projecting mirror. Although they found nothing particularly useful, it was better than nothing. However, for some reason, Ye Lin, who should have joined the search, walked into the room and stared intently at the painting on the wall, not even glancing at the computer. Nothing. Ye Lin did not turn around, his eyes fixed on the corpse painting. Unlike the previous giant mural this time, the angel depicted at the feet of the female corpse had shadows resembling creatures seemingly bowing and crawling at her feet. "We didn't find the backup power source, did we?" After a few seconds, Ye Lin sighed imperceptibly and asked quietly. Hu Jia, who had been fiddling with the computer behind him, was taken aback and nodded awkwardly. The computer, which they had the highest hopes for, couldn't even power on. Moreover, throughout the entire office area, they didn't even find a single piece of paper with writing on it. Seeing Hu Jia confirm, Ye Lin seemed to have anticipated this, showing no reaction on his face, not even a hint of disappointment. He turned around, took the spear handed to him by Zhang Tai, and prepared to leave. Observing Ye Lin's reaction, even He Jun, despite his usual dullness, sensed that something was off. And Ku, who was with Linya, furrowed her brows and glanced thoughtfully at the corpse painting on the wall. "Ye Lin, what's wrong with you? If you've really discovered something, just say it. Did we get something wrong? He Zheng, confused, pulled him firmly. Faced with He Zheng's urgency, Ye Lin simply shook his head, unwilling to say anything. It's nothing, we didn't get anything wrong. Let's go, we might not have much time left. After saying this, Ye Lin strode past He Zheng, turning his back to the others. Unnoticed by anyone, his fingertips turned pale as he tightly gripped the weapon in his hand. He could not tell He Zheng and the others what he had discovered. He feared that if he spoke out, the morale of everyone would collapse completely. The reason was simple. That corpse painting was fresh, with a barely perceptible hint of blue at the edges. Could it be? Is it as I fear? So many creatures. In the corner of the wall, a makeshift mirror tied to a long stick was cautiously retracted. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, He Zheng's throat went dry, his face turning pale. Not daring to speak, the few could only communicate with their lips. The good news was that around the corner was the laboratory of biochemical zone No. 1, and right in front of the corpse at the entrance there was a key. As long as they opened the door and rushed in, they could keep the creatures outside. The bad news was that at the laboratory entrance, more than 20 creatures had gathered, blocking the entrance tightly. Uncertain if they had fallen into a state of dormancy, these creatures remained motionless like sculptures. However, everyone knew that with the slightest sound these monsters would awaken en masse and kill them. What should we do? He Zheng asked Ye Lin, his palms sweating. If it was just one or even two creatures, he would dare to charge in. But with so many creatures, a single encounter could tear him to shreds. Without speaking, Ye Lin briefly contemplated before directly looking up at the ceiling. He pointed at the ceiling and then at the corridor to his left that had a corner, silently saying, "We can climb through the ventilation duct." Climb through? But what about the noise? He Zheng was taken aback, instinctively asking, but quickly understood Ye Lin's meaning. When he saw the steel rod, he was pretending to knock. Are you suggesting someone make a noise to distract them? Ye Lin nodded, his gaze turned to Hu Jia. You go. Me? I can't do it. I really can't. Seeing Ye Lin wanting him to go, Hu Jia panicked and waved his hands, pleading desperately. He hurriedly pushed Linya in front of him, then shivered as he rolled up his pants legs, indicating he could not run fast. However, in response to his plea, Ye Lin's gaze turned cold as he raised his gun, aiming at his other leg. There was no more suitable candidate. He chose Hu Jia precisely because Hu Jia was injured and could not run fast. After distracting the creatures, they would need to rush in quickly and close the door, and if Hu Jia fell behind, an accident could easily occur. Go, there is a chance to survive. If you don't go, you're certain to die. Ye Lin spoke each word clearly. He Zheng, understanding his meaning, quickly covered Hu Jia's mouth to prevent him from causing a scene. Hu Jia wanted to struggle, but with his strength, how could he move? Even under the threat of the creatures, he didn't dare. Ignoring Hu Jia's desperate gaze, Ye Lin shook his head, leaned closer to his ear, and planned to give him some hope. There's a room around the corner where you can hide. After we go in, we will also make noise to attract the creatures back. Think carefully, it will only get more dangerous. If you hide there and wait for us to come out, your chances of survival will actually be greater. After hearing this, Hu Jia's body stiffened and his struggling movements weakened somewhat. However, he was not a fool. He understood very well that even if he successfully hid inside, if Ye Lin considered him a burden, he would not need to return to save him. He'll go. Without a sound, Ku said as she untied the rubber band from her ponytail and then tied it to the steel rod, gesturing with her hands. There are broken power lines over there. I can climb up the ventilation duct and then pull the alarm. After attracting them, I can escape through the duct. The method is not complicated. And Ku looked up at the ventilation duct above her head. With her physique, she could easily crawl in and would be quick. As long as she wraps the other end of the stick with the wire, she could even make noise from a distance and climb back herself. Everyone was surprised. Even Hu Jia didn't expect Ku to volunteer to take his place. Without waiting for him to express his gratitude, Ku quickly took off her shoes and stealthily ran to the other end. 1 minute. Giving a 1-minute gesture, Ku pointed at her wristwatch, signaling everyone to hurry. She didn't want to save Hu Jia. To her, she felt that going was much safer than Hu Jia. After all, no one could be 100% sure that Hu Jia wouldn't hide away, too scared to make a sound. Moreover, Ye Lin was not wrong. Even if she didn't crawl back to regroup, hiding would be safer. Without hesitation, Ye Lin and He Zheng exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Waving his hand to signal everyone to retreat to the right corner, they waited for Ku to take action. 58. 59. They pressed against the wall almost at the last second of the countdown. A loud metallic crash echoed from afar, the sound piercing like thunder on a rainy night. In an instant, the originally statue-like creatures moved in unison, screeching as they dashed towards the source of the noise. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, He Zheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression brightening. Ignoring his amazement at Nk's impressive action, He Zheng grabbed his weapon and dashed forward. Run! With a silent hiss, the group didn't dare waste a moment, running towards the laboratory at the fastest speed, while trying to minimize the sound of their footsteps. In just a few seconds the fastest, He Zheng slid to the corpse, then kicked the key towards Ye Lin. Hurry, Ye Lin, open the door. The heavy laboratory door was covered in dried blood, and even though they had no idea what awaited inside, they could only take a gamble. Bending down to pick up the key, Ye Lin wasted no time and charged towards the door. To their surprise, it went much smoother than expected. As the key turned in the lock accompanied by a heavy mechanical sound, the 5 cm thick alloy doors slowly opened. A foul stench rushed out, revealing a red glow from within. Ignoring the nauseating smell, Ye Lin darted inside, aiming his pistol into the darkness. However, before he could see clearly inside, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from above. Warning. Intrusion detected. Emergency mode engaged. Warning. Illegal intruder detected. Emergency protocol is being activated. Damn. Ye Lin's expression changed, filled with shock and anger. He never expected that the alarm system inside the laboratory was still operational. The creatures hadn't moved far. If they were attracted back at this distance, it would be deadly for them. Run! Ye Lin shouted angrily at the others as he pushed the door wide open. Almost without needing him to remind them, Hu Jia, running at the back, let out a scream and slipped to the ground in fear. The reason was simple. He had already heard the piercing screeches of the creatures approaching, so close that they were right behind him. Hu Jia, crawl! Hurry and crawl! Seeing that everyone except Zhang Tai had already rushed into the laboratory, Hu Jia's heart collapsed. In extreme fear, he even began to hate himself for being so cowardly. If he had known the creatures would return so quickly, he would have been better off luring them away. My legs are weak. His voice was choked with tears. Having already been injured, he felt as if his legs had lost all strength, unable to stand up. Zhang Tai, don't mind him. Behind the door, He Zheng shouted angrily, admonishing Zhang Tai not to act foolishly. At this distance, if they hesitated any longer, it was uncertain whether they could save Hu Jia, and even He Zheng himself would be in danger. However, in the face of He Zheng's angry reprimand, Zhang Tai was filled with struggle. He dropped the weapon in his hand and directly turned to run towards Hu Jia. Grab my hand. Lifting Hu Jia, Zhang Tai carried him on his back and then took off running. But carrying one person was too heavy. Despite Zhang Tai exerting all his strength, with veins popping on his forehead, he still couldn't speed up. The stench was overwhelming, and with the screeches of the creatures behind them, a distance of under 10 meters felt like an eternity. Behind him, Hu Jia was in utter despair, watching the monstrous jaws that were lunging at him, and he felt as if he could already see his fate being torn apart. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out. The creature lunging through the air was struck as if hit by a hammer, letting out a painful scream before crashing heavily to the ground. The slippery ground prevented it from getting up immediately, causing the creatures behind it to collide into it, as Hu Jia looked up, staring blankly at Ye Lin, who was firing inside. Before he could regain his senses, several hands quickly pulled him and Zhang Tai into the room. Close the door. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut. In the darkness, everyone gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. Almost immediately after the door was closed, a series of violent impacts began to sound from behind the door. The force was so strong that it seemed as if it would break open the door at any moment. Brother. Zhang Tai felt a wave of fear and looked gratefully at Ye Lin. Although he had intended to save someone, he knew just how foolish his previous actions had been. If it weren't for Ye Lin's excellent marksmanship, both he and Hu Jia would have died outside. Under the red emergency lights, Ye Lin's expression was somewhat difficult to discern. He let out a soft sigh and shook his head slightly. That was the last bullet. It wasn't that he wanted to save Hu Jia, he wanted to save Zhang Tai. If Zhang Tai also died, the entire team's combat power would be reduced to just He Zheng alone. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the others, he raised his head and looked towards the enormous laboratory area in the distance. Under the red lights, the entire laboratory exuded an unsettling atmosphere. Rows of indistinct corpses were submerged in densely packed, transparent containers. At the end of the wall, there was a clear map of the laboratory area. Toxin Synthesis Lab. Anti-Creature Armory. Mutagenic Chamber. Following Ye Lin's gaze, everyone froze in place. Although they weren't entirely sure of the exact meaning, they could still guess the general idea from the symbols on the map. However, compared to what they were looking for, the symbol for the Anti-Creature Armory was marked with a deep black area on the map, which made everyone's hearts tremble. Even He Zheng couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Although he hadn't read many books, he could still recognize some words. Especially that black area had only one word occupying the entire view. God. God. Is there really a God here? He Zheng was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Although both he and Hu Jia believed they needed to find the God after listening to Ye Lin, and in Kes analysis, they completely dismissed the idea. A God is unlikely to exist, or what is more probable, is something related to a God. Yet it seems his initial thought was indeed correct. And this also meant that as long as they followed the map's instructions they could pass this round of the examination. Ye Lin. He Zheng exclaimed excitedly, instinctively turning to look at Ye Lin, eager to set off immediately. Not knowing if it was due to damaged confidence, he noticed Ye Lin's expression was somewhat off, as if he was struggling to accept it. Ye Lin, it's normal to guess wrong. Ooh, after all, you're not a god. He Zheng teased, feeling a weight lift from his heart, even lightening his steps. What he feared was that this kid might not be able to wrap his head around it, as the more intelligent a person is, the harder it is for them to accept their mistakes. However, contrary to his expectations, Ye Lin shook his head, showing no sign of anger. I don't think I want make mistakes, Fim, just wondering. It seems a bit too simple, doesn't it? After all, we still don't know the meaning behind those paintings. The existence of a god does meet the requirements of the problem, but he really couldn't understand what those paintings meant. The project was monumental, appearing continuously. If he were to take the death examination seriously, he didn't believe there would be any meaningless content in the questions. Especially the second painting. The time of death in the second painting was about a week ago, far later than the mural. If the initial mural was left by humans, perhaps designed since its inception. But from the second painting, whether it was the creative technique or the time of death, it couldn't possibly be the work of humans. Ye Lin's mind raced through the details of the second angel painting, confirming that his judgment could not be wrong. The reason he hadn't mentioned this to He Zheng and the others was that the answer behind it would lead to despair. If it wasn't left by humans, then it must be an alien species. An entity with extremely high intelligence that used human corpses as materials to create art. Where is it? Is it still here? Why is it doing this? Simple. How could it be simple? Don't forget, just getting in here, we almost faced total annihilation several times, and moreover it's your first examination, so a lower difficulty is only normal. Looking at his severed left hand, He Zheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, to be honest, the difficulty is already much higher than I initially thought. If it weren't for you having a gun, I probably would have kicked the bucket, He Zheng grumbled. Although he was also puzzled about what those paintings were depicting, the answer was right in front of him. Moreover, without other options, they couldn't possibly avoid taking a look. Hey brother, I actually think there might be trouble in the God Zone. It's normal for Ye Lin to have concerns. Hu Jia suddenly interjected, looking somewhat ingratiatingly at the two. It seemed that with the appearance of the god, it directly proved that he was right. He Zheng raised an eyebrow, a bit impatient. He had never thought highly of Hu Jia. Hu Jia's expression froze, clearly not expecting. He Zheng raised an eyebrow, a bit impatient. He had never thought highly of Hu Jia. Hu Jia's expression froze, clearly not expecting that He Zheng still looked down on him. However, he didn't dare to get angry, and could only smile apologetically, and explain, "Alright brother, he'll be quick. Here's the thing, I think the meaning of the mural is just as I initially guessed. The place marked as God probably has quite a few gods. If we guess wrong, we could very well be in life-threatening danger." Pointing to the densely packed large cultured dishes nearby, Hu Jia spoke faster and faster. This is a biological laboratory. Since the alien species are man-made, then the god could also be some kind of biological weapon. If the alien species can go out of control, then it means the god can as well. By the same logic, the divine figures depicted in the mural are hinting at which one we should release. The logic was much clearer than before. After listening, He Zheng was slightly taken aback, feeling that Hu Jia's analysis was somewhat on point. Even Ye Lin fell silent, not refuting. Then which one do you think it will be, eh? Christ? Or the Virgin Mary? He Zheng retorted, but this time Hu Jia seemed to be at a loss for words as the image of the corpse on the wall flashed through his mind. This? We might only know after we go in. But I can guarantee that I remember every painting, so we will definitely find it when the time comes. Hu Jia repeatedly assured, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. He actually had an answer in his heart, but he did not intend to say it now. The reason was simple: if he wanted to survive, he had to keep the most valuable information until the last second. Boom! Suddenly a violent impact sound came from outside the door. The group quickly looked over, only to see the alloy door behind them had actually bulged half a centimeter from the sudden impact. Such terrifying power far exceeded that of the alien species they had killed earlier. He Zheng's face changed and his heart sank. Even if he couldn't see what was happening outside, he could imagine how terrifying that monster was. Although this door was thick enough and strong enough, he couldn't be sure how much longer it could hold up under such an impact. "Run!" He Zheng shouted, grabbing the fire axe and rushing towards the god zone marked on the map. Just as he turned around, he was caught by Ye Lin. "We need to go to the armory first." "What are we going to the armory for? There's no time." He Zheng was puzzled, glaring at Ye Lin angrily. Yet facing his anger, Ye Lin didn't back down, directly blocking his path. "If we don't look for weapons, what do you plan to do if there are still alien species here? Don't forget the alien species came from here." Looking at the empty magazine in Ye Lin's hand, He Zheng suddenly froze. Damn, he had forgotten about this. That's right, if they encountered alien species on the way given their current situation, it would be difficult to deal with even one. Damn it. Then let's go to the armory first. But what if we run into something on the way? What do we do then? As they ran wildly, Hezheng couldn't help but ask again. Yet this time Ye Lin didn't speak again, only casting a cold glance behind him. There was no way, then it could only mean death. He didn't consider himself a bad person, but he wasn't a good one either. If his life were truly threatened, he would not hesitate to sacrifice everyone. In the darkness, looking at Ye Lin's expressionless profile, Hezheng felt a tremor in his heart, as a chill inexplicably rose from the depths of his being. Although Ye Lin hadn't spoken, he seemed to have guessed the answer. The journey was relatively smooth, and the worst-case scenario did not occur. He was uncertain if his guesses were correct. To be honest, if Ye Lin truly intended to act that way, he wouldn't know what to do. He seemed indifferent to the lives of others, but in truth he had never shed the blood of his kind. No matter how ruthless his heart, was it merely meant he chose not to save anyone. There's still a light on here. There must be something good inside. Suppressing the distractions in his heart, Hezheng felt a wave of relief as he gazed at the white light not far away. Looking at the warehouse that spanned several thousand square meters, he felt a rush of excitement. There was no better news than this. The presence of light. Looking at the warehouse that spanned several thousand square meters, he felt a rush of excitement. There was no better news than this. The presence of light indicated there was electricity. This area of biological weapons was still functioning normally. Though he lacked formal education, he understood that substances like anesthetics needed to be refrigerated. However, in contrast to his excitement, Ye Lin frowned. Having electricity isn't necessarily a good thing. Hezheng raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Before he could question further, he heard Ye Lin sigh and point ahead. Do you see those refrigeration units? Can you unlock the fingerprints, or do you have a password? Turning around, Ye Lin quickly briefed Zhang Tai and the others. This place is vast. We must split up to search. Take everything you can find regardless of what it is. They'll sort it out later. Pay attention to safety. If anything unusual happens, shout immediately. Without further ado, Ye Lin took off, running towards the back of the warehouse. The entire biological weapons store resembled a server cluster with thousands of refrigeration devices arranged in layers. He glanced over, noting that the front area was mostly biological agents while the left side held unknown biological limbs. Although it was called a biological weapons store, the items in front were evidently intended for research purposes. Having the same thought, Hezheng quickly organized himself. They'll go to the right, Zhang Tai Yu and Hu Jia go to the left rear. As for you. Looking at Linya, who was too scared to speak, Hezheng frowned, feeling somewhat irritated. What are you staring at? Don't expect to follow me. Just look around. If you're scared, stay at the door and keep watch. No, that's not what I meant. I can search together too. Exactly. Knowing she was a burden, Linya hurriedly waved her hand, her expression conflicted. Unable to hold back, she asked the question she had been wanting to ask. What about Enku? Although Enku was not older than her, she had been taking care of Linya all along, leading her to place all her safety in Enku's hands. Enku. Haha, don't worry, she is much safer than you. Hezheng was somewhat taken aback, but chose not to engage with Linya, who was still confused about the situation. He glanced at his watch, confirming there was no death information, then turned to leave. Enku should be fine. The original plan was to lure the alien creatures away, but they had returned halfway. In contrast to them, Enku was as safe as could be. However, just as he was about to pass by a few refrigeration cabinets, a dull roar suddenly echoed from afar. Hezheng was startled, and instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. Damn! The sound was coming from the path they entered. The door had been smashed open. Ye Lin, the monster has broken in. Hezheng shouted loudly, filled with both anger and fear, warning Ye Lin, who was still searching. 5 minutes. No, 2 minutes. Although the weapons area was quite a distance from the laboratory entrance, given the monster's speed, they could reach this place in no more than 2 minutes. Especially since anything capable of breaking down the door was undoubtedly far stronger than ordinary alien creatures. He couldn't imagine how that thing had broken through the door. Just as he was thinking, a high-pitched scream pierced through the air from the back of the warehouse, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects being knocked over, and Hu Jia's cries for help instantly followed. Help me. Brother, he saved me. Monster. There's a monster hiding here. Bang. 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 Get away. Get the hell away. Amidst the row of refrigeration cabinets, Zhang Tai frantically pushed over the surrounding shelves, trying to block the incoming alien creature. Everything happened too suddenly. If it weren't for the fact that this monster had been trapped here for a long time and had shrunk in size, he had no doubt he would have died just moments ago. Covered in blood, one swipe could have torn him apart. The pain made him tremble. With his long stick ineffective, Hu Jia, who was with him, had become so frightened that she fled immediately upon seeing the monster. Hiss! The alien creature screeched, its massive mouth gaping wide. It leaped high, evading the toppled shelves, and lunged directly at him. Watching the gaping maw that seemed ready to swallow him, whole Zhang Tai's face turned pale and his heart raced uncontrollably. Although he had killed alien creatures before that was with others around. With his strength it was impossible for him to defeat this monster. He couldn't even run away. What should he do? The warehouse was enormous, covering several thousand square meters, and it would take at least 10 seconds for others to arrive. Between life and death his blood felt like boiling magma pumping furiously into his limbs. 1 second, maybe 2 seconds. As he watched the mouth getting closer, an overwhelming survival instinct exploded within him. He didn't want to die. He absolutely did not want to die here. He didn't know how to survive, but some primal instinct told him that as long as he didn't get his head bitten off, he could live for a few more seconds. With his eyes bloodshot and adrenaline surging to its peak, Zhang Tai suddenly let out a furious roar and like a madman charged headfirst at the leaping alien creature. With his power reaching its limits, this collision unexpectedly caused the alien creature to veer off course. Bang! Like a collision between two trucks, Zhang Tai crashed violently into the alien creature, and under the tremendous impact he was sent flying. Lying on the ground, Zhang Tai clutched his chest in pain, feeling broken ribs piercing into his chest. Although he had ducked to avoid the alien's bite, his shoulder was still grazed by its sharp claws, causing blood to spurt. Ignoring his labored breathing, he watched the thoroughly enraged alien creature and could only struggle to get back up. Picking up the steel rod from the ground, he swung it desperately. Though his struggle was utterly futile, no matter how hard he fought, he could not inflict any harm on this monster. Even if Ye Lin were still present without bullets, he couldn't save him. But he was unwilling to be devoured without putting up any resistance. The alien creature roared, observing the struggling insect before it with an instinctual irritation. Having not eaten for too long, its stamina was nearly depleted. After 2 consecutive misses, its already limited patience was completely worn out. After leaping again, the alien creature chose to abandon its plan to start eating from the head. It opened its massive jaws and directly aimed at Zhang Tai's unprotected legs. Bend down. Suddenly, just as the alien was about to bite down, Ye Lin's voice rang out. Zhang Tai's heart jolted as he saw a figure holding a gun standing on top of the cold cabinet, reflected in the alien's eye, instantly opening fire. The rain of bullets poured down like a metallic storm, with the large caliber projectiles enveloping terrifying kinetic energy as they spiraled in at high speed, instantly covering the surface of the alien creature. The once hard scales, which were virtually impervious to knives and guns, crumbled like white paper before the overwhelming firepower. In just a breath, they shattered completely in a mist of blood, turning into a mass of mangled flesh. Looking at the alien creature before him, which was as dead as could be, Zhang Tai felt as if he were dreaming, trembling as he wiped the blood off his face. Surviving the calamity was like having walked through the gates of hell. He had thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly Ye Lin saved his life again at the critical moment. Ye Lin. Thank you. Seeing Zhang Tai still in shock, stumbling over his words and thanks, his gaze was filled with astonishment at the rifle in Ye Lin's hands. Ye Lin shook his head, reminded him briefly, then jumped down from the cargo container, continuing to search the body on the ground. There's no need to thank me. Treat your wounds. We need to leave in less than a minute. The gun was found. Luckily, I discovered a soldier's body in a corner, although there was barely anything left but some blood and skin stuck to the ground. But fortunately, the items on the body had remained intact. Most likely this guy had died from an alien surprise attack, with no time to react. Finding 2 vials of medicine from the combat suit, Ye Lin stood up and tossed a silver handgun to the rushing He Zheng. Catch it! He Zheng instinctively caught the thrown handgun, his eyes filled with shock. What is this? Damn, where did you get it? The gun was heavy, with a dark muzzle that looked quite formidable. Like Zhang Tai, he hadn't searched for long before being attracted by the monster. He had thought another bloody battle was imminent, but when he turned around, Ye Lin had seemingly conjured a weapon out of thin air and taken care of that alien. However, as soon as he spoke, He Zheng noticed the torn combat suit on the ground and suddenly reacted. Without time to marvel at Ye Lin's good fortune, He Zheng took a deep breath, growing anxious. Ye Lin, did you hear that noise over there? I suspect a stronger alien has appeared. All he wanted was to get out of there as soon as possible. Although by the speed of the aliens they still had a minute or two. But no one knew how fast that monstrous creature that broke through the door could be. He faintly felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. It was unimaginable how gigantic that unknown alien. Seeing Ye Lin still searching, he wanted nothing more than to drag him away at that very moment. I know. Without looking back, Ye Lin pointed toward the cold storage behind him. Break the glass with the gun. Take as many of the reagents inside as you can. And keep this, it will be useful. After saying this, Ye Lin shoved 2 vials of medicine into his arms and quickly ran toward the metal box that had rolled onto the ground in the distance. What is this? Looking at the white vial in his hands, He Zheng was momentarily stunned. He couldn't recognize any of the words on it, but judging by Ye Lin's reaction, it seemed important. Stop dawdling. Seeing Ye Lin urging him, He Zheng dared not delay any longer. After securing the items, he ran toward the back. Although he didn't know what these medicines were for, finding 2 guns made the trip worthwhile. 1 minute later. Boom. Boom. The dull sounds of impacts mixed with the high-pitched shrieks unique to the aliens rapidly approached. Outside the armory, Lin Ye trembled all over, watching the experimental facilities being repeatedly slammed and sent flying in the distance, filled with fear. Although her line of sight was blocked, and she couldn't see the specific position of the alien from the sounds, it was likely only a few hundred meters away. Go, Ye Lin. They're coming. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. Under the glaring red warning lights, the aliens surged forth like a black tide. One of the slender aliens suddenly accelerated, crossing 100 meters in a few seconds, howling as it lunged forward. Lin Ye screamed in terror. Just as she turned to flee, 2 rounds of bullets grazed her head. Ye Lin burst out of the armory, the gun's muzzle spewing flames as he rapidly fired at the nearest The 7.62mm projectile instantly shattered the alien's left leg. However, even with one leg broken, this alien became even more frenzied, crawling toward them like a spider, shrieking. Seeing the densely packed swarm of monsters behind him, He Zheng's face turned pale. The speed of the aliens chasing them was much faster than he had anticipated. Although they had wasted a minute based on the speed of the aliens, even if they had escaped earlier, they would still have been caught up. Ye Lin, what should we do? Should we split up? Bang! Bang! He Zheng drew his gun and fired, trying to slow down the oncoming aliens. But his efforts were merely a drop in the bucket. He was not a good shot to begin with, and against the rapidly moving targets, it was even harder to aim. After finally driving one back, several more immediately lunged forward. Even Ye Lin, unless he emptied his magazine in one go, would also be unable to suppress them for even a few seconds. Smash the vials. Before He Zheng could ask anxiously, a sudden sound of shattering glass rang in his ears. Ye Lin suddenly smashed the gathered vials hard against the path the aliens would take. As the test tubes shattered, the white liquid inside violently evaporated, instantly rising into a pungent white mist. What is this? He Zheng suddenly froze, thinking these medicines were for injection, but unexpectedly, they were to be smashed. Ye Lin, what use is this thing? Without time to think further, he followed Ye Lin's example, grabbing a vial and hurriedly smashing it. Just as he finished speaking, the alien that passed through the white mist suddenly froze, as if its nervous system had been severely damaged, letting out a wailing scream. Without reason, acting purely on instinct, a large number of aliens rushed into the red mist, becoming disoriented, their movements visibly slowing down. Seeing this, He Zheng was overjoyed. He remembered Ye Lin mentioning that the researchers likely had something to deal with the aliens. It seemed this was it. They had found a total of 12 vials. If this stuff could kill the aliens combined with their weapons, they might be able to eliminate all these monsters. However, as if sensing his thoughts, Ye Lin threw the vials and turned to run without looking back. Don't get your hopes up. This stuff only has a tranquilizing effect. There's a big one behind. And use your spray on Zhang Tai. He Zheng's expression froze. Only now did he realize there was still a monster behind that could break through the alloy door. He instinctively looked back. Although he couldn't see where the unknown monster was in the darkness, he vaguely saw a massive silhouette moving toward them. Unable to imagine how terrifying a creature that could destroy an alloy door would be, He Zheng took a deep breath and suppressed his greed. If he allowed himself to get greedy for rewards, he would probably end up dead without a trace. Not daring to hesitate any longer, He Zheng turned and ran. But just after running a couple of steps, he found Zhang Tai was actually trying to carry Hu Jia to escape. The swaying posture was simply asking for death. Quickly glancing at the aliens blocked outside the white mist, He Zheng took a deep breath and couldn't help but curse. Are you an idiot? You want to carry someone while injured? I've never seen someone so stupid. Zhang Tai bowed his head in silence. Although He Zheng was scolding him, he understood that He Zheng meant well. Hu Jia's leg is inconvenient. We can't just leave him behind. Alright, you're a good person. Not wanting to deal with this fool any longer, He Zheng suppressed his anger, directly pulling out the spray he had exchanged with points and handed it to the 2, signaling them to use it. Although he felt a bit pained, he also knew that if they didn't use it now, Zhang Tai would definitely fall behind. There were already not enough people, and who knew how many more aliens were behind. Compared to his somewhat favorable impression of Zhang Tai, He Zheng's gaze swept over Hu Jia with disdain, feeling that treating the injuries of this waste was a waste of time. Especially since he could tell what Hu Jia was calculating inside. You worthless thing, if you're afraid of dying, just stay close. As soon as he finished speaking, He Zheng stopped wasting time, ignoring Hu Jia's stiff expression, and turned to catch up with Ye Lin. The spray was extremely effective. Within seconds of being sprayed, the wounds quickly scabbed over, cooling and relieving the pain. After treating his injuries, Hu Jia gritted his teeth and followed at the end unnoticed by anyone, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He knew just how disgusting He Zheng's gaze had been when he looked at him. But clearly he just wanted to survive. What was wrong with that? Was being weak in this damned place a sin? He couldn't die yet, at least not now. I must live to go home. Outside the experimental area, in the ventilation duct, Enku carefully observed the movements outside using the reflection of the mirror, straining to listen. After confirming that the surroundings were quiet, and there were no aliens, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and lightly jumped down from the duct. The situation was much better than she had anticipated. She had thought that once the aliens were attracted, she would need to find a way to escape. Unexpectedly, due to some changes on Ye Lin's side, there were not even any aliens left here. After checking the information on her wristwatch, a glint of determination flashed in Kes' eyes as she directly ran in the opposite direction of the laboratory. According to the punishment requirements, the antidote should be nearby. I'm sure no one can see me, Enku thought, suddenly quickening her pace, covering 100 meters in just a few breaths. At this moment, if He Zheng had seen her speed, he would surely have been shocked. The reason was simple: such speed was something that no unenhanced human could achieve. Without a doubt, Enku was not a newcomer. The so-called monster drawing was merely an excuse for acting alone. About 3 minutes later, Enku stopped at the end of a corridor. Before her was a closed tempered glass door. Inside the door, a body, with only half of it remaining, curled up in the corner. Judging by the appearance of the corpse, it was evidently an alien that had partially transformed. The leg bones were deformed, and the face was twisted and elongated. At first glance, it looked like a fish with a human head. Enku exhaled lightly, confirming that the location was right here. Her gaze sharpened as she suddenly kicked out. Bang! With a loud explosion, the force of her leg instantly shattered the thick tempered glass, turning it into a shower of fragments. Stepping over the shards, Enku quickly rummaged through the drawers as prompted by the system, ultimately gripping a vial of deep blue liquid tightly in her hand. Sizzle! The liquid slowly entered her body, and as the cold liquid surged into her veins, a crisp system prompt echoed in her mind. Ding! Punishment test completed. Candidate Enku with ID number C3471 received reward points 0. Although there were no rewards, seeing her ID turn from red to white, Enku revealed a relieved smile, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Very well, the punishment is finally done. Next, as long as I blend in with this group of rookies to complete the exam, I will have officially cleared my name. With these newcomers lowering the difficulty, the subsequent exams won't be too challenging either. If everything goes smoothly, I might even take this opportunity to accumulate points again. Then, enter again. Suddenly, a piercing shriek rang out from outside the room. Kes' smile froze, and she quickly turned her head to look nervously. Although she was quite strong, capable of crushing He Zheng unknown, without a proper weapon, she couldn't handle several aliens. Especially since she felt something was off about the difficulty of this trial. Jumping onto the duct, Kes' gaze flickered, her brows furrowing. Is it because of me? But my score has already returned to 0. In terms of strength, I can only increase the difficulty by half a round at most. Or is it because of He Zheng? He Zheng also seemed to have some issues. Zhang Tai and the others couldn't see it, but from her perspective, the strangest thing about He Zheng was that he had no weapon. A veteran who has experienced multiple death exams actually entered the test without a weapon. This is almost equivalent to suicide. Even carrying a dagger would be better than being unarmed. Even though she was in a similar position, it was out of necessity. But it shouldn't be a big problem. Judging by his intelligence and performance, he has probably only entered the death exam 3 times at most. From the 4th round onward, a brute like him wouldn't be able to survive. It's not impossible that he truly doesn't have points to exchange for items. As for that kid, Enku blinked, recalling Ye Lin's appearance in an instant. He's definitely a newcomer, but he managed to bring a gun in. His real identity might be quite interesting. Not wanting to think too much further, Enku turned her focus to reviewing the second round questions. The answers to the second round are likely those things I speculated before. Even if there are errors, it won't be far off. Moreover, that kid isn't too stupid either. Although she wasn't sure what the system required them to find. Whether it is what she thought based on normal difficulty, the range is just this wide. Even if she joins in, it would only mean that a few more people die along the way. The origin of the divine beings. Based on the existing information, the greatest difficulty is finding the location of the gods or items. As long as one can enter, the exam is basically complete. In the core experimental area, 5 individuals were desperately sprinting. At the end of their sight, a pure white laboratory stood quietly, the top god emblem strikingly visible. The door was slightly ajar, emitting a bright light like a beacon of hope in the darkness. However, looking at the door in the distance, He Zheng's face turned pale and his arm trembled. The reason was simple: a strange creature suddenly appeared on both sides, surging in like a tide from all directions. They could have rushed in within half a minute, but they were firmly held back. Ye Lin, how much time is left? 35. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Lin raised his gun, shooting explosively at a small strange creature. Without looking back, he announced the remaining time. He quickly adjusted his aim, sliding towards the black shadow rushing from the right. Facing the gaping maw, instead of retreating, he charged and using his rifle, like a shotgun, thrusting it directly into the creature's mouth. Boom! The trigger was pulled. A dull explosion sounded from within the creature's mouth, and at such a close range the bullet instantly shredded its oral cavity. Like a watermelon split open, the creature's shrill scream abruptly ceased, its left face blasted apart, leaving only a strip of flesh dangling from its neck. 35. That doesn't leave much time. After hearing this, He Zheng felt a wave of anxiety surge within him. He fired his pistol repeatedly, but the few bullets only managed to knock the nearest creature down without killing it. It wasn't that he lost his composure, but there were simply too many strange creatures on the left. Although Zhang Tai was helping with his axe, there were at least a dozen creatures rushing in from the left, wave after wave, leaving him no time to aim. Bang! Zhang Tai roared, smashing the creature that lunged at He Zheng behind him, sending it flying. Lacking any skilled techniques, he relied solely on brute strength to relieve some pressure from He Zheng. Behind them, Hu Jia and Lin Ye tightly covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. They couldn't intervene, their only option was to pray that He Zheng could hold on. Seeing the encirclement closing in, He Zheng couldn't help but shout urgently. Ye Lin, do we not need the medication yet? If we don't use it now, it will be too late. The pressure was overwhelming. These monsters seemed to realize they absolutely could not let them enter the laboratory behind. Looking at the god emblem in the distance, He Zheng felt the last 300 meters were like a chasm. However, in response to He Zheng's urging, Ye Lin remained silent, calmly taking single shots as he moved closer to the group. He couldn't use it yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through, but he only had 3 vials of anesthetic left, and he had to maximize their effectiveness. However, in response to He Zheng's urging, Ye Lin remained silent, calmly taking single shots as he moved closer to the group. He couldn't use it yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through, but he only... With a cry of pain from He Zheng, a creature seized the moment he was reloading and swiped at his head. Half of his ear was torn off, and with blood all over his face, He Zheng couldn't help but shout again at Ye Lin. Go! Without waiting any longer, seeing the encirclement nearly at its limit, Ye Lin no longer hesitated and violently threw the 3 vials of anesthetic into the swarm of monsters. Now is the time. Crack! The white mist rose, and the creatures that inhaled the gas instantly stiffened, as if their nerves had been severed, tumbling down in large numbers. Ye Lin retracted his gun and sprinted. Seeing this, the others also rushed forward with all their might. As long as they could break through, there was still hope. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Never had they run so desperately, their hearts and lungs felt like they were exploding. Half a minute later, hearing the shrill cries of the creatures behind them, which had resumed their pursuit, He Zheng dove into the door. Close the door. Quick, close the door. He Zheng shouted, looking at the 12 metallic pillars inside the laboratory, his heart filled with excitement. Each of these pillars was cylindrical, about 6 meters tall. Translucent like a stasis chamber, white mist surged upwards from behind a glass. Although he couldn't see clearly what lay within, he could guess that what was resting inside was likely the deity mentioned in the hints. He Zheng took a deep breath and stepped closer, his legs trembling slightly. However, before he could take a few steps, Zhang Tai suddenly shouted in panic. Brother He, it looks like the door won't close. What? He Zheng turned around abruptly, only to see the door that should have locked shut was now seemingly stuck, not budging an inch despite their best efforts. The gap left by the door was half a meter wide, enough for the strange creatures to squeeze through. He Zheng's face changed drastically, his heart sinking to the bottom. Damn it. Although he didn't know how long it would take to awaken these deities, even a minute would be enough for these strange creatures to rush in and devour them. Ye Lin. He Zheng instinctively turned to look at Ye Lin, only to see him running back with his gun. We'll guard here, let them come. He Zheng's heart trembled at the sound, instinctively wanting to refuse, but soon after, struggling internally, he could only grit his teeth and charge back. Besides him and Ye Lin, the others could not stop the strange creatures at all. Looking at Hu Jia, who was still standing there at a loss, He Zheng shouted angrily, "What are you still doing there? Hurry up." The stasis chamber was labeled in English, and with Ye Lin unable to spare himself, he could only rely on this kid. Me. Hu Jia was taken aback, completely not expecting He Zheng to send him. Though he was confident he could find the correct stasis chamber, the immense pressure made his legs tremble. Opening the chamber was indeed dangerous. According to his guess, if he chose the wrong deity, he could be killed by it. 40 seconds. Ye Lin suddenly turned, pointing his gun directly at him. Either I take you out or you go now. Looking at the gun aimed directly at him, Hu Jia's face turned pale, instantly feeling the murderous intent from Ye Lin was utterly genuine. I'll go. I'm going right now. Almighty Christ. Enlightened Buddha. Hujia. Which one are we looking for? Fear and the unknown, having no idea what lay inside, she felt as though she stood at the gates of hell. One wrong choice would plunge her into endless darkness. She felt a piercing chill penetrate her bones. Fear and the unknown, having no idea what lay inside, she felt as though she stood at the gates of hell. One wrong choice would plunge her into endless darkness. White mist billowed from the translucent glass. She could barely make out a bit. Inside the nearest stasis chamber, she could vaguely see a thick, beaded giant hand. Morgan. Go find Morgan. Hu Jia ran and stopped quickly, confirming the name at the top of the stasis. Morgan. Who is that? Why are we looking for it? Linya reflexively asked, somewhat at a loss. Because although all those murals depict deities, the only ones showing adversaries are those two. Hu Jia panted heavily, seeing the name of the sixth stasis chamber was also wrong. He continued to run. Adversaries? Are you saying? Linya suddenly froze, images flashing in her mind. One depicted Vishnu burning demons, while the other showed a dark-winged angel. Realizing that Hu Jia was judging which deity to find based on the presence of adversaries, Linya's heart jolted, and she immediately understood. That's right, among those 11 murals, only these two had enemies depicted, and the dark-winged angel stood over the strange creatures. But, shouldn't we look for the angel? Wait, Hu Jia, it seems we've passed it. Recalling the stasis chamber they had just passed labeled Angel, Linya quickly reminded him. Although her grades weren't the best, she still recognized the word angel. Not the angel. The second mural is not about the angel. That's a trap. Morgan and the angel are two different deities. Without time to explain too much to Linya, Hu Jia raised his head, straining to distinguish the name obscured by frost. No one knew how excited he was when he saw that brutally vivid mural in the office area. He believed that only he had grasped the true meaning of the mural. That mural appeared to depict a dark-winged angel, but in reality, it was Morgan, the war goddess from Celtic mythology. Among all mythological systems, the descriptions that include both angels and sea monsters match Celtic mythology the closest. In Celtic mythology, the war goddess Morgan often transforms into a black raven roaming the land of bones. The fish-headed monster representing death was called Ged. God. Ged. In this coincidence, Hu Jia had long suspected that the so-called creation god zone referred to the fish monster Ged. Found it. After passing the third-to-last stasis chamber, Hu Jia's heart jolted as his eyes filled with wild joy at the sight of Morgan at the top. Just as he had guessed, among the 12 stasis chambers, the war goddess Morgan was indeed present. Hu Jia, how much longer do you need? Suddenly He Zheng's furious roar echoed from afar. Noticing that strange creatures were already howling and pushing their way into the door, Hu Jia's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly pressed the button that represented thaw. With a beep, a slender steel needle instantly pierced his wrist. On the control panel, the code began to scroll, verifying his identity. Native human genome confirmed. Thaw protocol activated. Native human genome confirmed. Thawing procedure is being initiated. A mechanical voice echoed as the countdown began. Watching the stasis chamber that rapidly sprayed white gas, Hu Jia's heart raced, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He succeeded. He couldn't tell if he was shaking from excitement or fear of the unknown. All he knew was that in 20 seconds this legendary being known as a deity was about to awaken. 20 seconds. Only 20 seconds left. 20. Boom. 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 Countless strange creatures surged like cannonballs, crashing into the door one after another. Pushing in desperately, their heads were crushed and deformed like fish heads being stomped, large eyes popping out of their sockets. Scratching at the metal door, their sharp claws screeched against it, creating an ear-piercing sound. He Zheng, wedged behind the jammed alloy door, dodged the creature's claws while shooting at their heads with his pistol. Bang! Bang! The gunfire lit up the darkness, and the creature's shot in the head exploded like watermelons, brains and blood splattering everywhere. The good news was that these creatures were so frenzied they had become jammed against each other. The bad news was that there were simply too many of them. In less than half a minute they had killed 15 creatures, yet the numbers outside showed no sign of diminishing. With half his face torn apart, He Zheng looked somewhat ridiculous at this moment. He resembled a blood-soaked rag doll, with one remaining hand bitten off at half its palm. Ye Lin, I might not be able to hold on. Coughing up blood, He Zheng felt his consciousness growing increasingly blurry due to massive blood loss. The battle was brutal. Even Zhang Tai's fire axe had long been rendered useless. The completely dulled blade could only be used like a hammer, smashing down on the strange creatures again and again. Hold on. There are still 17 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. No time for idle chatter. Ye Lin crouched on the ground, dodging a creature that jumped from above the door, rolling behind it, and blowing its head apart. Under the intense concentration, his mind began to blur, his face splattered with blood, rendering the world before him a shade of red. Having held on this long, they had no strength left to escape. They could only gamble with their lives, betting that the awakening deity would be powerful enough. 15 seconds left. Hu Jia shouted, announcing the time. Looking at He Zheng, who was nearly unable to stand, he felt a wave of anxiety. He could only hope the three of them could hold on a bit longer. However, watching the strange creatures that had already squeezed through the door, forcing Ye Lin to turn his gun, he felt that they might not last even 10 seconds. Before he could shout anything to encourage them, a violent tremor suddenly transmitted rapidly from afar. Boom, boom, boom. He Zheng instinctively lifted his head, his vision blurred as he looked outside the door. In the next second, his expression changed drastically, and he summoned the last bit of energy to shout a warning. What the hell? Ye Lin, be careful. He saw a colossal creature which had appeared at an unknown time, charging at high speed from less than 50 meters away. The ground shook as He Zheng gazed in despair at the terrifying creature that towered 6 meters high, resembling a giant crab. The charging giant crab looked like a fortress in a state of extreme decay, its shell a sickly white, with yellow-green pus seeping from the cracks between its shells. Where its compound eyes should have been, 2 pits were filled with dozens of eyeballs of various sizes. Seemingly an emotionless war machine, each time its massive claws struck the ground, the violent vibrations surged like waves, knocking the three of them to the ground. Realizing that this was the creature that had previously broken through the door, He Zheng instinctively wanted to shout for them to stay away from the door. However, it was too late, as the rotting crab suddenly leaped with an incomprehensible speed. In the next second, it crashed towards them like a warship. Boom! The immense impact instantly smashed the door open, and the continued force sent the three of them flying into the air. The originally sturdy metal door, which could withstand cannon fire, was now deeply dented and completely destroyed. Crashing to the ground, Ye Lin spat out blood, half his shoulder drooping to one side, unable to lift his. Had most of the impact not been absorbed by the door, he had no doubt he would have been turned into a puddle of flesh upon contact. On the ground, He Zheng couldn't even lift his head, looking at the rapidly charging giant crab that offered no respite. He could only smile bitterly, his hopes extinguished. It was too late. Everything was too late. Although only a few seconds remained until the awakening procedure, as soon as the monster's sharp claws fell, his heart would be pierced in an instant. Damn, I really didn't expect to die here. If you could, go back. Remember. Just as He Zheng coughed up blood and turned his head to convey something to Ye Lin, suddenly an ultra-high-frequency, buzzing noise that exceeded human hearing erupted from behind Hu Jia. Buzzed, the 6-meter-tall stasis chamber slowly opened, revealing a woman with her insides hollowed out, who instantly opened her eyes. Time seemed to freeze. The rot crab's raised pincer hung motionless in the air, locked in a gaze with the god across the void. In the oppressive stillness, even sound appeared to have vanished. Fear was silent and shapeless, an almost tangible pressure that made breathing difficult. None dared utter a sound, only violent heartbeats thundered in their chests. On the surface, the god showed no change after awakening. Yet inexplicably, something ancient and genetic stirred terror within them, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. After a few seconds, the rot crab suddenly moved as if faced with a natural enemy. Its 8 massive pincers lashed out with blinding speed as it fled. The great pincers alternated so fast that the creatures in its path were crushed to pulp beneath its feet, yet it did not slow. He Zheng froze. He had expected the god to be extraordinary, but he never imagined that this newly awakened war goddess would radiate such terrifying intimidation. Bang! The war goddess pushed herself up from the cryopod and leapt out. She glanced expressionlessly at the nearest Hu Jia, then stooped and sprang forward like a brutal beast. Her speed raised a gust that stung Hu Jia's eyes, making them water. Words failed to capture the sense. Being closest, he saw most clearly. Though its chest seemed hollowed out like an empty shell, the corpse called Mo Ruigan defied biology and erupted with unimaginable power. They were scarcely given time to react. Within breaths, the god was behind the rot crab, a deathly pale arm snatched at a pincer, and with a sickening crack tore it away. From the wound, foul green blood spurted meters high. The crab's lament rose as its countless eyes rolled wildly. Its piercing screams summoned the other aberrants forward. All of it was meaningless. Facing the onslaught, the war goddess bowed her head, opened a great maw, and swallowed several of the nearest aberrants in a single gulp. Her chewing echoed with a grotesque resonance through the air. Green ichor sprayed from between her teeth as she devoured them alive. Perhaps some were not yet dead. Severed limbs twitched on her lips, convulsing in reflex. But as her jaws closed, they were pulverized into a smear of flesh. When she finished, the war goddess seized another hind pincer and ripped it away savagely. Crack! The rock crab screamed, by now it resembled a naked spherical ruin. Driven by intolerable pain, it tried to tear at her with its mandibles. The instant they opened, she seized both ends with horrifying speed. A wail of agony split the air as her relentless arms ripped its face and mandibles in two. She plunged into the exposed brain matter and swallowed, greedily intent on consuming its flesh from the inside out. A wet gurgle and a retch. Hu Jia could not help but gag. Staring at the blood-soaked scene before him, he could not tell which was the monster and which was the god. There was no finesse to the fight, only the most brutal instinct. The so-called god was nothing more than a biological weapon of utter cruelty. Screams multiplied, roused by the rot crab's shrieks. Swarms of aberrants poured in and encircled the carnage. Confronted by insectal waves, the 6-meter war goddess transformed her arms into scything blades and swept them in arcs. Those struck were compressed into bloody pulp on contact. Occasional specimens that leaped clear of the sweep were snatched in the next moment and delivered to her mouth as if they were food. Using the creature's fixation on the god as cover, the group helped one another to their feet and edged away as far as they could. The battle was no longer for them to enter. Watching aberrants stuffed into that gaping mouth like ants, He Zheng could only lean against the wall and swallow repeatedly. Damn, this is sick. It eats them like insects one after another. The scene was so bloody, even he found it hard to stomach. If that monstrosity were not on their side, he would rather die than face it. Still, at last it was over. He Zheng released a long breath. The tension that had gripped him eased, though many aberrants remained from the present situation. They no longer needed to fight. The system had indicated the god had been found. All they had to do was wait for the exam to end, and then leave this world. They exchanged awkward, ugly smiles. Yes, finally finished. They had crawled through death and back and fully understood the horror of the death exam. Ye Lin. Noting Ye Lin's still somber expression, He Zheng patted his shoulder. Hey, what are you thinking? Relax. You can work out how to spend your points when we get back. Though this is only the second round, as long as you reach 60 points you can submit your paper and leave. TCH, you probably have 80 or 90 points on you, right? The number of rounds in each death exam varied. After reaching 60 you could hand in your paper and exit. They had slain 19 aberrants on the way, most felled by Ye Lin's rifle. Although others had contributed by kill count, Ye Lin had earned at least 14 points. By that reckoning, their score for this round exceeded 80. At the thought, his eyes reddened with envy. The settlement notice hasn't come out yet. The second round seems not over. Ye Lin shook his head and glanced at his watch. The countdown still ran, 22 minutes remaining. The system had not announced that they had completed the second round. He Zheng blinked, then waved a hand at the war goddess with casual confidence. Don't worry. I figure it's waiting to finish off the aberrants. Wait, hold on. The system won't force us to clear out the entire base, will it? If a few hide away, we're screwed. He Zheng's face drained as his heart leapt to his throat. The others tensed as well. They remembered the aberrants' poor eyesight. If some were trapped in rooms and didn't come out, 22 minutes would be far too little time to sweep the whole base. Before He Zheng could leap up, Ye Lin gripped his arm. That's not what worries me. Did you forget the objective was to find the god, and with the indicated assistance avoid being hunted by the aberrants? The system didn't require us to kill every aberrant. He Zheng forced an awkward smile and sat back down. Hu Jia murmured his agreement. He Zheng, it's like this. The system only asked us to find the god. After that we just need to follow it. Hu Jia seized his chance to speak. He wanted credit. Only Lin Yan knew how he had chosen the right deity. The others had no idea. No one even realized that finding the war goddess was the hardest part. He Zheng, however, brushed the remark off impatiently and signaled for Hu Jia to be quiet. He looked back to Ye Lin. So what were you worried about? Ye Lin lifted his head and after a short silence murmured in a hoarse voice. I'm worried we may have overlooked something. I can't shake the feeling that some things have vanished into thin air. Perhaps the answer is not so simple. His gaze faltered. From the second round onward their reasoning had been logical. After finding the god, nothing unexpected had occurred. He even guessed what Hu Jia had been thinking. When he saw that angelic mural, he noticed Hu Jia's agitation. Coupled with discrepancies in the imagery, he suspected there might be a trap in selecting the god. He did not say so outright. Essentially, he wanted Hu Jia to test the hypothesis himself. By the visible information, their logic did suggest they had completed the exam. But he still felt uneasy. Many clues only connected on the surface. Especially, Ye Lin turned his head and stared into the distance. He saw the besieged war goddess gripping an aberrant in one hand and stuffing it into her mouth. Ignoring its writhing as though swallowing a pupil husk, she bit off its head expressionlessly and greedily sucked the juices from its body. For some reason, watching her feed filled him with an inexplicable unease. Not so simple. He Zheng's face froze, staring at him in bafflement. Simple. They had nearly been wiped out countless times. From the first round onward, they had scarcely a second. Fight, run, ambushed, again run. They began with a casualty and many burdens. Were it not for He Zheng's reckless courage and Ye Lin's rifle, they would have died the first time they met the aberrants. If their later judgments had been wrong, they would have perished. If they hadn't found weapons in the armory, they would have perished. Not to mention that choosing the wrong god might mean death as well. If all of that counts as simple, he did not know what true difficulty was. Ye Lin, I think you're overthinking. Honestly, the difficulty feels off. It's far higher than I expected. 7 people for a first round. From my experience, death exams, no matter how perverse, don't usually present something like that. He gestured toward the devoured rock crab. His face soured. He had thought himself dead mere seconds ago. Any slower, and there might not have been even a corpse left. At He Zheng's words, Ye Lin stiffened, then snapped his head around. 7 people difficulty. The exam difficulty depends on the number of people. Ye Lin's expression darkened as a surge of unease rose in him. Yes. Aside from the session, the difficulty scales with the number of participants. You didn't know. Oh right, you're new. Damn, I forgot. At mention of the death exam rules, the others turned with curiosity. He Zheng slapped his forehead. He himself had not realized that Ye Lin was a newcomer and had simply assumed 5, 7, 9, 12, maybe higher, but that is roughly the grading. The more people, the harder the exam. The number of sessions determines the chance of encountering a must-die scenario. It is not absolute, but some scenes are simply unlivable. At the mention, his eyes flickered with a trace of fear, as if remembering a painful memory. One more exam. Perhaps next time he would face that thing. Suppressing his dread, He Zheng failed to notice Ye Lin's expression grow even more severe. At 7 people difficulty, the death rate is roughly 10 to 40%. 9 people around 50%. 12 about 70. It's like the real world, the more people try, the lower each individual's chance becomes. Still, we only lost 1 this time. Our luck held. Of course, that was also because of you. 5, 7, 9, 12. Are you sure the numbers must follow that pattern? If more people enter, might they split into 2 teams? Before He Zheng finished, Ye Lin suddenly stood and asked sharply. He Zheng gaped. He had never seen Ye Lin. What's wrong, Ye Lin? That pattern has been my experience each time. As for splitting into teams, He Zheng's heart lurched. He too felt something amiss. It could split into 2 teams. Last time I was split into 2 teams, and because each side faced different tasks, I misjudged everything and ended up the lone survivor. The words hit Ye Lin like a chill. They were supposedly safe now, and the exam seemed near its end. Yet in that moment, a cold shiver ran down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He knew where the problem lay. He also realized why he felt something missing. Huang Liang. If Huang Liang was also here, then together the 2 sides would total 14 people. And Huang Liang held other clues. If information on the 2 sides had not been synchronized, then all their deductions could be wrong. If it's 14 people, what is the death rate? He Zheng trembled as he stared at Ye Lin, who was smeared with blood. His breathing grew uneven. Something deep inside him seemed to understand. 90%. I don't know. Last time it was 12 people. I don't know how many would die with 14. Ye Lin, what are you trying to say? Suddenly 5 urgent pings shrilled at once. They saw on the system wristpad that Ankh was sending a group message to everyone. The alerts flashed. Ye Lin. The god is fake. Don't let He Zheng and the others go find the god. There is no god here at all. They are the real aberrants. Outside the experimental area, and Ku was running desperately, pushing her physical limits to the extreme. Behind her, a swarm of abominations chased her like relentless bone-eating insects. At the rear, a 6-meter-tall figure resembling a corpulent Buddha was swaying towards her. The ground trembled as its massive decaying foot crashed down, causing the earth to shake with each step. Namo! Namo! The Buddha opened its mouth, the jaw stretched to its limit, dragging down to the ground. From the dark, cavernous throat, countless white maggots crawled out. Listening to the low, resonant chants, and Cook clenched her jaw, not daring to look back. Sonic attack. Those uttered mantras were nothing less than a subsonic assault. Even though she reacted quickly and fled as soon as she saw the Buddha, she was still severely injured by the invisible sound waves from 100 meters away. Blood poured from her mouth and nose, even her internal organs trembling violently with the sound. Ripping off a corner of her shirt, Inka struggled to block her ears. Seeing the room not far away, she forced herself to take a breath and crawled inside. Bang! She shut the alloy door behind her as fast as she could, gasping for air. With the metal soundproofing, the noise behind her was slightly diminished. Time was precious. Knowing she had only a few seconds left, Inka leaned against the door, straining to breathe like a panting puppy. Though it looked quite pathetic, this was the only way for her to recover her stamina in the shortest time possible. When she first saw the slender man surrounded by abominations, she wasn't entirely sure what to think. But after being chased by the Buddha, she fully realized that these godlike beings were merely monsters in divine guise. There were no gods here. She even suspected that these so-called gods were the true abominations. Without the luxury of resting for even a few seconds, Enku forced herself to stand. As soon as she steadied herself, she couldn't help but vomit a large pool of blood. Looking at the blood on the ground, her face turned pale to the extreme. Her internal organs were already injured. If she couldn't shake off her pursuers quickly, she would die from excessive blood loss and organ failure within half a minute. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, Enku strained to widen her eyes in the darkness, trying to find a possible escape route. Soon a sign indicating a maintenance area caught her attention. It was a circular tunnel leading who knows where, winding and filled with a foul, putrid air. Although she had no idea where this path led, she could only dive in and hope for the best. Hoping there was still time. While crawling, Enku instinctively glanced at the watch on her wrist. He Zheng and the others hadn't replied yet, and she couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if He Zheng found the god. Even if just one more appeared, that would be. Didi, the communicator suddenly beeped. Enku looked down. In the next second, her pupils contracted sharply, her face paling to an extreme. On the message sent by He Zheng, there were only 6 brief words. Yet these simple 6 words filled her with a sense of despair. They have already come. Dong, 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 dong. The footsteps were slow and heavy, as if they were echoing from hell. On one side of the hall, a tall, thin man in a burlap robe staggered forward. He held a skinned corpse in his arms, appearing as if he was cradling a lamb ready for slaughter. Fear spread through the air. Linya trembled as she murmured its name, her reason seeming to shatter completely. Saint Lord, Christ. It was the god from the mural, the most widely known deity, and she couldn't believe her eyes, even less so that behind Christ were a large number of devoted abominations. Abominations and gods were simply the same kind of monster. And Kess' warning came too late, and of course, even if they knew, they had no choice. Everything was over when the second god appeared. All their previous logic became utterly ridiculous. The goddess of war, who had still been battling the abominations, also stopped after Christ appeared, turning around to gaze at them blankly. It was as if they were being mocked before their deaths, just waiting for a sound, a slight noise, and they would be doomed. Split up and run. Unable to bear the weight of such fear, He Zheng suddenly shouted, gathering the last ounce of courage to run to the right. Although fleeing might be meaningless in the face of this monster's speed, they would be caught within seconds. But if they didn't run, they would have no hope at all. He could only gamble betting that the other god wouldn't chase after them, otherwise they would undoubtedly perish. The woman would absolutely not allow the insects to escape before her eyes. In an instant she moved. With both legs pushing off simultaneously, she leapt into the air in a terrifying manner. Her emaciated body resembled a predatory spider, casting a frightening shadow. With a squelching sound, she landed heavily, crushing Linya into a pulp with her foot. Blood seeped slowly from beneath her foot. After a mere tenth of a second, those dead white pupils shifted their focus back to Hu Jia. The pale arm shot out instantly, aiming to grab him and devour him, just like the abominations. Ah! Hu Jia broke down. Though he couldn't see behind him, he already felt the chilling presence of the hand closing in. That pale arm was about to grasp him. In extreme terror, he seemed to go insane, screaming and running. His speed was so fast that it exceeded his physical limits. He didn't want to die, he especially didn't want to die in such a tragic manner, being eaten alive. Hearing Hu Jia scream, He Zheng didn't dare to look back, filled with despair. Beside him, Ye Lin remained silent, only running at full speed. Faced with these gods, they had no means of resistance. The only thing they could do was to run as far as they could. Suddenly, at the moment Hu Jia was captured by the goddess of war, a flurry of gunfire erupted alongside a few. In the right passage, a figure with a buzz cut was seen madly shooting at the goddess of war with 2 students. Run this way. They'll cover you. Ye Lin suddenly looked up, recognizing the iconic buzz cut, and immediately identifying the person. That person was Huang Liang, the national security student who entered with him. Huang Liang. Boom. A grenade was thrown, and the orange-red flames instantly illuminated the darkness. The shockwave spread, and the high-speed projectiles exploded into a dense spray of blood on the surface of the war goddess. After throwing another vial of anesthetic, Huang Liang, without the slightest hesitation, pulled Ye Lin and continued to flee. The god was not something they could harm. Though he still had a few shrapnel grenades, and his 2 companions had guns, in the face of such a high-level monster, their attacks could only inflict superficial wounds. It was impossible to kill it. To survive, they could only use the terrain to hinder the enemy, buying every second they could. Bang! Bang! With one hand drawing his gun, Huang Liang quickly shot down 2 pursuing aberrations, glancing anxiously at Ye Lin. Although Ye Lin still appeared capable of walking, Huang Liang could tell at a glance that his injuries were severe, sustained only by sheer will. Can you hold on? No, I'll carry you. Despite being adversaries in the outside world, he couldn't help but worry about Ye Lin, especially since he had reviewed Ye Lin's file before departure. Although some parts were hidden, the records still left him in shock. Ye Lin is truly strong. Only by working together did they have a glimmer of hope to transmit the information. I want die? Stop the nonsense. Is there a ventilation duct on this road? Not knowing how to express his feelings, Ye Lin snatched a handgun from Huang Liang and shot the pursuing aberrations with fierce determination. Perhaps distracted by the anesthetic mist, the war goddess, which should have caught up, had yet to appear. He was unsure whether to commend the short-haired guy for his loyalty or scold him for being a fool. At the current speed of the two, they would soon be overtaken by a swarm of aberrations. Carrying him would only slow them down further. It would be better to wait for death. Ventilation duct. There's one. Turn right at the next intersection. Huang Liang was taken aback, instantly understanding his meaning. He led everyone to turn right, and directly kicked the gun into position, turning to suppress the pursuing aberrations with fire. You all run first. Bang! Bang! With terrifying precision, Huang Liang managed to blow the heads off the three closest aberrations. Seeing such exaggerated marksmanship, He Zheng was left stunned. Even while they were still fleeing, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, feeling that the gun in Huang Liang's hand seemed like a fire stick. Ye Lin was already surprised that he could use a gun, but this short-haired guy was even stronger. Especially, quickly spinning his gun, Huang Liang flung the rifle hanging from his chest behind him and sidestepped an attacking aberration. He appeared calm, as if caught in a blind spot, dodging the aberration's claws by sticking close to its body. In the next moment, he swiftly drew the dagger at his waist and thrust it forward. The palm-sized tactical dagger pierced the aberration's eyeball with a plop. Huang Liang twisted it fiercely, directly turning the creature's brain into mush. Thud! The corpse collapsed. After confirming that no aberrations were pursuing within a short range, he quickly caught up with the others. He Zheng's pupils contracted, and Zhang Tai, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but widen his mouth in shock. To be honest, although they had killed so many aberrations and realized that overcoming fear and using guns could take them down, it was simply too outrageous for Huang Liang to fight directly with a dagger. In close combat, if one were to react even a second late, they would instantly have their skull crushed by an aberration. These things are stupid, they are not hard to kill. Noticing everyone looking at him, Huang Liang felt a bit uncomfortable and began to explain softly. After speaking, he pointed to the ceiling not far away, signaling everyone to hurry up. The aberrations would soon come rushing in. While he was confident he could wear some of them down using the terrain, the truly dangerous god could appear at any moment. Bang! The heavy alloy door slammed shut, offering the group a slight sense of security. Leaning against the door, the group panted heavily, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. After swallowing dryly, He Zheng couldn't help but glance at Ye Lin and Huang Liang. The two seemed to have known each other for a long time, and the question Ye Lin asked him earlier was also directed at Huang Liang. What exactly are you two? As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Liang, who was bandaging Ye Lin's wounds, looked up, slightly taken aback. Before he could hesitantly respond, Ye Lin directly raised his hand to interrupt him. Now is not the time for this. The priority is to figure out what exactly we are looking for. He Zheng's expression froze, and the sense of relief he had previously felt instantly tensed up again, while Hu Jia's face turned pale in despair. Indeed, although they had escaped with their lives, only 19 minutes remained until the countdown ended. They had no idea what the so-called answer even was. Even if those gods did not pursue them, hiding here would only mean waiting for death. What's the situation on your side? Why did so many people die? What was the question? Ye Lin turned his head to look at Huang Liang and quickly inquired. He noticed that only 2 people remained with Huang Liang, and their clothing showed no signs of sulfuric acid corrosion. This meant that Huang Liang's first round of tasks had been completely different from theirs. However, given Huang Liang's skills, and that he had a gun, it was illogical that he would have suffered more casualties than them. The question. Huang Liang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood his meaning. Our first round was to escape from a room, and the second round was to find out where the god came from. As for why so many people died, Huang Liang's expression showed some self-reproach, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. The first round's room could move, and in our first round, we just encountered a god. It moved. God. Ye Lin was dumbfounded, and He Zheng and the others were equally astonished. What a joke! They had witnessed the terror of the gods. If they had encountered it in the first round, no matter how good Huang Liang's shooting skills were, it would have been impossible for him to survive. Although the second god did not display its abilities, just judging by the size of these gods, it was clear that they were not something humans could contend with. Was the god you encountered very special? Or did you obtain anesthetic in the first round? Also, what does moving mean? Ye Lin took a deep breath and asked directly. Just as he had suspected, the encounters and questions faced by the two teams were different. If Huang Liang had not suddenly found them, with such an arrangement both teams would have died without ever knowing where the problem lay. No, that monster was terrifying. Behind Huang Liang, a boy who looked like an athlete suddenly stood up. If Huang Liang hadn't fought desperately, none of us would have survived. Wang Yuanyang's expression was excited, as if the experiences of the first round had deeply impacted him. Ye Lin frowned. He didn't like interruptions. Noticing Ye Lin's displeasure, Huang Liang said no more and directly took out a dull, unshiny ring from his pocket. We survived the first round without anesthetic because of this. Those monsters seem to be afraid of seeing it. But I don't know why that is. What is this? Taking the ring from Huang Liang, Ye Lin examined it carefully. The diameter of the ring was roughly the size of a human head, and the material was completely transparent. Inside there was phosphorescent powder that emitted a faint glow, albeit weakly, without any power source. Rather than being a simple ring, it resembled a kind of luminous halo. At first glance, it reminded him of the halos behind the heads of deities. Is this thing meant to be placed behind the head, or worn around the neck? So you used this thing to imitate the appearance of a deity to scare off that monster? Ye Lin shook the ring in his hand. Does that mean there is a mural in your first room? Huang Liang hesitated and nodded. Yes, but it wouldn't be accurate to say we scared it off. The monster just suddenly stopped when it saw this thing. There is indeed a mural in the first room, but we only discovered it later. Please elaborate, especially about the painting you saw. Ye Lin set down the halo filled with questions. To imitate a deity in this manner, could it be that the system directed them to find this object? The answer was so absurd that He Zheng quickly grabbed the halo and examined it closely. Huang Liang nodded. That's right. I woke up to find myself lying in a hall with 6 other people around me. Because there was no information, we only realized there was danger after the exam started. Someone suggested going out to take a look, and as soon as we entered a passage, we encountered the deity. That thing. Wait. He Zheng suddenly interrupted. Are you saying you only realized there was danger? Was there no one in your team to explain the rules? Holding the halo, He Zheng looked astonished. Although he noticed that the 2 people behind Huang Liang seemed inexperienced, he thought it was because the leader had died in the first round. He never expected that Huang Liang's side was entirely made up of newcomers. Seeing He Zheng's surprise, Huang Liang was also taken aback. A leader? Where could there be a leader? Let alone someone to explain the rules. They had to figure out how to use their wristwatches bit by bit. Are you saying it's him? Ye Lin pointed at He Zheng, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Judging by He Zheng's reaction, there should have been 2 people leading the teams, but Huang Liang's side had none, which was thought-provoking. However, now was not the time for details. All right. It seems we might be the unlucky ones. Huang Liang sighed bitterly and continued, upon encountering the deity, 3 of us died at first glance, and we could only choose to escape back to where we started hiding away. Fortunately, there are many rooms. To survive, we hid while searching for a way to stay alive. In the end, I found a painting in one room. The painting depicted a man with a halo behind his head holding a suitcase. He seemed to be offering something to the monsters below, and those monsters looked fearful of him. Huang Liang's eyes glimmered with recollection. Actually, I didn't think at the time that the monster was afraid of the halo. I thought about turning off the light to see if it could affect its killing. But when I turned off the light, the halo fell down at my feet. Even though the monster could still see, it suddenly stopped moving. I was lucky enough to realize this, and went to find them with the lamp ring. With this object, we managed to escape. After that, it also helped us scare off several variants. Then I noticed the variants kept moving in one direction, and I speculated whether there were others. Huang Liang finished with a long sigh, and the 2 people behind him couldn't help but grip their guns tightly. It was fortunate to say so, but at that time, they were nearly in despair, finding no glimmer of hope. After hearing this, Ye Lin quickly envisioned the mural Huang Liang described. A suitcase. Offering something. A halo. The painting Huang Liang saw was completely different from theirs especially. Just as he pondered, He Zheng suddenly stood up, nervously searching the room. Ye Lin, are you saying what we need to find is these lamps? Didn't you hear? They can scare off the variants with this thing. Electricity. As long as we figure out how to find a power supply, we can use these lamps to directly. It's useless. Ye Lin shook his head, immediately dispelling his thoughts. Our task is incomplete, which means the halo is not the object mentioned in the hints. At most, it has some connection. He Zheng looked a bit dejected after hearing this, his expression forlorn as he sat back down. He was too eager to find answers. Signaling Huang Liang to continue, Ye Lin asked again, your tasks also remain unfinished, right? What do you think that deity in the painting is? Also, what's up with the rotating rooms? Huang Liang pondered for a moment before replying, right. The question requires us to determine where the deity actually comes from. I tried to answer various possibilities, but they all seemed futile. The answer isn't a laboratory, nor is it genetic modification. As for that painting, Huang Liang shook his head. I don't know what deity that is, but it looks a bit like ancient Egyptian style. Of course, it might not be. His attire was nothing special, just very fitted. Using bullets to sketch out the image on the ground, Huang Liang tried to recreate every detail he had seen. He truly did not recognize it, and didn't even think it was a deity. As a national security special agent, he had undergone professional training and had systematically studied the humanities and history of various countries. I discovered that the room would move later on. After we left the initial room, I noticed the passage behind us was moving to the right, but it was almost imperceptible. 1 minute later, the laboratory was silent, everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was somewhat suffocating. He Zheng leaned against the wall despondently, supporting his gun, while Huang Liang checked the ammunition, and Ye Lin stared at the scene on the ground, deep in thought, unaware of what he was contemplating. The situation was worse than expected. After both sides exchanged information, not only did they not find answers, but the questions also became more numerous. Mimicking the deity with the light ribbon proved useless. The deity in the laboratory was also fake. Had there been just one correct answer, they wouldn't have all failed the exam. This also meant that Hu Jia's earlier logic was entirely overturned. The deity they awakened was merely a stronger monster. Of course, by then they no longer had a choice. They would be killed by the corrupt crabs if they did not awaken them. Under extreme pressure, a male student couldn't help but stand up, his tone anxious. No. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? There are 14 minutes left. If we can't find an answer in 14 minutes, we will all die. Slinging his gun across his chest, Zhao Cheng's breathing became increasingly rapid. I don't want to wait any longer. If it doesn't work, we can make more light rings and see if we can find any clues after we go out. As soon as Zhao Cheng finished speaking, He Zheng suddenly stood up and looked at Ye Lin. Ye Lin, this kid is right. If we stay here, we will die. Is it possible that we need to kill a deity? Perhaps its body holds what we're looking for. Under continuous pressure, his nerves were like a tightly strung bowstring ready to snap at any moment. Not wanting to be tormented any longer, He Zheng finished speaking and prepared to leave. Rather than waiting to die here, he would rather take a gamble in his own way. Suddenly the atmosphere changed, and everyone instinctively looked towards Ye Lin. Even Huang Liang hoped Ye Lin could say something. The pressure was on Ye Lin, yet he showed no reaction, simply lifting his gaze to one side, as if searching for something. Give me some time. Let me think a little longer, just a bit more. Boom. Suddenly, a violent crashing sound rang out from outside. Inside the enclosed laboratory, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Huang Liang quickly raised his gun, aiming in the direction of the sound. Hearing the dense shrieks from outside, Hu Jia curled up in fear, instinctively wanting to hide in a corner. They're coming. They have come for us. The shrieking sound was like a death knell. The closest noise was even. Although the laboratory's alloy door was thick enough, the variants had already found their way here, and those deities could come at any moment. Ye Lin, we can't stay here. We have to hurry and leave. He Zheng shouted forcefully, pulling aside the ventilation duct above. Staying here, they would be sitting ducks. Especially since those variants could crawl into the ventilation ducts, they would be surrounded and devoured within seconds. As soon as He Zheng stepped onto the table, a series of cold system prompts rang out. Ding. Experiment subject code, Shiva has been awakened. Experiment subject code, Destruction Angel has been awakened. Experiment subject code, Omni has been awakened. Warning. Due to the large number of awakened experiment subjects, the difficulty has changed. The second round of examination questions has been uniformly changed to eliminate all variants within the base and survive under the pursuit of the experiment subjects. Current round score rewards 60. After the announcement, as everyone looked at the dense awakening information flashing on their wristwatches, they all froze in place. An invisible fear swept over them like a tsunami, completely engulfing them. He Zheng, who had wanted to fight his way out, trembled all over his face, turning deathly pale. 8 announcements, 8 deities. Along with the 2 they encountered, there were a total of 11 deities. He then realized that the reason the goddess of war had not come to hunt them down was that she had gone to the dormitory area. Is this the difficulty of 14 people? 11 deities hunting us. Damn it, why not just— He Zheng could only laugh in anger, slamming his fist hard against the wall. They were done for. They were all— Not to mention how they would survive under the pursuit of 11 deities. Just the task of eliminating all variants within the base was beyond human capability. A reward of 60 points was high, but to him, it was simply the system toying with them. Bang! 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 A violent crashing sound suddenly erupted. The variants were violently banging against the door, their sharp claws scraping against the metal, producing an ear-splitting noise. With the intense crashing, the entire room shook. The crowd was terrified as Zhang Tai instinctively rushed towards the door, wanting to brace it with his body. Seeing him act this way, Wang Yuanyang couldn't help but curse. What are you bracing for? Can you stop those— Just wait to die, all of you, wait to die. In despair, several people who had rushed up with Zhang Tai suddenly froze in place. Although Wang Yuanyang's words were harsh, they were the truth. In utter despair, some even began to cover their faces and cry. However, unlike the despair of the others, Huang Liang was not planning to give up. Everyone, there's no need to be disheartened. Even if hope is small, as long as it's not the last moment, there is still a chance. Let's charge out. I will do my utmost to protect everyone. If we die together. The group raised their heads, looking at Huang Liang, whose gaze was resolute, as if he would not give up no matter what. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They truly found it hard to understand why Huang Liang still had the will to fight at this point. But perhaps someone standing up, or perhaps Huang Liang's words had some effect. A few people stood up and could only choose to follow him out. No one wanted to die, even if the possibility of surviving was infinitesimally close to zero. Ye Lin, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and go. Preparing to depart. Huang Liang grabbed Ye Lin's arm, intending to take him along. However, the ever-silent Ye Lin suddenly shook off his hand, standing up and staring intently at the drops of water from the ceiling. On the ceiling, the droplets were small, like water beads condensed from the cold air. They fell sporadically, shattering silently. Do you all feel like the water is falling a bit slowly? Everyone was taken aback, and Zhao Cheng, who had not interacted with him, couldn't help but laugh in anger. What are you going crazy about? At a time like this, are you still concerned about whether there is water? If you're afraid to go out, then just stay here and wait to die. Ignoring the other, Ye Lin thought quickly in his mind. He had noticed for a long time. Even when leaving the underground second level, he had paid attention to the drops of water from above. It was just that at that time, he couldn't see the droplets in the dark, only hearing the sound, and didn't pay them much attention. Slow. Huang Liang was taken aback. Although he didn't know what Ye Lin was thinking, he instinctively looked up and felt something was off. The speed of the water droplets falling was indeed slower than usual, but that reduced speed was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, existing only in sensation. It seems a bit. Huang Liang answered uncertainly, and the next second he saw Ye Lin grab the swaying pipe overhead and shake it. It's not just a semblance, but is indeed so. 0.03, or perhaps 0.04. I've counted it 10 times and synced it with my wristwatch 10 times. Not only is the falling speed wrong, but the swinging speed is wrong too. Ye Lin spoke faster, as if a series of clues were connecting into a web in his mind. Sulfuric acid, frozen doors, slowly rotating rooms. The underground base shaped like a pyramid, the foul air and the ventilation ducts, clearly present oxygen supply systems. Previously, he couldn't piece it all together, but when that droplet fell, a wildly close guess suddenly surfaced in his mind. He thought. He knew what the answer was. Ye Lin, have you thought of something? He Jin asked excitedly. Seeing Ye Lin nod in confirmation, hope reignited within him, as if dead ashes were rekindled. Great. He knew the kid wasn't just dazed earlier. I indeed thought of something, but I need to confirm one thing first. In the death exam, as long as the questions are released, there must be answers right. Even if changes are made midway. He Jun was momentarily stunned, but nodded vigorously. Yes. No matter how difficult it is, the system will definitely give us a chance to survive. I have even heard someone say that theoretically, as long as we can find the answer, even in supernatural scenarios, everyone can survive. Ye Lin, do you know how to eliminate all the anomalies? Ye Lin remained non-committal, but after receiving confirmation from He Jun, the last bit of doubt in his heart was completely dispelled. Yes and no. Ye Lin spoke, while thinking quickly, organizing his thoughts. The base is too large. Leaving aside whether we can do it, what if the anomalies are hiding in some corner? Therefore, to eliminate all anomalies, we would need to destroy the entire base. Are you implying? Perhaps there is a self-destruct mechanism here. He Jun blurted out, instantly recalling those movies he had seen. Yes, if there were any bombs here, it might not be impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lin directly dismissed his speculation. No, there aren't any. Even if there were, it could only be a nuclear bomb. But I don't think those gods can withstand a nuclear explosion, and the system hasn't required us to eliminate them. And if we really detonate a nuclear bomb, we would undoubtedly die as well. So what do you mean? He Jun was bewildered, and the others looked equally confused. Thud, thud, a series of footsteps echoed from afar. It was the gods moving. The expressions of the crowd changed, and Wang Yuanyang suddenly stood up, as if stimulated, pointing the gun directly at Ye Lin. From start to finish, he hadn't understood a word. In his fear, he just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. Are you all crazy? Why are we still wasting time listening to his nonsense? If he really had a solution, he would have said it long ago. Wang Yuanyang cursed loudly, constantly glancing at the door, feeling as if he was about to go insane. Damn it. Let him finish. Bang. Seeing Wang Yuanyang daring to threaten Ye Lin with a gun, He Jun was furious and kicked him to the ground. Although he didn't know what Ye Lin wanted to say after interacting with him, he believed Ye Lin would never speak without reason. All hope rested on Ye Lin. If Wang Yuanyang went crazy, it would mean his life was at stake. Brother Huang. Zhao Cheng hurriedly drew his gun, instinctively aiming it at Hejan. Though they were all on the same side and his subconscious Huang Liang was his own, while Ye Lin and the others were on the opposing side. Stop it. What are you doing? Are you trying to cause infighting at this moment? Huang Liang quickly pressed down Zhao Cheng's gun. Looking at Wang Yuanyang, who had lost his sanity and was trying to get up to fight, he could only rush over to hold him. Ye Lin, if you really thought of something, I hope you say it directly and not have any other thoughts. Not wanting to escalate the conflict, Huang Liang's expression turned grim as he reminded Ye Lin. His attitude towards Ye Lin was complicated. He believed Ye Lin had thought of something, but at the same time Ye Lin was a convicted murderer, and he had always been on guard against him. Noticing Huang Liang's suspicion of him having ulterior motives, Ye Lin chuckled lightly and didn't mind. I say these things because I need you to understand, and then completely trust me following my instructions. After all, you are unlikely to accept this answer. There's enough time, but if someone interrupts again, it might not be. Huang Liang's expression froze. He took a deep breath and looked at Ye Lin. You speak. As long as the solution is useful, I will do whatever it takes. Good. Ye Lin nodded and met Huang Liang's gaze. Where do you think we are right now? Where? Huang Liang was taken aback and quickly replied, some underground experimental base, perhaps military. Geographically it might be in North America, but it's also possible that we are not on the same timeline. The technology here is beyond what any country can achieve. Unable to determine the exact coordinates, he couldn't ascertain the time either. After finishing, Huang Liang fixed his gaze on Ye Lin's eyes. He didn't understand why Ye Lin shifted the topic. Contrary to his expectations, after listening, Ye Lin's expression became extremely complex, as if the answer was something even he couldn't accept. No, we are not underground, nor are we on Earth. We are on Venus. To be precise, we are within the atmosphere 70 to 95 kilometers above the surface of Venus. What? The crowd was taken aback. Both Huang Liang and Hejan looked at him as if he were insane. Ye Lin, what are you talking about? This is clearly an underground base. How could it possibly be in the sky? They couldn't comprehend every word Ye Lin said. If he had said they were in another parallel world, they could have understood. But how could this be Venus, or even in the atmosphere? Unable to imagine themselves in the high altitude of Venus akin to hell, even Hejan couldn't accept it. Having anticipated the crowd's reaction, Ye Lin remained calm and quickly spoke, surprised. Right. After I thought of this, I couldn't believe it either, but the fact is indeed so. If you want evidence, I can provide it. Sulfuric acid, low temperatures, sudden vacuum, pyramidal structure, oxygen supply system, and rotating rooms. First point, sulfuric acid. At first I thought sulfuric acid was used to defend against anomalies, but there wasn't any on Huang Liang's side. However, the atmosphere of Venus is composed of 7,598 sulfuric acid solution. Of course, this is a bit far-fetched and not enough to prove anything. The second point, low temperatures. Similarly, I initially thought the password lock would freeze fingers, that it was a deliberate design by the system to increase difficulty. Coincidentally, the temperature at around 80 kilometers above Venus is precisely about minus 76 degrees. And the vacuum that appeared after the door opened resembled the imbalance caused by a broken airlock. Air pressure. In the corner, Hu Jia suddenly stood up, eyes wide with horror. He didn't intend to interrupt Ye Lin, but this was something he had also pondered. The last one to enter saw how the vacuum appeared. He had thought it might be some physical phenomenon, but hadn't thought deeply about it. After Ye Lin mentioned it, he felt enlightened, instantly understanding. Right? I felt that way too. All the sulfuric acid, no, even the air was sucked away. Meanwhile, Hejan's face turned pale as he recalled the ice-covered door. What else? Huang Liang frowned, signaling Ye Lin to continue. Unlike Hejan and the others who experienced these phenomena, he had not seen those things. The third point, the pyramidal structure. If we were indeed underground, the base should be an inverted triangle. Wider at the top and narrower at the bottom to minimize pressure. According to symmetrical structure, the scenes on the same level should be identical. But clearly the upper space is not that large. In order to separate us, the system could only allow you to appear on the next level. If the base were on Venus, the situation would be completely reversed. The dense atmosphere of Venus means as long as the bottom is large enough, the base can float like a ship on the surface. Fourth point, the oxygen supply system. The air here is very murky. At first I thought it was because the power was completely cut off, causing the ventilation system to malfunction. But whether it was the weapons depot or the dormitory area, the power was operating normally. That means the oxygen here simply isn't being replenished. Fifth point, the rotating rooms. Ye Lin paused here. The reason was simple. This point didn't require explanation, as Huang Liang, who had received professional training, had definitely seen similar things. Gravity devices. Centrifuges. Those rotating rooms are for simulating gravity. Huang Liang's face changed dramatically as his chest rapidly rose and fell. There was no need for Ye Lin to continue. He even understood why Ye Lin was so concerned about a drop of water. The speed of the water drop would slow down because the gravity on Venus is only 90 of that on Earth. The rotational speed here is not fast, and the gravity it provides only raises it to about 95. The additional gravity only applies to Venus. On Venus, they were actually on this hellish planet. Huang Liang stiffly turned his head. At that moment he felt as if he could see through the walls, seeing the outside world. It was a thick oppressive yellow with dense sulfuric acid clouds endlessly rolling in the atmosphere. Blue and white lightning spanned across the sky, vaporizing the acid sea. The acid rain that had lasted for billions of years obscured the entire world, yet could not extinguish the fire on the ground. So what should we do? Unable to describe the shock in his heart at this moment, Huang Liang felt as if he were on a small boat about to capsize, as if he might be torn apart in the next second. He couldn't understand how Ye Lin thought of all this. At this moment, he truly realized what that document meant. Hasn't the answer already been told to you? Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Ye Lin exhaled lightly and pointed casually towards the door. Since we are on Venus, we only need to destroy the airlock here, and all anomalies will be sucked out and die in the sulfuric acid clouds. And those gods being stronger will not die immediately after being sucked out. The solution was incredibly simple, but for everyone it felt like a wake-up call. After a brief daze, Zhao Chang came to his senses, stuttering then. How do we survive? How do we break the air? Under the barrage of questions, he found it impossible to think. He could imagine that as the airlock broke, the pressure difference inside and outside would turn the entire base into a balloon with air being sucked out. Once sucked into the sulfuric acid clouds, those anomalies would die instantly. But what about them? What should they do, and how could they break the airlock? The base was vast, entirely made of alloy. Forcefully destroying it was impossible. They didn't even know where to find the airlock. Looking at the others, Ye Lin smiled his smile, somewhat self-deprecating. This is very simple, so simple that it's actually the same as the previous answer. Speaking of which, I should have thought of this long ago. Ye Lin suddenly picked up the halo on the table and held it in front of himself. Actually, from the beginning I was thinking about what those murals meant. I wondered if it hinted that we need to find a specific god or mimic a god. After all, among the given hints, that sentence was too obvious and genuinely useful. People have forgotten where the gods came from, but remember their appearances. But I thought it was too simple, and Hu Jia's judgment was also wrong. Using the halo was not right, so I gave up on that idea. But Ye Lin's gaze fell on the door, where the anomalies were frantically scratching at the door, screaming like demons. Maybe the answer is that simple. Seeing that the others still didn't understand, he simply picked up the glass on the ground, overlapping the halo, and glass, holding it in front of himself. Don't you think I look very much like someone right now? As the words fell, Huang Liang's pupils suddenly constricted. In an instant, he felt his hair stand on end, as if his scalp had exploded. In his eyes, Ye Lin, holding the halo and glass in front of his face, looked like he was wearing a glowing mask. Remembering the first mural he saw, recalling the box in that mural, his head buzzed, and he couldn't even stand steadily. He realized that he finally understood what the answer was. It seems you have already thought of it. Ye Lin nodded and set down the halo. The system clearly told us that there are gods here and provided 11 murals to show us what the gods look like. But those in the cryopods don't look like them, nor do the people in the base. Then who else could it be? As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. He asked and answered himself. It's a truly interesting story. In this world, or on this timeline, humanity landed on Venus at some point. To study how to survive on Venus or other random things, they conducted genetic experiments here. At the beginning of the base's construction, the conditions were very rudimentary, and they had to wear protective gear to conduct experiments. And the anomalies were the first batch of experimental subjects. Humans in spacesuits, as beings that mimic the Creator, have deeply engraved their appearances into the genes of the anomalies from the moment they were born. Fear, all regarded as gods. So, Ye Lin smiled. As long as we connect how to live, what to find, and how to eliminate the anomalies together, the answer will be evident. The gods are the astronauts. Find the spacesuits and open the airlock. Game over. The answer was so simple it was absurd. But upon careful thought, whether it was about killing the anomalies or surviving after the airlock was damaged, it seemed there was only this option. In the quietness, Hu Jia suddenly stood up from the corner, stuttering. But if that's the case, then why does that sentence? People have forgotten where the gods came from. If the gods are the astronauts, the people here couldn't possibly forget. The crowd was taken aback, all looking at Ye Lin, Hu Jia's question reminding them. This point seemed trivial, but logically there was indeed a flaw. Ye Lin fell into a brief silence before I really think this story is fascinating. Perhaps the people here haven't forgotten, it's us who have forgotten. From the moment humanity was born, we may have also seen them. It's just, we regarded them as gods. Ye Lin looked down at the drawing made with bullets beneath his feet. Christ, Buddha, Saints, Apollo. These gods originated from different civilizations existing in every corner. Yet people collectively drew halos behind their heads. Have we seen them? The crowd felt a jolt in their hearts, suddenly reminded of reality. Absurdity, unease, disbelief. But there was no time to think further. He Zheng swallowed hard, shook his head, and nervously asked Ye Lin, "Where are we going to find the spacesuit? And where?" "The maintenance room." Ye Lin replied, tersely, his words rushing forth. "The base is within the atmosphere, so there must be extravehicular operations, hence there will definitely be spacesuits there. Even if there aren't any, there would be similar protective suits. Likewise, the maintenance room should have an airlock exit likely located near Ku." Unlike before, Ye Lin was too indifferent to explain why. The sudden change in the system's mission indicated that the maintenance area wouldn't be too hard to find out, otherwise they would have perished long ago while being chased by so many monsters. And the only one outside was Ku. "You figured this out. Then we." He Zheng was overjoyed, almost wanting to go immediately. In the next moment, Ye Lin suddenly drew his gun, pointing it directly at Wang Yuanyang. Without giving the latter time to react, Ye Lin spoke coldly, "You have two choices right now. Either I incapacitate you and leave you here to wait for death, or you go to the hibernation area and activate the broadcast to draw the aberrants away from us." After saying this, Ye Lin unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whistled past Wang Yuanyang's ear, taking a large chunk of flesh with it. "Ow!" Wang Yuanyang screamed, clutching his ear as blood gushed through his fingers. Huang Liang was startled, and everyone was taken aback, not expecting Ye Lin to suddenly act with such aggression. At the same time, He Zheng, who had regained his senses, also drew his gun. Though he didn't know what Ye Lin intended, following along felt right. In an instant, tension filled the air, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Covering his ears, Wang Yuanyang rolled and crawled next to Huang Liang, screaming, as if he were being slaughtered. "Brother Huang, save me! Save me! This guy wants to kill me, he's taking revenge on me." Although the bullet merely grazed his ear, he had no doubt that if he dared to refuse, Ye Lin would genuinely take his life. This madman was clearly someone who would repay any slight. Just because he had doubted him a moment ago. "Ye Lin, Wang Yuanyang didn't mean it. You don't need to do this," Huang Liang urged urgently, trying to persuade Ye Lin to lower his gun. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lin raised his left wristwatch, glanced at it, and scoffed, "Revenge him? I'm not that childish. There are 15 seconds left. If we delay, I can't guarantee we'll make it in time. Someone must draw the aberrants away, otherwise we will all be dragged to death." Unfazed by Zhao Cheng's panicked aim at him, Ye Lin strode toward Wang Yuanyang, pressing the gun barrel against his thigh. "We go now. Once we reach the maintenance room, you will lure the monsters. You might not die. If you don't go, I'll find someone else, and you will definitely die." After saying this, Ye Lin turned to Zhao Cheng. "You have 10 seconds. If he doesn't go, it has to be you." As these words fell, Zhao Cheng trembled, suddenly realizing that Ye Lin was actually trying to divide them. But he didn't want to die either. Although he knew Wang Yuanyang, he wasn't willing to risk his life for him, especially since Ye Lin was right. Someone had to lead the aberrants away. "Yuanyang, you have to agree quickly. What he said is right. Actually, you won't die if you go. Maybe it will be safer later." Seeing Zhao Cheng scared into a complete turnaround, without any thought of resistance, Wang Yuanyang's face turned pale, and he felt utterly desperate. Out of 7, 5 had sided with Ye Lin. Even if Huang Liang was willing to help him, it would be futile. "Brother Huang." With a pleading gaze, Wang Yuanyang looked at Huang Liang, clinging to his last hope. However, it was pointless. Before Huang Liang could step in, the next moment, Ye Lin coldly chuckled, directly dispelling Huang Liang's thoughts. "Do you think we can get through without encountering aberrants? You and He Zheng have the strongest combat abilities. If you don't go, the success rate drops by half. Of course, you could also be foolish and insist on replacing him. Then you have to consider whether I will leave a spacesuit for him." The problem was insolvable. Under a wave of threats, even Wang Yuanyang dared not plead any longer. Indeed, if he went to lure the aberrants, he might not necessarily die, but if Huang Liang dared to replace him, this madman would definitely kill him halfway. "Brother Huang, you should go with them. I'll go by myself." Stumbling to his feet, Wang Yuanyang took the ring and the grenade Huang Liang had handed him, climbing into the ventilation duct. Not daring to let Ye Lin see with his back to the crowd, Wang Yuanyang clenched his fists, filled with resentment, as he crawled inside. He dared not lure the monsters away, but as long as he could survive and return, he would make this little brat regret it in the next exam. The ventilation duct opened, and the team set off. Climbing ahead, Huang Liang glared angrily at Ye Lin, who was busy sending messages with his head down. At this moment, he finally understood what Ye Lin's words truly meant. "I need you to understand, and then completely trust me and do as I say. You did this on purpose, didn't you? The reason you analyzed so much is to make everyone else believe completely that they can't do without you, and then force Wang Yuanyang to his death." Looking at Zhao Cheng and Hu Jia, who dared not speak, Huang Liang took a deep breath, knowing that these people were all on Ye Lin's side. No one wanted to take risks. If Wang Yuanyang didn't go, they would have to go instead. Ye Lin, you really are too despicable. Ye Lin raised his head, looking at Huang Liang, who seemed ready to grab him, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a naive guy. So what if it is? Disregarding the overflowing sense of justice from Huang Liang, Ye Lin dove into the duct, quickly simulating the map between him and Enku in his mind. Indeed, he did it deliberately. But unlike Huang Liang's thoughts, he did it for revenge. If he didn't act, people would surely die, though at that point it might not just be Wang Yuanyang who died, but they could end up with only one person left. Like a game of chance, Ye Lin slowly closed his eyes, continuously simulating possibilities in his mind. He could only gamble now, betting that that thing was cautious enough and greedy enough. Enku, I need you to go out and confirm whether that monster has left. In the maintenance room, Enku struggled with a pained expression as she looked at the message sent by Ye Lin. After communication, she had already grasped Ye Lin's conclusion. Through the semicircular glass of the equipment room, she even caught a glimpse of a corner of the spacesuit. Turning to glance at the sealed equipment room, Enku took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she stood up. Now only the task of letting He Zheng and the others in to break the door and destroy the airlock remained before they could finish this exam. Though it was hard to imagine how a newcomer like Ye Lin thought of all this at this point, she didn't mind taking a risk. Give me 5 seconds. If it hasn't left, I will find a way to lure it away. Warning: the hibernation zone is under breach. Warning: the hibernation zone is being breached. Jump. In the ventilation duct, He Zheng led the way, leaping from the duct. Watching the few aberrants that turned around and rushed at him from the corner, he cursed under his breath, directly pulling out a triple-pointed knife and charging at the nearest aberrant. Not daring to fire, although Wang Yuanyang had activated the hibernation zone's broadcast, most monsters had been drawn away. But the gunfire was too loud. He didn't dare take any risks in the last stretch. Huang Liang, cover me. With a sliding dash as he approached the aberrant, He Zheng half-knelt on the ground, using his momentum to slide under the aberrant's feet. With the knife aimed to stab upward, he intended to pierce the aberrant's abdomen from below. This move was taught to him by Huang Liang. Besides the eyes, the lower abdomen seemed to be a weak point as well. Though he didn't know how to distinguish male from female, similar to fish, just one stab could cause significant damage. Good. Behind him, Huang Liang swiftly followed, gripping the military dagger as he joined He Zheng in attacking the aberrant. With a sickening squelch, the aberrant's eye exploded, and the long knife in his hand penetrated its brain. With their cooperation, the aberrant didn't even have time to emit a shrill scream before it fell to the ground heavily. Turning to look at Ye Lin, they saw the aberrant behind him had already reacted, and they had no time to turn back. Ye Lin smashed a tube of anesthetic, urging the two go. Don't look back. Bang. A white mist rose, and the aberrants rushing from behind were instantly paralyzed, collapsing to the ground with cries. Though it felt a bit wasteful given they were less than 100 meters from the maintenance area, it was worth it. No matter how skilled Huang Liang was, they could not instantly kill every aberrant, so they had to rush into the maintenance area before the god was attracted by the shrill cries. Hu Jia and the others jumped down in succession, looking at the maintenance sign. Not far away, the three followed behind, Ye Lin running frantically. Excited, nervous. Although they could only see the red alarm light above illuminating their path, they couldn't tell how many monsters lay ahead. But as long as they charged in, everything would be over. Enku, what's the situation over there? While running, Ye Lin raised his wristwatch to contact Enku. 5 seconds had long passed, but Enku had yet to reply. The only trouble now was the Buddha near the maintenance area. Unsure how far that monster had been lured away, it was still the greatest threat. It's okay. Meanwhile, outside the maintenance room, Enku gasped heavily, clutching her abdomen with her right hand. Dark red blood flowed continuously from the wound on her belly. Not bothering to drag the aberrant, which had been cleaved into the corner, she waved her hand weakly to signal that she was here. Hurry. The Buddha hasn't been lured away very far. As soon as her words fell, He Zheng's expression changed, and he ran for his life. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai, realizing the Buddha was nearby, also grabbed Hu Jia, running as if flying a kite. A few seconds later, the group rushed to the door, and seeing the injured Enku, Huang Liang instinctively wanted to help her. However, faced with his kindness, Enku only gritted her teeth and waved her hand, signaling that she could still hold on. Get in quickly, that monster is only a few hundred meters away from us. The Buddha moved slowly. Even with the broadcast attracting it, they were still only a few hundred meters away. That monster could attack with sound waves, and once discovered, even if they hid here, they wouldn't be safe. Don't waste any more time. Entering the outermost layer of the maintenance area, they immediately spotted the horizontal alloy door, which was the size of a garage. Looking at a corner of the spacesuit hanging on the wall inside the glass, everyone was excited and could not help but marvel at Ye Lin's judgment. But as they rushed to the door, He Zheng's expression turned ugly. As the core area, the power supply to the maintenance area was on, and on the door was the electronic lock he despised the most. Ye Lin, what do we do? Use the gun. The life-saving item was inside, but they couldn't open the door. Without speaking, Ye Lin quickly walked to the door and placed his palm against the glass. In the next second, he reached out to Huang Liang asking for a grenade. Inside is a pressure chamber. To cope with internal and external pressure, this kind of glass is specially customized, and it can't be broken with a gun. However, before Ye Lin could get the grenade, Huang Liang suddenly tightened his grip and seemed to remember something, urgently asking, wait. If we blow it open with the grenade, then what about Wang Yuanyang? He hasn't arrived yet. According to the plan, after Wang Yuanyang activated the hibernation zone alarm, they needed to set a delayed alarm here. If we blow it open with the grenade, then what about Wang Yuanyang? He hasn't arrived yet. According to the plan, after Wang Yuanyang activated the hibernation zone alarm, they needed to... Do you have any other way? If we delay any longer, we will all die. You're lying to him. So from the beginning, you never intended for him to come back alive. Huang Liang glared angrily. He had thought Ye Lin was just sending Wang Yuanyang to take a risk, but he never expected that Ye Lin had been deceiving him from the start. So what if it is? Ye Lin admitted directly, his gaze shifting to signal He Zheng to snatch the grenade away. He didn't care whether Wang Yuanyang lived or died. He was only concerned about the final outcome. If Wang Yuanyang died, he could lock onto the remaining targets. If Wang Yuanyang didn't die, he might understand what the real danger was. To survive, they had to do this. He Zheng. A sharp shout. Behind Huang Liang, He Zheng, instructed by Ye Lin, suddenly struck Huang Liang with a hand chop. Taking advantage of his distraction, Ye Lin snatched the grenade, pulling the pin. Run. Boom. The explosion sound was deafening, and the dense shrapnel struck the metal door, leaving shallow dents. Although it couldn't damage the alloy door, fortunately the special glass above shattered somewhat in the explosion. As long as one reached inside, they could twist the mechanical handle from within. Forced away by Zhang Tai, watching Ye Lin rush into the equipment room, Huang Liang's eyes bulged with rage. He didn't dare imagine how desperate Wang Yuanyang, who was still hiding in the hibernation zone, would feel once the airlock was opened. But before he could shake himself awake, Ye Lin, who was quickly donning the spacesuit, suddenly turned his head and tossed 2 pieces toward him. If you really want to save him, you can still do it. Don't forget, those monsters fear it. If you are fast enough, you might be able to get the suit on him before the oxygen leaks. Embracing the spacesuit, Huang Liang clenched his fists tightly. As he looked at the cold, even mocking eyes of Ye Lin, he felt a surge of anger igniting within him. On the surface, Ye Lin appeared harmless, yet fundamentally, he was akin to the scum he had encountered before. Cold-blooded at heart, treating human lives as trifles. He could not do nothing. He had to save Wang Yuanyang. Even if it seemed foolish, it was his duty as a soldier, and the bottom line of being a human. Watching Huang Liang's departing figure, Ye Lin chuckled derisively, and softly uttered 2 words, fool. Ignoring Ye Lin's mockery, Huang Liang ran ahead, without looking back. Behind him, Zhang Tai hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately giving up. While he wanted to save the person out of emotion, rationally speaking, having one more person wouldn't make a difference. If the extraterrestrial beings truly feared the spacesuits, then Huang Liang could bring them back himself. Moreover, it was Ye Lin who saved his life. Like a child who had done something wrong, he lowered his head and swept the shattered glass aside. If Huang Liang could bring someone back, at least they wouldn't be injured by the glass when rushing in. He Zheng wore an expression of indifference. He was not familiar with Wang Yuanyang, who held animosity towards them. Death was just death. If it wasn't him who would die. Beside Ye Lin, and Ku remained silent, but a glimmer of unease passed through her eyes. As if thinking of something, she couldn't help but glance at Ye Lin's profile. Was it intentional? Unlike everyone else, she did not believe Ye Lin was truly cold-blooded. If he wanted to kill Wang Yuanyang, there was no need to provide 2 sets of spacesuits. Moreover, Ye Lin's final mockery felt too deliberate. Testing. Perhaps those monsters might fear the spacesuits, but swaying back and forth in front of them is another matter. Ye Lin casually explained as he turned around. And Ku frowned. She couldn't discern the truth in Ye Lin's tone. She had thought of this as well, but it still felt more complicated. What do we do next? Hide, and then open the airlock. Or wait to see if Huang Liang can return. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes toward Ye Lin. Theoretically, once they donned the spacesuits, they would no longer fear the extraterrestrial beings. However, listening to the rapidly approaching shrieks from afar, the group still felt a bit tense. Especially since no one could guarantee that all the gods would be afraid. No, don't open the airlock, yet instead lure a batch of extraterrestrial beings and kill them one by one. With such a great opportunity, why not gain points? As soon as he finished speaking, He Zheng was taken aback. He never expected Ye Lin to be so audacious. Unlike the astonishment of the others, who Jia appeared somewhat fearful, lure them over to kill them. But what if it angers them? Even if the spacesuits were useful, that was merely theoretical. What if these monsters, when faced with the prospect of death, unleashed their ferocity to attack them? Would they not end up dead, without even understanding how they died? Thus testing is necessary. Ye Lin said quietly as he stepped into the maintenance room. As soon as he spoke, several people felt a jolt in their hearts. Before they could comprehend, Kes' expression changed slightly, as she quickly realized. So this is why you provoked Huang Liang. You were using him for testing? He Zhun asked, puzzled, looking at the two who seemed to be speaking in riddles. What testing? What do you mean? You're not being too greedy, are you, Ye Lin? We just need to survive and get out. Before he could finish, Ko let out a bitter laugh and interrupted him. He is not being greedy, rather he is being overly cautious. He intentionally provoked Huang Liang, so that Huang Liang would undoubtedly save Wang Yuanyang. Although he brought an extra spacesuit, Wang Yuanyang would inevitably attract extraterrestrial beings when trying to run over. Therefore Huang Liang would definitely shoot to save him. As long as Huang Liang does not die, it means we can safely gain points. A simple test, straightforward and extremely effective. After speaking, Ku felt a wave of shock within her heart, and her gaze towards Ye Lin grew even more complex. While these things seemed trivial, she only realized after grasping this point that Ye Lin had already planned everything after explaining the answer to them. One link leads to another. First he made everyone place their hopes in him, forcing Wang Yuanyang to take risks, then compelling Huang Liang to save him, ultimately testing whether they could gain points at the cost of their lives. If they could gain points, He Zhun and the others would only grow more convinced. If Ye Lin was willing to give up a bit of benefit at this point, then the entire team would be completely under his control. Kill, save, help, deceive, benefit. Under a series of maneuvers, she felt a chill run down her spine. Who exactly is this guy? Damn it. So that's how it is. Then Ye Lin, what if we can't gain points? Wouldn't Huang Liang and the others have died for nothing? Responding a bit slowly, He Zhun pondered for a few seconds before realizing. However, although he also wanted to gain points, if Huang Liang died, it would be a bit of a waste. That kid is a bit naive, but his strength is indeed commendable. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Ye Lin did not say that if he dies, he dies. He maintained a calm expression, answering a question with another. If I don't let him go, we might all die. Moreover, he is highly likely not to die, and will bring people back. Without explaining further, Ye Lin avoided the astonished gazes of the crowd, and directly walked toward the first airlock. Unnoticed, his fingertips turned pale, far from the ease he appeared to have. It seemed like the answer had been found, and he even had the mood to gain points. But only he knew that they were standing on the brink of death. Any slight misstep could lead to total defeat. Among us, how many are actually human? Did I really guess correctly? A fleeting image flashed in his mind, as Ye Lin sighed, softly suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, and his gaze gradually became resolute. At this point, he could only move forward regardless of the means. Get lost. Get the hell away from me. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. In the sleeping area, Wang Yuanyang shouted frantically, his assault rifle spraying bullets like water, targeting the approaching mutants. With half of his foot gnawed off, he could only limp forward desperately. Looking at his severed foot, hatred surged to the utmost in his heart. Pain, resentment, hatred. The alarm from Ye Lin's side had not sounded for a long time, and fearing abandonment, he had no choice but to crawl out of the ventilation duct. However, the mutants drawn to him were like flies sensing decay, giving him no chance to escape. If it weren't for Huang Liang handing him the light ring, he would have been dead long ago. Yet the light ring couldn't last long. Without a power supply, relying solely on the fluorescent glow was like a campfire in the forest that could be extinguished at any moment. Overwhelmed by extreme fear and resentment, Wang Yuanyang cursed Ye Lin fiercely for bringing him to this state. Ye Lin, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. He hadn't done anything wrong, he just got anxious. But that bastard actually wanted. What was even more infuriating was that Zhao Cheng was also afraid that self-righteous Huang Liang had truly abandoned him. Kata kata. The sound of an empty magazine suddenly echoed. Wang Yuanyang's curse halted, as if he had been choked, his heart filled with dread. Looking at the empty rifle in his hands, his face suddenly turned pale. In his overwhelming fear, he forgot to conserve bullets. Staring at the mutants around him roaring ready to pounce, he felt nothing but despair. Only one grenade remained. Even if it could kill a few mutants, it would be of no use. Not only that, the ground suddenly shook, and Wang Yuanyang turned in horror only to see a 6-meter-tall figure resembling a decayed corpse striding towards him. God. It's a god. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Huang Liang. Huang Liang. Come save me. Come save me. On the brink of a mental breakdown, Wang Yuanyang dragged his severed leg and hurriedly moved, using his rifle as a shovel, weakly striking at the advancing mutant. He shouted towards his watch again and again, yet at this moment, he could only pray for a miracle, for someone to save his life. 1 second, maybe 2. just as the closest mutant had opened its mouth to its limit ready to swallow him whole. Wang Yuanyang unwillingly closed his eyes. However, in the midst of despair, a miracle seemed to have truly occurred. Tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. A series of precise gunfire rang out, each shot bursting ahead, and in the distance a figure appeared. It was Huang Liang, clad in a spacesuit, charging over with all his might. Duck! Protect yourself! Entering a realm of no one's land under the fear of genes, the surrounding mutants shrieked and retreated. With no obstacles to hinder his full-speed run, Huang Liang reached him in just a few breaths. However, although the mutants dared not attack him, Wang Yuanyang had no protection. Amidst the shrill cries, the mutants, encircling from the other side, continued to leap towards the downed Wang Yuanyang. With his bullets exhausted, seeing the closest mutant pounce again onto Wang Yuanyang's head, Huang Liang unhesitatingly used his body as a meat shield, directly crashing onto him. Quick, put it on. With no time to remove the spacesuit on his back in his panic, Huang Liang hurriedly placed his helmet on Wang Yuanyang's head first. With a swift motion, he stabbed the incoming mutant, instantly bursting its eyeball. Uncertain if it was the overwhelming fear embedded in their genes, although neither of them was fully equipped, the mutants dared not launch another attack. Soon as both donned their spacesuits, the mutants, as if encountering their natural enemies, shrieked and jumped away. Breathing heavily, Wang Yuanyang laughed and cried. Having nearly been devoured, he had never felt life so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Brother Huang, if it weren't for you, I would have been killed by that beast. Having completely forgotten his earlier resentment towards Huang Liang, Wang Yuanyang tightly wrapped himself in the spacesuit, feeling incredibly safe. Though that little bastard was detestable, his judgment turned out to be correct. Brother Huang Wei. Before he could say anything, Huang Liang suddenly pulled him, signaling him to be quiet. In front of them, the figure resembling a swollen corpse was staring intently at them. Its massive, translucent white eyes remained motionless. It was as if it were trying to discern who they really were. Not daring to breathe, facing the god. At such close quarters, Wang Yuanyang trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, the spacesuit worked better than they had imagined. Seeing that the god did not attack them, Huang Liang took a deep breath and, holding his hand, intended to leave. Let's leave first. They might open the airlock at any moment. Wang Yuanyang was startled and hurriedly followed Huang Liang. As they ran past the god, he didn't dare to make eye contact for some reason, but he felt as if at the moment he passed by, that massive corpse had oddly scanned him with its murky eyes. Points can be scored now, they are coming. The alarm rang in sync, and as Ye Lin confirmed that Huang Liang had fired his gun, He Zheng's eyes lit up with excitement, licking his dry lips. A group of people stood in 2 rows, weapons in hand, as if welcoming guests. Open the door and shoot the dogs. He Zheng shouted, and in the next second Zhang Tai, responsible for opening the door, took a deep breath and swung the tightly shut door wide open. Outside the door, the mutants, attracted by the previous grenade explosion, had already filled the corridor. The mutants that should have shrieked and pounced suddenly fell silent as soon as the door opened. As if encountering their nemesis, they turned and tried to flee. Seeing that the mutants indeed feared them, even the huge Buddha in the back did not initiate an attack. He Zheng was overjoyed. The military knife in his hand stabbed fiercely into the nearest mutant's eyeball. Ding, candidate He Zheng no. D6 3311 completed the kill, gaining 0.5 points. Hearing the system prompt, He Zheng was so excited he almost jumped up. He had never thought he could score points one day. Although he had points deducted for participating in many rounds, even a tiny mosquito is still meat. With so many mutants, he couldn't even imagine how many things he could exchange for once he got back. But while he was excited after taking down 2 mutants, He Zheng gave up his position, signaling Ye Lin to hurry up and kill a few. He needed points, but without Ye Lin he would have been dead long ago. He could differentiate between what was more important. However, to his surprise, Ye Lin shook his head and did not intend to take action. Ye Lin. He Zheng was taken aback. Zhang Tai, who had just killed a mutant, also hurriedly stopped, mistakenly thinking they had made a mistake. Seeing that the others dared not kill, Ye Lin softly explained. There are only a dozen mutants in total, killing them wouldn't yield much. After we destroy the airlock, as long as this place is destroyed, I can at least get 100 points. Moreover, perhaps even the god has score rewards. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. However, while they were envious, they were still somewhat grateful. Even the smallest points were still points, especially for He Zheng. He had seen too many people fight to the death for a mere reward. Hu Jia, you should kill a couple too. I waste my kills, help me exchange for something when we get back. In a great mood, He Zheng pulled Hu Jia in, signaling the latter hiding at the back to score a bit too. However, just as he handed over the knife, Hu Jia suddenly remembered something, looking at Ye Lin in terror. Ye Lin. Brother Lin. Do you want to completely destroy the airlock? You want to blow this place up? That's impossible. If the base structure is damaged, we will all die. Unlike He Zheng and the others who couldn't understand Ye Lin's meaning as a science student, he was well aware of the consequences of completely destroying the airlock. Temporarily opening the airlock would only consume some oxygen in the base and inadvertently draw away the mutants. But once the airlock was destroyed with the air completely evacuated, the entire base would collapse into an iron ball due to the pressure difference inside and out. At that time, they would also die together. If we don't completely destroy it, we won't be able to clear the base. Don't forget the mutants might be hiding in the ventilation ducts. Aren't the mutants afraid of us? There's no time limit. Hu Jia's expression froze as he realized that their safety time was not infinite. As soon as they took off these clothes, the monsters would rush at them wildly and tear them to shreds. Then, Lin. Brother Lin, where do we hide? Once the airlock is open, the air here will be ejected at supersonic speeds, and if we're not careful, our spacesuits could be damaged. Moreover, I've thought it through. Even if we tie a rope and float outside, it would be useless. When the base collapses, a large number of debris will be generated, making it even more dangerous for us to float outside. Hiding inside could lead to death, and being outside is extremely risky as well. Hu Jia mustered his courage and stammered out his concerns. Although he was very afraid that Ye Lin would be angry for pointing this out, he didn't dare to remain silent regarding life and death. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. At the door, He Zheng, who had originally fantasized about continuously gaining points, turned around and glared. The others also stopped their actions, looking at Ye Lin. They had thought they were completely safe. But after Hu Jia asked, they realized that things were far from simple. However, contrary to Hu Jia's imagination that Ye Lin would panic, Ye Lin simply nodded after listening. It's simple as long as. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened as he suddenly drew his gun and aimed it at the mutants outside. Quick! Kill all these mutants. Bang! The gunshot rang out instantly, blowing the head off a mutant behind He Zheng. Covered in blood, He Zheng gaped in shock and instinctively wiped his face. What the hell? Even if they didn't have enough oxygen to keep gaining points, these mutants wouldn't resist, so there was no need to rush. Ye Lin, what happened? Before He Zheng could finish asking the next second, Ye Lin spoke urgently and directly threw the gun to Zhang Tai. If we don't kill them now, we won't have time later. They came early. Who? He Zheng hurriedly turned his head only to hear a series of hurried footsteps, and two figures appeared behind the mutants, struggling to run towards them. Be careful. There's a god that seems off. It's been following us. Huang Liang shouted urgently, as he helped Wang Yuanyang run, continuously glancing back. At the end of the corridor, a god holding a baby was striding towards them. On the baby's head, it was conspicuously wearing a bloody helmet. Although it didn't attack Huang Liang, as the baby suddenly opened its mouth, a piercing, ear-piercing scream swept across the scene. Ah! Blood oozed from their eardrums. As if directed, the mutants closest to it became agitated again, letting out shrill cries towards He Zheng's direction. Damn! Without needing Ye Lin to explain anything further, He Zheng's face changed drastically as he directly fired at the mutants that hadn't been controlled yet. He understood why. Although these mutants hadn't been completely controlled, yet it was obvious that if the monster baby kept screaming, it would inevitably lead to chaos. Bang bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out in a flurry, taking advantage of the surrounding mutants not reacting yet, and a few of them fought desperately to kill the monsters. In a moment of panic, Hu Jia, who didn't have a gun, even screamed and grabbed a screwdriver, madly stabbing at the nearest mutant. Ah! Hurry! Hurry! Brother Huang! Quick! The entire corridor was blocked, and looking at the mutants behind them commanded by the monster baby, it seemed like a malfunctioning machine rushing towards Huang Liang. Zhang Tai gritted his teeth and picked up an axe, planning to carve a bloody path for him. Hurry! Don't just shoot. Hurry the hell up and throw grenades. My foot is injured and I can't run fast. Looking at the mutants rushing up behind, Wang Yuanyang's heart was torn, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. You idiots. A bunch of idiots. He didn't understand what He Zheng and the others were hesitating about. If they didn't have time to shoot, then just throw grenades. He Zheng's face turned angry, wishing he could shoot Wang Yuanyang. Holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, they had already been killing fast enough. Throw grenades. This idiot never considered that if shrapnel tore the spacesuits, they would all be done for. Fortunately, the mutants blocking the door were less affected, and after the few of them managed to clear a bloody path, they hurriedly pulled the two inside. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut. Before everyone could catch their breath, the monster baby on the god seemed to be completely enraged, and its screams rang out again. Ah! The screams were piercing, instantly causing everyone's eardrums to bleed. Thud thud thud. Thud thud. Stimulated again, the mutants outside, now controlled, began to smash against the door like cannonballs. Damn! The door shook incessantly, and rotting flesh and blood almost covered the glass. He Zheng hurriedly steadied himself, his expression changing drastically as he looked at the mutants outside, who had gone berserk again. The controllability of the monster baby seemed to be related to distance. The mutants that hadn't been affected before were now also under its control. Ye Lin, what should we do? Should we open the airlock now? He Zheng asked urgently. Although the maintenance room's door was still relatively sturdy, the mutants could break through in no time. As long as the god under the monster baby got close, it would only take seconds. Not to mention, there was still that big-bellied Mithria outside. And who knows how many other gods. No. No way. We can't open the airlock. No. Hu Jia screamed, hurriedly spreading his hands to stop He Zheng from opening the airlock. We can't. If we open the airlock now, we will be sucked out. I calculated it. As long as we get sucked out, we will be blown away by the airflow for at least several kilometers. The base will collapse in at least 20 minutes, and our spacesuits definitely won't last that long. After finishing, Hu Jia gasped for breath, not caring whether anyone heard his words. Then what do you suggest we do? Facing He Zheng's questioning, the courage he had mustered disappeared in an instant. What to do? He didn't know what to do. He only managed to think of this point, everything else. Bang! The door suddenly caved in. Watching the dent that was nearly a person's height, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, realizing that it was the god outside starting to break in. However, without giving them time to react, the next second they heard a violent metal deformation sound, and the entire door was smashed open by a giant hand cracking a gap half a person wide. The mutants roared, trying to squeeze in, and the frantically scratching arms nearly grabbed Wang Yuanyang, who was closest. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Desperately trying to shake off the mutants, Wang Yuanyang rolled and crawled to the farthest corner from the door. Watching the others who stood still seemingly stunned, he couldn't help but curse in extreme fear. You bunch of idiots. You're going to get us killed. I'm going to die because of you. You've all been fooled by that kid. I might as well not come back at least. Shut the hell up. He Zheng kicked Wang Yuanyang, sending him flying. Ye Lin. He Zheng suddenly turned his head and shouted at Ye Lin. Holding on to his last hope, he didn't know if Ye Lin had thought of a solution, but he remembered that Ye Lin seemed to have left something unsaid earlier. Go. Open the airlock. No. Brother Lin. We will die. We will be sucked out. We want. It seemed that he had been waiting for this moment. Ye Lin pushed Hu Jiao aside and directly walked toward the airlock. Hu Jiao was frightened and covered his head, but unlike him and everyone else who imagined that the airlock would create a huge suction once opened. As the ceiling door opened, everyone instantly froze in place, their eyes filled with shock beyond measure. They saw that the second airlock space was extremely large, and a silver-white behemoth nearly 20 meters long was quietly parked in the center. Is that a spaceship? Go! Ye Lin shouted in a low voice, directly charging into the open cargo area at the rear of the spaceship. The interior space of the spaceship was vast, and standing below made a person feel as small as an ant. As Ye Lin pulled down the lever beside the hatch, the rear transport ramp slowly raised up, preparing to close. Hurry! Bang! The maintenance room's door was completely smashed open. Looking at the densely packed mutants shrieking behind them, the group couldn't care less about their shock and rushed in desperately. Although they didn't understand why Ye Lin knew there was a transport ship behind the airlock, they also realized that this spaceship could save their lives. Close it. Hurry and close it. Huang Liang, quickly throw a grenade. Do you have any medicine left? After rushing into the cargo area, He Zheng turned around and sprayed bullets at the pursuing mutants, urgently yelling at Huang Liang to hurry and throw a grenade. They couldn't let the mutants charge in with them, or they would all die here. I have some. Get down. Knowing they had to hold out until the hatch closed, Huang Liang let out a low growl and unhesitatingly took off the grenade from his chest, directly throwing it into the midst of the mutants. The last 2 vials of medicine also smashed in front of the hatch. Da-da-da-da. The fire snake spewed and bullets crazily shot towards the Mithria charging forward. Although they couldn't kill this monster, it was enough to just delay it for a few seconds. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the mutants hit by the shrapnel fell to the ground, shrieking like wheat. Combined with the anesthetic effect of the medicine, the charging big-bellied Mithria was actually blocked by the mutants. Before it could grab a mutant and smash it in anger with the sound of air pressure, the cargo hatch began to close completely. Having survived a disaster, the group lay on the cargo hold floor gasping for breath. They survived. They actually survived. Although they didn't know why Ye Lin knew there was a ship here, it was clear that this thing could save their lives. Ye Lin, what should we do next? After getting up from the ground, He Zheng was complete. This was so damn life-threatening. With one sudden change after another, his heart felt like a roller coaster with no time to catch his breath. He thought it was over, but unexpectedly another monster baby emerged. Break through the airlock and leave this place. Huh, can you pilot a ship? Before He Zheng could react, and Ku suddenly spoke, her eyes fixed on Ye Lin. What are you hiding from us? How do you know there's a ship here? Unlike the others who hadn't realized this point, yet upon finishing her words, Ku felt a strong sense of unease rising in her heart. While it was surprising to find there was a ship here, what truly made her uneasy was how Ye Lin knew this. It was as if he could predict the future, as if he had been waiting for the mutants to break through the door. She knew that the maintenance area was found by her, and she hadn't seen any signs of a spaceship here at all. Not to mention, if she wasn't certain that there was a spaceship behind the door, who would dare to open the airlock door like that? It's normal to have a ship in the maintenance area, Ye Lin said coldly, and then began to check the rifle in his hands. And Ku was stunned and didn't get a chance to ask further. The next second the ship began to shake violently. The group hurriedly turned to look at the monitoring screen inside the cabin, only to see that within just a few seconds a large number of mutants had surrounded them, and the two gods had even climbed onto the ship, violently pounding. After the monster baby climbed down from the god, its entire face pressed against one of the monitors, biting it like a wild beast. Warning! Warning! The ship is under attack. Please check for security risks immediately. Warning! Warning! The hull is under attack. Please check for safety risks immediately. The alarm sounded, and the red warning lights on the top of the cargo hold spun glaringly. Zhao Cheng was startled, and the violent shaking forced him to quickly grab the black strap above his head. Before he could say anything, on another angle of the monitor, a long, pale monster suddenly appeared not far away. Crouching down, bowing its body, as if preparing to sprint, the next second, that monster shot forward like lightning at an extremely high speed. Boom! As if hit by a heavy truck, the violent impact knocked the group to the ground. Watching the monster actually use its flesh and blood to smash the spaceship's door, and they were horrified. Boom! As if hit by a heavy truck, the violent impact knocked the group to the ground. Thud, 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 thud. It seemed that things always developed in the worst direction. Outside the hatch, the female corpse was frantically smashing its head against the hatch, while behind it, 4 distinctive gods roared into view. It was as if they were surrounded by evil spirits, and the next second they would tear the spaceship apart and drag them outside to eat them alive. Ye Lin, start the ship. Start the ship quickly. Not daring to wait any longer, He Zheng shouted as he turned around, but saw Ye Lin only coldly staring at the display screen, as if confirming something. As the ship shook violently again, he finally turned and rushed to the control room. He couldn't pilot the ship, but he knew that as long as the spaceship was activated, it would automatically head towards the designated coordinates. Rushing into the control room, Ye Lin directly pressed the central red button. Start spaceship. Hold on. Virum. With the spaceship activated with a single press, the tail of the ship lit up 3 blue indicator lights. Boom. The hull trembled, and in an instant a violent plasma burst erupted. The bright white flame flowed out, like an explosion, vaporizing the surrounding mutants. Under the immense brightness, it was as if a sun had risen in the airlock. The extreme light and heat overshadowed everything. The flame tail shot out directly, turning the god behind into char. With the immense thrust, the entire spaceship, like a silver sword, instantly crossed a distance of 1/2 kilometer, violently crashing against the last airtight door. Bang! The door was smashed open. The airlock was damaged. In 0.01 seconds, the air vaporized like boiling under the immense air pressure inside, and outside it sprayed outwards at supersonic speeds like a white ribbon. Caught in the supersonic airflow, the unprotected mutants and gods were also sucked outside, exploding in the atmosphere of Venus in a very short time, transforming into yellow-red mist. This brutal scene left everyone inside the spaceship utterly shocked. Even more shocking was the footage transmitted from the monitors above their heads. Endless clouds of sulfuric acid filled the entire field of vision, slowly swirling at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. The sun warped, resembling an elongated pancake, emanating an eerie red glow. The sky was a sickly yellow with dark brown sulfur bands stretching across thousands of kilometers in the clouds, tearing the heavens apart like fissures. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Oh, unlike the slender lightning on Earth, the entire cloud layer was illuminated by explosive blue and white sparks that erupted every few seconds. Inside the cargo hold, everyone was in a daze, as if in a dream. Is this Venus? Until this moment, they still couldn't believe they were on Venus, 150 million kilometers away from Earth. This was a forbidden zone of life comparable to the bottomless hell of myths. For a moment, an indescribable sense of shock filled everyone's hearts. However, compared to the shock of others, He Zheng was more concerned about when the exam would end. He carefully glanced at the monitor, and a few seconds later felt completely at ease, plopping down onto the ground. The air was being continuously siphoned away, and a massive amount of sulfuric acid clouds were rushing into the base under the influence of atmospheric pressure. The external pyramid structure had already deformed, as if a triangular paper shell had been crushed, beginning to disintegrate from the breach. Under the chain reaction, the entire base was like a giant wheel that had lost its balance, continually tipping and plunging downward. At the current speed, it might take less than 20 minutes for the base to be compressed into a lump of scrap metal under 10 times the atmospheric pressure of Earth when it fell to about 35 kilometers. The internal aberrations would be crushed into mush in a very short time. Cough cough. Congratulations you rookies for surviving. Although some trash managed to survive purely by luck is also a part of strength. Heejung laughed heartily, looking around at everyone. After calculating how many points he could ultimately get, he felt very good, unusually refraining from swearing. Although the system hadn't notified him that the exam was over, he knew he just had to wait a little longer. It's over. This damned exam has finally ended. With that remark, several people in the cargo hold exchanged excited glances, unable to resist fantasizing about what they could redeem when they returned. According to Heejung, as long as the score was sufficient, they could exchange for anything they wanted in the system. Hearing footsteps behind him, Heejung turned to see Ye Lin walking out from the cockpit. As if recalling something, he impatiently asked, "Ye Lin, did you kill those gods? How many points did you— Listen to me, don't redeem anything when we get back. Let's discuss it together, don't waste it." He couldn't help but envy how many points Ye Lin would get this time. He also feared that Ye Lin might not have much experience and would exchange for the wrong things. If all goes well, once they return to the system space, Ye Lin's strength would greatly increase, and that kid would truly become a pillar of support. His survival would depend entirely on Ye Lin. I count it as my kill, but not one I made with my own hands, just slightly higher than the aberrations, probably around 10 points. Let's not talk about that. Heejung, Zhangtai, Hu Jia, and Ku Yu 4 come over here first. Heejung was taken aback, and the other three whose names were called were also surprised, not understanding what Ye Lin intended to do. Ye Lin, what's wrong with you? Why are we going over there? Heejung asked in confusion, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart. Though he usually had a carefree disposition, he sensed that Ye Lin's expression seemed somewhat off, lacking any trace of relaxation. It was as if he was still on guard against something. Meanwhile, Huang Liang was equally astonished, with Wang Yuanyang instinctively hiding behind Huang Liang. Seeing Ye Lin remain silent, Heejung couldn't help but ask again. "No, Ye Lin, what's wrong with you? Are you still worried about something?" Mistaking Ye Lin for being too nervous, Heejung stepped forward and patted his shoulder, trying to reassure him. Although there had been some issues last time, this time was entirely different. They had already boarded the spaceship, and even if those monsters could fly, they shouldn't pose a threat to them. "It's nothing, I just feel like it's a bit too easy." Ye Lin spoke softly, and as soon as he finished speaking, both Heejung and Inka looked at him with incredulity. "Easy? What do you mean easy?" Heejung exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Ye Lin, I know you are cautious and think a lot, but it can't be any harder than this. Unless this thing blew up." Unable to understand what Ye Lin was thinking, he recalled how they had narrowly escaped death. If it hadn't been for their luck in finding the answers in the end, they would have died, without leaving a bone behind. If this is considered easy, then from now on, whenever Ye Lin says something is difficult, Heejung will immediately commit suicide to avoid suffering. It's been too smooth. Ye Lin neither agreed nor disagreed, but turned to Heejung. "Heejung, how many aberrations did we encounter for the first time?" "1. Heejung blurted out, confusion evident in his eyes. Ignoring the puzzled expressions of the others, Ye Lin nodded. "So how many did we actually hear? A few hundred? Or dozens? No, what are you trying to say? Is something wrong?" Without responding, Ye Lin pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Of course it's wrong. We should have encountered over 100 the first time. The aberrations were limited in their field of vision and couldn't find us, which was incorrect. From the back, every time the alarm rang, most of the aberrations should have been able to locate us. There might be some impact, but the effect is definitely not as significant as we previously speculated. The second time was 1, the third time was still 1, until the fourth time the aberrations appeared. Though the numbers were sufficient by then, we had already found weapons. This implies that the number of monsters appearing has been stuck at." Ye Lin and Ku suddenly interjected, having understood the underlying message of Ye Lin's words. "Are you suggesting that every encounter with the aberrations was deliberately arranged, kept within our tolerance range?" And Kes' gaze sharpened, but she quickly thought of a counterargument. "So you think it's too coincidental? You think it's too smooth? While it is a bit, that's also related to the route we chose, and we later took risks to lure the aberrations away. The aberrations in the laboratory were lured away by me. If I hadn't done that, they wouldn't have been able to enter." Ye Lin shook his head. "If it were just this, then it wouldn't matter. But what about those gods? Did those gods really pose a threat to us? Was it because we escaped quickly? And if it weren't for the ship to hide, we would have been wiped out long ago." "Oh right," and Huang Liang. Remembering the last scene, Heejung's expression darkened. If they had been a few seconds later, the last female corpse would have instantly killed them all. "A ship, eh? Good." Ye Lin looked at Nku. "Where is the ship in the maintenance area? How did you find it?" "It's because I accidentally stumbled upon it while escaping." "Wait a minute." Nku hadn't finished speaking when a wave of unease suddenly surged in her heart. know she would discover that it was the Methreya they encountered? It was because those monsters forced you there, right? You had no other choice. Ye Lin spoke coldly, accelerating his speech. Huang Liang, what about you? How did you discover that painting and realize that the light circle could repel the monsters? Without waiting for Huang Liang's expression to change, as he realized something, Ye Lin directly provided the answer. It's because you were forced into that room. And only that room just happened to have the painting and the items that could repel the monsters. Everyone paused, and Ye Lin looked at everyone, speaking slowly. Aren't you curious why I knew there would be a ship after the airtight chamber? It's simple. After those monsters rush and we either wait to die, or open the airlock and take a gamble. Which means regardless of the circumstances, we would find this ship. Not only that, but why did we go to the experimental area? It was because there were the corpses of researchers behind the door. Why did we awaken Morrigan? It was because we saw the 11th painting. One coincidence counts as coincidence, two count as good luck, but what about 3, 4, 5? Without saying more, Ye Lin's gaze turned icy, his mental state stretched to the limit. From the moment they encountered the first aberration, it felt as if invisible hands were forcing them to this point. And when that drop of water fell after his logic was completely sealed, Ye Lin instantly realized what the true danger of this exam was. Everyone's hearts jolted, their faces changing dramatically. When everything connected, even if their reactions were slow, they realized something was wrong. Ye Lin, what did you discover? Are you saying that someone? Before He Zheng could finish his astonished words, Ye Lin raised his hand to interrupt. Not someone, but a god. He Zheng, do you still remember the painting of the death angel we saw? Her time of death was later than all the corpses, which means that painting couldn't have been left by a human, but only by a creature with extremely high intelligence. I've been thinking, what does it want to do? First luring us to the sleep area, then chasing and coup into the maintenance area, ultimately forcing us to open the airlock. The answer is only one: that monster needs us to board the ship. It needs us to escape from here. The cabin fell silent in an instant. After hearing this, Hu Jia's face turned pale and images of the sleep area flashed through his mind. Board the ship. He realized how Ye Lin was able to pilot the ship. Just like how he awoke that monster, this transport ship also needed to verify identities. Without waiting for the others to react, Ye Lin unhesitatingly aimed his gun at Huang Liang and the others, barking, "He Zheng, kill them. That monster is among them." Everyone's faces changed dramatically, and upon hearing that Ye Lin wanted to kill them, Wang Yuanyang was terrified to the extreme. No, we're not. I'm not a monster. Don't listen to his nonsense. How could we be monsters? Looking at the gun aimed at him by Ye Lin, Wang Yuanyang immediately rolled and crawled behind Huang Liang for Zhao Cheng beside him was also horrified. He wanted to explain something, but under extreme fear, he couldn't utter a single word. Ye Lin, He Zheng and Huang Liang both spoke simultaneously, looking at him in disbelief. For Huang Liang, although he understood what Ye Lin was saying, he was certain he was absolutely not a monster. And for He Zheng, he also couldn't believe Huang Liang would be a monster after all Huang Liang had saved them. As for the other two, he truly couldn't see through them. Ye Lin, are you mistaken about something? I believe what you're saying, but maybe that monster is hiding in. Don't believe him. He just wants to kill us. Points. Yes, points. He wants the points on us. It's all a lie. That little bastard is deceiving you. After killing us, he'll say you are the monsters. Wang Yuanyang shouted desperately, trying to convince everyone of his innocence. Perhaps this statement didn't work on He Zheng, but it had to be effective for Huang Liang. As expected, just as Wang Yuanyang had thought, Huang Liang didn't hesitate to shield the two behind him, directly confronting Ye Lin with his gun. Ye Lin, I don't care whether you believe it or not. I'm definitely not. And I'm sure those two are fine. If you doubt us, at least have a reason. He couldn't find any flaws in Ye Lin's argument, but he also didn't dare to easily believe him. For someone as ruthless as Ye Lin, a hardened criminal, it was perfectly normal to fabricate lies to kill for points. Especially since Ye Lin's primary target was Wang Yuanyang. No issues at all. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, coldly scoffing. You want a reason, huh? It's simple. Only you encountered the gods in the first round, and you were out of my sight. That thing wants to infiltrate. It must attach itself to someone who is alone. I asked Huang Liang to save you. If you died, it would be Huang Liang, and if you returned, it would be you. Since neither returned, you must be among us. Without further ado, Ye Lin opened his palm, revealing a silver pull ring. Do we need to continue this charade? In 1 minute, the grenade will destroy the control panel. Either we all die together, or puff. Before Huang Liang's pupils could constrict, the next second Wang Yuanyang, who had been hiding behind him, suddenly stiffened in place, his spacesuit inflating like a balloon, rapidly expanding. It was as if something was drilling out from within him, and a pale hand suddenly reached out from his mouth, as if taking over, bursting his body apart. Bang! His body exploded, and the forcibly ruptured corpse splattered like a crushed tomato against the cabin walls. In a very short time, an aberration covered in mucus appeared before everyone. Unlike other aberrations with elongated fish-like heads, standing only 2 meters tall, its head had extremely smooth lines resembling a cone, with snake-like eyes coldly scanning everyone. Roar! The aberration roared, and the next second it swept its massive hand, instantly smashing Zhao Cheng against the cabin wall. Boom! The monster's legs exerted tremendous force, shooting toward Ye Lin at an imperceptible speed. Anger violence. That cold snake-like gaze locked onto Ye Lin as its first target. Open fire. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted like a curtain. Watching the aberration charge toward him, Ye Lin remained extraordinarily calm, firing bullets before directly diving down and charging toward the monster. This thing was indeed on the ship. From the moment he confirmed the answer, he had prepared for the god to appear. He admitted that sending Huang Liang to save someone was also giving the monster an opportunity. Only in this way would the opponent remain hidden, allowing them to board the ship safely. The difficulty for 14 people with a reward exceeding 150 points required him to risk everything for a glimmer of hope to survive. He didn't know if he could do it, but he could only and must take a gamble. Bang, bang, bang. Blood blossoms erupted from the body of the aberration in midair. However, unlike ordinary aberrations, this one possessed strong defenses. Bullets of a large caliber capable of shattering skulls merely slowed its speed slightly, causing no fatal damage. For Ye Lin, he only needed to buy this little time. Sliding close to the ground, he heard a swish, as the claw of the aberration missed him, merely grazing his face, coming within less than 0.1 centimeters of his eyeball. It was a narrow escape. In the blink of an eye, Ye Lin appeared behind it. Huang Liang. Stop it. Give me 10 seconds. With a fierce shout, Ye Lin flipped over and stood up, then rushed towards the tail of the cabin. Awakening from a deep slumber, looking at the enraged aberration turning to roar at Ye Lin, Huang Liang's face changed drastically, instinctively pulling the trigger. Just moments ago, he had been in conflict with Ye Lin, yet now Ye Lin was asking him to stop the aberration. But he also knew that if this monster did not die, they would inevitably perish. It was only a matter of time. Rat! Rat! Both guns fired simultaneously. He Zheng roared as he shot at such close range. It was as if he were wielding a heavy machine gun, needing no aim, pouring all his bullets in a single rush. With a pincer attack, the continuous bursts of blood mingled with gunfire, causing the aberration to tremble incessantly. Yet all of it was meaningless. Every bullet that entered the aberration's body seemed to vanish without a trace. In no time, the wounds on the aberration swiftly healed, spitting the bullets out. Click, click. A few seconds later, the sound of an empty chamber echoed like a death knell. He Zheng's finger remained on the trigger, his mind blank. He had anticipated this monster would be terrifying, but he never imagined that even after exhausting all their ammunition, this aberration remained unscathed. Despair had no time to rise. The aberration suddenly turned, and in the next second a large slimy hand loomed larger in He Zheng's eyes. Bang! It was like being hit by a heavy truck. With a casual strike, He Zheng was slammed against the wall like a ragdoll. Under the immense impact, his helmet shattered and his right eyeball was instantly crushed out due to the force, half of his face appearing as if it had been torn open, revealing the rotting muscle tissue inside. His spine shattered. With just one hit, he completely lost his combat effectiveness. Watching He Zheng, who was uncertain of life or death, in Kes' face turned pale to the extreme. So fast. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment this aberration appeared, they had been plunged into a dire situation in less than 3 seconds. She hadn't even had time to hesitate about whether to reveal her strength. But it no longer mattered. Even if she were a bit stronger than He Zheng, she could not possibly be a match for this monster. Even fighting for survival would only buy them another 2 seconds. It was only at this moment that she fully realized what Ye Lin had been on guard against. Huang Liang. Hold it off. Everyone tighten the straps. Suddenly at the tail of the cabin, Ye Lin shouted anxiously, and Enku instinctively looked over to see Ye Lin frantically securing the safety straps on the wall tightly around himself. What is this? Enku was suddenly startled, while Huang Liang seemed to have realized, as well as whole body shaking. They both realized that Ye Lin intended to open the cabin door to suck this monster out. But even if Huang Liang could hold the monster back, he would be sucked out with it. Roar! The aberration roared, instantly aware of this. In the next second, it abandoned all of them and charged towards Ye Lin at full speed. With no time to struggle or think, Huang Liang yelled and threw away his gun, pouncing forward. Does it need him to die? No problem, he could accept that. From the moment he accepted this mission, he had been prepared to sacrifice himself. Moreover, in a sense, he had always suspected Ye Lin, so it was only natural for Ye Lin to send him to his. Ye Lin. I'll hold it off. But you must. Banged. No time to say anything more as Huang Liang lunged forward and collided with the aberration. It was as if flesh met a truck. His chest caved in, and he uncontrollably coughed up a mouthful of blood. The aberration was stunned. Looking down at Huang Liang, who was clinging to it desperately, it instinctively wanted to shake this little bug off, yet it was surprised to find that even after tearing off one of its arms, this damned bug still clung on with all its might. In a fit of rage, it grabbed both ends of Huang Liang's body, as if tearing a book, and ripped him apart at the waist. Rip! The sound of flesh tearing was sickening, and Huang Liang screamed in agony. In a blink, his upper and lower halves were violently ripped apart, his intestines spilling out like a waterfall of blood. The extreme pain caused him to faint. Watching such a brutal scene unfold, in K's face turned ashen. Even though Huang Liang had sacrificed his life, he had only managed to delay the monster for less than half a second. Who else is there? Who else can stop it? Who else is willing to die? Struggling and hesitating, she had never felt time so prolonged. Before she could grit her teeth and decide, she saw Zhang Tai rushing towards them, seemingly mad. Lin Gu, don't worry about us. Open the door now. Bang! Zhang Tai lunged forward, gripping the aberration's ankle tightly. He was scared too, but there was no one left. Too many had died. He didn't know who else would go, but if he also hesitated, perhaps everyone would die here. He wasn't smart, this was all he could think of. In a corner, Hu Jia curled up, sobbing uncontrollably. Unable to bear watching Zhang Tai, who had been the best to him, die before his eyes, he clutched the strap on his head, burying his face deep. It was as if he had gone mad. He wailed and cursed this damned exam. Why? Why did they have to die? Why were they sent in here to face despair time and again? Roar! The aberration was thoroughly enraged. Having been driven to the edge, it lost all patience. At this moment, it only intended to crush this bug beneath its foot, then gobble up the most damned bug. However, before it could angrily stomp down from the corner of its eye, it saw that Ye Lin seemed to have strapped himself up and, disregarding the lives of others, pressed the button to open the cabin. The aberration was furious, its long serpentine eyes filled with horror. Forgetting about the bug beneath its foot, it let out a roar and lunged at Ye Lin like a cannonball. Boom! The recoil was immense. Like a remnant shadow, it instantly appeared behind Ye Lin. Seeing Ye Lin's expression of utmost panic, it smiled cruelly. Not hesitating for a moment, it bit down on Ye Lin's arm that was still trying to press the button. Crunch! With a scream, Ye Lin's entire arm was bitten off. As if toying with him, it grasped Ye Lin's neck, pinning him hard against the wall. On that elongated face, sharp like a spear, a mocking expression appeared. Damn it, you. The voice was deep, like a synthetic metallic tone. Its eyes were filled with derision. Although this bug had seen through its plan in the face of absolute power, it was merely hastening its own death. The grenade would explode in 50 seconds, not to mention whether that grenade could destroy the control panel. Even if it posed a threat, there was enough time left to kill everyone. It had initially planned to wait until the last minute, but now it seemed that the game was ending early. The cabin was silent, with only the remaining 3 people gazing at the captured Ye Lin, their eyes filled with despair. They were still a step too late. Even if they were still alive, no one could open the door before this monster. And Ke suddenly felt a pang of regret, regretting why she had hesitated for a second. If it weren't for the fact that what she carried was too important, so important that she was terrified of revealing herself, she wouldn't have hesitated at all. Although no matter what choice she made, the outcome would have been the same. Was it really impossible to survive the punishment exam? As long as she could survive this round, she could rely on it to find that answer. And Ke clenched her fist, her face filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, just as she was about to dash out, Ye Lin, who was pinned against the wall, spoke in a hoarse voice. Idiot! Does my hand taste good? The aberration suddenly paused, its elongated, slitted pupils instinctively looking towards Ye Lin's left hand, which he was struggling to extend. In his palm, there was a grenade's pull ring. Dummy! How could I possibly destroy the control panel? Boom! Flesh and blood exploded everywhere. Despite the aberration's strong, self-healing abilities, facing a high-explosive grenade detonated from within, it could only burst apart, like a popped balloon, instantly reducing to a pile of minced meat. The stench and sticky bits of flesh splattered everywhere. Thud! With a sound, Ye Lin fell from the wall to the ground. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, weakly smiling at the two. What are you staring at? Come help me up. Ding! Candidate Ye Lin has killed the special aberration Elise, earning a reward of 90 points. Ding! Candidate Ye Lin has completed the hidden task, achieving 21 progress. Please check the rewards and details after returning. A few seconds later, Ye Lin sat on the ground, looking down at the refreshed information on his wristwatch. What a high reward. Ye Lin was astonished. He quickly realized that the system could provide such rewards not just due to difficulty, but likely because of the hidden task. He wondered what kind of question was so perverse that 21 progress could yield 90 points. If he maxed it out, wouldn't he accumulate 1,200 points in just 2 rounds? What a pity. Sitting beside Ye Lin and Ku sighed, looking at the corpses of He Zheng and Huang Liang on the ground, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Perhaps if they had held on a little longer, both would have survived. But she was merely a bystander and couldn't feel any strong emotions. Since entering the death exam, she had long become accustomed to the deaths of comrades. Ye Lin remained silent, not speaking, while Hu Jia sobbed softly. Zhang Tai, standing nearby, had red eyes. He wanted to put Huang Liang's intestines back into his body, but didn't know how. Although Huang Liang hadn't gotten along with him, he truly was a good helper. He Zheng may not have been very smart, but he was willing to fight. He didn't know how long it would be until the base was completely destroyed, but by his estimation, it would be at most 1 or 2 minutes. He had done his best, and at that moment he had to deceive the aberration. Ye Lin, how many points did you get in this round? Noticing the information flashing on Ye Lin's wristwatch, and Ku asked softly. Although she had seen that astonishing reward, she felt no jealousy. In the punishment exam, she couldn't earn any extra points, so for the next round the stronger Ye Lin was the better. Counting the aberrations and gods in the base, Ye Lin as a newcomer was likely to be strengthened to an astonishing degree before the next exam. Above 150 points, the system notified me that I exceeded the single round limit, so I'll have to wait until we return to know the exact reward. And before Ye Lin could finish, a system prompt suddenly rang continuously. Ding, the second round of the exam is over, all aberrations are dead. The system will issue reward points based on exam performance. Ding, due to changes in the second round exam questions, this round will not have a third round, and the system will automatically deduct basic points after it ends. Ding, teleportation begins, remaining stay time 10 seconds. Please prepare all candidates. Final number of survivors in this round 6. 13. Above 150 points. Though she had thought of Ye Lin earning an extremely high score upon confirmation, and Ku couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart. 150 points. Ye Lin, a newcomer, actually. Wait. 6 people. Glancing at the system prompt, and Ku suddenly froze. Including her Zhang Tai, Hu Jia, and Ye Lin, there were only 4 people in total. With no time to think further, and Ku seemed to remember something, and urgently reminded Ye Lin. Ye Lin, quick. Choose to go back now. Those 2 are still alive. Ye Lin was taken aback, looking at Huang Liang, who had been torn in half on the ground, and instantly realized. Still alive. Yes, if this were Earth, given their injuries, it would be nearly impossible for them to survive. But this was the death exam. He remembered He Zheng saying that as long as they returned to the death exam space, all injuries could be healed. Huang Liang had merely been torn in half. His heart had stopped beating, while He Zheng only had a broken spine, just a breath away from complete death. How do we go back? Take them with you. Even if it's just one head, it's fine. Then choose to return immediately. Return. A few seconds later, a flash of white light disappeared. As the 6 disappeared in the cargo hold apart from the scattered flesh, it was as if everything here had never. On Venus, 25 kilometers in the atmosphere, a gaze fixated on the white, gradually flying away from the acidic clouds. The white dip flew higher and higher until it reached space. If Ye Lin and the others were still on the ship, they would likely be shocked to discover that above Venus' near-Earth orbit, countless warships were crammed like dead corpses, filling the entire planet. In the cargo hold, the shredded meat writhed, and the navigation system mechanically pointed towards that blue planet. A humming sound echoed as a flash of white light disappeared, revealing 6 figures in a cold hall. To be precise, it was 5.5, as Huang Liang's upper body was colorless and his chest cavity was sunken. If it weren't for the system not indicating death, anyone would merely think it was a half corpse. Ye Lin glanced down at himself, unsure if it was due to the restriction on items from the exam, but he found that the only firearm remaining on him was the initial small pistol. Before he could think further, a system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding, serious injury detected in the examinee. The system will automatically activate the repair function. The repair function will deduct corresponding points according to the severity of the injury. Please select a repair mode: perfect repair or simple repair. Unlike the cold mechanical voice within the scene, the female voice in the death examination space was much softer. Perfect. Simple. Glancing at the half-corpse of Huang Liang on the ground, Ye Lin decisively chose perfect. Although he didn't know the difference in effects between the two, perfect sounded much more reliable than simple. Before Ye Lin could confirm, and Ku suddenly stopped him. Ye Lin, don't choose perfect. Choose simple. The perfect mode is too expensive. Simple repair can save them. If their points aren't enough, choosing perfect will result in negative points. At that time, they will be directly erased. As soon as she finished speaking, Hu Jia and Zhang Tai were taken aback. Ye Lin, however, expressionlessly gazed at her after selecting simple. And Kes' expression froze, instantly realizing she had misspoken. She opened her mouth, rapidly thinking of how to explain herself. In her panic, she even forgot she was playing a newcomer. No, she had already exposed herself on the way back. Who exactly are you? Ye Lin stood up, his severed hand rapidly regenerating. He turned to glance at the two bathed in white light, then directly drew his gun, pressing the muzzle against Enkes's forehead. The cold muzzle sent a jolt through Enkes's heart. Clearly Ye Lin hadn't undergone enhancement yet, and was just an ordinary person. Yet at that moment her heart raced. Fine, I admit I'm not a newcomer, but I have only experienced one exam. Enku took a deep breath, looking earnestly at Ye Lin. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Ye Lin scoffed, ruthlessly exposing her. One exam. You think I didn't notice the mutated creature at the entrance? Unknown, directly killing a mutated creature without a gun. Even if He Zheng is useless, you've survived at least 2 exams. You are the captain from the other side. No need to deny it, though I don't know the rules, but there was no reminder when people died on the Huangliang side. That means the 2 sides must be calculated separately. There can't be no captain. Who else could it be other than you? Moreover, you must be the strongest in the system evaluation, otherwise they had no reason to encounter the god in the first round. Enkes's breath caught as she realized Ye Lin had already noticed her. Damn. Facing Ye Lin's cold gaze, she knew he didn't believe her words at all. But that thing is too important. Enkes's gaze flickered as she took a deep breath. Alright. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to hide anything. However, I haven't just survived 2 exams, but 6 exams. As soon as the words fell, Hu Jia and Zhang Tai were so shocked they nearly jumped up. Even Ye Lin was momentarily stunned. 6 exams. You've survived 6 exams. In shock, Zhang Tai suddenly questioned Enku with bloodshot eyes. Then why didn't you help us? Thinking of those who died, tragically, he felt an overwhelming disgust towards Enku. He didn't know how strong someone who had survived 6 exams would be, but he could guess with his toes that if Enku had put in a bit of effort, they wouldn't have lost so many people. Enku fell silent, facing the enraged Zhang Tai, who looked like he wanted to punch her. She didn't attempt to defend herself. She could understand why Zhang Tai was so angry, even though she hadn't meant to. Zhang Tai. Ye Lin suddenly raised his hand, gently stopping Zhang Tai. Looking at the silent Enku, Ye Lin frowned, and said, You didn't take action because your strength is restricted or your power has vanished, right? Is it because of the system's punishment? Or for some other reason? No, I should ask, what did you encounter in the 7th? I guess you must have used some method, or paid a great price to barely survive. And Ye Lin lowered his head, leaning closer to Enkes's ear. What did you obtain? Otherwise there would be no need for you to be so afraid of exposing yourself. You are worried that we will covet it. Ye Lin finished speaking, and stood up, causing Enkes's pupils to suddenly constrict. She hadn't expected that by merely speaking one truth this man before her would directly guess her secret. No. I did indeed pay a great price to survive, but... Bang! Ye Lin fired without hesitation, the bullet instantly piercing Enkes's left leg. Off. Enku let out a muffled grunt, and before the others could react in shock, he aimed the gun at Enkes's other leg. Last chance, don't try to deceive me. You know what I want. Otherwise either I will shoot off your limbs one by one, turning you into a human stick, or you will do as I say. Just because teammates cannot kill each other doesn't mean I can't incapacitate you. Looking at Enkes's pained expression, Ye Lin seemed devoid of emotion, his gaze even colder. Of course you can also let the system heal you, but it depends on whether you heal faster, or I shoot faster. Ye Lin. Brother Lin. Zhang Tai's expression turned panicked, his earlier anger towards Enku instantly dissipating, replaced by fear of Ye Lin. Enku was indeed detestable, but he could understand. Yet seeing Ye Lin's reaction, it seemed he wanted to kill her, just because Enku had lied. How could this be? In his impression, Ye Lin was clearly a good person, kind-hearted, and had saved them more than once. Ignoring the panicking duo, Ye Lin coldly began to count down. In the first exam, he was just an ordinary person, naturally needing to appear kind to some extent. But upon returning, he no longer needed to act. 3, 2. I haven't. I really told you everything. Why? Keeping me alive is clearly more valuable. The rules I know are only more than He Zheng. Keeping me alive, wouldn't that be beneficial to you? Benefits. Value. Ye Lin sneered, his killing intent growing. Do you think him an idiot? The things you know may indeed be a bit more, but compared to the increased difficulty, it's negligible. If you hadn't been there in the last exam, the information we obtained wouldn't have been so chaotic. Moreover, the exam difficulty will be calculated by rounds. Keeping you means the difficulty will only increase next round. Enku had no strength left, but the difficulty she brought was very real. Although they passed the last exam smoothly and received a lot of rewards, Ye Lin was very clear that luck accounted for half of their survival. If it weren't for the god behind them wanting to utilize them, they would have been dead long ago. I want to increase the difficulty. I guarantee I haven't lied to you about this. Otherwise I would also die in the next round. This is something I can't possibly lie about. Enkes's face turned pale as she desperately explained. She had thought that revealing 6 exams would be enough to prove her value. But unexpectedly Ye Lin still had no intention of letting her off. Seeing Ye Lin seemingly losing patience, he decisively pressed the gun against her other leg, and Kes' heart hardened, and she shouted, "Wait." My chest was rapidly rising and falling. "Okay, he'll tell you. But you have to tell me first, how many rewards did you get in the last round?" As soon as the words fell, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. "You want to assess my strength after enhancement? It seems the things you know are far more important than I imagined." Ye Lin appeared to be in thought, and the next moment he directly put away his gun and pulled Nku up. The coldness on his face also vanished as if nothing had ever happened. "I still don't know how many rewards I got. However, we can take a look together." Supporting Nku, Ye Lin casually fixed her disheveled hair, then slowly leaned close to her ear whispering, "Don't get too clever, otherwise I will skin you alive." His tone was gentle, and looking at Ye Lin, who seemed to be full of concern for her, Nku felt her hair stand on end. If it weren't for the waves of pain radiating from her leg, she would have doubted whether she had just imagined it. This guy is simply a freak. Who the hell is he? Ye Lin. Behind the crowd in the white light, He Zheng, who had finished healing first, let out a muffled groan. After waking up, his consciousness was still a bit unclear. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the somewhat ambiguous pair in front of him, gaping in confusion. What was going on? How did he not die? And why, upon opening his eyes, did he see this kid flirting with a girl? Under the deep red whirlpool, He Zheng scratched the back of his head. First he glanced at Ye Lin, who was checking rewards, then turned to Huang Liang, who was still undergoing repair. "So are we back? Did we finish the exam? What's wrong with Huang Liang? And how did you all kill that?" Looking at Huang Liang's continuously growing lower half, he felt utterly confused, his memories halting at the moment he was sent flying by the mutated creature. "Brother," the system prompt changed the questions, so there was no third round. "After you all fainted, the mutated creatures all died. Then Brother Lin killed the mutated creatures. He used grenades to blow up that monster." Hu Jia explained softly, recounting the scene from that time. After listening, He Zheng's eyes widened, seemingly not expecting that Ye Lin had ultimately tricked the mutated creature into eating his own hand. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, he hurriedly checked how many points he had left. Not as lengthy as Ye Lin's reward information, He Zheng quickly scanned through it, and suddenly exclaimed, his eyes filled with excitement. "What the hell? How could there be 118 points? After deductions, I still have 53. Where did this hidden reward come from? How did I get so many as 30 points? Looking at the detailed rewards in the system, He Zheng was astonished to the point of almost jumping up. In the first round, he gained 4 points, and in the second round, according to contribution, it was 8 points. However, the system not only awarded him 11 points for participating in the kill, but also added a hidden 30 points. After deducting the 5 points for healing costs, he was left with 53. 53 points. He hadn't accumulated that much even in 3 rounds. Could it be that my performance this time was particularly remarkable, triggering a hidden reward? Cough cough. Brother, we all got hidden rewards. Hu Jia's expression was awkward as he tugged at He Zheng. After deducting 60 points, he returned with 26 points. In the previous round, he had no additional points. In fact, he only received 30 points in the second round, not even reaching 60 points. But the hidden question directly gave him 30, while assisting in a kill earned him 6 points. Damn. He Zheng cursed under his breath. If even Hu Jia could obtain so many, the others probably weren't far behind. Working hard was no match for good luck. Hu Jia had also hit a streak of bad luck. Wait, what about Ye Lin? Ye Lin, how many points did you get? Do those mutated creatures count as your kills? He Zheng asked hurriedly, fearing that if he could get 50, Ye Lin might be able to get 100. No, if those mutated creatures counted, wouldn't it mean? Yes, but because it doesn't count as a direct kill, the system deducts a portion. Counting 9 gods and 221 mutated creatures, it only gave me 72. 1. Ye Lin frowned. He was not only puzzled by the calculation method, but also by why there were only 9 gods. According to the murals and system prompts, there should have been 11 gods. Most of those monsters died due to the base's crash, and the system chose to settle everything uniformly. Thus he had no idea who had survived, or who had died only after they left. 72. 1. That's plenty. It seems that the 2 creatures killed by the propeller gave 20 points, and the remaining 6 in the base each gave 5 points. The mutated creatures gave 0. 1. He Zheng tried to calculate, but his math skills weren't great, and he was too lazy to figure it out. Normally, if you weren't a newcomer, you'd probably get nothing at all. Otherwise, exchanging for a nuclear bomb would allow you to earn tens of thousands on a battlefield scenario. He Zheng felt a bit regretful, but was also content. But if that's the case, you should have at least 40 points from the 2 rounds plus the previous 14 mutated creatures, and an additional 30 points from hidden rewards. Wouldn't that mean? Counting on his fingers, He Zheng suddenly froze, becoming stiff in place. Over 210 points. After deducting 60 points, you still have 150. Although he had expected it, when it was actually calculated, his mind buzzed. This number was something he had never did. 150 points were enough to enhance an ordinary person to superhuman status. Thinking of the things he could exchange for, his heart raced. Ye Lin shook his head and opened his total score. No, in the last round I got a total of 302. 1A, and after deducting the base there were still 242. After exceeding 150, the system prompted me that I surpassed the single-round limit, converting the excess points into one grade evaluation. What use is a grade evaluation? Is there any way to convert it back into points? Ye Lin put down his wristwatch, frowning slightly. A thing of unknown purpose had directly cost him 90 points. He Zheng stood frozen in place, shaking his head in confusion, unsure what this thing was useful for. His mind was filled with the number 302. Before he could recover, and Kess' eyes were filled with surprise as she urged, "It can be exchanged, but absolutely cannot be exchanged. A grade evaluation used to exchange for points would be a sheer waste." And Ku took a deep breath, not even feeling the pain in her leg anymore. Her eyes were filled with struggle as she said slowly, "Ye Lin, I know how to use it. Give me some time to think. I will directly find you later." After hearing this, Ye Lin's gaze sharpened. Looking at Nk's reaction, this thing seemed to be very important. Important enough that Nku no longer needed to assess him. After Nku finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the room on the left side of the hall. The entire hall was semicircular with 14 rooms distributed along the arc opposite the vortex. Nku chose the leftmost room. She's not a newcomer. Looking at Nku, who skillfully opened the door, He Zheng suddenly realized. Newcomers wouldn't know about evaluations like this, and even he as an old hand didn't know. Not to mention that the rooms here were quite special and newcomers wouldn't know how to use them. He good that. When you were treating her, did Nku mention that she actually survived 6 rounds? But all her strength has disappeared. Hu Jia and Zhang Tai exchanged glances behind him and briefly recounted the situation at that time. However, neither of them mentioned that Nku had almost been killed by Ye Lin, nor did they elaborate on the conversation details. Hu Jia was afraid of being retaliated by Ye Lin and guessed that Nku had a secret. Zhang Tai felt that revealing it would disrupt the team's feelings, and anyway the two seemed to have reconciled. Damn. No wonder the difficulty is so high. It's all her doing. Survived 6 rounds, and still has no strength left. Could it be that she bought a substitute? He Zheng was taken aback, cursing. He had long suspected that something was off with Nku, but he never expected her number of rounds to exceed his. A substitute? Is there something here that can spare you from death? Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, and Zhang Tai and Hu Jia looked at He Zheng in surprise. Seeing Ye Lin's confusion, He Zheng explained. Yes, but it's not exactly a death exemption, and the side effects are severe. That thing costs 200 each, and is used up once consumed. If you die during the exam, you can return to the first round and resurrect. However, all enhancements will be gone upon resurrection. He Zheng scoffed, clearly disdainful. If I had that many points, I definitely wouldn't buy it. Oh, what's the point of substituting once? You'd still be waiting to die. Speaking of which, that girl also encountered us. Oh, otherwise she would have definitely died in the last round. Ye Lin pondered after hearing this. He never expected the system even had such a thing. Its effects were extraordinary, but indeed it felt useless. With those 200 points, enhancing oneself might have prevented death. However, Nku should not have survived in that manner, otherwise she wouldn't have retained any strength. He Zheng, where is the exchange system? Without further thought, Ye Lin directly asked He Zheng. Compared to the issues surrounding Nku, he was more curious about what else the system had to offer. Especially, could he find that thing here? If he could find it. A strange light suddenly flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. The reason he was captured was to open that tomb and find that thing. A goal that he, or rather the organization behind him, was willing to pay any price to find. Mistakenly believing that Ye Lin was eager to enhance himself, He Zheng instinctively pointed to the deep red vortex not far away, but as soon as he pointed, he quickly pulled him back. Ye Lin, if you want to exchange, just reach your hand inside. Then a light screen will appear. But you'd better not exchange now. Otherwise what? He Zheng suddenly felt a bit awkward and rubbed his nose. It's like this, didn't I mention before that after returning to the death exam space we have 3 days to rest? But the system will give the next exam information early on the second night. It's one thing if your points are low, but exchanging wouldn't make much of a difference. But now that you have so many points, you can definitely target your exchange for the exam. And Ku knows how to use evaluations. You can also listen to her opinions. After all, she has survived so many rounds. After He Zheng finished speaking, he sighed deeply, his expression complex. The strongest combat power in the next round would be Ye Lin. To speak with selfishness, the more Ye Lin's abilities match the exam, the greater their hope of survival. He might dare to risk his life, but often relying solely on desperation was ineffective. What types are there? Ye Lin nodded, non-committal. It was normal for He Zheng to have selfish motives, but targeted exchanges would also benefit him. Many, but they can generally be divided into 5 types. Apocalypse, supernatural, paranormal, meme, and special events. We should face an apocalypse scenario, it's just that the exam range is relatively small, so we haven't encountered the outside. The first 2 are okay, whether encountering a bug tide or zombies, as long as one dares to fight there is hope for survival, and it doesn't require much brainpower. But the last 3 have no targeted exchanges, and you wouldn't even know how you died. Do you know why I don't buy guns? It's because in the last 3 scenarios hot weapons are completely useless. So I'm used to going in directly and using whatever I can find. Saying this, Heejun couldn't help but swallow hard. Paranormal. Meme. Special. Can't ghosts be killed? Ye Lin, puzzled, recalled that Heejun had indeed mentioned why he didn't buy guns. However, the paranormal events were understandable, the last 2. Exactly. In paranormal scenarios, when encountering ghosts, we can only flee. Physical attacks are basically useless. Unless we exchange for some talismans or peachwood swords, we might be able to struggle a bit. And memes and special events. Heejun smiled bitterly. You might want to ask Enku about those. I haven't encountered them before, I've just heard of them. I only know that the horror level of these 2 won't be any less than that of paranormal events. And it's even more troublesome, you can't even target them. Ye Lin nodded. Ghosts. If they really encounter such things during the exam, then even exchanging for a tank would be meaningless. So you mean to say we might encounter these 3 categories in the next exam? Not necessarily, but I'm just afraid of the worst. Moreover, since you scored so many points in this round, the difficulty will definitely increase. Whether it was good or bad, Heejun sighed, suddenly feeling a bit oppressed. Although he had unprecedentedly scored 50 points this time, he knew very well how cruel the system was. The stronger the strength, the higher the difficulty. The more rounds faced, the higher the probability of encountering the 3 major events. It was like being in a grindstone hell. Once they stopped, they would be ground to death. They could only keep running, surviving one day at a time. Enough about this, I'll take you to your own rooms first. Speaking of which, this is also the biggest benefit of staying here. Heejun suddenly changed the subject, pointing to the remaining 13 rooms with a mysterious smile. Each person chooses one, and once it's set you can't change it. So you all need to consider carefully what you really like. Zhang Tai and Hu Jia were taken aback, looking at Heejun's somewhat unserious smile, and for a moment curiosity arose. Standing in front of room number 8, Ye Lin's companions stood with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with shock. In the community, people came and went. There were office workers riding electric bikes and couples walking their dogs. The bustling noise made them almost believe they had returned to reality. Kilometers. In the community, people came and went. There were office workers riding electric bikes and couples walking their dogs. The bustling noise made them almost believe they had returned to reality. In the community, people came and went. There were office workers riding electric bikes and couples walking their dogs. The bustling noise made them. Someone even made a stadium and held a concert for himself. Every time we returned from an exam, it was so enjoyable. I loved racing in Old Wang's room. That guy was willing to spend money and bought a bunch of sports cars. And Zhao Ming, that guy loved to eat. He exchanged for a yacht. And during mealtimes we would go fishing at sea, enjoying a feast while feeling the sea breeze. The experience was incredibly delightful. Old Wang. Zhao Ming. Seeing Heejun's nostalgic expression, Zhang Tai couldn't help but ask curiously, so he go, where are they? Aren't they here? As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Jia hurriedly pulled him back, and Zhang Tai suddenly realized he might have said something wrong. Heejun's gaze froze and the smile on his face gradually faded. He was silent for a moment, but soon shrugged indifferently. They all died. Where else could they go? One was bitten to death by bugs, and another fell into molten steel and got cooked. The remaining few didn't have enough points and were killed by the system. Those guys asked me to pass messages to their parents when they died. What idiots, they didn't think about how I could survive for so long, let alone take them out. Heejun waved his hand, but glanced at the adjacent room. Forget about that. After you choose your rooms, just create the worlds you want. As long as the length, width, and height do not exceed 10 kilometers, any scene will do. Moreover, you can freely create characters. Any race or type is fine. After his words fell, the two instinctively exchanged glances, having never thought that the system had such a function. Any person can be created. So are these people all your creations? He go. What are you thinking? You can only create one person, the rest are rigid NPCs in the scene. I like liveliness, so I replicated my neighborhood 110. Look, that's my girlfriend. Heejun raised an eyebrow, and the 3 followed his finger to see a girl who looked somewhat ordinary and a bit plump running excitedly from one end of the street. Heejun changed from his previous mature facade, hurriedly wiped his face, and embraced the girl who came rushing in. Why did you take so long to come back? Did you go out to fight again? Are you crazy? If you fight with others again, I will twist your ears off. Smelling the faint scent of blood on Heejun, the girl looked a bit annoyed. As if oblivious to the 3 outside, she was both angry and anxious, checking Heejun's wounds from head to... No, didn't I say? I've been working for a boss recently, just keeping an eye on things for him. It's an easy job, and pays well. Enough about that. What do you want to eat? I'll take you out to eat. Hey, stop twisting, it hurts. Hugging the girl, He Zheng awkwardly turned his head. Ahem, this is my girlfriend Yang Xiao. She has been with me since I was in middle school. My parents didn't care about me, so I would stay at her house every day. It's almost like being married. Don't look at her like that now, and after so many years I'm not afraid of her at all. Hu Jia and Zhang Tai looked at each other with strange expressions. No matter how they looked at it, He Zheng seemed a bit like someone with bronchitis. Can she not see us, or hear us? Ye Lin asked softly, noticing that it seemed like two different worlds existed inside and outside the door. He Zheng was talking to them, but the girl showed no reaction. Yes, when you create characters you can choose what they can hear and know. You can even modify their memories, fixing them at a specific moment. He Zheng raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. Moreover, you can replicate your favorite celebrities or anime characters wanton. You can instill any memories in them, making them as obedient as you want. As long as they are not non-human, the system can create them. However, He Zheng's expression became serious as he glanced at the girl beside him. A friendly reminder: it's best to choose someone you want to see the most. This way at least you have someone in your heart to cling to, which can be a motivation to live on. Unlike his previous fiery temper, even though Yang Xiao couldn't hear him, He Zheng did not swear as much as before. Holding Yang Xiao, He Zheng turned to the three, his eyes shining. Alright, you guys go to your rooms, and remember, when creating characters you must think carefully. The first time is free, after that it will cost 50 points. Alright. You can also exchange for items in your room, which is like a private domain. No one can enter without permission. So you can store anything there. However, if you die, the room will refresh before the next exam. He Zheng waved his hand, eager to return to his private world. Watching He Zheng and the girl act affectionately, Ye Lin's gaze flickered. He didn't think He Zheng merely regarded the girl as a replica, but as a real person. It was clear that He Zheng regarded the girl as his motivation to survive. To live on it. Ye Lin fell silent. He couldn't think of who he would fight for. Perhaps it was only for himself. Lin Gu, shall we go to our rooms first? Hu Jia cautiously greeted Ye Lin, choosing room 14, while Zhang Tai picked room 11. Although Ye Lin might not be older than them, he didn't dare to call them by name directly, while Zhang Tai seemed strong, but he was actually the youngest among them, due to starting school early in northeast China. Okay. Ye Lin nodded, glancing back at the still healing Huang Liang, then chose room number 7. He wasn't sure if it was due to selecting the simple repair, but Huang Liang's body had not fully healed. However, it seemed to be healing quickly. Pressing his hand against the cold doorknob, Ye Lin hesitated slightly. Although according to He Zheng, he could transform the room into any appearance. For him, however, there was no place he particularly liked, and the person he wanted to see. Shaking his head, Ye Lin slowly pushed the door open, and with a thought the inside transformed into a small room. A simple iron bed and a table resembling a prison cell, without even a light. In the darkness, Ye Lin silently walked to the bed and sat down without a sound. He had no belongings he liked. If asked why he transformed it this way, it was probably because he had grown accustomed to it. He was an orphan adopted by the organization since childhood. This was the base. From the moment he could remember, high-intensity training and learning had permeated his entire life. Hundreds of peers like him were cultivated as tools. Training, eating, resting, selecting day after day. Newcomers joined every month, and the unqualified were buried underground. He didn't know what the organization was up to, or what those people wanted to obtain. He had once tried to gather information about the organization, but aside from knowing that it had existed for hundreds of years, and had astonishing wealth, he knew nothing else. It was as if they were ghosts hidden within various countries, all united by a secret. They seemed to be searching for a tomb, searching for an answer. Until the year he turned 18, when he was pushed into the operating room, and when he woke up he was told that the organization had found that tomb. As the only qualified person he could enter. The light screen unfolded vast and wide, like a cinema-grade projection filling the entire room. Upon the pristine system interface appeared 4 options. 1. Bloodline. 2. Equipment. 3. Consumables. 4. Basic enhancement. So this is the system's exchange interface. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and tapped the first option. The moment he did, an overwhelming torrent of information cascaded down the luminous screen like a thundering waterfall. Drank bloodline 10211138 entries. Required points 15. Merfolk, bloodline Jinin talent false spiritual root, low tier werewolf imp. A system prompt chimed. Staring at the densely packed list, Ye Lin felt his eyes blur with fatigue. The first page displayed 20 entries. Glancing at the pagination, 999, he opted to select one that appeared comparatively robust. The screen shifted. There stood a lifelike imp, small-horned, clutching a pitchfork, its barbed tail coiled. Bloodline name imp. Combat rank tier 0 soldier. Description: upon acquiring the imp bloodline you gain minor resistance to flame damage, modest enhancements to speed and strength, and may unleash 1 miniature fireball per day. Bloodline Ascension Path: Imp D Shadow Demon C Demon Lord B7 Demon Gods A Cain S Unknown Satan. System note: stick to stabbing people with your pitchfork. Don't waste time on that pathetic fireball. Ye Lin skimmed swiftly through the entry, momentarily startled by the system's oddly anthropomorphic commentary. An imp bloodline grants Tier 0 combat capability, equivalent to a rigorously trained soldier like He Zheng. With its unique abilities factored in, does it reach human physical limits, or even surpass them, attaining the peak of elite special forces? Just 15 points for such augmentation. Ye Lin was astonished. He'd assumed significant point investment would be necessary, yet these figures suggested points were far more valuable than anticipated. As for Bloodline Ascension, Ye Lin furrowed his brow, thinking rapidly. Cain S rank. Satan, unknown. An imp corresponded to peak human potential, a shadow demon transcended humanity, a demon lord belonged to legend, the 7 demon gods entered mythic echelons, and the higher tiers, Cain and Satan, exceeded even his conceptual grasp. Cain, progenitor of the vampiric bloodline, the primordial source of all vampires and lore. Satan, sovereign of hell, the ultimate being in biblical scripture, rivaling God himself. Judging by this data, the system truly possesses omnipotent capabilities, even granting access to bloodlines of such cosmic magnitude. He clicked the unknown option, determined to uncover what powers such conceptual entities wielded. The instant he did, a system alert blared. Examinee clearance insufficient. A rank and above content inaccessible. Current clearance rank. Cannot view. Ye Lin blinked, then swiftly realized clearance correlated directly with evaluation scores. Without high-tier evaluations, even exchange options remain locked. So this is why evaluations hold such value. Glancing at the system displayed clearance rank, he noted his earned evaluation had not yet been consumed. It appeared that once acquired evaluations automatically upgraded clearance. If so, skipping the crank list entirely, Ye Lin selected the highest tier accessible to him. A soft hum resonated, and the interface transformed once more, presenting far fewer options than rank bloodline 1089 entries. Required points 125. High-tier vampire cultivator arcane sorcerer masked armament Tyrant Gene. Names alone revealed rank bloodline superiority over rank. Observing the steep 125-point requirement, Ye Lin deduced the system's scaling logic. D rank 15 points. B rank 125. A 9-fold difference, implying each tier multiplies by 3. Extrapolating, A rank requires 375, S rank demands 1125. And unknown rank 3375. His heart sank as the calculation settled. The threshold to escape the death exam stood at 1200 points, nearly identical to the S rank cost. If not coincidence, then survival likely demanded ascending to such godlike tiers. Only deification permits departure. Is this the death exam's true purpose? Too little data existed to confirm. As for the 3375-point unknown tier, Ye Lin dismissed it outright. He wasn't even certain he'd survive the second exam. His current points seemed abundant, but after purchasing a rank bloodline they'd dwindled to near nothing. No evaluation prerequisite. Only sufficient points required. Uncertain of evaluation's full utility, Ye Lin suppressed his doubts and tapped the most enigmatic option, Cultivator. Bloodline name Cultivator. Combat rank Tier 2 Transcendent. Description: acquiring this bloodline completes foundation establishment and grants command over spiritual energy talismans and spirit artifacts. Ascension Path: body refinement D Chi refinement C foundation establishment B golden core A nascent soul S deification unknown. System note: even if you slaughter every teammate you still won't fill that wretched banner. This note proved even more acerbic than the imps, but the description hinted at divergent cultivation paths, each demanding distinct resources and yielding unique capabilities. After reviewing other bloodlines and options for roughly 10 minutes, Ye Lin massaged his temples, weary, but now possessing foundational understanding of the exchange function. From crank onward, exchanged items underwent qualitative transformation. If drank represented peak human potential, with conventional firearms as standard armaments, crank shattered biological limits entirely, conferring extraordinary abilities. Brank elevated users to superhuman status, unlocking Scytha-grade weaponry, electromagnetic rifles, gamma scalpels, and weapons of mass destruction. Their variety spanned every conceivable film, anime, and game universe. Every Brank bloodline proves formidable, whether Dragonborn or arcane sorcerer, capable of effortlessly eliminating aberrations. Recalling the Dragonborn specifications, Ye Lin couldn't help but feel awe. Even if he wouldn't choose it, each bloodline held undeniable allure. Take Dragonborn post-acquisition armor-piercing bullet resistance became innate, raw strength enabled bare-handed demolition of armored vehicles. Flight and Dragon Breath conferred comprehensive offense and defense. Virtually no discernible. The arcane sorcerer excelled in pure destructive output. A single arcane blast could obliterate a tank. At full power, it could annihilate an entire armored battalion within moments. By comparison, the fourth option, basic enhancement, is simplest and most desperate. 1 point upgrades 1 unit of physical attribute. Elevating an ordinary person to elite special forces level requires roughly 20 points. Reaching M-tier capability demands 30 points. Easy to acquire, any quantity purchasable, but low efficiency. Best suited only for those with negligible points. Ye Lin recalled Hezhong. No wonder he entered empty-handed. Desperate to survive, he'd likely spent every point reinforcing himself incrementally, without reserve. Half an hour later, a search function would be invaluable. Too many options existed, each promising enhancement inevitably eclipsed by superior alternatives mere pages later. Ye Lin sighed, preparing to close the exchange interface. Further browsing proved futile without knowing the next exam's nature. Suddenly a system alert rang out. Search function activated. Please explore freely. Ye Lin froze, staring dumbfounded at the newly appeared search bar. Damn, why didn't it appear earlier? Had I known this existed, I'd have spared myself endless page turning. Like the healing function, the system operated with rigid passivity, never revealing features unless explicitly prompted by user need. Scanning the new search options, Ye Lin's gaze locked onto information search. Within seconds, he hadn't anticipated it. Could this function retrieve any information, not merely item data? Could it be? Ye Lin's brow lifted. Without hesitation, he tapped information search. He couldn't verify his hypothesis, yet if correct, it meant he might finally uncover that answer here. 1 minute later, Ye Lin clenched his fists, pulse hammering. As he'd suspected, information search functioned like direct inquiry. Spend points, receive answers. Query complexity dictated cost, but information acquisition proved vastly cheaper than item exchange. Example: full hydrogen bomb procurement costs 1 point, while purchasing its specifications demands 200. For Hezhong and others, spending points on non-combat intelligence would seem wasteful. Yet for Ye Lin, that singular answer permeated his entire existence. If not for pursuing it, he'd never have been captured nor entered this realm. After a pause, his voice dropped, measured and heavy. System, I request information retrieval. In the real world, who lies entombed at latitude 312 in longitude 104E? The scene shifts rapidly as if searching through a vast sea of data. During the brief wait, Ye Lin breathes heavily, his eyes fixed on the ever-changing data, unmoving. He does not know who lies in the tomb, nor what is inside. From the moment he was born, he felt like a mere tool, and the only meaning of his existence has been to find that place. He has also been angry, struggled, felt unwilling, and resisted seeking an answer. Yet when faced with those masked superiors who resemble machines, he has always received nothing but 2 words. Truth. Whose truth? What truth? He did not know that just as he was about to open the tomb's door, the military suddenly appeared and surrounded him. Even when locked in prison, he remained unaware of what lay behind that door. However, perhaps the truth would soon be revealed. Ding, question retrieval successful, this time consumption 5. Do you confirm? Unlocking. Confirm. Ye Lin did not hesitate and paid directly. In the next moment, there was a buzzing sound. The text on the screen shifted rapidly, becoming clearer and gradually revealing itself. However, just as the information was about to be fully displayed, a sudden system prompt interrupted the display. Ding, query failed. This information level is a grade. Please query after upgrading to a grade. Permissions. The consumed points will be refunded automatically. The text cleared, leaving only a blank space. Watching the flashing system prompt, Ye Lin suddenly froze, his eyes filled with rage. What a joke. Clearly the system had retrieved the answer, yet it refused him access due to insufficient permissions. The grade information level was utterly absurd. A corpse that had been dead for who knows how long in the real world, yet its level was on par with the 7 demon gods. He was certain that it did not belong to any known significant figure. The tomb was quite small, located at the foot of a mountain village. Even emperors and high officials could not possess such high value. Just a piece of information, at most it would barely reach a grade. Unless merely knowing the name of the deceased held a value. No an importance equivalent to that of the 7 demon gods. Who on earth was he? Ye Lin stood rigidly in place. He had thought he was getting closer to the truth, but at this moment he felt like an ant that had stealthily crawled into a palace. Just 1 foot passing in front of him would be enough to crush him into a pulp. Knock knock. Suddenly a hesitant knocking sound echoed. It was in Kess's voice. Ye Lin, can I come in? Standing in the room, Enku looked somewhat astonished at Ye Lin, who sat silently on the bed. There was no light in the room. If not for the illumination of the system screen, she wouldn't even be able to see Ye Lin's face clearly. In the shadow, Ye Lin's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. Enku's heart tightened. It was the first time she had seen Ye Lin like this. Before she could say anything, Ye Lin suddenly raised his head. The evaluation is linked to permissions, right? How does one obtain a grade evaluation? Enku was taken aback and instinctively replied, Ye Lin, why are you asking this? The evaluation is indeed linked to permissions. Have you seen the grade exchange list? To obtain a grade evaluation, one needs to pass a special type of exam. No, it should be said that evaluations above grade can only be obtained this way. So, the grade you have in hand shouldn't normally appear in the first reward. After Enku finished speaking, she was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Ye Lin had suddenly asked this. Special type. Remembering the exam types mentioned by Hezheng, Ye Lin nodded, having to temporarily suppress. It seemed he wanted to enhance his permissions, and knowing the answer would have to wait for the appearance of the special exam to make plans. Did you bring the items? Not thinking further, Ye Lin extended his hand directly towards Enku. In the next moment, Enku hesitated slightly, then said earnestly, Ye Lin, I brought the items, but I think we can cooperate. You have a great evaluation, so the combat power you exchange will be quite strong. Therefore, I will also tell you, but... Enku tentatively threw out a bargaining chip, yet contrary to her expectations, Ye Lin seemed to suddenly lose interest, merely glancing at her coldly. Cooperate. You are not qualified to talk about cooperation with me. You just need to tell me what your so-called secret is, and I will consider whether it is useful to me. If not, you can leave. Ye Lin sneered, not caring about Enku's pale face. He indeed wanted to know the secret she held, but he could see that Enku still wanted to use that to threaten him. Enku clenched her fists tightly, looking at Ye Lin's disgustingly unpleasant face, her chest heaving rapidly. If not for having no choice, she would never stay here. Suppressing her anger, Enku tried to remain calm. She pulled out an envelope from her pocket and took a deep breath. Alright, I'll tell you directly. This letter I have contains the truth about the death exam. If we are lucky, we will know why all this happened and uncover the greatest secret of the death exam. After speaking, Enku looked directly at Ye Lin. Although she did not know why Ye Lin's attitude changed so quickly, she was certain, absolutely certain, that Ye Lin would choose to cooperate with her upon hearing this. The price she paid to obtain this letter was unimaginable. If not for her good fortune, she wouldn't even have the qualification to know. What was the death exam for? As long as one was here, no one could resist this temptation. Is that all? Before Enku could be stunned, Ye Lin suddenly stood up, looking at her, as if he found it amusing. Is this the thing you were hiding? A broken... Enku was incredulous, her mouth agape. After a while, as if she had reacted, she instinctively asked, don't you want to know what the system really wants? Know why it sent us into the death exam? To cultivate gods, or select gods. Ye Lin withdrew his smile, his eyes cold. I don't care what it wants. I am not concerned about why we were captured and sent to die. I only care about how we can survive and get out. With that, Ye Lin walked toward the door. Since Enku's secret was merely this, he didn't want to waste any more time. Alright, after you finish explaining the use of the evaluation, you can leave. Ye Lin turned his head to look at Enku. Compared to this secret, he was more concerned about what he would encounter next, and about upgrading permissions to see that answer. Wait. Seeing that Ye Lin truly did not care about the truth behind the death exam, Enku could no longer care about her original thoughts, and could only throw the information out all at once. You may not care about this. But don't you want to know who he is? The owner of this letter is the only examinee who has left. The room suddenly fell silent. Enku tightly pursed her lips, her eyes fixed intently on him. After a long while, only when Ye Lin's voice rang out again, did she let out a sigh of relief. Speak of everything you know, and why are you so sure he has gone out, or that he is the only one? Faced with Ye Lin's doubt, Enku instead felt relieved, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Very well, she was worried that this guy wouldn't be interested, and his questioning indicated that he cared. Because the system said so. Whenever significant events occur, the system issues announcements. So when he went out, the system broadcast this information. As she spoke, Enku's eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence, filled with complexity. Perhaps Ye Lin couldn't yet understand her feelings. When the announcement rang out, every candidate who heard it was overwhelmed with excitement, some even bursting into tears. Although it wasn't them who had gone out, it represented the reality that someone could survive and leave this hell. However, the subsequent events took everyone by surprise. Suppressing her emotions, Enku swept her hair back. You can verify this with Hezheng, though he might not have heard. After all, he didn't come in that early. The reason I am certain that the owner of this letter is him is that it was something he left behind that allowed me to survive. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, and after a brief thought she understood what Enku was saying. Are you saying he not only left a letter, but also some items? And the item that was left behind helped you forcibly exit the 7th exam? No. There must be more than one letter right. There are also multiple items left behind. If that's the case. Ye Lin's eyes flickered. So the letter he left essentially serves like a treasure map, needing to be searched for piece by piece to uncover everything he left behind, so we can know the truth of the deadly exam. And Ku was taken aback looking at Ye Lin in shock. She hadn't expected that before she finished speaking Ye Lin had guessed the answer. Since she received this letter no one else had seen it, even those who participated in that exam had all perished. Yet Ye Lin seemed as if she had been present and had opened it on the spot. There's nothing surprising about that. Ye Lin spoke nonchalantly. If there were only one letter that simply stated the answer, then you wouldn't need to assess my strength, nor would you mention the word collaboration. Unless he left behind many items that you wish to obtain. You have been punished and lost all your power. Yet without any points to exchange you are still able to kill the foreign species. Therefore the power within you can only come from the items he left behind. That's why you fear exposing yourself so much. Because what he left behind is not just the truth of the deadly exam, but also a path to replicate him. After finishing, Ye Lin sneered. The reason he was so certain of this was also due to Ku coming directly to him with the letter. If there were only one letter and Ku would never easily reveal it, she could have simply recounted it. Thus Nke's concern for his strength essentially stemmed from wanting to utilize him to find the remaining items. Nke's heart suddenly jolted, her expression stiffening. She wanted to conceal this, and only tell Ye Lin about the letter. But this guy, based solely on her mentioning how she survived, had reconstructed the entire process. Facing Ye Lin's cold gaze, a strong sense of unease surged within her. She suddenly regretted bringing the second letter over, and regretted exposing additional information. At this point Ye Lin could already completely kill her to seize the letter, and then seek out the items left behind by that person. Of course regret was futile. Even if she hadn't brought it, Ye Lin would still be suspicious. And Ku bit her silver teeth tightly. I admit he indeed left behind many items, and there is not just one letter. I can give you all these items as long as you can ensure my safety. Trust me, it is absolutely worth it. The items he left behind are beyond your imagination. You have only experienced one exam and have no idea how terrifying the difficulties ahead are. Without those items, our chances of surviving the 7th exam are nearly zero. Not to mention going out. I know many more things. Once you obtain those items, I also know how to use them. Indeed, Ye Lin was the smartest newcomer she had ever seen. Yet even so, she did not believe Ye Lin could make it to the end. In the later rounds, everyone who survived was not weak. Their intellect and courage were 1 in a million. But in the end, only one person would remain. Her being threatened by Ye Lin essentially stemmed from the fact that Ye Lin had scored too many points in the previous round. He directly overwhelmed her from the perspective of strength. To Nke's surprise, Ye Lin merely chuckled softly after hearing this. Are you done? You seem quite afraid that I might kill you, and then monopolize the items left by that person. But in fact I am not interested at all. Ye Lin shook his head, unconcerned by Nke's suddenly stiffened gaze. Don't you think what you're saying sounds like an old cliched story? A person who is the only one to escape, leaving behind a series of mysterious letters and a few treasures, just waiting for a fated person to find them. Then that fated person follows the clues he left behind, gradually becoming stronger, slowly deciphering, until finding the truth. In the end, everyone unites to escape, smiling under the sunlight. Ye Lin paused slightly. Is it too cliché? So cliché that it resembles a novel like the most standard commercial script. Facing Nku's stunned gaze, Ye Lin emphasized each word. I am not interested really. It's too fake and too boring. I do not believe that the only one who could survive would be bored enough to do such a thing, nor do I believe he would be so kind-hearted. In contrast, I am more inclined to think that this is a trap. After saying this, Ye Lin pulled the letter from Nke's hand, glanced at it, and then returned it to her. He didn't care what that person was planning or why they did it. The best way to deal with it was simply to ignore it. Even if it were true, he would only trust himself and would only walk his own path. However, the direction this incident took was completely beyond Ye Lin's expectations. After a brief silence, Nku opened her mouth as if struggling with hesitation, finally summoning her courage to speak. But what if that person dies after knowing the truth? What if he committed suicide after leaving this letter? Ye Lin was suddenly taken aback, his expression turning astonished. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. Then that would be quite interesting. 3 minutes later, Ye Lin held the letter deep in thought as strands of information and clues interconnected in his mind, like a spider's web. According to Nku, the student who managed to escape the death exam chose to commit suicide after questioning the system about the truth behind the death exam. Before ending his life, he even left behind his belongings in different scenario copies. No one knew why he did this, and even fewer understood what answer he received that drove him to such despair that he chose to end his life. So you not only want to use the things he left behind to regain power, but you also want to know why he chose to die. Ye Lin raised his head and rubbed his tired temples. The conclusion of the story surpassed his imagination. The information was too sparse for even him to deduce the reason behind the other's suicide. Especially someone who had passed through so many examinations could not possibly have a fragile mind, and his strength was formidable to the extreme. According to his previous conjectures, in order to leave this place, one would at least need to reach a rank nearly godlike. What could the answer be? What could terrify a god who had risen from death time and again to the point of choosing to die? Right? Enku forced a smile, and the shock in her heart was beyond words. He clearly could have left. He didn't have to stay in this hell. With his strength, he could have resolved all regrets and lived for hundreds of years, or even attained immortality. Yet he still chose to commit suicide, without a shred of hesitation. So I was thinking I must find the answer. Otherwise, when we desperately reach the end and come to know that answer, what will we do? However, his choice to leave the letter might mean. It might mean not repeating the same mistakes, indicating he may have done something wrong, taken a wrong path, and he hopes we do not follow in his footsteps. And he didn't leave all the answers in one letter because the system doesn't allow others to know. Ye Lin interrupted, understanding and Kes concerns. He seemed to envision within the system's space the scene of that man standing in place, hearing the answer before despairingly committing suicide. If so, those letters must be retrieved. Where was the third letter he left behind, and how could they obtain the things he had left? Wasn't the exam arranged randomly by the system? What method did he leave behind that would allow them to designate a scenario? Ye Lin asked quickly, and Enku no longer withheld the truth, directly producing a key. We can't designate scenarios, but we can use this key to forcibly enter an exam. It's equivalent to an additional exam. Inside there is not only the next letter, but also the things he left behind. However, I suggest we first pass one exam normally before going in. This way we'll have a better chance. Thus we would essentially have 2 normal exams, and 1 additional exam. When facing the 4th exam, which is most likely to present high difficulty, our survival chances will significantly increase. Ye Lin nodded, agreeing with her idea. Replacing the 3rd exam with a key scenario after finding the relics, their strength would greatly enhance. He was also curious about what the left-behind items would be, and what the letter would mention. According to Enku, the first relic was a forced exit item, which while it could not enhance strength, was invaluable, equivalent to an extra life. The second item was what she received from the system after returning to the space. It was a hairband from a supernatural scenario which when used allowed a spirit to possess the user, granting temporary power. However, due to her poor constitution, the power she could bear was extremely limited. Without score enhancement, using it again might lead to her death. This was also the trump card Enku believed qualified her for collaboration. Then let's arrange it this way. What use does a rank evaluation have? Considering they had reached an agreement for collaboration, Ye Lin didn't ponder further. The urgent matter was to pass the next round. He had tested many times how to use the rank evaluation, but even purchasing information from the system yielded no results. You cannot know how to use it. Asking the system is futile. Feeling much lighter at heart, noticing Ye Lin's exchange interface was stuck on search, and couldn't help but smile. The system knows everything, but it will never answer itself. Unless, like that person, you have the qualification to have the system answer any questions when leaving at the last moment. Of course, that opportunity is only available once. Speaking of which, your situation is truly unique. Under normal circumstances, we would be informed of the system's rules actively by the system or through initiation. Similarly, after we receive the rank evaluation, we would have redeemed bloodlines long ago, and at that point the system would tell us what this item is useful for. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, understanding and Kes meaning. So the rank evaluation is related to bloodlines. I don't know how to use it because I have neither redeemed it nor received it too early. Yes, the use of the evaluation, besides being able to elevate permissions without cost, is to integrate 2 different bloodlines together. You don't even have one, so naturally you can't use it. As she spoke, a trace of envy flickered in Kes' eyes, as if lamenting how fortunate Ye Lin was. Your luck is truly incredible. The previous scenario was too special, otherwise you wouldn't have obtained it at all. Having this item means you're equivalent to starting 1 level ahead of everyone else. If I had that back then, maybe I... Ye Lin frowned, directly interrupting and Kes' sentiment. Right now my score is only enough to redeem 1 rank bloodline. To redeem a second, I will need to pass a few more rounds. According to what you said, everyone has a chance to obtain it. It's just that not everyone gets it so early. So where's the advantage? No. Enku shook her head, her envy only deepening. It seems you can only redeem 1 rank, but what about crank? Crank is enough to exchange for 2. Thus you can directly choose 2 complementary abilities, filling in the gaps in the shortest time, and gaining the strongest combat power. Moreover, with these advantages, your likelihood of scoring high in the next round will be even greater, like a snowball effect, with advantages growing increasingly larger. Though this was said, Ye Lin still couldn't fully accept it. I've seen the gap between rank and crank, I don't believe that two cranks combined would surpass a single brank by much. Moreover, in terms of potential, the upper limit of brank is also higher than that of crank. Your thinking is not incorrect. But the coincidence is, what if I accidentally find two crank bloodlines that are comparable to brank, or even stronger than brank? And more coincidentally, the side effects of redeeming either of these two bloodlines alone are significant, and no one would choose them. You shouldn't worry about potential. Both of these bloodlines have extremely high ceilings. They can still be enhanced to strength in the future. And Ku blinked as if even she found it hard to believe how coincidental such things could be. They are simply tailor-made for you. Like they belong solely to you. Custom-made. Specifically for me. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. Curiosity suddenly piqued within him. He could tell that Ku was not lying, nor did she have any need to. After all, the right to exchange was in his hands. Yes, and Ku nodded, her words concise. One is the Tyrant Gene, and the other is the Observer. The former can significantly enhance physical attributes, and in terms of enhancement intensity, it can rival Grey bloodlines. The accompanying Berserk and Regeneration abilities are among the most aggressive in Grey bloodlines. Moreover, it has extremely high growth potential with many advancement paths. And the Observer. The Tyrant. Isn't that a Grey bloodline? Ye Lin frowned. He had seen the Tyrant Gene before. If he remembered correctly, it was related to zombies, and belonged to a type of mutant. Although it had no special abilities, its physical strength was indeed monstrous. In the system's evaluation, its offensive capability almost scored full marks. Furthermore, it had a rare 3 advancement paths, each extraordinarily powerful. The Corpse Emperor, the Virus Monarch, and the Aberration. Yes, but it also has a Crate experimental body. Although its strength decreases somewhat, it still far exceeds others of the same level. And it only requires 45 points for exchange without affecting subsequent advancements. What is the cost? Remembering the side effects Ku mentioned earlier, Ye Lin asked directly. The cost is... Ku hesitated slightly. The only cost is that it is prone to losing control. After going berserk, it cannot distinguish between friend and foe, and will only regain rationality after killing all targets. However, aside from this point, everything else is identical to the original version. So a second Observer bloodline is needed to suppress it. Ye Lin retorted, recalling the combination Ku mentioned. Exactly, although the Observer bloodline is Crade, it is exceptionally unique. It is one of the rare bloodlines that does not enhance any physical strength. As compensation, it can improve your insight and force you to enter a third-person perspective to control yourself. The level of this ability is even close to a grade. It can immunize you against most external disturbances. Ye Lin nodded upon hearing this, understanding Ku's thoughts. Since the Crade Tyrant bloodline has flaws, it would be wise to exchange for a complementary one. In this way, it would be as if he had spent only 2/3 of the points to acquire the original Tyrant along with an additional ability. Moreover, it might even be stronger considering the original version also has the risk of losing control. But, wouldn't it be better to directly exchange for the complete version of the Tyrant and pair it with another Crade? This way the combat power would be even stronger. Seeing Ye Lin's doubt, Ku quickly explained that once you exchange for Grade, the combination bloodline can only be Grade as well. Furthermore, if you exchange for Crade, you will also be rated as Crade in the system, making it easier to gain points. This back and forth will give you a significant advantage over others. Hearing this, Ye Lin was struck with a thought, suddenly recalling how He Zheng always envied him for earning many points. Indeed, it seemed that the system rewarded the weaker, who performed well, or rather those with potential. Pausing slightly, Ku continued. Although the Observer has no combat power after advancing to Grade, it can master the most unique mental attacks. After reaching a Grade, it completely reverses, allowing the acquisition of numerous offensive methods. Of course, the main point is that exchanging for this bloodline provides a significant advantage in facing supernatural events. You might not know this, but in supernatural exams many people were not actually killed by ghosts, but rather scared to death by terror. Once you lose your rationality, no matter how strong you are, you will die within. As her words fell, a trace of unerasable fear flashed in Ku's eyes. Advantages. Ghosts. Ye Lin frowned slightly upon hearing this, quickly weighing it in his mind. He had never seen a ghost, so he could not understand Ku's fear. However, exchanging in this way indeed seemed to be the optimal solution, as there would be a chance of survival in any exam encountered. Moreover, it would be equivalent to acquiring 2 top-tier combat powers. No wonder Ku felt it was too coincidental. The points saved could also be exchanged for weapons and equipment. Are ghosts really that terrifying? I remember there are quite a few items in the system that can counter them, right? Useless. Noticing Ye Lin's interest in ghosts, Ku shook her head with a wry smile. Those things are expensive, and the so-called counters only delay a ghost's actions for a few seconds. In supernatural events, ghosts are unbeatable and cannot be killed. The only way to survive is to find it. As she spoke halfway and bit her lip tightly, sorry, I can't explain it clearly. I also don't know how to survive, otherwise we wouldn't have been wiped out in the 7th round. We didn't have even a hint of the ability to resist. And Ku lowered her head, her body instinctively trembling slightly. Even though that experience had passed, it still left a tremendous impact on her. Ye Lin observed her, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He had thought Ku had directly exited the exam using what that person left behind. But Ku mentioned a complete wipe. How did you die back then? What kind of ghost did you encounter? Ku remained silent for a long time before finally raising her head. How did I die? My memory is a bit hazy. It might be the side effects of forced withdrawal. In that round we encountered a mirror ghost, and within less than half an hour 6 people died, leaving only me and another companion alive. To avoid the mirror, she and I hid in a wardrobe, and it was during that time that I found this letter. Ku spoke as she recalled the final moments were becoming increasingly indistinct. Then, I think I just died. When I woke up, I had exited the exam. Perhaps that scene was too terrifying, or perhaps it was instinctive self-protection. Her memories were becoming more and more blurred. You died directly? Ye Lin's gaze sharpened as he looked at the letter in Nkes's hand. Are you saying that once you got the letter you died? Did the mirror ghost find you at that moment? Or was there a mirror in the wardrobe? Neither. Nkes's expression was complex. Seeing Ye Lin's puzzled gaze, she smiled bitterly and said, there was no mirror in the wardrobe. But our eyes are also mirrors. After Nku finished speaking, she shivered, as if transported back to that wardrobe. It was a dim, narrow wardrobe with faint light streaming through the gaps, barely allowing her to see another person. In that moment of eye contact, she saw her own headless figure. Gurgle, gurgle. The head rolled off, looking up at her. 3 minutes later. I understand. I will consider it. The room was only illuminated by the system, and seeing Nku curled up in the corner, Ye Lin said nothing more. He could imagine that scene and roughly understand why Nku was so terrified. A team that had gone through 6 examinations, each member comparable to a superhuman, was completely eradicated in less than half an hour. Such difficulty is indeed terrifying. He would consider the exchange proposal given by Nku, and now he just waited to decide based on the type of the next exam. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Ye Lin was about to ask something, there was a sudden knock at the door. From the sound, Ye Lin, come out for dinner. My wife made a feast. Come on, after such a long run last time, aren't you all? In the room, Ye Lin and Nku exchanged glances, and the next moment, Nku hurriedly stood up unsteadily. However, as soon as she stood, she let out a muffled groan, and a streak of bright red blood flowed down her pant leg. Ye Lin was taken aback upon seeing this. The light was too dim, and Nku had entered wearing loose school pants, so he did not notice that she had not taken out the bullet. You just bandaged it. Why not take it out for treatment? Nku leaned against the wall, and after a while she looked up at him. You ask me why? Perhaps. I want to keep this bullet in my body as a warning to myself about what kind of bastard you really— Looking at Nkes's resentful gaze, Ye Lin was speechless, to be honest. Honest. The honest truth is I don't have a single point left. What do you want me to treat you with? Nku sighed after finishing her words, even she felt it was pitifully tragic. Suddenly, just as she finished speaking, a system prompt sounded. Ding, candidate Ye Lin is transferring points to you, please check. My. Nkes's heart jolted as she looked at Ye Lin in disbelief. Although she had performed a bit earlier, she had never expected to move this guy. From what she knew about Ye Lin, if she didn't have any value, he wouldn't care if she lived or died. No need to thank me. After Ye Lin said this, he pushed the door and walked out, leaving Nku standing there in a daze. Outside, Hezheng was all smiles, clearly in a great mood. But before he could grab Ye Lin, he saw Nku standing there in a daze, unable to even stand, and the expression on his face was extraordinary. What the hell? No way you two got together this quickly. Hezheng, shut your mouth. Seeing Hezheng clearly misunderstanding something, Nku hurriedly scolded. Thinking Nku had been caught in a compromising situation, Hezheng laughed it off without anger. All right. Take a break, and then you can go in. Tisk young people should take care of their health. Hezheng intentionally elongated his tone, being as lewd as possible. Seeing Nkes's eyes nearly killing him, he quickly fled. Inside the room, Nkes's chest heaved rapidly, her emotions collapsing to the extreme. If it weren't for her losing all her strength at this moment, she would have kicked both Ye Lin and Hezheng to death. Not because of Hezheng's teasing nor because of the misunderstanding, but because Ye Lin had only transferred her 0.1 points. My God, how could there be such a beast? How could there be someone in this world who doesn't understand cherishing beauty? Cheers. Bang. The glasses clinked together, and under the bright lights, Hezheng's face turned bright red from drinking. The room was not large, only 20 square meters, but it was warmly decorated, a home from Hezheng's memories. Outside, the lights were bright and the sounds of adults and children playing could be heard now and then. The honking sounds on the street were somewhat noisy, but at this moment the few of them felt a sense of trance, as if they had returned home. The last exam seemed like a nightmare. Apologies for the hospitality. Apologies. It's not very lavish, but my cooking skills are definitely not bad. Wife, don't work too hard. Come eat together. He Zheng called Yang Xiao over without hesitation, kissing her on the cheek, causing Yang Xiao to blush, and hit him playfully. He Zheng laughed heartily, only holding her tighter. Meanwhile, Hu Jia and Zhang Tai were both feeling extremely hungry, shoving a piece of mandarin fish and a chicken leg into their mouths. Before Hu Jia could even swallow, he raised his glass to toast He Zheng. Brother He, this is really quite sumptuous. There's chicken, fish, and even lobster. I rarely eat like this outside. What is this? It's just that we are poor and can't afford to exchange for things. You don't know, old Wang and the others directly exchanged for a sea dragon fish before, although it only cost 2 points. The taste was simply out of this world, and after eating it, I felt my strength increased a bit. He Zheng sighed, feeling somewhat sentimental. As long as one is willing to spend points, all kinds of delicacies can be exchanged, even the legendary dragon can be bought to taste. However, he was truly reluctant. Every point was earned with his life, and every point was their hope of survival. He chose to create a small community, also to save points, so that they could eat well here with money. The 1 million points exchanged in the first round, he still hadn't used up until now. Hu Jia coughed and teared up after drinking, quickly pouring another glass to toast Ye Lin and the others. Brother Yi, Brother Huang Liang, Brother Zhang, Zhang Tai, and just call me Enku, I'm younger than you. Enku raised her glass, signaling Hu Jia not to be so polite, although she knew why Hu Jia wanted to do this. Hu Jia awkwardly nodded. He really didn't know how to speak. Then, thank you all. To be honest, I know I was of no use last time. Without you all, especially Brother Yi, I might not have survived at all. So, we'll finish this glass first. Thank you. Really thank you all. Gulping down the drink in one go, Hu Jia looked gratefully at everyone, his gaze, even carrying a hint of flattery. He Zheng waved his hand, not caring. Alright, if you can drink, then drink. If you can't, then don't. It's normal to be timid who isn't afraid of death when first coming in. However, if you still can't adapt later, then no one can help you. And the points from the last exam, don't waste them carelessly. Being able to survive relies on these. He Zheng put down his chopsticks, his reminder filled with sincerity. Looking at Hu Jia, he seemed to see his past self. Hu Jia lowered his head, wanting to say something, but not daring to. Huang Liang, sensing his odd emotions, patted his shoulder. Hu Jia, it's okay, he'll protect you, of course. I will also protect everyone, that's my responsibility. Huang Liang looked seriously at everyone, but paused slightly when his gaze swept over Ye Lin. Ye Lin, no matter how you think of me in my eyes, you are the same as everyone else. Also, thank you for saving everyone. Ye Lin remained noncommittal. He had no hostility towards the short-haired guy. If there was any, it was just their different identities. As for protecting everyone, he wouldn't mock Huang Liang for being naive or overestimating himself, but he absolutely wouldn't do that. Surviving here was already a luxury, let alone saving people. No need to thank me, I'm doing it for myself. You also contributed, so let them thank you instead. Ye Lin did not raise his glass. He disliked drinking as alcohol would impair his judgment. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, He Zheng quickly tried to smooth things over. We're all brothers. What's there to be polite about? So starting now, we are all part of the same team. So I think our enhancements can be arranged according to our roles. There were no divisions before and it was hard to do it, but thanks to Ye Lin we can exchange for quite a bit this time. What do you all think? He Zheng first looked at Ye Lin. Ye Lin was currently the strongest in the team, so naturally all opinions would be based on him. However, to his surprise, before Ye Lin could agree, Huang Liang suddenly spoke up. I have no objections to this, but there's something I want to discuss with Ye Lin first. Turning his head, Huang Liang looked at Ye Lin with extreme seriousness, even urgency. Ye Lin, after we eat, there's something I need to tell you. This matter is very important, crucial for many people, no, for everyone. So, we must decide. After the dinner, He Zheng, Zhang Tai, and Hu Jia were completely drunk and fell asleep. Knowing Huang Liang had matters to attend to, Enku wisely bid farewell and left first. Upon entering Huang Liang's room, Ye Lin directly asked, so what did you discover? Or is there something you need to discuss with me? Gazing intently at Huang Liang, who was also sober despite not drinking, Huang Liang hesitated, seemingly contemplating how to begin. Observing this, Ye Lin simply started to scan the surroundings and found a chair to sit down. The room was small, resembling a police academy dormitory with a red and white playground visible outside. On the 4 bunk beds, the blankets were folded neatly into tofu blocks. Inside the room, apart from the beds and desks, there was nothing else. The national emblem hanging on the wall was a bit old, but kept clean, and the air carried a hint of disinfectant. Like him, Huang Liang chose the most familiar environment. It's like this, Ye Lin, I found something. Huang Liang opened the system exchange and quickly clicked on it. Suddenly the screen displayed a large-headed phone that resembled a Big Brother mobile phone from the last century. This is a communication tool that can ignore distance and directly call someone whose name you know for 1 minute. As long as we have 120 points, we can contact the outside world and tell them what is happening here. Huang Liang looked at him anxiously. Ye Lin, I have 57 points, but if you lend me some we will have enough. Of course only you have the authority to exchange for this, so I need your help. Huang Liang said, his breathing becoming slightly hurried. No one knew how excited he was when he saw this item. Although it was only for 1 minute, it was enough to clarify everything with the outside world. He initially thought he would end up like his former comrades, becoming unreachable after entering. But unexpectedly he found a way to send a message, and with Ye Lin's consent, he could contact the outside world now. I guess you would say this. Huang Liang was surprised as Ye Lin nodded, showing no signs of surprise. You realized it. So you. Not waiting for him to assume, Ye Lin agreed the next moment. He heard Ye Lin chuckle lightly. What if I said I don't agree? Why? Huang Liang was taken aback and instinctively asked. Is it because I'm asking for too much? No, 50 points would suffice. I can borrow the rest from others as long as you agree to exchange. You realized it. So you. Not waiting for him to assume, Ye Lin agreed the next moment. He heard Ye Lin chuckle lightly. What if I said I don't agree? I promise. For every exam afterwards I will repay you every point I earn until it's all paid back. No double, or even tenfold. Looking at Huang Liang's helpless demeanor, Ye Lin frowned. Repay? What will you use to repay? Not to mention when you can repay, do you really think after you exchange all your points you can survive the next exam? A promise from a dead man is meaningless. Besides, what good would sending a message do? It doesn't benefit me at all. He could provide 50 points, but to Ye Lin, Huang Liang's idea was utterly naive. You can risk your life, but the difficulty will not lessen just because you exhaust your points. A useless person with no enhancements will only make the next challenge harder. No, that's not it, Ye Lin. Although reaching out to the outside world may not help us immediately, the country will definitely find a way to rescue us. And I assure you, as long as you are willing to cooperate, once we get out, not only will all your charges be cleared, but we will also do our best to meet your demands. Charges? Meet my demands? Ye Lin scoffed. Huang Liang, do you know how cheap money is here? 1 point can only be exchanged for 1 million, but with just 20 points you can get the complete blueprints for controllable nuclear fusion. How much do you think this technology would be worth in the real world? 100 billion or 1 trillion? As for Ye Lin's smile faded, and he spoke slowly. As long as I can get out, I am a god. Everything I desire will be within my grasp. If there truly were things he desired in reality, they would likely be that answer. But here he could obtain them. After finishing, Ye Lin turned and left, not wanting to waste any more time here. Wait. Huang Liang suddenly grabbed him, a hint of pleading on his face. Ye Lin, just consider it a favor for me helping me out. Maybe I didn't explain clearly, or perhaps you don't know what is happening outside. You have no idea how much we need this phone call. This matter is truly important, really. I know I heard those things on the way here. No. Before Ye Ning could finish, Huang Liang suddenly became agitated, as if a nerve had been triggered, his emotions reaching a peak. You only heard a few things, guess some others. You haven't seen it with your own eyes or experienced it personally. You simply won't understand. Ye Lin, the situation outside can no longer sustain. The deaths in the exams did not just start appearing, they have been happening. Starting from a year ago, people began to go missing across the country. On March 17th last year, the number of missing persons was 79. On March 28th, it was 1811. On April 11th, the number of missing persons reached 9300. On June 13th, it reached 28000. The initial cases of disappearances were scattered nationwide with fewer numbers, and we did not yet realize the magnitude of this disaster. But starting from the 28th, the number of missing persons surpassed 1,000, and by April it reached 10,000. At that time, to avoid causing social chaos, we tried to minimize the impact. Yet from September 10th, the number of missing persons exceeded 100,000 and public sentiment completely spiraled out of control. By June of this year, over 30 million students had gone missing, leading to societal collapse. No, this is not just our country, it's a global collapse. Huang Liang gripped Ye Lin's arm tightly, unable to forget how the world had spiraled into the abyss in just a few short months. Ye Lin, do you know what happened on June 7th? It was the first day after the exams ended, and in Linjiang, over 3 million parents of students blocked the school gate. They cried out in anguish, questioning us about where their children had gone. At 3:53 p.m. a vortex appeared, and the first batch of dead students' bodies fell from the sky, shattering in front of them. The crowd collapsed, going mad. They broke through the military's blockade, desperate to see their children's bodies. At that moment, over 10,000 people were forcibly erased by the system for rushing into the school, their blood flooding the entire campus. Yet the crowd did not stop. In their madness, those frantic parents even tried to drag the bodies out with hooks and ropes. I witnessed a mother like a madwoman hugging her daughter's corpse, still trying to revive her. But that corpse was already shattered. It had been smashed to pieces. But she acted as if she were blind, crying and stuffing the broken flesh into her child's body. She wanted to perform CPR, but with each press blood flowed from the child's mouth and eyes. She thought the child was coughing up blood, crying. She cried out saying her mother was right there. And then she kept wiping the blood off her child's face, repeatedly blowing air into the corpse. It was since that day that we spared no effort joining forces with various countries to search the globe, trying to initiate a rescue. To understand what exactly happened here, to provide everyone with an answer, national security, police, military, teachers, engineers, and even high-ranking officials themselves, we continuously sent people into the schools to enter the death exams to discover what was truly happening inside. Soldiers held hands walking through the blood into the school. First batch dead, second batch up, second batch dead, third batch up. Not knowing age limits, not knowing identity restrictions, and having no idea who could enter, they could only clumsily risk their lives to try. If soldiers couldn't do it, they sent armed police. If armed police couldn't, they sent firefighters. If firefighters couldn't, they sent national security. One batch after another to determine the outcome. No one knew how many people died that day, until the age of death dropped from 45 down to the point where anyone could enter. Huang Liang's voice was hoarse, slowly closing his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were bloodshot. Ye Lin. We really have died. Too many of us. So, we really need this phone call. Even if we say nothing, even if it's just a few words. As long as it lets the people outside know, lets everyone know that there are still people alive inside, it's enough. The rest will be left to us, to the country. We will spare no effort to rescue everyone. Huang Liang's gaze was pleading. If possible, as long as Ye Lin agreed, he would accept any condition, even if it cost him his life. Just help me help everyone outside. Even if it means telling them a minute earlier, a second earlier, it would give everyone a glimmer of hope. After a long silence, Ye Lin suddenly released his hand. He turned around looking at Huang Liang with red eyes, speaking in an extremely calm tone. I can understand your pain. But what does it have to do with me? With those words, Ye Lin turned and left. Behind him, Huang Liang stood there in a daze as if he couldn't believe his ears. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? Despair, anger, pain, helplessness. He seemed to realize something and suddenly shouted angrily at Ye Lin. What does it have to do with you? How could it not concern you? Ye Lin. They cry and laugh, and like you, they are living, breathing people. Huang Liang's chest heaved rapidly. He was too agitated, too eager to convey the message. He even forgot who Ye Lin was. Yet he still wanted to make one more effort. Ye Lin, as long as you are willing to help me, my life is yours. Even if you want me to die in the next exam, I won't blink an eye. I can stay out. I can repay you all the points in the next round. Ye Lin remained unmoved, watching Huang Liang's back as he walked away. Without looking back, Huang Liang let out a bitter laugh. He suddenly remembered the files he had seen. At that time, he thought Ye Lin was also being forced by those people. Perhaps he was a pitiful person as well. But now it seemed that the sentence in the files was the most accurate portrayal. Ye Lin, do you really have no feelings at all? How can you bear it? How can you be indifferent? At the door, Ye Lin's footsteps paused slightly, but the next second, he opened the door and strode out. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. Standing at the door, Ye Lin's gaze was extremely calm. Do I have no feelings? No, he didn't know. If it were a simple matter, he might have made that phone call, but right now he absolutely wouldn't. Faced with Huang Liang, he chose not to deceive. That was his greatest kindness. I did nothing wrong. Ye Lin murmured softly, as if speaking to himself. He did nothing wrong. Living should not be wrong. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, only 1 day remained of the 3 days of rest. In the hall, 5 people gathered silently, while Huang Liang stood alone at the side. Although Zhang Tai and He Zheng tried to talk to him, in between, the usually cheerful Huang Liang was like a statue, not responding even once. Subtly sensing that there seemed to be some conflict between him and Ye Lin, the others were curious but did not dare to ask too much. Currently, they were most concerned about the upcoming exam content. It was like the calm before the storm. Watching the swirling vortex, He Zheng's palms were sweating nervously. Over the past 2 days, he hurriedly arranged special training for Hu Jia and Zhang Tai. Even though in mocked that it was unnecessary, he felt it might be somewhat useful. Although it was a last-minute effort, what if the Buddha shone? Damn it, I don't even know what type this time will be. Heaven bless, let it be simple. Don't mess with me again. Seeing He Zheng tense up, everyone couldn't help but feel heavy breaths. Although based on their progress, they probably wouldn't encounter the 3 major events this time. But for He Zheng, from the 4th exam onward, he had a chance of encountering those things. And Ku felt the same. She was sure her progress had been reset, or else she wouldn't have encountered Ye Lin last round. But she couldn't guarantee that under extremely unlikely circumstances the system wouldn't jump the difficulty to the 7th round. If that were the case, apart from Ye Lin, who had a slight chance of surviving, they would be left to wait for death. Brother, nothing will go wrong. Perhaps this round will be the simplest, and with Lin Gu here, everyone has points on them, our chances of survival this round are still quite high. Hu Jia swallowed hard, glancing repeatedly at the vortex, trying to encourage the others, or rather himself. In the midst of speaking, he secretly hid his hands behind his back, his voice trembling slightly. Standing in the middle of the group, Ye Lin caught a glimpse of Hu Jia, noticing he was unusually tense. However, he didn't care at this moment, he was also waiting to see what type the next round would be. As long as he could determine that he could begin the exchange. Apart from the plan that Nku provided, he also found several backup options. Soon as the time on his watch hit 210, the black and red vortex suddenly accelerated. In an instant, a light curtain unfolded, switching to a mechanical voice system prompt coldly announcing, "Beep, the type of the second exam has been drawn." The type of this exam: survival. Exam scenario: modern apocalypse, zombie crisis. Zombies. As the system finished its broadcast, He Zheng leapt up, exhilaration written all over him. Although the system offered only scan information for him, it was enough to confirm the nature of the next test. It's on. It's on. Ye Lin, score boosting. This is practically handed to us. Haha, zombie slaying. And it's a survival type. He Zheng, wildly celebrating, paid no heed to appearances as he hugged Zhang Tai and jumped about. Hu Jia stood dumbfounded. Only now did he realize He Zheng was barely a year or two older than them, not even into his 20s. He looked worldly beyond his years simply because he'd been out on his own for longer. Is survival type really that simple? Ye Lin asked, his gaze settling on the zombie scenario. If the zombies matched the ones from films and games, there was little to worry about. A shuffling mass that bites. So long as one avoided viral infection, it should be passable. Not exactly trivial, but certainly not the hardest. He Zheng recovered his composure, lit a cigarette with relish, and explained survival exams are basically about risking everything. If you can live, you live. If you can't, you die. Persist until the allotted time, and you'll pass. I had one like that before. Besides the exhaustion, it was perfect for farming points. You wouldn't believe it. I went berserk like a war god one swing, and every greenskin thing downed from inside the city to outside 3 days and nights without blinking, cutting a path through. He Zheng raised an arrogant brow and blew a smoke ring, but at the last boast he shot a guilty glance at him. That match had indeed been simple. Only it wasn't that he carved a path. He'd been hounded by swarms for 3 days and nights until half his posterior had been eaten away. Fortunately, his teammates were strong and hauled him onto a bus, roaring out of the encirclement. Survival types truly aren't hard. It seems our difficulty hasn't risen much because of earlier scores. But don't be careless. If the entry point is downtown, we may encounter swarms right at the start. And Ku nodded, choosing not to expose He Zheng's boasting. Screw that. I'll just exchange for Gatlings. 1 heavy machine gun, each, maybe a few rocket launchers. No matter how many zombies, 1 rocket, and they're sent to the next world. He Zheng's eyes shone. He wanted to redeem the weapons immediately. Seriously, have you seen the system's elite Gatling? 1 round can blow up a car, 6,000 rounds per minute. If we'd had that last time, how many mutants wouldn't have chased us? I crunched numbers. We could each swap for a class bloodline and still have enough left. Then a couple of guns, tons of ammo, and more. I don't recommend exchanging any modern weapons. Before He Zheng could greedily open the panels for the guns he'd been eyeing, and Ku interrupted, cutting off his fantasy. What? He Zheng froze, surprised, and the others, including Huang Liang, turned to look. And Ku, are you worried they won't handle them? Huang Liang hesitated, pointing at his room. We could exchange some firearms. If you worry about handling, train at my... I accidentally discovered that when the scene generates, it even copies the firing range 110. That's not my concern. My worry is the waste. And Ku shook her head. Though He Zheng had 3 prior matches in her view, he was still close to a novice. The next type may suit firearms, but what about afterward? He Zheng, can you guarantee guns will still be useful in rounds 3 or 4? He Zheng was momentarily speechless. He wanted to argue, but knew she had a point. Ignoring He Zheng's sulkiness, and Ku continued, I'm not against tech weapons per SE, but as rounds progress, the system deliberately curtails technological power. Some enemy types can even be immune to tech damage. To burn a huge chunk of points on guns and ammunition for 1 exam would be foolish. Then what do you suggest? Like you said, if it's just a horde of zombies, not exchanging guns would mean doom. 1 machete apiece. Not even divinity itself would punch us out. He Zheng crossed his arms and snorted. And Ku understood his meaning, but options were limited. Don't say exchange everything for physical stats. Aside from Ye Lin, burning points only makes us run a bit faster or a bit stronger. If swap for flight backpacks, then antidotes. Put the rest into bloodlines. Before He Zheng could finish and Ku opened the exchange panel, flight backpacks cost only 2 points each, 10 minutes of flight, 200 meters altitude, enough to get us out of an encirclement. We can obtain weapons within the exam scene itself. Provided the opening difficulty isn't set to maximum, we'll have time to procure armaments there. Thus in our current situation prioritize life-saving gear first, then consider other choices. Survival exams are about staying alive above all. And Ku admonished He Zheng, without mercy, though she had lost her full strength her experience remained intact. She could plainly sense that after learning how many points Ye Lin had, He Zheng had become inflated, convinced he could farm points again next round. That kind of arrogance was lethal. One lapse would mean certain death. After scolding He Zheng into silence, Ku turned to Ye Lin. Ye Lin, what do you think? Ye Lin nodded, offering no objection to Ku's plan minimize cost to avoid maximum risk. Antidotes weren't expensive. A single injection delaying onset by 24 hours cost 2 points, a full cure cost 5. Roughly estimated, if we didn't stay in the scene too long, 3 injections per person should suffice. He even had the Tyrant Gene, so he could save that expense himself. But he cast his eyes toward and noticed, from her walk, it was clear Ku's injury had not fully healed. That meant she had no points to spend. Only the tiny fraction he had transferred over a mere 0. 1 point to produce a bullet. Even with the cheapest packs and antidotes, she could not afford them. Sensing Ye Lin's thought, Ku did not hide it. Ye Lin, I really have no points left to exchange, so I want to borrow 10 points from you first. I won't buy antidotes, I'll purchase medical supplies and backpacks. With my current state, I can't fight much, so I'll take on logistics. That includes converting to insane cash in advance and buying weapons from the humans there, that I will handle. Afterward, I'll try to pay you back double. She finished with sincere eyes fixed on Ye Lin. Though she could have offered someone's relic in exchange, she knew their strength imbalance left her with no bargaining power. Better to be blunt than delusional. Survive the next round first, she thought. Ye Lin looked at Ku with some surprise. It was a clever choice. Ku had been striving to prove her worth. Refusing antidotes signaled she was entrusting her life to him. In that case, Ku, I'll take logistics on. Hu Jia suddenly spoke up, nervously glancing at the two. He forced a flattering smile. He had noticed that when he offered, He Zheng's expression had chilled, clearly disappointed. But Hu Jia truly did not want to face those monsters. Fine, you handle the exchanges. After the exam, we'll reimburse you for actual costs. No need. Brother Lin, I already feel guilty. If it weren't for you and the others dragging yourselves, I'd be dead. I still want to be useful. Hu Jia forced a strained smile. Unexpectedly, Ye Lin shook his head and decided plainly, no need. The points are yours. If you live, that is by your own doing. At his words, Ku blinked in surprise. Besides his stance, Ye Lin had nonetheless transferred 10 points to her. Suddenly, she found this man less unbearable. I will pay you back, she said earnestly. Ye Lin smiled briefly. I know. If you don't, I'll beat you to death. Ku. Before the black-red vortex, silence hung in the air. He Zheng turned his head and a little nervously announced, just so you know, I'm choosing close combat abilities. Don't do. Only 23 hours remained until the next exam. With exchange plans settled, no one dared waste time. They hurried to strengthen and adapt. By division of roles, he and Zhang Tai chose melee, one offensively inclined, one defensive. Huang Liang, the best shot, took range support. Hu Jia handled logistics. As the strongest combatant, Ye Lin was accepted as the core by both Ku and He Zheng. They would follow his lead. With the others' confirmation, He Zheng drew a deep breath and thrust his hand into the vortex. At once the light token representing the exchange floated above his head. On the display there appeared a blood-soaked berserker wielding twin axes. Watching the roaring warrior, He Zheng's breath quickened. He had wanted this for a long time. A class Odin warrior, greatly enhancing strength and endurance, endowed with a bloodthirst talent and a frenzy skill. Its flaws were obvious: short legs and limited speed. But for He Zheng, the 2 axes the lineage supplied were the decisive factor. Compared to other bloodlines that required external equipment, those 2 axes felt like gifts. The system even claimed they could shear through steel, an astonishing value. Beep. Exchange bloodline, class bloodline Odin warrior. This exchange consumes 45 points. Confirm. Confirm. Without hesitation, He Zheng nodded heavily. Instantly a spray of red light leapt from the vortex, and within seconds, with a feral howl of pain, his muscles seemed to bulge as if newly forged. 2 huge blood-streaked axes materialized in his hands. Pale blue sigils flashed across his skin and vanished. Instinctively he swung an axe. The slicing whoosh startled him. The power was immense. He felt his strength swell to its utmost. Facing a mutant now, he imagined he could cleave it in 2. He go. How do you feel? Hu Jia shouted, half anxious, half envious. Great. I feel like I could split a tank with one blow. He Zheng cried. Excitement flooded him, and the weight that had lain on his chest fell away. He bent his legs, inhaled, and launched himself like a cannonball into the air. Like a speeding heavy truck in a heartbeat, he rocketed to stand before Ye Lin. The ground trembled with the No one noticed at first, but Ku's face changed as she glanced instinctively at Ye Lin. Only after seeing the watch on Ye Lin's wrist flash did she let out a quiet breath. He Zheng, careless and thrilled, had not noticed Ku's reaction. He suppressed his excitement and looked to Ye Lin. Ye Lin, truly, I appreciate you. Honestly, I never imagined I could ever redeem something like this. He Zheng forced a wry smile. No one could see how tangled his feelings were. Unlike Hu Jia and the others, he understood the brutal finality of these death tests. Here, a single mistake was unforgivable. It was a vicious cycle. Because he performed poorly in the first test, he had to push every point to the limit in subsequent matches, yet still could not secure enough. Forever teetering on the edge of death. He had nearly been driven mad. Every time he entered an exam, he did not know if he would come out alive. Ye Lin, I'm not eloquent. Just tell me to charge, and I'll charge. Tell me to cover the rear, and I'll do it. He admitted he was no genius, but he understood one thing: Ye Lin was stronger, and he would follow him to the end. He did not care if Ye Lin was kind. At least he had lived thanks to him. No need to thank me. If you must wait until I finish strengthening, and then help me test it out. Ye Lin smiled, and ignored He Zheng's sudden stiffness. He strode toward the vortex. He was curious. After He Zheng's example, he wondered how far he would push his own enhancement. Standing before the vortex, Ye Lin reached his hand into it. The vortex was a mesmerizing crimson, and after gazing for a few moments, it seemed as though even one's soul would be drawn into it. For some unknown reason, he always had the illusion that extending his hand to exchange felt like some sort of ritual. View Crade Bloodline Tyrant Crade Bloodline Observer. Beat Bloodline Name Tyrant Experimental Subject. Combat Power Level 2nd Tier Transcendent. Bloodline Description: after the exchange, significantly enhances the body, grants regeneration ability, and provides a berserk skill. Bloodline Advancement Tyrant Experimental Subject. Crade Tyrant Gene Grade Aberration Virus Monarch Corpse Emperor Grade. Scrade System Evaluation: an artificial product from the laboratory possessing destructive power. As a price, you will kill yourself. Bloodline Name Observer. Combat Power Level 2nd Tier Transcendent. Bloodline Description: after the exchange, significantly enhances willpower and observation, grants a third perspective, and provides suppression skills. Bloodline Advancement Observer Crade Interferer Grade Mind Controller Spirit Controller Thought Scrade System Evaluation: observes the past and future, but you may die today. The exchange screen appeared, and Ye Lin carefully examined the description above, confirming the exchange was correct. According to Ku, as long as he chose 2 bloodlines before the enhancement, they could merge directly. On the left side of the screen, the Tyrant Experimental Subject floated within a giant cultivation chamber. In its crimson eyes, brutality was evident. Its massive size exuded an oppressive aura, as if it were destined to destroy everything in its sight. On the right was a ghostly spirit watching everything with a calm gaze. Above the spirit, a gigantic golden eyeball overlooked the earth, as if it were the observer of the world, emotionlessly gazing at everything. Between the two, there was extreme opposition. One side represented destruction and madness, while the other stood for peace and absolute rationality. Such extreme bloodlines left even those behind Ye Lin momentarily stunned. Damn, these 2 enhancements look completely antagonistic. If they merge, won't they blow themselves apart? Hu Jia gulped, feeling somewhat anxious. Brother Lin won't turn into that monster after enhancement, right? That thing doesn't even look human. If He Zheng's exchange with the Odin warrior merely made him slightly bulkier, it didn't significantly alter his appearance. The image of the tyrant was simply more terrifying than the previous aberration. It was entirely a monster. No, aside from transformation types, bloodline enhancements won't affect appearance. At most, they will impact part of the mind, and the personality will gradually approach that of the original body. And Ku explained softly, alleviating everyone's concerns. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Lin began the exchange. Buzz. Unlike He Zheng's enhancement, which only emitted a red light, in an instant 2 pillars of black and white light completely engulfed Ye Lin. A series of excruciating sounds of bone deformation echoed as Ye Lin seemed to endure immense pain during the enhancement, with blood droplets surging forth from his skin. It felt as though his blood was on fire. Overcome with agony, Ye Lin could not help but kneel on the ground. Words could not describe his current sensations. He felt as if his soul and body were being torn apart and simultaneously melting. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced at 300 beats per second, and within him billions of cells seemed to boil and rapidly divide. Under the horrified gazes of those around him, his genes were being reorganized. His hair changed from black to white in an instant, then quickly reverted back to black. Consciousness was pulled into a death-like darkness, continuously falling. It was unclear how long it lasted, perhaps a second, perhaps a minute. Ye Lin struggled to open his eyes. In the depths of his mind, he felt as though someone was coldly observing. 2 minutes later. Beep enhancement completed, this time consuming 90 points. Grade evaluation 1, permission level retained. The enhancement ended and the light vanished. The few people waiting anxiously in the space couldn't help but panic, and He Zheng shouted even more urgently. Ye Lin! Ye Lin! Unlike his situation after enhancement, Ye Lin actually lay directly on the ground facing away from them. Seeing that Ye Lin showed no signs of awakening, even and Ku became flustered. Without thinking too much, after several calls with no response, He Zheng rushed over, and the others hurriedly followed. As the strongest fighter in the team, Ye Lin absolutely could not be in trouble. Moving at full speed, He Zheng took 3 steps at a time, sprinting to Ye Lin's side with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Just as he reached out to assist him, in the next moment, an overwhelming murderous intent enveloped him. Suddenly, the previously unconscious Ye Lin sat up, opening his eyes. The brutal crimson filled his entire eyeball. Without giving He Zheng any time to react, Ye Lin threw a punch, and under the terrifying force, even the air seemed to be crushed, emitting a shrill scream. He Zheng was horrified. Even though that punch hadn't hit him, yet it felt as though he had been locked onto, and an overwhelming fear of imminent death made it impossible for him to lift his axes. It was as if his genes were suppressed. In that moment, he felt like he was back in the first battle, back when he was still an ordinary person facing a giant beast. That punch. Even with the system's protection, I won't die, but I could be smashed to pieces. He Zheng struggled desperately, yet his body felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Ye Lin! He shouted with all his might, using his last bit of strength to roar, attempting to stop Ye Lin. In an instant, the punch halted, and the blood color in Ye Lin's eyes quickly faded, turning into a hollow void, freezing in place. He Zheng did not dare to breathe, watching the fist that was less than a centimeter away from him. He swallowed hard, and a cold sweat trickled down his back. It was hard to imagine that both of them exchanged for Kraid, yet the enhancement levels differed so greatly. A few seconds later, as Ye Lin's hollow eyes moved slightly, the others finally dared to breathe deeply, cautiously calling out his name again. Ye Lin. I'm fine. Slowly lowering his right hand, Ye Lin swayed slightly, signaling that he didn't need assistance. Seeing in Kest's tense expression, he nodded to indicate that there was no issue with the bloodline fusion. His weakness did not stem from his body, but from his mind. To be honest, he hadn't expected the side effects of the Tyrant experimental subject to be so terrifying. After completing his enhancement, all thoughts seemed to vanish, leaving only biological instincts. Moreover, He Zheng's call of his name instantaneously ignited his murderous intent. The cost was even greater than what the system described. If he hadn't suppressed the murderous intent with the observer's skill, he might have already killed everyone. Damn, it's good that you're okay. I was scared to death just now. Do you know I almost got killed by your punch? He Zheng was still shaken, a wave of dread washing over him. Good lord, he had just completed his enhancement, and was considering whether they should have a battle to see whose strength was superior. But now it seemed that Ye Lin, should I still fight you? Or? He Zheng swallowed hard, and asked softly, glancing towards the treatment area. If he had to fight, he feared he would be turned into a pancake. No need. Ye Lin smiled wryly, shaking his head, and instantly caught on to where He Zheng was looking. There was no way to test it anymore. With his current strength, He Zheng would probably not last a second, and at that time, they would still waste points on treatment. Just as Nku said, the Tyrant experimental subject far exceeded Kraid, being as powerful as Kraid. Moreover, the significant improvement in observation made everything appear as if viewed through a magnifying glass. Even the trajectory of dust falling in the air was crystal clear. He even felt that with his enhanced observation, he could predict everyone's next moves through the direction. The third perspective allowed him to observe the entire world as if he were detached from himself. This point perhaps Nku had not realized. The observer bloodline indeed does not enhance the body, but it qualitatively changes the way of fighting. Alright, stop being dazed. Those who need to exchange, hurry up and do it. Seeing Ye Lin dismiss him, He Zheng quickly jumped to the side, shouting at the others to hurry and exchange. The others complied except for Nku, who had little to exchange. The rest rushed toward the exchange vortex with eager eyes. Half an hour later, the group had all donned the individual combat suits they exchanged for. At a glance, aside from the somewhat mismatched weapons on their backs, everything else looked quite decent, no longer resembling the students they once were. Ye Lin, is this the weapon you exchanged for? This thing is worth 25 points. Damn, this is so extravagant. The total of my gear doesn't even add up to that. Looking at the completely black crossed longsword in Ye Lin's hand, He Zheng looked pained, as if the points were coming out of his own pocket. As long as it didn't involve transcendent attributes, the combat suits and bulletproof vests they exchanged only totaled 5 points. With the addition of the jetpack antidote and various daggers, his entire outfit cost less than 7 points. Ye Lin smiled, remaining silent, and continuously adjusted to the feel of the weapon. After deducting miscellaneous items, he still had 40 points left after the bloodline exchange, allowing him to afford the weapon. Initially, he had his eye on a battle knife, but unexpectedly discovered this sword. The sword had an ordinary name, but its strength was anything but. The ancient blade had an extremely high hardness, and its size could change with the user's will. It came with blood-burning damage as well as a dashing ability. Of course, the main appeal was the ancient blade's exceptionally unique self-destruction effect. At the cost of destroying the weapon, it releases the ancient power remaining within the blade. According to the system description, this strike would be sufficient to flatten an entire building, combining continuous damage displacement and finishing effects in one. Although the cost was high, it perfectly matched Ye Lin, serving as a hidden trump card. As for the remaining 15 points, he planned to keep them for emergencies. Next time, if he wanted to enhance to double grade, he needed to make up the difference between grade and grade, which was 180 points. Calculating that the maximum for a single match was 150 points, the points he saved would almost suffice. Brother Lin, what flavor of ration do you like? Do you love yellow peach flavor? In front of the vortex, Zhang Tai held a large bag of individual combat rations, looking at him eagerly. Not knowing how long the system required them to survive, they directly exchanged for 10 days worth of rations. Although they were unappetizing, they conveniently replenished physical energy. Ye Lin turned his head, looking at Zhang Tai, who was now covered in hair, and couldn't help but feel speechless. He was not speechless about how Zhang Tai found fruit-flavored meat cans. Rather, he was speechless that Zhang Tai had turned into a silver giant bear. Didn't Ku make you exchange for this? Ye Lin sighed, watching Zhang Tai clumsily run over, unsure. Aside from exchanging for the silver bear transformation, Zhang Tai also bought a set of alloy armor and a shield the size of a city gate. He was already tall, and in his transformed state, he stood over 2.5 meters tall, resembling a polar bear hiding in a fortress. Yes, I asked Ku what was the most durable, and she recommended this. I can't fight, I just thought I could take a hit, Zhang Tai said in a deep voice, smiling awkwardly. Not knowing how to revert back, he wanted to scratch his head, but couldn't reach. Just think, cancel in your mind, but you can also stay like this, but it's quite cute. Walking next to Ye Lin, and Ku looked at Zhang Tai's clumsy appearance, and couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected that Zhang Tai would really exchange for this enhancement. Although it was indeed good, very few could accept becoming a bear. Ye Lin, you take this. As Zhang Tai learned to cancel the transformation, and Ku no longer glanced at him, and turned to hand a headset to the two. The headset is a translator 10 for 1 point, capable of translating 99 of languages. In case of a language barrier during the exam, it wouldn't lead to the previous situation. Taking the headset, He Zheng was momentarily stunned, curiously putting it on. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow beside him, but did not refuse. Although he had mastered several mainstream languages before entering the death exam, no one could guarantee what the next world would be. There's this thing here. And Ku, how did you find it? Damn, if I had known this existed, I would have exchanged it long. Glancing at He Zheng, who looked surprised, and Ku sighed, inwardly feeling that this guy was simply foolish. I should be asking you that after going through several exams, everyone would think to exchange for these items. Although it doesn't improve strength much, it can save lives in many situations. If conditions allow, we should actually each exchange for a few skills. Opening the system exchange, and Ku searched for the skill bar. For example, vehicle proficiency skill, 5 points each. After exchanging, you automatically master any vehicle's driving skills. Language proficiency, also 5 points each. After exchanging, automatically learn all languages, even understanding the language of alien insects. Flipping through page after page, and looking at the dense array of various life skills, He Zheng was completely taken aback. Also, I exchanged for. Before Ku could open her backpack, a system prompt echoed throughout the space. The second exam is about to begin. Please prepare all candidates. Countdown 22 hours 49 minutes. The announcement ended, and the 6 of them simultaneously looked towards the unfolding vortex, their hearts racing. The announcement concluded, and the hall fell into silence. The air seemed to be frozen. However, soon He Zheng's loud voice perfectly broke this silence. Haha, reminding us this early. The system can't wait to hand out points. He Zheng forced a laugh, waving his hand to signal Zhang Tai and the others not to be so tense. After finishing his words, he turned his head eagerly to Ku. So Ku, what were you about to say just now? Ku was slightly taken aback, and upon realizing what He Zheng was doing, her opinion of him rose slightly. Oh, there are also these. Taking out a bag of gems, Ku shook it a couple of times, then opened her backpack. The score Ye Lin gave me, I exchanged a bit for attributes, and the rest for some essentials. In the system, gems are cheaper than gold, and their versatility is decent. After we enter the exam, we can trade these items with the natives in the scene. Also, there are 1,000 uses for the fire starter, a master key, a mini camera purification tablets. These items are quite cheap, but if not exchanged, many situations could become troublesome. He Zheng was taken aback. He had previously thought that Nke's presence affected his status as an elder, but now it seemed he was almost like a rookie in front of Ku. Glancing over her backpack, Ye Lin was also a bit surprised. She was quite thoughtful, preparing these essentials while he was studying the equipment. Very good, thanks. After a brief contemplation, Ye Lin simply spent 3 points to exchange for a handgun that could automatically reload bullets, and handed it to her. He enjoyed dealing with intelligent people. And Ku exchanging for these items was not just for the next exam. Essentially, she was conveying that she did not use all her points to strengthen herself. The hair tie, she wouldn't be able to use it a second time. Since that was the case, he didn't mind giving Ku some means of self-defense. This gun can generate 24 bullets per hour. With a magazine, it barely suffices. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. After receiving the handgun, and Kess' expression was somewhat strange. She understood Ye Lin's underlying message, but she didn't believe it at all. From her understanding of Ye Lin, whenever she could threaten this guy, Ye Lin would definitely strike first. While the two appeared to cooperate, he was more vigilant towards her than anyone else. Time passed quickly. In the last 5 minutes, everyone remained quietly in the hall waiting for the exam. Hee-jung carefully polished his axe, occasionally glancing up at the countdown. And Ku bowed her head, scribbling in her notebook, seemingly calculating something. Zhang Tai nervously tightened the supplies on him, afraid of leaving something behind. Meanwhile, in a corner, Huang Liang, who had exchanged for a sniper rifle, silently checked his ammunition. Ever since his conversation with Ye Lin, he had been wandering alone. Apart from asking Ku about the exchange once, he had become a completely different person, taciturn and withdrawn. This even surprised Ye Lin. He had initially thought Huang Liang would approach others, but perhaps realizing he had no authority, even if he gathered points it wouldn't matter. During the 3 days, Huang Liang had not mentioned this to anyone. Ye Lin, this exam is all up to the 3 of us. Damn it, I hope we won't be surrounded by zombies as soon as we go in. Taking a deep breath, Hee-jung scanned everyone, feeling a bit nervous in the last 3 minutes. Just as he was about to remind Zhang Tai to bring a couple fewer food packages, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart and realized that one person seemed to be missing. Hu Jia? Where's Hu Jia? Everyone turned their heads at the sound, only to find that Hu Jia, who had been next to Zhang Tai, had disappeared without anyone noticing. Seeing everyone looking towards him, Zhang Tai was slightly taken aback, as if remembering something, and hurriedly spoke. Hey bro, Hu Jia, it seems he went back to his room. He said he hadn't slept all night, so. Then hurry up and get him. If he doesn't come out in time, the system will judge him as refusing to take the exam. We will be punished too. Damn it, what is this kid doing? Hee-jung, furious, had previously slightly improved his opinion of Hu Jia, but unexpectedly, Hu Jia dared to delay even this matter. Zhang Tai hurriedly ran over, knocking frantically on Hu Jia's door. Not knowing if he had just woken up, Hu Jia opened the door in a panic, repeatedly apologizing. Zhang Tai urged him to regroup, but the next moment, upon catching sight of the items in Hu Jia's room, he was suddenly stunned. Hu Jia? You? Hu Jia's expression changed, realizing Zhang Tai had seen those items. He grabbed Zhang Tai and pleaded desperately. Zhang Tai, please don't tell anyone. I promise nothing will happen. What are you two still dawdling for? Hee-jung was furious, and even Ye Lin couldn't help but frown and look over. With only 1 minute left until the exam began, the system had already started the 60-second countdown. Coming. Zhang Tai gritted his teeth, pulling Hu Jia to hurry back. He didn't know why Hu Jia was doing this, but thinking about what he had seen, he only felt that Hu Jia had gone crazy. Transmissions will begin in 10 seconds. All candidates, please get ready. A red light illuminated, and looking at the rapidly spinning vortex of transmission, the few of them couldn't think much more, just waiting for the final countdown. Buzz, 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and at the moment it hit 0, the 6 of them disappeared from the spot. On the bustling street, 6 individuals suddenly appeared, collapsing onto the ground. Enduring the discomfort from the teleportation, Ye Lin was the first to open his eyes, and quickly began to assess his surroundings. They materialized in a central avenue with English plastered across the billboards by the roadside. The streets were bustling with traffic, and under the protection of the system's barrier, the crowd seemed oblivious to their presence as they walked by. No zombies. Hee-jung crawled up from the ground, lowering the dual axes he had raised. Looking at the throngs of people, he was momentarily taken aback. He had expected a bloody battle from the outset, but he didn't foresee such mercy from the system this time. Not only that, the 6 of them all turned to look at the edge of the barrier where a chubby boy in a school uniform was lying on the ground. Is there only one newcomer? Hee-jung exclaimed with delight, kicking the chubby boy on the ground. With 6 of them plus 1 newcomer, as long as they avoided a situation like last time, wouldn't that mean only 7 people to deal with? He instinctively wanted to explain the rules. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he quickly glanced at Ye Lin. Ye Lin, why don't you explain it? But with just this kid alone, I reckon he would only score a 1. It was uncertain whether this chubby boy was lucky or unlucky. The good news, 6 plus 1, just go with the flow. The bad news, this is a death exam. Who are you? How did I end up here? Where is this? How did I end up in a foreign country? The chubby boy, kicked awake, was immediately alarmed, his legs flailing in panic. Seeing the surrounding foreigners and the oddly dressed crowd, he almost burst into tears from fear. Ye Lin nodded slightly, signaling He Zheng to explain the rules, his gaze falling thoughtfully on the chubby boy's curly hair. He looked like he was from the southern region, wearing the uniform of Shitzi River. If he remembered correctly, the southern college entrance exam was only one day later than the inland, but seeing the boy's reaction and the pen in his hand indicated he must have been teleported directly from the exam. Thinking about how he had also entered late, but ran into He Zheng, Ye Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of peculiarity rising within him. The flow of time in the death exam might be completely different from the outside world. Logically, he had entered later than the chubby boy, yet he had tested first. What is the pattern? Is it regional? Is it personal? Or is there no pattern at all? With Ye Lin's signal, He Zheng turned to the chubby boy with a cold smile and began to explain the rules proficiently while shouldering his axe. Kid, welcome to the death exam. Here all exam contents are replaced with horror films and disaster movies. Insectoid zombies. Oh, don't come near me. Don't come near me. Before He Zheng could finish his lines, the next second the chubby boy unexpectedly fled in a panic towards the barrier. He Zheng was taken aback and quickly reached out to grab him, but in the next moment the chubby boy was running outside the protective range near the barrier. Bang! Blood and flesh erupted. Without even a scream, the chubby boy was instantly blown to pieces. It was as if a balloon was burst with blood and mangled flesh raining down on the ground. Outside the barrier, passers-by screamed in fright. To them it seemed like he appeared out of thin air only to explode in an instant. What the hell? He Zheng exclaimed in shock, his outstretched hand frozen in midair. Everyone froze in disbelief, even Ye Lin was briefly stunned. Everything happened too quickly. No one could have anticipated that the sole newcomer would kill himself before the exam even began. Was he erased by the system? He Zheng stuttered, his mind blank. He had never encountered such a situation, and for a moment, even Enku couldn't. Although she had seen many newcomers, no matter how timid they were, it shouldn't have come to this. At worst, they would beat them up before the explanation, and even the stupidest person would listen to the rules. He Zheng, it seems he has died. Zhang Taigan swallowed hard, wiping the blood from his face. Beside him, Hu Jia, pale-faced, took small steps to the center of the barrier, not daring to approach the edge. Everyone fell silent, and He Zheng cursed under his breath, feeling a wave of misfortune wash over him. Damn it, he's really stupid. Ye Lin, what should we do next? The exam starts in 2 minutes, should we discuss it first? Having someone die right at the start was not a good omen. He Zheng felt anxious. Everyone turned their gaze toward Ye Lin, but to their surprise, he merely frowned, his attention fixed on the severed thigh on the ground. Ye Lin, did you discover something? Following his gaze, Enku instinctively asked. The shoes are wrong. Enku, are you sure that escaping before the exam starts will lead to death? Taken aback by Ye Lin's question, Enku quickly confirmed, yes, refusing the exam and escaping will lead to death, but this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Shoes? What's wrong with the shoes? Looking at the severed thigh on the ground, Enku frowned, thinking the chubby boy's sudden death was just bad luck due to the system's punishment. The shoes on his feet are too new, Ye Lin murmured. After exchanging for the bloodline of the observer, many tiny details became vividly clear in his eyes. Shoes, eh? Enku gaped while He Zheng raised an eyebrow and walked over to pick up the thigh, flipping it over. They do seem a bit new, but perhaps they were just recently bought. What's wrong, Ye Lin? Do you think there's an issue? Nothing, perhaps I was overthinking it. You all discuss first, I'll take a closer look. Ye Lin shook his head and turned to observe the surrounding crowd. The shoes were indeed new, but it was normal to change into new clothes before the college entrance exam. Just this alone wasn't enough to indicate anything. In contrast, the pressing matter was to determine where they were, so they could prepare for the upcoming exam. He Zheng looked around and boldly stated, I reckon we entered just before the virus outbreak. From the looks of these foreign people, they don't seem sick at all. He Zheng grinned, pointing toward the nearby police. There's a gun shop ahead. I was thinking, why don't we break in and grab a couple of guns, then take out some gangsters for their weapons? If time permits, we could even occupy a military base and maybe even get a tank to play with. I disagree. As soon as He Zheng finished speaking, Huang Liang directly refuted him. He didn't back down under He Zheng's glare. We don't need to go about it this way. Setting aside whether it's against the law, even if we have no choice but to do it, there's still the risk of being surrounded. I believe we should quickly contact the local high command and collaborate with relevant departments to inform them of the viral crisis and join forces against it. Damn it. Are you out of your mind, little buzzcut? You think you're a cop or something? Before Huang Liang could finish, He Zheng couldn't help but curse. From the beginning, he thought this guy was too rigid in his actions, and now it seemed he was completely out of touch with reality. Even at this moment, he was still considering legality. He Zheng calmed down. Huang Liang has a point. Seeing that the two were about to fight Enku's side helplessly, we could indeed work with the official authorities of this world. Even if we can't prevent the viral outbreak, we can still leverage their power to eliminate the zombies. Of course we need to secure weapons first. And Hu Jia suddenly raised his hand. Could we escape by plane? For example, hiding in a deserted place. Isn't this a survival type? As long as we don't encounter zombies, there shouldn't be any danger, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a few people were taken aback, but quickly Inka shook her head, directly denying his idea. It's useless. After entering the death exam, we can find ways to enhance our strength, or even lower the difficulty. But if we disobey the system's requirements and choose to escape, it will only result in a more tragic death. There were people who did that before, and as soon as they boarded the plane, it exploded in midair. Hearing this, Hu Jia's face turned pale, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his waist bag, not daring to say anything more. It seemed escaping was out of the question. I disagree. Damn it, little buzzcut, I don't care if you disagree. Do you think we can fend off zombies with just your lousy gun? Stop arguing. The exam starts in half a minute. Watching the two still bickering, and Ku sighed, and couldn't help but ask Ye Lin. Ye Lin, what do you think? Fortunately, the final decision lay with Ye Lin. Otherwise, with the tempers of the two, they would end up with no conclusion. What do I think? As his voice echoed, everyone quickly looked at him. Even Huang Liang, who refused to back down, couldn't help but glance over. If the virus hasn't spread yet, the best course of action would actually be to eliminate everyone here. Without people, there are no zombies. Ye Lin smiled after speaking, unconcerned about the stiff expressions of the others. To be honest, he was quite curious about what the exam would be like without zombies. Ding, the exam begins. Please prepare all candidates. This round's exam question. Information quickly flashed, and the 6 people hurriedly lowered their heads to look. The current exam question, newborn. The birth of new ideas stems from the corpses of the old era. Biological evolution is no different. Cyanobacteria and Black Death War and the Starry Sky. We are the breeding ground, we are the corpses, we are the nutrients, we merge into one. Currently in free mode, teams can choose to cooperate or be adversarial. Team D38127 has entered the exam 24 hours in advance. Rewards will be distributed evenly according to the number of survivors and evaluated based on individual performance. The first round of exam type choice. 1. Already selected. 2. Find scientist. Choosing this option will grant you his trust directly. Warning: the difficulty will be determined by the number of infections. Please stop the virus from spreading as soon as possible. Warning: virus outbreak in 36 hours. Current remaining time 1059. Is it free mode? There's another team. Without bothering to read the question, He Zheng's face changed drastically upon seeing another team. He had initially thought this challenge was for 7 people, but unexpectedly another team had entered and even finished answering before them. Moreover, there were no signs of zombies. Their appearance was before the virus outbreak. And why did the other side enter early? Ye Lin asked, holding the communicator given by the system upon entry. According to the system, this device could contact another team, but it could only be used twice. Having never anticipated such a situation, and Ku was slightly taken aback and hurriedly explained, the other side entered early because they are weaker than us. In free mode, teams can attack each other, so for fairness the system allows the weaker team to enter first. The earlier they enter, the greater the strength disparity between the two teams. Conversely, entering later signifies greater strength. Ye Lin frowned upon hearing this, attempting to use the opportunity to contact the other side, but the system indicated that they had declined communication. Declined communication. Looking at the communicator with a red light, Ye Lin's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold glint. It seemed that the other team chose to be their enemy. Staying here any longer would likely bring danger. Ye Lin looked up at the street cameras. Had he entered first, he would have monitored all the city cameras and launched an attack as soon as the other team arrived. Without waiting for him to warn everyone, several tense, angry shouts suddenly echoed from a distance. As the protective shield vanished, 2 police officers approached, cautiously raising their guns to aim at them. Hands up! Hands up! The leading middle-aged officer looked furious and tense, nervously shifting his gaze between the corpses and the group, clearly regarding them as suspects. Seeing this, Ye Lin's expression turned cold as he dashed out. His whole being was like a shadow, directly kicking the small car in front of him. Boom! With a loud crash, the car door deformed, and under the immense impact, the several-ton Chevrolet rolled like a cannonball into the air, then crashed down amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers. Ignoring the screams of the bystanders, Ye Lin turned and charged towards the sports car beside him. With a screech of metal twisting, the car door was violently torn off. This scene instantly left the white people inside the car in shock, mouths agape, as they screamed to God in disbelief. Without any further words, Ye Lin directly threw one of them out of the car and immediately shouted to everyone, "Drive away." The group was stunned. Leaving now seemed fine, but seeing Ye Lin's reaction made it seem very dangerous to stay here. Ye Lin, shouldn't we take them out first and grab some guns? After all, He Zheng wanted to kill and seize the guns, but before he could finish he saw Ye Lin swiftly draw his gun and shoot directly, shattering the roadside camera. There's no time. Someone's watching us. If they discover us we will be in danger. As soon as he spoke, Ku reacted fastest and jumped into another seat. Watching? Who's watching us? He Zheng exclaimed in surprise. Seeing that Ye Lin had no time to answer him, he rushed towards the roadside truck and smashed the door with an axe. Bang! Noticing Hu Jia still frozen in place, he couldn't help but angrily shout, "Damn it! What are you still doing? Hurry up and get in the car." Watching the driver, who was kicked out of the car and rolling on the ground, Huang Liang's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance as he prepared to get in the car. He pulled out a stack of cash from his combat uniform, not caring whether it was useful or not, threw it to the driver, and then sat in the passenger seat. "Hold on tight." After everyone got in the car, He Zheng shouted, slammed the gas pedal to the floor. With a violent turn, the heavy truck weighing several tons crashed into the car ahead. Bang! The front of the car crumpled, and the car was violently overturned. After forcibly clearing a path, the two teams sped away like robbers who had just robbed a bank, racing amidst the sound of alarms. 15 minutes later, screech. Bang! The car drifted, and after jumping off the sports car, Ye Lin frowned as he watched the truck crash into the manor gate. White smoke rose as He Zheng awkwardly crawled out from the front of the car with Hu Jia behind him, gagging repeatedly. "Haha, sorry, my skills are not that good." He patted off the dust on his body and smiled at the three, who looked like they were about to vomit. To shake off those cops, they had driven wildly and directly into a villa area. But after laughing, he couldn't help but look at Ye Lin, still puzzled as to why they were running. "Ye Lin, who did you say was watching us? We left in such a hurry without even grabbing any guns. If zombies break out later, we'll be in big trouble." Ye Lin glanced at the confused crowd and didn't keep them in suspense. "It's the other team watching us." The other side refused communication from the moment they entered until now. They haven't contacted us, showing their ulterior motives. Entering 24 hours in advance gives them enough time to set up a trap against us. If we continue to stay put, they can easily find us using the surveillance and launch an attack against us. Why would they do that? He Zheng instinctively asked back, but upon hearing Ye Lin, he became even more puzzled. Ye Lin, aren't they weaker than us? According to the timeline, those brats should have at most clevel strength. If we don't provoke them, why would they have the guts to mess with us? That's the problem. Ye Lin shook his head, his gaze flickering. They're weaker than us, yet they dare to refuse cooperation, which means they must have obtained something that gives them the confidence to eliminate us. Considering that option 2 could earn the trust of the professor, option 1 likely grants the trust of the military or high officials. I suspect it's the military, otherwise they wouldn't be so confident. With military cooperation, they could easily bomb us to death. After all, rewards are shared equally based on the number of people. If it were me, I would strike first. As these words fell, the expressions of the group changed. If that's the case, hadn't they almost died just now? Not only that, but they also had to figure out how to prevent the virus outbreak while being attacked by the military and the other team. Ye Lin, if that's true, we can contact the military. We have special abilities, and if we show them, we can gain the military's trust. Moreover, we can inform the military that our two teams have the same mission, which is to prevent the virus outbreak. This way we can leverage the military's power to reduce difficulty and avoid being hunted down. If I were them, I would definitely inform the military that we are the virus carriers. The moment we show ourselves, they would immediately launch an attack, leaving— If I were them, I would definitely inform the military that we are the virus carriers. The moment we show ourselves, they would immediately launch an attack, leaving not a single corpse behind. With a system assisting them, the military would follow orders unconditionally. Thus, approaching the military would only lead to a quicker death. Ye Lin finished speaking without caring about the stunned expression of the short-haired youth. Although the other side might not be able to control all the military forces, he wouldn't gamble on such a possibility. Once issues arose, they would all die. So are we doomed? Not to mention, they have military support. What if they pick the correct answer? You don't need to worry about that. And Ku forced a smile and briefly explained, choosing right or wrong also relates to strength. Some options they choose can keep them alive, but we might die, and vice versa. However, this round is a survival type. If they can truly control the military to eliminate zombies, it would benefit us as well. What I worry about is whether we will have the capability to deal with the military and the onslaught of zombies after the outbreak. After Nku finished speaking, she sighed. The others felt the pressure, realizing that they had not anticipated the situation turning out this way. They had thought they only needed to deal with zombies. Unexpectedly, they also had to deal with humans. No, what we should truly worry about isn't just these. Unlike in Kess' assessment before the others could be surprised, Ye Lin frowned slightly. The difficulty gap between the two teams is too great. We not only need to face zombies, but also avoid attacks from a third party. But for them it's much simpler. With the military backing them, they could easily eliminate us. Relying on the military, they could also prevent the spread of the zombies. Yet the difficulty for 14 people is aimed at everyone, not just us. The system is fair but won't allow them to pass easily. So, Ye Lin's expression turns serious, enunciating each word. This exam likely has traps, and those traps are related to the military. They most likely chose the wrong answer. Who are you? Get out. This is my manor. Damn yellow. Suddenly a furious shout echoed from within the manor, and a middle-aged man in a bathrobe raised a double-barreled shotgun, cursing loudly. Behind him several staff members resembling security guards hurriedly armed themselves with electric rods and surrounded them. Ye Lin, annoyed by the interruption of his thoughts, frowned and directly looked at He Zheng. Just leave one. Got it. He Zheng, already irritated, looked at the foolish people and grinned, the next second charging forward. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, mixed with screams. Ignoring how the battle would turn out after reviewing the exam information repeatedly, Ye Lin carefully selected option 2. Ding ID E99067 selects option 2. The information on the watch refreshed instantly. The previously unclear name slowly revealed itself. Please find Scientist Carlton. Carlton. Ye Lin repeated the name thoughtfully. He looked up at He Zheng, who was covered in blood, carrying the wealthy man, and raised his wristwatch. Our current target is him, anthropologist Carlton. If all goes well, he should know how to prevent the virus outbreak. In the manor's hall on the sofa, looking at the wealthy man, tied up, Ye Lin waved his hand, signaling He Zheng to remove the rag from the man's mouth. Turning his laptop around, he pointed to the dense information on the screen. Now I give you two choices. 1. Use all your connections to find him within 2 hours, and also report any abnormalities from the military within 24 hours. 2. Your child is very cute. I don't mind sending you down to hell together. Who are you? Don't kill me, or I can pay you anything you want. The wealthy man was terrified, trembling as he looked at Ye Lin, and when he glanced at He Zheng, it was as if he saw a devil. He had witnessed this man endure 2 bullets which could have easily killed a wild deer, only for them to be pushed out with just a few drops of blood. The other party turned his head and cleaved his bodyguard in half with an axe. Prison. He Zheng break. Ye Lin shook his head, feeling that the other party was still not quite clear-headed. After casually instructing He Zheng, he began to look through the wealthy man's business cards. After a chilling scream, he finally looked up, pointing the dagger at the wealthy man's eye. I know who you are, a board member of the MZ Group, and also a congressman. You indeed have considerable influence, but you won't have the chance to see me in prison. I'll count to 3, either you die, or you make a call. Don't try to contact the outside world, and don't attempt to deceive me, otherwise I will gouge out your eyes and stuff them in your mouth. Behind him, Huang Liang quietly exited the hall. He knew that in such extraordinary times extraordinary measures were needed, but he still couldn't accept this behavior. Glancing at the short-haired youth who went out, Ye Lin didn't care. With 11 hours left before the world's destruction, if it could reduce difficulty, he wouldn't mind sacrificing a few nuclear bombs. 3. 2. I'm calling. 10 million. I said I'd spend 10 million to find him. I don't care who he is, everyone go look for him. No, if you can find him, I'll give him 1 billion. Go. Everyone go look for him. You damn pigs. Useless. 10 minutes later, on the manor's balcony. Ye Lin, what are you thinking? Are you thinking about how we should deal with the other? Leaning against the balcony, and Ku looked at Ye Lin's back in confusion. She could sense that Ye Lin seemed even more vigilant this time than last. No, they are not the important ones. The question is the most important. Ye Lin said softly. I'm wondering where the zombies are. So far I haven't collected any information on suspected infected individuals. So how will the zombies appear in 10 hours? Ye Lin's gaze was slightly suspicious as he looked towards the distant road. Assuming they have gained the trust of the upper echelons, they just need to extinguish the source of infection at the first opportunity, and the virus will be difficult to spread. What kind of zombie crisis is this? Moreover, as he spoke, Ye Lin raised his wrist and scrolled down to the 5th line. What kind of difficulty can yield in a level reward? And Ku was taken aback. A wave of intense unease suddenly surged within him. Perhaps it might just be in a level difficulty appearing. The rewards range from D to A, and we might not even reach that point. Ye Lin remained silent, merely looking up at the glaring sun in the sky. The sunlight was blinding and intensely bright. But perhaps soon, a torrential rain is coming. Trafalgar Square. The light green exterior walls were covered in dense barbed wire. After the barricade, soldiers formed groups, parking armored vehicles at the base of the building, forming a steel wall. At the top of the building, a young man with sunken eyes and a Western face coldly stared at the officer before him. Didn't I tell you? As soon as you spot 7 individuals in special attire, launch a missile attack immediately. Why did you let them escape? Sorry, Lord Frank, they appeared on Central Avenue, and at that time the number of civilians was 2. Before the officer could finish his pale explanation, flames suddenly ignited in Frank's hand, brutally pressing against his face. Ah! The piercing screams echoed instantly in the spacious office, disregarding the other's painful struggles, until Frank expressionlessly extinguished the flames after shattering the man's skull. Looking at the government members kneeling on the ground, Frank was at his wit's end. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even find a few people you deserve to have your world destroyed. Before Frank could stride forward, the office door suddenly swung open. Frank, that's enough. If you can't find them, then you can't. If we make a mistake, we can't bear the retaliation. They are much stronger than us. I always feel that we should be looking to cooperate with them. Looking at the bodies brutally killed, some even folded, Roger clenched his fists, a hint of anger in his eyes. Frank was the only veteran who had survived 4 rounds, so he became their captain. Perhaps stimulated by experiences, he would ruthlessly slaughter NPCs whenever he encountered them in any exam. After entering this exam, he leveraged the privileges granted by the system to command the entire country to serve him. In just 24 hours, the number of officials and women who died at his hands exceeded double digits. Cooperate. Frank looked at Roger as if he were an idiot. What do you think this difficulty is? The system gave us the chance to choose first and allowed us so much time to prepare. It's not to deal with them, do you think it's that good? Pointing out the window, Frank's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Look downstairs, we can now mobilize an entire army. Even if a zombie outbreak occurs, it poses no threat to us. Even if we assume they cannot stop the zombies, we can hide in the basement. That place can withstand even artillery fire. Who do you think our enemies are? Compared to his treatment of other team members, though Frank's words were mocking, there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Roger was the most outstanding newcomer. Having survived 2 rounds of strengthening, his strength was only slightly weaker than Frank's. Roger remained silent, and after a moment he spoke in a deep voice. But that doesn't mean we have to kill them. After all, we are of the same kind. With a difficulty of 14, we shouldn't kill each other. Fool. Frank laughed in anger, directly raising his wrist. If we don't kill them, they will definitely kill us. Don't forget the rewards in this round are split. The more people that die, the higher the rewards. As soon as we spot them, we can summon the army to blow these idiots to pieces. Do you know how much benefit we can gain? Frank's eyes were filled with brutality, as if a fire ignited within him, making him restless. If he didn't make good use of the privilege to mobilize the entire army at the start, he deserved to die. As long as he killed those people, he could obtain a large amount of resources and survive a few more rounds. But didn't you say that unless it's a team battle, killing people won't yield rewards? Hey, even if weapons, equipment, these can all be taken. As long as they are seriously injured, as long as we drag them until the exam is over, we can force them to hand over their scores. Not wanting to waste any more words, seeing Roger's cowardly appearance, he felt that these newcomers were too naive. Alright, you don't need to consider contacting them, just look at their numbers. If it starts with an E, it means they have not participated in more than 3 rounds. What makes you think he is so much stronger than us? Even if he can get full points in every round, that's only 20 or 30 points per round. Frank scoffed and held out 3 fingers. I will let you submit a little score at most, but that guy has definitely killed at least 3 teammates. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stronger than me, afraid. I understand. Roger fell silent, struggling for a moment before still complying with Frank's wishes. He despised the man before him, but Frank was experienced and he had no choice but to listen. Looking at the communicator in his hand, Roger could only give up. The zombies had yet to appear, just as Frank had said. Their difficulty could only be attributed to the I will go prepare the materials. Since we need to contact many countries, the meeting called according to our request will take 3 hours to prepare. The video has also been prepared as you requested. Stepping out of the door, looking at the corpses tortured to death all over the ground, a hint of reluctance flashed in Roger's eyes. Frank, I hope you can restrain yourself. They are people too. If you do this, even with the privileges the system gives me, it will still cause problems. Heh. We are saviors. We are gods. They are just a bunch of NPCs. Do you really regard them as human? When the zombie outbreak comes, they will listen even more. Ignoring Roger's persuasion, Frank approached the trembling administrative officer and grabbed her head with one hand. She wasn't beautiful, but he enjoyed the thrill of trampling on power. He loved the death exam, relishing this world where he could do as he pleased. Squinting his eyes at the window, the blazing sun shone brightly. Everything. So beautiful. At the manor too, 21 in the afternoon. Ye Lin. Found it. We found a bird. He Zheng rushed upstairs in a flurry, his expression excited. And Ku followed behind, as if wanting to say something. In front of the world map, Ye Lin turned around and helplessly corrected, "It's Carlton. How far is the opponent from here?" "A bit far, about over 100 kilometers at a university. However, maybe we could steal a plane to go over. Or get that rich businessman to directly dispatch a helicopter." He Zheng was excited. He had never flown a plane before. However, the next second Ye Lin directly vetoed his idea. Too dangerous. It can be confirmed that another team has already taken control of the army. Once discovered, we wouldn't even be able to escape on the plane. Looking at the computer on the table, a hint of seriousness flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. As they had judged earlier, although there was no official news, the situation with road control indicated that a large number of troops were stationed around Trafalgar Square. Unless something unexpected happens, that must be where the opponents are. Ye Lin, shall we deal with them first? Enku stepped forward, pointing at the building on the map. As long as we can mix in with our strength, we can kill them in just a few seconds. If not, poisoning is also an option. Oh, I found a supply route specifically for this building. A fierce glint flashed in Enku's eyes, and Hijin couldn't help but turn to look at her. On the surface, Enku seemed like just a little girl. Although she had practiced dance for years, making her slightly more mature than her peers, the ruthlessness in her words surpassed even that. Ye Lin shook his head after hearing her. He had also considered dealing with the opponent first. However, based on the information he had gathered, it was very likely that the opponent had divided their forces, and the army was deployed to 2 locations. Trafalgar Square could very well be a decoy. The virus is about to break out. If they choose to split up, even if we forcefully kill one team, it would be useless. The priority is to find Professor Carlton first. After obtaining the crucial information, we will find an opportunity to kill them. Enku fell silent after hearing sighed. Then we can only take the car, and we have to go in batches. The priority is to find Professor Carlton first. After obtaining the crucial information, we will find an opportunity to kill them. Enku fell silent after hearing sighed. Then we can only take the car. I was initially thinking of occupying a place, but now, well, we are like mice, not daring to show our heads. Hijin glanced downstairs at the boxes of ammunition and rifles piled into a small mountain. They had bought a lot of weapons from the rich businessman, but most were light weapons. He couldn't get his hands on the heavy firepower he had been thinking about. According to plan, they should have occupied a military base, but now with things going this way, they would become live targets. Contrary to the two's expectations, Ye Lin shook his head after hearing this, and turned to walk downstairs. I'm not worried about this. If the biggest threat ahead is them, it would actually be the best result for us. Following behind, Hijin was taken aback, completely unclear about what Ye Lin was saying. The best outcome? Yes. Ye Lin nodded. I've been pondering a question. Why did the system provide the option for cooperation? Why give them such an advantage? They hold the military and have no need to worry about zombies. After killing us, they can recklessly score points, making the difficulty extremely low. But a difficulty of 14 will definitely not be so simple. So the system allowing them to control the army is likely a trap designed to make them give up on cooperation. I suspect the problem lies in the information both sides receive. If they do not cooperate, neither side will obtain complete exam information, leading to wrong decisions and a surge in difficulty. After finishing, Ye Lin took a light breath, feeling a sense of oppression in his heart. Following this logic, there was only one answer. That is, the opponent will make irreparable mistakes with the help of the army, so even if they kill them, the remaining difficulty will soar to a level. Clenching the communicator in his hand, he had tried to contact the other side over 100 times, but not once did. He had also considered contacting the military to locate them, but once the call was made, the other side could instantly locate them based on the signal. What would they do to cause a surge in difficulty? What is the real danger of this round? Newcomers, why are they newcomers? At the first floor of the manor. Ye Lin, how should we handle this guy? Hijin, carrying 2 rifles and a waist full of grenades, pointed at the businessman tied to the ground and asked Ye Lin. The man was somewhat obedient to save his own life. He really found Carlton within 2 hours, saving them a lot of time. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I've done everything you asked me to. 1 billion, no. 10 billion. Give me some time, I can raise the funds. He'll pay any amount. Nothing was more important than one's own life. Ye Lin glanced at the pleading businessman and simply waved his hand, signaling Hijin to knock him out. Knock him out and lock him up. Oh right, give him the medicine first. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Liang suddenly jumped out of the car, unable to hold back. Ye Lin, what we are doing is already excessive. When the zombie outbreak occurs, doing this is equivalent to killing him. You know the zombies are about to break out. Ye Lin turned his head, looking at Huang Liang with eyes full of anger, unable to help but chuckle. The world is about to perish. Oh, wouldn't he die faster if he goes out? Shaking his head, Ye Lin finished speaking and stepped onto the truck's rear compartment. After thinking for a moment, he casually tossed a handgun in front of the businessman. Be honest, and you might live a little longer. Let's go. All right. Hijin grinned, looking at Huang Liang, who opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know what to say, and patted his shoulder. I say, little crew cut, you are too naive. Although you are a good teammate, why can't you think a bit further? Some things are better accepted early on. That guy Ye Lin may seem ruthless, but he's quite mild-mannered. You haven't seen other teams, those people would do anything insane to relieve stress. Eating people, killing people, and even in a twisted way taking a head, and in the end directly splattering brains everywhere. He Jing's expression was exaggerated, but after he finished he felt a bit nauseous himself. And Ku said nothing, only nodded at Huang Liang. Indeed, under the pressure of the death exam, many people could no longer maintain their sanity. To vent their fears, some people had even lost their humanity. And this situation would only get worse as time went on. In the shaking carriage and Ku curled up in the... She often wondered if one day they could walk out of this hell, what would they be considered, human or gods? Would it become the next hell? Trafalgar Square. In a large conference room, Roger and his team sat nervously in their chairs. The giant screen overhead flashed the faces of ambassadors from various countries. The hall was bustling with people as hundreds of reporters were preparing to go live in front of the cameras. Although they knew this wasn't reality, they still felt somewhat out of place in the presence of so many high-ranking officials and dignitaries. An uncertainty. Has Frank gone into hiding? He clearly wanted to eliminate the other team, and now he's using us as bait, without even finding them. With Frank absent, a team member couldn't help but call out his name, his tone filled with resentment. Otherwise, why would he say such nice things to distract us from being wiped out? He's just afraid of dying himself. Roger frowned, admonishing the team not to turn against each other. Stop saying that. Frank's actions are justifiable, the authority lies with him. As long as he is alive, even if the enemy kills us, there will be repercussions. In a sense, his actions are also a deterrent to the enemy. But in the end, we could still die. A student with brown hair chuckled bitterly, but he knew they had no choice. He decided to voice another concern. Roger, do you really think this will lower the difficulty? I'm afraid that even if it works, the difficulty will still exceed our expectations after the zombie outbreak. Honestly, I think we should contact the other team now. Even if it's just to exchange information. Didn't they choose the second option? Perhaps that scientist has the antidote, or even a method to achieve immunity to the virus. Roger remained silent. Listening to his team's persuasion, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refused to do so. Stop talking about this. Cooperation is impossible. The authority lies with Frank. Even if we agree, it won't matter. As for whether the difficulty will decrease, I believe it will. We have already arranged the military and all armed forces to secure the key routes. Even if the virus breaks out from an unknown location, it won't spread that quickly. We have already arranged the military and all armed forces to secure the key routes. Even if the virus breaks out from an unknown... Before Frank could further comfort his teammates or say anything, a high-ranking military official suddenly approached. Mr. Roger, the minister is looking for you. He wants to ask on behalf of all countries about the weaknesses of the zombies. Roger was taken aback, nodded at the military official, and got up to follow him. As he walked past the window, he instinctively glanced at the nearby building, the glints reflecting the snipers Frank had arranged. With half an hour left until the meeting, he hoped that group wouldn't ruin their plans, and even less fall into a trap. Southampton University. 3 refrigerated trucks carrying supplies slowly entered the university and into the underground parking lot. After the truck stopped, He-jung jumped out, as if escaping for his life, rubbing his hands and feet like a fly. Damn, it's freezing cold. His face was red from the cold. To avoid being tracked by cameras, they had to be fully armed and hide in the cold storage. Jumping off the truck in turn, Zhang Tai looked puzzled at the bouncing He-jung and scratched his head. Brother, is it really that cold? I feel fine. He-jung shot him a glare. You try carrying 2 axes. Damn, it feels like carrying 2 blocks of ice. My back is freezing and bubbling. For the first time, he hated that bloodline weapons couldn't be dropped. He couldn't even throw them away. Even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand the cold all the way. And Cook couldn't help but laugh, and Hu Jia, who was the last to get out of the car, also chuckled. It was the first time he had seen He-jung so disheveled. As if recalling something, and Cook glanced at her watch and softly reminded Ye Lin. Ye Lin, there are still 4 hours until the virus outbreak. Although it's uncertain how many will appear here, I still suggest we leave the city with at least 2 hours to spare. Each of us only brought 3 doses of the antidote. If we get into a tough battle, we may run out early. Ye Lin nodded without speaking and glanced at the information, heading straight for Carlton's location. 2 hours is enough time for them to make contact and take the other party away. The 5 of them quickly traversed the underground passage. No one spoke, only the sound of footsteps echoed. The empty underground parking lot was eerily quiet. To avoid exposure, they had already arranged for the staff in advance, shutting off the surveillance and sealing the entrances, all to ensure they wouldn't encounter anyone before meeting Carlton. Following behind Ye Lin, seeing Ye Lin in silence, He-jung couldn't help but whisper, Ye Lin, are you still thinking about that matter? Actually, I think with our current strength we far exceed the difficulty of this challenge. Look at that team. Their strongest member has a number the same as mine, which means he's at most a clevel. The average difficulty is below clevel, so with your strength you don't need to worry at all. Before Yining could speak, Ku also stated her thoughts. Ye Lin, I think this difficulty may be due to killing too many zombies causing them to evolve, or perhaps zombies have the ability to evolve to eat humans. The title is Rebirth. The birth of new ideas arises from the corpses of the old era, and biological evolution is no different. Breeding ground nutrients. Integrated. I believe this information indicates that after large-scale extermination of zombies, the remaining ones will mutate. And while the other team seems to have military support, in reality, it's a double-edged sword. They will surely be eager to eliminate a large number of zombies, and at that point the difficulty will soar. That possibility cannot be ruled out. Ye Lin nodded, having noticed the information provided by the system. The difficulty is logically related to the number of infections, forming a closed loop. But it's too simple. Ye Lin sighed. He also hoped he was overthinking it, and being too anxious. Since enhancing his observation, he had been receiving a vast amount of information from the outside world at every moment. Useful and useless, every person he encountered, every breath, every heartbeat was recorded. This information felt like a sixth sense. He couldn't find the source, yet it consistently made him uneasy. Useful and useless, every person he encountered, every breath, every heartbeat was recorded. This information felt like a sixth sense. He couldn't find the source, yet it consistently made him uneasy. 10 minutes later. This should be it. Hezheng looked up at the somewhat aged faculty apartment in front of him, his eyes filled with astonishment. It was out of place with the surrounding buildings. The entire faculty apartment looked like a structure from the last century. The red brick walls were mottled, and rust corroded the walls, looking quite dilapidated. Through the window it seemed that very few people lived there. Even though it was midsummer, standing below they felt a hint of chill. Isn't that guy a professor? Why would he live in a place like this? Furrowing his brow, Hezheng instinctively asked. Maybe because he was ostracized. The collected data mentioned that 7 years ago he was marginalized by the mainstream scientific community for proposing a certain anthropological theory, and even had his professorship revoked. What theory could be so hated? Hezheng was taken aback, while Ye Lin shook his head, signaling to go up. No one knows the specifics, or rather it was silenced. Let's go up. Be careful. The few of them nodded, tightened their grips on their weapons, and quickly ascended the stairs. Although there was unlikely to be any danger, Carlton was listed as a second option, likely because he knew how to research vaccines or prevent the spread of the virus. Otherwise the system wouldn't treat it as one of the correct answers. Yet for some reason they all felt a bit uncomfortable. Footsteps echoed and water seeped in the building. Soon under Zhang Tai's tense gaze, Ye Lin slowly raised his hand to knock on the door. Just as he knocked, the door suddenly opened. Inside the light was dim. A scruffy man with sunken eyes wearing a dirty white coat looked at them with surprise. Who are you? We're here to find Professor Carlton. Before Ye Lin could finish, the man's expression changed, and he instinctively tried to shut the door. Before Ye Lin could decide whether to force his way in. After a few coughs, a somewhat weak voice suddenly came from inside the room. Riley, let him in. That voice seems familiar. Familiar? Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, and the others behind him looked equally stunned. But they quickly realized that this was probably the identity the system had given them. Without this layer of identity, it would be hard for them to gain trust. Under the watchful eyes of the assistant, the 6 of them stepped into the room. The room was small, with only 2 bedrooms and a kitchen. Several old tables were filled with jars and bottles. The light was dim, illuminated by an oil lamp. The curtains were drawn tightly, and an emaciated old man lay in a rocking chair, his murky gaze fixed on them. Or rather on Ye Lin. I feel like I've seen you before, and this isn't the first time. Did you come to see me for cough cough? The old man coughed, his face flushed, and his body looked quite unwell. Making a cautious gesture to the teammates behind him, Ye Lin sat down, and simply followed the professor's lead, playing the role assigned by the system. Yes, Professor. We just saw you not long ago. We came to ask you something. Ye Lin paused slightly, and got straight to the point. Do you know about zombies? After he finished speaking, he carefully observed the professor's expression, while the others behind him looked tense. As soon as he spoke, Professor Carlton showed no reaction, instead looking at them with confusion. Zombies? What is a zombie? Such a strange name. Professor, zombies are monsters that eat people. Hezheng blurted out, but to the professor this only deepened his confusion. Monsters that eat people. As if chewing on the words, everyone was taken aback, as it seemed the professor had never seen such a thing. Ye Lin slightly shook his head, signaling Hezheng to stop talking. In fact, he had speculated that the other party might not know about zombies. Before coming, he had reviewed a large amount of data and found that this world not only differed from Earth in history, but also had no information about zombies at all. Professor, let me ask a different question. Have you discovered any highly contagious viruses that can be transmitted through wounds, saliva, or even the air? Infected individuals exhibit extreme aggression, showing no fear of pain, and continue to attack other targets to spread the virus. Saliva. Aggression. Cough cough. After a fit of coughing, the professor nodded, as if he had thought of something. Are you referring to rabies or mad cow disease? But they wouldn't eat people. The professor managed a strained smile, and picked up a rusty cup from the table. It seems we've indeed talked before. Everything you're describing is within my area of research. Ye Lin frowned aside from He Zheng. Even Zhang Tai understood that the answer they wanted wasn't this. Both had similarities with the zombie virus, but were entirely different. For example, rabies typically involves infected dogs biting people, leading to madness in the victim. However, it is challenging for the infected to spread the virus, let alone eat people. And mad cow disease only drives people insane, with almost no infectiousness. Did we misjudge? The professor not only didn't know what zombies were, but also had never seen a monster that eats people, so it was unlikely he would have researched anything like a vaccine. Ye Lin looked up, signaling Zhang Tai to check other rooms. If they couldn't get the answers, perhaps the things they were looking for would be hidden somewhere. Professor, may I ask what theory you proposed back then? Is it related to these two things? As soon as he finished speaking, the professor's eyes suddenly moved, and his murky gaze seemed to become excited. He sat up, eagerly staring at him. My theory. No one has asked me that question in a long time. It seems you're very, interested in this. The professor's fury. They wouldn't even let me speak. As if finding someone to confide in after a severe coughing fit, the professor spoke urgently. Do you know about prion diseases? I've researched it for many years. I know a bit. Seeing the professor so agitated, a hint of intrigue flashed in Ye Lin's eyes. The others exchanged glances, realizing they might have asked the right question. Mad cow disease, also known as prion disease. That was the direction my mentor researched. Later I inherited his research. Many years ago, he inadvertently discovered that some cows would suddenly go mad, and to find the answer, he spent a long time figuring out the cause. It took about 5 years before he found that those mad cows had eaten feed made from their own kind, leading to the infection of the virus, which would destroy the protein structure in the brain, resulting in a mad state. Then old professor, isn't your research a good thing? He Zheng was somewhat impatient. Why don't you cut to the chase and tell us why you were ostracized? He didn't quite understand what the old man was saying. He only cared about what the old man had done to incur public wrath, and how it related to zombies. Although interrupted, the old man showed no signs of displeasure. But before he could continue, the assistant suddenly spoke up. Everyone, the professor isn't feeling well. Let me explain. Professor Carlton was ostracized because he discovered something years ago. That is, we have always been cannibals. Or rather, since ancient times our ancestors have consumed all humans. After speaking, the assistant cast a cold look at everyone, as if testing something. The air suddenly fell silent, and a sense of unease gripped the hearts of those present. Bang! Perhaps due to anxiety, He Zheng instinctively crushed the iron cup handed to him by his assistant. How could humans possibly eat other humans? Even if they did, it must be under special circumstances, like during a year of great disaster. He Zheng raised his neck, feeling a chill, as the other party continued to stare at them. Everyone eats, just to vary. We all have antibodies within us, and Ku explained softly, a hint of something unusual flashing in her eyes. The assistant nodded, unexpectedly glancing at Ku. It seems you know a thing or two. Prion virus antibodies. When the professor studied human genes, he discovered this in the bodies of all ethnic groups. The presence of antibodies is to resist viruses, which also means that throughout history, every ethnic group and every region must have consumed human flesh in large quantities, otherwise these antibodies would never have formed. Take the Tunguska and the Guinean Fula people as examples. Their antibody levels exceed 70%. In Western Europe, it's 60%, and in the Americas 50%. In the Asian region, the lowest, it's still around 5 to 7%. After the professor raised this point, he faced much skepticism. Speaking of which, you mentioned that zombies attack humans. It's essentially cannibalism, isn't it? A hint of something unusual flashed in the assistant's eyes as a cold smile crept onto his lips. It was as if he was mocking those sanctimonious fools from back then who, for the sake of their race's reputation, refused to acknowledge this fact. Yes, zombies do eat people, though in a certain sense it's indeed quite similar. The research is fascinating, but this alone shouldn't be enough for you to be ostracized, or even hated. Do you despise those people? Ye Lin suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with him. The assistant froze as if memories were stirred, his expression suddenly turning grim. Yes. No matter how those fools rebut, they can't explain this. We don't care about the thoughts of those idiots. But they dare to oppose the professor's research. They drove us out, calling us madmen, ruining our lives' work. That is the greatest theory in the world. A theory that could create history and change the entire world. The assistant became almost frenzied, to the point of roaring with excitement. This scene startled several people who instinctively reached for their weapons. No, something is very wrong. The situation has completely deviated from expectations. Judging from the assistant's reaction, he truly is like a madman. What theory? Ye Lin took a deep breath, coldly asking, and this time it was the professor who took the initiative to speak. It is a theory regarding species evolution. The progress of technology is actually a trap. The professor propped himself up, his back hunched, eyes vacant, as he muttered to himself, technological advancement seems to have given us means to resist disasters. But all of this is an illusion. In ancient times, a plague might infect at most a village or several cities. But with the advancement of technology, a flu can spread across the world via trains, and antibiotics, hormones, vaccines seem to enable us to resist diseases, but the immune system we truly rely on has long been riddled with holes. Our ancestors chased ferocious beasts across the continent and hunted mammoths during the Ice Age. Yet now our bodies are weaker than ever. Relying on external aids is ultimately a trap. We have not evolved for too long. Humanity has not evolved for too long. If this continues, we will eventually be eliminated. Like migratory birds in the Indian Ocean, we have become too enamored with the comfort brought by technology, forgetting how to survive physically. Evolution we need. Evolution. The professor finished his statement in one breath, his face flushed with a sickly hue. In the midst of a violent cough, Hu Jia couldn't help but quietly retort. But Professor, technology is also a form of evolution, isn't it? It's also our own ability. We live much better than before. Better. The future. Without giving Hu Jia a chance to finish, the assistant suddenly turned around. We have no future. Because of technological advancement, the internal competition among humans can no longer achieve survival of the fittest. Those ignorant, ugly, and filthy politicians under the protection of modern technology will never die again. Due to the lack of evolution, our bodies can no longer resist technology, and humanity cannot oppose them like in the past. Our genes are deteriorating, and all of humanity resembles a corpse that cannot metabolize, slowly rotting away. So your theory is that cannibalism leads to evolution. Eating people can complete the blood replacement. Ye Lin coldly questioned, but the assistant seemed oblivious, becoming even more fervent. Yes. Only by eating others can we evolve. Only by eating others can we restructure our genes. Only by eating others can we strengthen our bodies. True evolution is to evolve like them. Just like our ancestors 100,000 years ago, they consumed all the Homo erectus and evolved into beings capable of using fire. 60,000 years ago, they consumed all the Flores people and evolved into beings with short-term memory. 40,000 years ago, they consumed all the Neanderthals and evolved the ability to speak. The Soa people, the Rhodesians, the Luzon people. We consumed everyone to get to where we— The assistant spread his arms, his expression frenzied, as if he were revealing a truth. At this moment, he seemed no longer a scholar, but a mad cultist. Them. Ye Lin's mind raced. This theory was utterly insane. He didn't care whether it was right or wrong. He only cared about what Riley and the professor had witnessed to give birth to such thoughts. Riley, did you see something? What did you see? The assistant lowered his hands, his gaze strange. Indeed, we did see some things. We saw traces of evolution. We saw that thousands of years ago people had already begun to evolve. It's just that those processes of evolution were interrupted. They couldn't consume enough people before being trapped inside the pharaoh's tomb. Oh right, they succeeded too. You seem to call them gods or zombies. Crash. A harsh metallic clatter suddenly sounded from the kitchen. In the kitchen, Zhang Tai's face turned pale, his arm trembling. At his feet, a toppled iron pot spilled soup everywhere, and a pale round ball rolled out steaming. The crowd instinctively looked over, and it was a cooked human head. The entire room fell silent, and several faces changed color in unison. The next moment, a hoarse voice from the professor suddenly broke the silence. I once thought, perhaps I truly have gone mad. I tried to eat people, but I did not evolve. Seeing you all, I know what was on the stone tablet. Perhaps. Perhaps what? He Zheng instinctively asked, but in the next moment, before he could react, the professor suddenly lunged forward, his withered hands grasping him like a madman. Then he pulled him closer and tried to bite him. Damn! He Zheng's soul left his body. Instinctively, he kicked out. Bang! A sound of shattering glass echoed, and the professor's emaciated body crashed through the window, falling hard to the ground below. Thud! Looking at the professor lying on the ground, half of his head caved in, He Zheng's mind went blank, his heart filled with shock and anger. Everything happened too suddenly. Damn it! Did he accidentally kill the other party? Professor! Riley shouted in panic, screaming as he rushed toward the window, but Ye Lin grabbed him. What did you find? What was written on the stone tablet? Riley swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to answer, but a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, the viral meme has been activated early. Please eliminate all carriers immediately. Meme? What meme? What carriers? Before anyone could react, and Kess' expression changed drastically as she shouted urgently, Ye Lin. Kill it. Kill him now. Meme? He has the meme inside him. Ye Lin's pupils contracted sharply. He didn't need Nku to remind him. Outside on the ground, the professor, who should have died from the fall, was now shaking himself and charging toward the nearest student at an incredible speed. No biting, no gnawing. That student merely saw his appearance and was instantly infected, becoming another. As carriers of the meme, both their eyes turned crimson, showing no hesitation, as if they were solely for the purpose of infecting more people, turning swiftly to charge toward the next target. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4, 4 become 8, and the number of infections constantly multiplied. The students on the entire street fell like a row of dominoes, all infected in less than a few seconds. Then they crazily rushed toward the next group. Hezheng, Huang Liang. Without time to ask more, Ye Lin shouted furiously, his entire being like an arrow released from its bow, as he charged outside. He drew his sword and fired. The sound of the sword was a violent shriek, directly cleaving the nearest infected person in half, igniting a blood effect that turned him into charcoal. Ye Lin quickly drew his gun, and in a single breath, he shot the slightly more distant infected individuals in the head one after another. Coming back to himself, Hezheng urgently jumped down, grabbing 2 axes and desperately rushing toward the infected students. Bang! It was like smashing a watermelon, the brain matter splattering all over his face like a burst of thick sauce. His expression was one of horror. Looking at the infected person crawling madly on all fours around the corner, Hezheng angrily shouted at Huang Liang, short hair. Quickly shoot and kill them. Kill them. Huang Liang had the best shooting skills, but at this distance he couldn't catch up. If it was just a few seconds more, it could infect hundreds, or even thousands of people. He didn't understand why Huang Liang was hesitating. Although the primary target of these infected individuals was not to attack them, but to spread the meme. But at this speed, in at most 10 minutes, the entire city would be assimilated. By then it would be hell. Bang, bang. The gunfire was dull like a pneumatic piston. Realizing the severity of the problem, Huang Liang also didn't dare to hesitate, his spiritual energy sniper rifle firing in rapid succession, swiftly picking off the most distant infected. Unlike conventional sniper rifles, each shot would burst forth with white light at the muzzle, and under the enhancement of that light the bullets were like large-caliber grenades, blasting the targets into pieces. Quickly kill them. Altogether, the ground was littered with corpses radiating outward. 3 minutes later, Hezheng's arm trembled as he gasped for breath, his entire body covered in bits of flesh. Looking at Ye Lin, who was pulling his sword from a corpse, he forced out a smile that was worse than crying. Damn. Finally, we finished killing them all. The speed of these infected individuals had only increased as their numbers grew. Fortunately, after exhausting their efforts, they managed to kill the last infected before it rushed into the teaching building. It was too fast, the infection spread far too quickly. To stop the spread, they didn't even realize how many uninfected people they were forced to kill. Have you finished asking? Wait, did that guy also turn into a zombie? Before he could catch his breath, Hezheng asked as he looked at Nku and Hu Jia, who were coming down from upstairs. He saw that a few drops of blood splattered on Nke's face, clearly the assistant's blood. Yes, he turned into a zombie too quickly. I couldn't ask him too much. What exactly is a meme? Why did that professor become a zombie? Ye Lin asked solemnly as he sheathed his. Nke hadn't had time to explain earlier, but based on her earlier reaction it was enough to indicate how terrifying it was. A meme is something similar to a gene. Genes replicate themselves through biological reproduction, while memes replicate through thoughts, behaviors, and word of mouth. Just like the hot memes that spread on the internet, people will involuntarily share them with others. In short, once infected with a meme, as long as you know what a zombie is, you will turn into one. The professor must have come into contact with the meme before, but he didn't know what kind of meme it was. Just like a bomb that is safe until it is detonated. Upon hearing about the zombie virus, seeing Hezheng's power, and even sensing that you are also a zombie, he was instantly infected. After this convoluted explanation, Nke's expression was bitter. Sorry, Ye Lin. I can't explain it too clearly. I don't know much either. I only know that if we liken the meme to a monster, to eliminate this monster, we can only kill everyone who knows of it. Otherwise, as long as one person knows the meme, will infinitely regenerate. Looking at the corpses littered around, a flash of fear crossed Nke's eyes, speaking of which we are lucky that we managed to deal with it before it spread. If we had arrived here just a bit later, even by just 10 minutes, it would have been enough for him to infect millions. The professor turning into a meme in advance was also a blessing in disguise. Even if it was because of their arrival that he transformed early. But when the time came, the system would automatically. The spread of the meme grows exponentially, unlike the zombie virus, which requires attacking humans. As long as someone knows, sees, or even just hears the word zombie, they can become infected. Thinking back to their previous speculations on how the virus would erupt at this moment, they finally had an answer. So does this mean we have also been infected? Crap, we know about zombies too. Compared to Enkes' understanding, Heejung knew much less, swallowing hard and nervously feeling around his body. Why do I feel like I'm fine? He had only heard of memes before, but this was his first encounter with one. Or maybe I have been infected, I don't know. Perhaps the speed of infection is related to one's constitution. But that assistant was also infected. He knew the information about zombies, and had been in contact with the meme, therefore, he transformed early. Seeing Ye Lin silent, as if pondering something, and sighed, unsure how they encountered the meme so early. Yet in her mind it was still a stroke of luck. Ye Lin, it's good we chose the second option, otherwise with that group strength there would have been no time to kill those carriers. Also, it's fortunate that the people in this world don't know what zombies are. Of course, since we dealt with the memes, as long as they don't come into contact with the memes, knowing won't matter. Now there's one question: have we been infected? If we have the medicine, might not be enough. And where is the stone tablet? That thing might be the source. Ye Lin listened, frowning tightly. Rather than feeling relieved, he asked quickly, "And can you confirm that the antidote we exchanged works against the meme virus? And as long as you haven't come into contact with the meme like that assistant, knowing it is fine." And Ku was taken aback. Yes, although this time it's a meme, it essentially also turns people into zombies. As for the second point, that should be correct. For example, on Earth many people know of zombies and ghosts, but to infect someone they must first have the meme in them, and then rely on information to detonate it. But now the source of the meme has. Suddenly Ku froze mid-sentence. Earth? Here. Wait, if. An awful guess instantly surfaced in Enkes' mind. You can't be sure, right? What if the professor didn't turn into this after coming into contact with the meme, but rather he know all the people here have the meme in them? As long as they know the information, once the system's countdown ends it will detonate directly. They have succeeded, they have failed, they have been stopped. Carlton found evidence that this world once experienced a meme outbreak, which is why he is imitating it and yearning for evolution. This is not Earth, they originally had memes within them. Damn. Ye Lin's heart jolted. He thought he understood what the difficulty of the other team was. Where the difficulty of this exam lay, and why it was in free mode. It was a trap. Choosing either of the two answers would be a trap. Go. Without hesitation, Ye Lin shouted to everyone, then tossed the communicator to Ku. You stay here and contact them. After catching the communicator thrown by Ye Lin, Ku was startled. But soon her face turned pale, and her pupils contracted to the extreme. She realized what Ye Lin was saying. The other team, to gain the military's trust, must have disclosed information about zombies. And without knowing where the virus would appear, their only way to reduce infections was to tell the whole world. Zombies. What are they? The sound of snap snap echoed as the multitude of flashlights illuminated Roger's face, leaving it pale. Facing the media from various countries, he maintained a stiff smile at the corners of his mouth. He did not understand how those prominent figures managed to navigate the public eye with such ease, even lying without a hint of hesitation. All he knew was that his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Representatives from 175 countries were either present or connected online. Soon he would be the savior of this world. For someone who was a student, just a week ago it felt like a dream. The death exam was brutal. Strangely, he found himself understanding Frank a bit. This place was both hell and heaven. As long as one could survive, everything desired could be easily obtained. Roger, we found the trace of that group of people. A team member suddenly rushed over, holding a tablet with a tense expression. Roger was taken aback as he took the device, only to see Night Forest rapidly jumping between buildings on the screen. The speed was astonishing, leaving him alarmed. Even the high-definition cameras couldn't capture a clear image. When did this happen? 1 minute ago. The target appeared at Southampton University. Judging by the direction of movement, they should be heading towards us. What should we do? Should we arrange troops to snipe them? Roger's heart jolted. If nothing unexpected happened, the other party intended to attack them during this time. Although they had military protection, no one knew what abilities that suspected class individual possessed. He had enhancements too, but only slightly stronger than an ordinary soldier. If it really came to confrontation, they would scarcely last a few seconds. Contact Frank. If they dare to show themselves, I fear there will be trouble. Taking a deep breath, Roger directly contacted Frank. He was reluctant to reach out, yet had to admit that their experience was far less rich than Frank's. The communication was quickly established. After listening to the news rapidly, Frank surprisingly let out a scoff, showing no concern. Have those rats finally decided to show their heads? You fools, are you still scared to death? There won't be any problems. Their appearance now merely proves they hold no trump cards. It's purely a gamble for their lives. If nothing unexpected happens, they realize that once we reduce the difficulty of the zombies, we will have enough energy to deal with them. But, choosing to act at this moment, it's simply too foolish. Frank sneered, feeling a sense of relief as he observed the soldiers guarding behind the bulletproof glass. This was great. He had been worried that the other side would hide in the shadows and refuse to come out. To prevent assassination, he had deliberately hidden in an underground base capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion. He had even arranged for a decoy outside. But now it seemed he had perhaps overreacted. Foolish. He didn't expect Frank to give such an evaluation. In Roger's view, the enemy, choosing this timing, was indeed the best option. Frank looked down on this, bluntly stating, if they were really smart, they should have chosen to appear during the mid to late stages of the zombie outbreak. According to the information provided by the system, mutated beings will appear among the zombies. At that time, our strength would have been significantly depleted. To achieve higher ratings, or even to deal with the mutated beings, they could very well negotiate with us relying on their own strength. But appearing now means they are indeed afraid. They do not believe they can withstand our pursuit after the zombie outbreak. After saying this, Frank lost interest in further discussion. Once the topic was released, he had already rehearsed all scenarios. In his view, if he were in charge, he would have decisively abandoned the second option and contacted the military. With stronger power, he could earn the military's trust. After all, nothing is more convincing to those in high positions than supernatural abilities. Doing so, both parties could control the military while being superior in individual strength. Thinking of how the other side hadn't considered this, Frank felt sorry for their foolishness. Perhaps I should also reap some points. Even such fools can be stronger than me. After surviving 4 rounds, he was only a class. Suppressing his thoughts, Frank decisively issued the command, deploy troops to snipe them. But also be cautious, they may deliberately lead us away. Before he could finish, a cold system alert suddenly rang out. Warning. The ancient stone slab has been activated, and the virus outbreak time has begun to advance. Countdown 4 minutes, 59, 58, 57. A stone slab. What stone slab? Only 5 minutes until the zombie outbreak. Frank abruptly froze, then suddenly realizing something, urged anxiously, hurry. Announce the news immediately. They are unwilling to reduce the difficulty. Damn, that group of idiots. They would rather perish together than allow us any strength to pursue them. Although he didn't know what the stone slab was, Frank believed it was likely related to the newly discovered object. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger and the others instantly reacted. Without waiting for the various countries to prepare, they rushed directly towards the venue. This is UK Emergency Broadcasting, BBC Radio 4 LW 198 kHz National Emergency Alert. 3 minutes later, the debugging broadcast echoed, resonating throughout the building. A large number of staff continuously translated the zombie information and sent it to the senior officials of various countries. Looking at the news that had been released, Roger let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at the communicator in his hand, which had been ringing constantly, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Why did they still need to contact them? What did those people intend to do? Not long ago, they had suddenly abandoned their actions and directly moved towards the city. After hesitating for a long time, he took a deep breath and simply picked up the communicator. Their plan had already been completed. Even if the other party wanted to do something, it would be meaningless. Of course, he also wanted to question them about why they chose to trigger the outbreak early. Although they were competitors, raising the difficulty was not beneficial for anyone. Unexpectedly, as soon as the communication was connected, the imagined threat did not appear. What came instead was an urgent female voice. How many people did you tell about the zombies? Stop. The virus is a meme. The method of infection does not rely on meme. What meme? Before Roger could be taken aback, the other end of the communication suddenly fell silent. In the next second, a cold male voice took over the call. If I were you, I would choose to commit suicide immediately. Oh, at least that way I could die a bit more peacefully. What? Roger was taken aback. Before he could say anything, he found that the other party had directly hung up the communication. Roger, what did they say? Several team members gathered around with confusion. They had just sent detailed information about the zombies to various countries. To ensure they could discover zombies at the first moment, they even specially created video images and uploaded them to all global social media. Although there were only a few minutes left until the outbreak, they believed the follow-up information would still be useful. They had not discovered any zombies. Thus, the first batch of infected individuals must be hiding in some corner. As long as everyone knew what zombies were, they could report anomalies at the first moment and even eliminate them on the spot. In this way, the virus would be strangled at its source. It's nothing, just a bunch of madmen. Roger put down the communicator in his hand, laughing in anger. After saying this, he looked at the 30-second countdown on his watch, intending to remind the team to be cautious of any infected individuals appearing in the venue. Although the probability was extremely low, each staff member had been checked, but it was still better to be cautious just in case. Just as he looked up, an invisible ripple seemed to sweep past them from above. Huh. The crowd was slightly taken aback. The next second, they saw everyone in the building except for themselves subconsciously touch their own faces. Fingers stained with bright red blood, a stream of bloody tears slowly flowed from the corners of people's eyes. In front of the computer, the staff responsible for uploading videos stood motionless, their pupils reflecting the image of the mutated being roaring. What is this? Beep. The virus is about to break out. All candidates prepare yourselves. In the city, He Zheng drove the heavy truck, slamming the accelerator down furiously. He cared not about exposing their whereabouts. The nearly 100-ton heavy truck rampaged through the streets like a crazed beast. The vehicle shook violently. Inside the truck, everyone's faces turned pale, and the timid Hu Jia trembled, gripping the iron bar tightly. They already knew what would happen, and at this moment no one could remain calm. In the driver's seat, looking at Night Forest, who had silently put down his communicator, He Zheng couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Night Forest, aren't we going to find them?" Didn't they respond? It's too late. Night Forest's voice was hoarse. He hung up the communicator because it had become meaningless. He had already heard the debugging broadcast coming from the other end, meaning that the other party had already sent out the information. The sound of alarms was like the last words. If there were still 2 hours left, he would choose to sabotage the communication system to prevent the information from spreading. If there were still an hour left, he would take He Zheng and the others and do everything possible to kill all the informed. But now only 10 seconds remained. The stone slab that had suddenly been opened had directly pushed the situation to the brink. Clenching his fists, Night Forest's brain raced. The slab was not opened by them, and they hadn't even seen it. And this meant that there was a third party here. Just as he finished speaking, without waiting for He Zheng to change his expression. As the countdown reached 0, an invisible wave seemed to sweep violently from above the city. The people inside the vehicle let out muffled groans, feeling as if they were struck by a heavy hammer to the chest. Bang! In a moment of brief loss of control, the heavy truck skidded and crashed heavily into a roadside sign. Before they could react, the sounds of the entire city seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only the ongoing broadcast overhead. On the streets and skyscrapers and hospitals and schools, whether pedestrians dodging on the roads or mailmen riding bicycles, in that instant everyone became as still as stone sculptures, unmoving. People either looked up at the broadcast overhead or focused on the images on their phones. If someone could overlook the entire globe, they would see that as soon as the first streak of crimson lit up, in just a short time, dense and seemingly endless blood red covered the entire world. Maybe it was a second, maybe 10 seconds. Roar! Accompanied by the first zombie's roar sounding from a corner, the crowd turned around, as if infected, rushing towards the survivors who had not seen or heard the information. In an instant, over 1 million roars drowned the entire city. Inside the vehicle, everyone's faces turned pale, and He Zheng's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. The crowd roared and crazily charged towards them. Even those infected inside the building crashed through the glass like madmen, jumping down directly. Thud! 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 The sound of falling was as dense as rain. The infected, jumping down from all directions, heavily landed on the truck's roof, violently smashing it down. Even if their limbs were broken or half their heads were smashed open, exposing red and white brain matter, these infected still dragged their broken bodies and swiftly crawled towards them. At a glance, it seemed as though they were surrounded by a sea of corpses. Everywhere they looked, countless zombies were overwhelming them. Bang! As the first zombie crashed into the front of the vehicle, He Zheng could no longer contain his shock. Night Forest, what should we do now? Should we use the flying backpacks? He Zheng was terrified. With so many zombies, even if they drove a tank, they wouldn't be able to break through. Even if they reacted immediately and left the city. But they were still 20 kilometers from the city outskirts. Before He Zheng could ask again, Night Forest suddenly jumped down from the roof, landing heavily in front of the vehicle. It's useless. We can't leave without killing it. After slashing through the charging zombies with a sword, he fixed his gaze on the distance, where a giant zombie towering 4 stories high was slowly lifting its head. Unlike He Zheng, who had not noticed the opponent, Night Forest's enhanced perception sensed the immense threat posed by this monster. The flying backpack was too slow. If it were ordinary zombies, they could still escape. But now this monster was clearly targeting them. In a flash, a sharp scream erupted. The monster opened its maw and sprayed a foul-smelling corpse-like pus towards them. The thick liquid dripped to the ground, instantly corroding the road. It stood up and ran its massive body like a small mountain, each footfall causing the ground to tremble. Watching the incoming mutated being amidst the incessant system warnings, Night Forest shouted sharply, his speed reaching its limit. He kicked the nearest zombie to pieces, then leaped into the air. Warning. Current infected count 1. 49 million. Difficulty level D. Warning. Current infected count 25. 2 million. Difficulty level C. Warning. Current infected count 196 million. Warning. Current infected count 4. 65 billion. Difficulty level A. He Zheng. Huang Liang. Cover me. We will break through. Bang. The long sword slashed down, reflecting an eerie color in the setting sun. At the same time, the giant mutated being charging and also unleashed a furious punch with a shriek. The imagined collision did not occur. Under the astonished gazes of several onlookers facing the incoming massive fist, Ye Lin unexpectedly twisted his body in midair, evading the punch at an almost inconceivable angle. With a resounding boom, the heavy fist struck nothing but air. In an instant, the asphalt road collapsed and cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web. Under the shockwave, a multitude of shattered stones shot outwards like bullets, instantly shattering the surrounding glass curtain walls. The sound of the explosion was crisp. The fragments soaring in the sky reflected Ye Lin's profile. After dodging the punch, he had already rushed to the side of the mutant creature. In the next moment, the raised cross sword howled down like a decapitation. Puff! The pus and blood exploded. An arm as thick as a waist was severed in a single strike, and the stench of blood shot up like a blood column reaching halfway up the building. The blood flames burned, and the weapon's blood-burning effect was like a fire eating through bones, igniting the wound and producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Roar! In the grip of intense pain, the mutant creature let out a wretched scream, and the human face that had not yet fully merged on its abdomen twisted and distorted, trembling in agony. Seizing the opportunity after landing a hit, Ye Lin did not hesitate to stab his sword, the enlarged cross sword instantly thrusting toward the creature's jaw. Puff! The blade, wrapping around blood flames, suddenly pierced through the entire brain of the mutant. It was as if a steel nail had been driven into bone, and a burst of blood flames erupted from its mouth. The mutant creature's body abruptly halted, then fell heavily forward. Just as he jumped out of the car, He Zheng gaped, feeling as if his mind had gone blank. This is a dead already. He hasn't even entered the arena. The monster's strength is undoubtedly formidable. The power of that punch was evident when it struck the ground, cracked, and the force was enough to explode an armored vehicle. The thick muscle tissue, half a palm's thickness, was incredibly dense, capable of withstanding bullets. Even against a special forces unit, it could wipe them out in a very short time. Although aided by weapons, Ye Lin managed to take down this monster in less than 2 seconds, which was truly abnormal. Moreover, He Zheng asked himself, he definitely couldn't have reacted to that punch, let alone seized the moment when the creature was in pain to deliver a fatal blow. If it weren't for his certainty that Ye Lin was entering the death exam for the first time, he would have doubted whether this kid was actually a seasoned veteran. Just as He Zheng was lost in thought, a panicked female voice suddenly rang out. Ye Lin, that monster is not dead yet. On the car, and Kess's face changed drastically as she shouted urgently. Everyone was taken aback. As the mutant creature fell, a large crack opened at its chest, and a head covered in sharp teeth emerged, dripping with slime. From its mouth, a large amount of highly corrosive acidic liquid suddenly sprayed out. After a scream akin to a baby's cry, the giant mouth aimed at Ye Lin, seemingly intending to swallow him whole. Everyone was horrified. On the car roof, Huang Liang's expression changed drastically, instinctively raising his gun to snipe. But the two were almost overlapping. He realized he couldn't hit the target at all. Ye Lin, be careful, He Zheng shouted in a mix of panic and anger, rushing out. The distance was just too close. Even if Ye Lin reacted quickly, he couldn't avoid the attack, let alone that the blob of acidic liquid almost covered all escape routes. A foul stench filled the air as the acidic liquid dripped down, instantly carbonizing the combat uniform on Ye Lin's shoulder. However, facing the giant mouth with sharp teeth coming down, Ye Lin appeared completely unfazed. In just 0.1 seconds, he moved like a curved flame, instantly shifting behind the mutant creature. Flame flash. Puff. A backstab. In an instant, the sharp sword tip pierced through the second head, emerging bloodied from the center of the forehead. Twisting the sword body, he directly smashed its brain to pieces. The sound that resembled a baby's cry from the monster's mouth abruptly ceased, and after another surge of blood flames ignited, a raging inferno engulfed it completely. Crackle. Perhaps due to its complete demise, the giant body of the mutant creature began to burn. In just a breath, it collapsed heavily to the ground, turning into a charred corpse. Watching Ye Lin turn around after ending the battle, He Zheng stood there with his mouth agape, feeling as if he had been pressed on pause, still maintaining a forward charge posture. What ability is this? Unable to describe what he just witnessed in words, though he could roughly guess that the flame comparable to teleportation was likely a weapon skill. Yet Ye Lin's reaction and the killing scene made him internally conjure several words. How can this kid be so good at showing off? What are you still dawdling for? First charge through this building area, then use the flying backpack. Bang! Seeing that everyone seemed still unresponsive, Ye Lin furrowed his brows, directly sheathing his sword, then, without looking back, he crushed the head of a zombie that lunged at him. The brain matter exploded, sliding through his fingers. Although they had already dealt with the most threatening mutant creature, the zombies rushing in from all directions, even jumping down, were increasing in number. If they were dragged into this, they would definitely be worn down to death. Moreover, he had already vaguely sensed that a large number of zombies nearby were rapidly merging and evolving, ready to spawn new mutant creatures at any moment. The current difficulty was evidently just beginning. Alright. Prompted by Ye Lin, He Zheng quickly regained his senses, grabbing his dual axes and slashing at the surrounding zombies. On the car, Huang Liang and Zhang Tai hurriedly jumped down, one aiming and firing while the other held a shield to protect the others. Da-da-da, da-da-da. With a sweeping barrage of fire, they disregarded conserving ammunition. Facing the massive horde of zombies, the entire team formed a triangle, charging toward the undead swarm. Like a sharp dagger, they plunged fiercely into the tide of corpses. Move, run, run. More zombies are charging in. He Zheng frantically swung his axe, watching the seemingly endless wave of zombies, and alongside Ye Lin they fought desperately to break through the horde. 10 minutes later, the 6 of them, drenched in blood, burst out from the tide of undead passing through the commercial building. Accompanied by a series of dense grenade explosions, which briefly halted the zombies rushing at them, the group quickly pulled down their flying backpacks, speeding away amidst the endless screams. 200 meters in the air, they gasped for breath, struggling to wipe the blood off their faces. Looking back at the city behind them, the sunset had already sunk halfway below the horizon. The dim yellow light cast enormous shadows over the entire city. Flames soared into the sky and countless dark figures leaped from the high buildings. Amidst the distant wailing sirens, there seemed to be an unending stream of English broadcasts. In a daze, they seemed to witness the same scenes unfolding across the globe. The White House was overrun by a horde of zombies engulfed in raging flames, while countless dark figures frantically climbed down from the towering Tokyo Tower. Statues were toppled, submerged in the Babunit Temple, and the undead rose from their coffins in the Pharaoh's Temple. Night was falling, the world was turning into hell. Ye Lin, the topic has appeared. What should we do next? At the highway gas station, He Zheng stared intently at his watch, the bright retrograde making it hard for him to breathe. And in the system prompt, the phrase "no rest for the wicked" made everyone tense up. The warmth of the flames enveloped them, the crackling would offering a comforting heat. The modern electrical system, though convenient, proved to be exceedingly fragile in the face of disaster. After 2 hours, the power supply was completely cut off. Hiding in the gas station, they had no choice but to chop some wood from the roadside to start a fire. Gathered around the campfire, Hu Jia cautiously tended to the fire, stealing glances at Ye Lin, who was deep in thought. Silence enveloped the group. As the question was posed, everyone awaited Ye Lin's next judgment. The second round is to find and survive for 7 days. According to the system's prompt, the meme will actively control the zombies to seek out and infect all humans, relentless and unyielding. This means the zombies will have tracking abilities, rendering any hiding place useless. Looking at the level difficulty, if we can't locate the items required by the system, our chances of surviving past 7 days are slim, and we might even perish within 1 to 2 days. Therefore, the key question is the item the system wants us to find an ancient stone tablet? If so, what exactly is it, and who has taken it? It's likely that the stone tablet contains secrets about the zombies or the meme. The question was revealed, and this time it took much longer than the previous round. Ye Lin speculated that the variable difficulty required the system to issue questions based on real-time challenges. As he spoke, He Zheng clenched his fists, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the encroaching darkness. Although they had managed to escape, as Ye Lin had pointed out, the zombies and mutated beings would likely pursue them swiftly. With over 4 billion zombies, who could predict how many mutants would emerge? What terrifying monsters might arise from among those mutants? It seemed that the surrounding zombies numbered at most a few tens of millions, but knowing the system's cruelty, he had no doubt that it would position all the mutants nearby. Damn it. It's all that group of idiots' fault. If they had contacted us sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. A bunch of self-righteous fools. They thought we were going to kill him. Now look, they've played themselves into a corner and dragged us down with them. He Zheng couldn't help but curse, and this time, even Huang Liang didn't rebut. A bunch of self-righteous fools. They thought we were going to kill him. Now look, they've played themselves into a corner and dragged us down with them. He Zheng couldn't help but curse, and this time, even Huang Liang didn't rebut. Of which, human nature is such, they merely chose the optimal solution for themselves. Moreover, Enku lifted her hair instinctively, securing it into a tight ponytail. Furthermore, this is also something the system intentionally set up. The essence of the free mode is to determine whether to cooperate or confront, which is one aspect of the difficulty. If there were no memes in this round, we would be the hunters, and their choice to cooperate would equate to seeking death. Looking at Ye Lin, Enku hesitated slightly. Ye Lin, do you also think that the item the system wants us to find is the ancient stone tablet? I think so, but doesn't it seem too obvious? Is there a possibility? After Nku finished speaking, the others turned to Ye Lin in unison. Logically, it should be the ancient stone tablet, especially since the professor mentioned it, and the system referred to it as well. Yet based on the previous experience, they were uncertain that the answer would be directly given. It can only be the stone tablet. To Nku's surprise, Ye Lin directly asserted. 1. The professor mentioned that the tablet contains methods for evolution. 2. The tablet was found in a pharaoh's tomb, where there were trapped infectees. This action clearly aimed to prevent the meme's spread. 3. The stone tablet can accelerate the virus spread. The three are highly interconnected, so what we are looking for can only be the ancient stone tablet. Pausing slightly, Ye Lin looked at Nku. You might feel something is off fundamentally, because the system mentioned it intentionally. You think the system wouldn't provide an answer. But from my perspective, the system originally wouldn't have mentioned it, unless someone triggered the system's alert early. Ye Lin's words prompted Nku to realize something, and even He Zheng exclaimed in shock and anger, there's another team. Damn it. I knew there was something too coincidental. Just when we discovered the problem, they triggered it immediately. If only we had a few more minutes, we might have been able to stop those fools. He Zheng scanned the surroundings warily, while Zhang Tai at the door instinctively raised his shield, fearing that another team was nearby. Ye Lin, the stone tablet, might also be in the hands of the first team. They had a motive to trigger the explosion themselves. I noticed that when we initiated communication, they consistently rejected us, but the last time, since they decided not to connect at the beginning, but later violated that it doesn't align with criminal psychology. Therefore, I suspect they may have split into two teams, one dominant and one weak. The dominant faction holds power and resources, while the weaker faction merely follows orders. After separating, the weaker side was only brave enough to connect communications. Thus, in light of internal conflicts, it's possible that the criminal leader intends to kill off other accomplices to monopolize the rewards. Such cases are not uncommon in reality. Everyone looked at Huang Liang in surprise, and He Zheng could hardly contain his astonishment. The crew-cut boy's words were oddly insightful. In his memory, this guy was merely a hothead, yet he surprisingly showed some intellect. Huang Liang, while this possibility cannot be ruled out, I feel that their actions carry too much risk, don't you think? Nku frowned, but before she could finish, Ye Lin shook his head and softly replied, the risk isn't significant. If the one with the stone tablet is hiding in a very safe place, he could certainly do this. The fewer people there are, the greater the reward. If a third party exists, there should be two options on the communicator. Thus, Huang Liang's thought isn't wrong. There is no third team here, or else the logic wouldn't hold up. Nku was taken aback, and inexplicably, she suddenly felt that Ye Lin's tone had become somewhat strange. Logically it made sense, but next we need to obtain the stone tablet from that person and uncover the secrets it holds. Wait, Brother Lin, how are we supposed to find him? According to your speculation, he might be hiding in a very safe place, so Hu Jia asked, quietly swallowing hard. Where would they look? In the city? Trying to find someone in a city full of monsters was not just dangerous, it was nearly a death sentence. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Ye Lin smiled and picked up the communicator. No, we don't need to look for him, he will find us. If he is hiding in a place that was previously very safe, that may no longer be the case now. If he triggers an explosion, it means he didn't anticipate that the monsters have tracking abilities. Therefore, he must now realize one thing: relying on himself, he cannot survive past the 7th day. We just need to shake off the monsters behind us and wait for him to contact us. Of course, during this time we also need to gather as many other clues as possible. For instance, who initially suppressed the professor's research? That person might also have information about the stone. The location should be. 2 minutes later. With the ammunition loaded, Nku stood by the car waiting to depart. Watching Ye Lin approach her, she couldn't help but want to say something, but the next moment, she saw Ye Lin point at the backpack behind her. Nku, I remember all my things are with you, right? Ghost? Everyone was startled and rushed toward the source of the sound. Even Nku couldn't think much, and inside the vehicle, He Zheng stood frozen like a statue, his hands gripping the dual axes in a defensive posture. His face was completely devoid of color, his lips trembled incessantly, and his eyes stared blankly at the wild grass by the roadside. Even when a few of them rushed over, they dared not move an inch, as if fearing something might leap out from the darkness. He Zheng. Huang Liang was taken aback, quickly drawing his gun from behind his waist, shining a powerful flashlight at the grass. The beam was blinding. But under the strong light, there was nothing within the illuminated area, only a few patches of tall grass swaying in the wind. He Zheng, did you maybe see it wrong? Huang Liang couldn't help but want to pat him on the shoulder, but suddenly, He Zheng seemed to deflate, collapsing to the ground. I didn't see it wrong. Damn it. I really saw a ghost. That thing ran right past my face. He struggled to swallow his saliva, clearly still shaken, his words tumbling out incoherently. Ye Lin furrowed his brows at the sight. Although they found nothing, he understood He Zheng well enough to know that this guy wasn't easily scared. If he was frightened, it meant he truly saw something. And could does ghostly presence appear even at a level difficulty? Ye Lin turned to ask, and upon his words, everyone felt the hair on their bodies stand on end. The current difficulty was already high enough. If anything else appeared, they feared not many would survive, especially if it was a ghost. And Ku opened her mouth hesitantly, and after glancing at her watch she confirmed, no, while a level difficulty can have 3 major events, only one type can appear at a time, at least that's what I know. If ghosts and memes appeared simultaneously, we could only wait to die. These 2 types are logically completely opposite. Ghosts require understanding of what they are to find a way out, whereas memes cannot be understood to stop them. Seeing the expressions of the others gradually calming down, and Kun nodded, confirming. Our scenario is a zombie crisis, so we will only encounter zombies, at most some special mutated beings. Looking at He Zheng, and Ku couldn't help but sigh. He Zheng, is it possible that you were just too tense? Of course I'm not doubting you, maybe what you saw was an animal. Let's get in the car first. Ye Lin interrupted, directly signaling everyone to move first. No matter what He Zheng saw, the best solution was to leave this place. Staying still was simply foolish. Everyone stay alert. Huang Liang Zhang, Tai, keep an eye on the rear. And Ku was momentarily taken aback, but understood Ye Lin was right, quickly following him into the vehicle. She thought He Zheng was likely just under too much pressure, causing his mental state to falter. Ever since the difficulty spiked to a level, He Zheng's mentality had clearly unraveled, constantly cursing the other team throughout the ride, even during their earlier discussion. Claiming to be experienced, He Zheng had only participated in 3 rounds. Gaining sudden power made him think the next round would be easier, so it was normal for his mindset to be unbalanced. She had seen this scenario too many times. Some individuals after a mental breakdown would turn on their own kind, even going so far as to kill all their teammates, and then commit suicide. The engine roared. Driving the truck they found at the gas station, the group traveled while studying the map. Brother Lin, are you suggesting we take the City Ring Expressway and detour through the Western District? Looking at the marked location of the Academy of Sciences on the map, Hu Jia traced his finger over the residential areas. Can we really find clues there? Hu Jia asked softly, a hint of fear in his eyes. They had come from the east. This meant they would need to detour half the city to reach their destination. If zombies hadn't broken out, they could probably arrive in a few hours. But now no one knew how many monsters they might encounter along the way, or if they could even make it through. Thinking of the million-strong horde of corpses in the city made his legs feel weak. The only good news was they didn't need to enter the city and wouldn't pass through residential areas. We can find something. According to the assistant, the professor's research results have all been suppressed. Therefore, after obtaining the stone tablet, they must have released the research results and compiled documentation. If what we're looking for isn't the stone tablet, then it must be these items. After hearing this, everyone nodded, but Nku still had some doubts. But Ye Lin, what if those research results were destroyed? After all, Professor Carlton's reputation was stripped away. If we go, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? No. Ye Lin shook his head gently and said, although the professor seems to have been ousted, the academy is still willing to provide him with an apartment. This indicates he is not entirely ostracized by everyone. There must be someone or higher-ups secretly helping him. They just cannot openly support him for various reasons, so it's likely his research results are still intact. Otherwise, they could have just kicked him out without leaving him at the university. Nku nodded, having no further questions. However, just as Ye Lin finished speaking in the driving cabin, He Zheng suddenly blurted out, "Then Ye Lin, is there a chance the stone tablet is in the apartment? Damn, what if it's right under our noses? Do we have to go back and look for it?" He Zheng couldn't help but recall the moment the professor lunged at him. After regaining his composure, he also began to doubt whether what he saw earlier was a hallucination. After all, if there really was a ghost, even an unknown mutated being should have attacked them by now. Brother He, that won't happen. Hu Jia cautiously interjected, suddenly adding, if the stone tablet is in the apartment, it means there's a mole among us. Hu Jia smiled awkwardly after his comment. He Zheng suddenly turned and stared at Ye Lin, and Nke's strange expressions, immediately realizing how foolish his previous thoughts were. Indeed, if it were really in the apartment, it would mean someone among them found the stone tablet and secretly opened it. And that person could only be Zhang Tai. Brother Lin, I have one last question to ask. If we can only search for the ancient stone tablet, and the person who obtained it is trapped in the city center, do we have to rescue him, even if he contacts us? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked toward Ye Lin. The danger of entering the city was one thing, but the thought of having to risk their lives for those people was an unspeakable burden. Theoretically, yes, but... Ye Lin nodded, pointing to the map. However, I don't believe that person would hide in the city center. It's more likely he would hide on the outskirts of the city in a place similar to a military base. Just as Huang Liang analyzed, they should have split into 2 teams, one at the Thames Tower and the other elsewhere. This would also help avoid being wiped out by us in one go. As for the stone tablet, Ye Lin pondered, the system does not require obtaining the stone tablet as a compulsion. But if we cannot obtain it, the difficulty won't decrease. The most troublesome issue is actually the communicator. If the other team's communicator isn't with any surviving members, they can't contact us. But this issue can also be resolved. Unlike the previous round, Ye Lin noted that the core of the second round was to survive for 7 days. Damn, I hope we don't have to save them. It would be best if those idiots got eaten. Hee-jung cursed, wishing he could crush the and could nodded, observing Ye Lin's profile, her inner unease slightly easing. For some reason, she felt something was off about Ye Lin earlier, especially his words before getting into the vehicle, which felt inexplicably strange. The Ye Lin she knew now was more familiar. If it weren't for her certainty that she hadn't misremembered, she would have doubted if Ye Lin's earlier strange behavior was just her imagination. There shouldn't be any issues. Did I overthink it? Or is this guy really into me? Ye Lin, let's not discuss this anymore. Is that flashing ability of yours a weapon effect? And what about that fire? Damn, that's impressive. Not wanting to waste any more brain cells, Hee-jung steered with one hand, turning to curiously look at the cross-shaped sword behind Ye Lin. He had wanted to ask about this for a long time. He initially thought this broken sword wasn't worth 25 points, but now it seemed incredibly powerful. Yes, the ability I used for teleportation is called Flame Flash, usable once every 12 hours. However, it's not as convenient as you might think. The distance and speed of the teleportation depend on the user's physique. The incineration effect only works on corpses. In normal combat, it merely increases some. Suddenly, a muffled sound like the roar of ocean waves echoed. Their expressions flickered with alarm. Instinctively, they leapt to their feet and scrambled onto the vehicle's roof. Night had fallen, utterly lightless, while an endless sea of ink-black clouds smothered the sky. Ye Lin, something's wrong. Huang Liang cried urgently, his right eye locked onto the rifle scope. Though equipped with night vision, the near-total darkness allowed only vague silhouettes, shadows shifting in the void. Launch a flare, Ye Lin commanded coldly. Hesitating only a heartbeat, Huang Liang disregarded the risk of drawing zombies and swiftly drew his pistol, firing a flare straight into the blackened sky. Shoo, boom. The flare arced through the gloom, hanging suspended for a fleeting moment before bursting into searing crimson light. In the next breath, Huang Liang's pupils contracted violently as the distant scene snapped into clarity ahead. Not merely ahead, but everywhere. A dense, suffocating tide of zombies had silently encircled them. Their numbers defied counting, surely no fewer than hundreds of thousands. As if sensing discovery, they shrieked, a banshee wail, and surged forward with terrifying acceleration, howling toward the vehicle. Roar! The scream reverberated as though it filled the entire world. Inside the cab, Hee-jung's face paled. Hu Jia recoiled in sheer terror. Too fast, far too fast. Their speed had more than doubled since hours earlier. Each zombie now moved at near sprint velocity, 100-meter dash pace. Within mere breaths, the distance between them collapsed. At this rate, collision was inevitable. In seconds, all five had taken positions atop the vehicle, facing outward in every direction, unleashing torrents of fire upon the converging tide. Flames lashed like serpents. In seconds, all five had taken positions atop the vehicle, facing outward in every direction, unleashing torrents of fire upon the converging tide. Flames lashed like serpents, bullets rained down like monsoon torrents, severing the fastest zombies at the waist. Firing heavy-caliber rounds, each bullet punched a crater-sized wound into zombie flesh. Even without headshots, 3 or 4 impacts would reduce any corpse to pulp ruin. Yet within seconds, dozens fell, mown down like wheat. But against the sheer scale of the horde, it was less than a single drop in an ocean. Indeed, their kill rate lagged far behind the number crushed beneath the stampede of their own kind. Roar! So vast were their numbers that despite the dense crossfire, over a dozen zombies breached the perimeter within mere seconds, howling relentless, slipping through like shadows. On the vehicle's left flank, Enko fired rapid bursts. Just as he blew apart the skull of a zombie lunging beneath the chassis, another clambered up the side limbs, scrabbling frantically. Its face ground raw and featureless by dragging, left only a gaping maw. A grotesque visage of pure horror. The visceral impact shattered Hu Jia's composure. Beside Enku, he retched violently. He'd forgotten to reload. Too late to stop it. Watch out! Huang Liang bellowed, instantly pivoted. Twin barrels blazed. 2 zombies exploded mid-launch. Without pause, he whirled toward the next threat. Without mutated elites present, his enhanced super soldier bloodline made him the most lethal point of fire. Yet no matter how fiercely they fought, the situation worsened, not improved. Less than 20 seconds later, Hee-jung shouted in mounting panic. Ye Lin. Too many. The vehicles immobilized. A thunderous crunch. The truck's speed plummeted. At the wheel, He Zheng gripped the steering column floorboard deep on the accelerator. Like a highway bowling ball, each charging zombie slammed into the hood, crushed under tires pulverized beneath steel. Countless corpses lay flattened along the route. The truck's tire treads were clogged solid with gore. The engine groaned its last, seized beyond recovery. He Zheng smashed the windshield with a single axe blow and scrambled onto the roof. "We're stuck. What do we do?" He Zheng bellowed, burying his axe in the nearest zombie's skull. The moment the truck halted, 8 more zombies seized his legs, jaws snapping, tearing, pulling as if to rip him limb from limb. He screamed in agony, then drove 3 brutal kicks upward, shearing off zombie heads clean from their spines. Crimson geysers erupted skyward. Zhang Tai rushed to haul him onto the roof, shielding him with his reinforced shield. "Brother He, you've no time for that." Ignoring wounds, He Zheng staggered upright and rejoined the fray. Gazing at the tsunami-like surge of undead, he cried again, "Ye Lin. What now? Deploy the jetpack. We'll die if this continues." Though Ye Lin cut down foes with unmatched efficiency, blade and bullet dancing in lethal harmony, he carved only a narrow half-meter ring of bare ground. Against this onslaught, it was meaningless. Within seconds, hundreds of thousands would bury them alive, swallowing them whole. Even Ye Lin's strength would falter, exhaustion, inevitable death certain. Not an option. These zombies are coordinated. Coordinated. He Zheng blinked, confused. No mutated elite was visible, who all appeared identical, monstrous. Ye Lin severed 3 leaping zombies in one stroke, voice ice calm. No time to explain. The jetpack held only 2 minutes of fuel. Its top speed couldn't carry them 3 kilometers. Since the first zombie emerged, Ye Lin had searched relentlessly for the true enemy. That such a massive horde could approach undetected meant one thing: a highly intelligent mutant lurked within. Unless neutralized, they'd be surrounded anew the instant they touched ground. But how could it be found? He saw no anomaly, no deviation from the swarm. Therefore the mutant wore the same form as common undead, hidden among hundreds of thousands. Its intellect implied perfect mimicry, deliberate calculated camouflage. That combination rendered detection nearly impossible. And if it remained unseen, death was absolute. How do I find it? A guttural roar echoed. More and more zombies converged violently, rocking the vehicle until its chassis swayed precariously. The 10-meter-long roof became a crumbling levee, teetering on the brink of submersion. Forced to stand at the center of the formation, Enku braced herself against the violent lurches, clenched her silver teeth, and fired her pistol without pause. Within mere minutes, the number of infected had swollen into an abyssal tide of despair. As far as the eye could see, gnashing jaws and frenzied grasping arms conjured the vision of Avicii hell itself. Killing had become meaningless. Each fallen zombie merely became a grotesque stepping stone, accelerating the horde's ascent. Realizing this, Enku deduced that a mutated entity must be orchestrating the swarm from behind. She scanned the writhing mass with desperate intensity, hunting for its concealed presence. But light was scarce. Only the dim glow of flares overhead and the fractured headlights of the wrecked vehicle pierced the gloom, rendering targets beyond 50 meters indistinct. "Huang Liang. Flares. Fire more flares." Enku shouted, hoping intensified illumination would expose the hidden mutant amidst the seething horde. Though the tactic offered scant advantage, she could devise no better solution in the fleeting moment. No sooner had the words left her lips than Huang Liang froze, then swiftly reached for his waist. Yet the brief cessation of fire unleashed chaos. Dozens of zombies shrieked and lunged forward. Startled, Huang Liang whirled and opened fire in rapid bursts. In that split-second gap, Hu Jia stumbled, suddenly seized by 8 rotting arms gripping his ankles, dragging him inexorably into the ravenous throng. Within a single breath, half his body vanished over the roof's edge. Save me! Save me!" His voice tore raw with terror, shrill and desperate. A scream pierced the air, then his thigh flesh was ripped away in one savage bite, skin and muscle devoured whole. Crimson blood erupted, agony so fierce nearly plunged him into unconsciousness. Driven by primal instinct, Hu Jia clung desperately to the roof's rim, begging for salvation. "Brother Lin, save me! Save me!" His plea instinctively sought Ye Lin, but time moved too fast. A sickening crunch of bone snapping erupted sharply. His fingers, locked tight on the roof's edge, were torn clean off by the zombie's relentless pull. "Hu Jia!" Zhang Tai bellowed, and leapt. In midair, his form erupted into a colossal silver-white bear, plunging headlong into the swarm. Hu Jia couldn't hold on for even a second. The zombies were already upon him. Even if Ye Lin intervened, rescue would be impossible before he vanished into their maws. Vaulting off the vehicle, Zhang Tai swung his massive paws in thunderous arcs, shattering the zombies crowding Hu Jia with crushing force. Without hesitation, he cradled the wounded Hu Jia against the vehicle's hull, raising his right arm, the shield upright like an unyielding wall, sealing them both from the encroaching tide. Thud, 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 thud. Zombies slammed against the barrier with mindless fury. Though the shield held one side, others surged in from left and right, faces stripped bare to grinning bone, yet still howling, arms outstretched to drag the two into their feast. On the roof, Huang Liang sprayed bullets in frantic arcs, striving to suppress the advancing horde. But in the blink of an eye, the two beneath the shield resembled a fragile vessel bucking in a tsunami, nearly swallowed whole. Ye Lin, we're breaking. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. He Zheng screamed, rushing forward to assist. Yet gazing at the zombies scaling toward him, only utter desolation filled his heart. They couldn't hold, not for a single heartbeat. Zombies pressed in from every direction, drawn by blood like sharks to consume, their frenzy escalating into berserk violence. Fleeing now might grant them mere minutes more, but delay meant certain death within seconds. Suddenly Ye Lin, who had fought in grim silence, whirled his gaze, locking unflinchingly onto Hu Jia, newly dragged onto the roof. An idea flashed like lightning across his mind. Blood. All of you, bleed for me. He roared, slashing several zombies climbing nearby with swift, decisive strokes, buying precious seconds for the others to act. His command stunned them silent, Huang Liang especially paralyzed by disbelief. Zombies reacted violently to blood. They were already at their limit. If provoked further, they'd collapse in seconds. Before Huang Liang could voice his protest, He Zheng, after a fleeting pause, slammed his axe down onto his own forearm. Blood geysered forth, staining his combat fatigues crimson. How much do you need? His face contorted with feral resolve. If blood proved insufficient, he'd sever his entire hand. He didn't know Ye Lin's intent, but if Ye Lin commanded it, he would obey without question. As much as possible, soak cloth in it. Enku's pupils contracted sharply. Instantly comprehending his plan, she drew her dagger and slashed her own wrist open. Watching the horde erupt into frenzied, near-psychotic agitation, Enku's heart hammered wildly. She knew precisely what Ye Lin intended. That mutant possessed extraordinary intelligence, enough to conceal itself, but precisely because of that it wouldn't react impulsively like common zombies. Thus the one zombie remaining eerily calm amid the blood-fueled chaos, the sole statue in a storm of madness, must be it. The others hastened to bleed. Huang Liang followed suit without delay. Soon as all donned their sanguine garments, Ye Lin coiled his power and launched himself skyward like a blade forged of will and velocity, soaring directly above the swarm. Throw them. Boomed. The vehicle shuddered, its roof dented inward. Midair, Ye Lin plummeted downward, using those fleeting moments of suspension to sweep his gaze across the horde. His perception sharpened to mechanical precision, a godlike third-person vantage dissecting motion and expression across hundreds of thousands of corpses, each nuance instantly cross-referenced in his mind. As the blood-soaked garments arced through the air, the horde exploded into rabid cannibalistic frenzy, like sardines in a ruptured can clawing madly for the crimson bait. There he found it. 0.6 seconds later, Ye Lin's pupils contracted into razor slits, locking onto a gaunt tall zombie clad in tattered formal, were standing apart from the maelstrom. Amidst the surrounding hysteria, it stood utterly still, statuesque, cold-eyed, observing its frenzied kin as they fought over the blood-soaked cloth. Suddenly, as if sensing scrutiny, it tilted its head upward. In that instant, their gazes collided. Then for a fraction of a second, its eyes flickered with unmistakable human-like panic. Watching it whirl around, scrambling to vanish into the throng, Ye Lin knew with absolute certainty this was the hidden mutant. Moreover, aside from its intellect, the creature seemed no stronger than ordinary zombies. And so, Ye Lin's lips curled into a cruel, predatory smile, unleashing the brutal fury he'd long suppressed. Wretched scum! At last, I found you. With a thunderous crash, Ye Lin landed from midair. The moment he touched the ground, he magnified his sword to its utmost limit. With a sweeping strike, it sliced through the surrounding zombies like a scythe, cleaving them in half. With a burst of strength in his legs, he leapt into the air like a monster, swiftly charging towards the panicked, fleeing suited zombie. Realizing he had been spotted, the suited zombie let out a shrill scream, attempting to command the other zombies to stop Ye Lin. However, facing the frenzied horde, having fully released the tyrant's suppression, he was like a rampaging beast, his blood boiling and power surging to its peak. With a heartbeat of 300 beats per second, his eyes turned a deep crimson, and his heart thudded like a war drum, continuously unleashing power. The sword slashed wildly, despite his slender figure. The power contained within him defied biological principles, sending the 3-meter-long giant sword screaming through the air. In the blink of an eye, he had cut deep into the horde, reaching the suited zombie. Roar! The mutated being shrieked in panic as it issued frantic commands. The densely packed zombies mechanically grasped the sword, trying to prevent him from attacking further. Seeing the zombies multiplying into an almost impenetrable wall, Ye Lin's gaze sharpened, and he relinquished the suppression of his tyrant bloodline, entering a frenzied state. With crimson eyes, an endless wave of brutality instantly overtook his thoughts, and his strength surged once again. Under the effect of the Tyrant Gene, Ye Lin became like a sharp blade piercing straight through the zombie wall. After cleaving through a large number of zombies, the giant cross sword in his hand was seized once more by the... Rather than struggling for his weapon, he chose to abandon it, his figure flashing as he seized the fleeing suited zombie, then opened his mouth wide to monstrous proportions, crushing its skull in one bite. With a resounding crack, the skull shattered, and brain matter splattered everywhere. Though it was foul and slick with the unique texture of brain matter to Ye Lin, it tasted like a sweet fruit. Dropping the headless corpse, Ye Lin's red eyes turned toward the next zombie. On the roof of the car, the others stood frozen, horrified as they watched Ye Lin amidst the horde. The zombies had ceased their attack. Under the command of the mutated being, these undead still obeyed the orders given before its demise, completely ignoring the onlookers. Though they had escaped the immediate danger, witnessing Ye Lin in a complete frenzy more fearsome than any monster sent a chill through their hearts. At this moment, Ye Lin had entirely abandoned weapon combat, resembling the most primal beast, as he began to brutally slaughter the zombies. Seemingly unaware of pain or fatigue, he followed the instinct to kill with astonishing efficiency. It was only at this moment that they realized how a class bloodline experiment could be so powerful. If no one intervened, and he couldn't regain his sanity, this was no mere enhancement. He had completely transformed into an incredibly terrifying monster. Enku. Regaining his senses, He urgently looked at Enku. This can't continue. While the Tyrant Gene can ignore viral infection, there are too many zombies. If this drags on, ants can kill an elephant. Faced with their anxious gazes, he hoped she would quickly think of a way to help Ye Lin regain his sanity. Enku opened her mouth only to realize she had no solution. She had only learned about this enhancement by accident. Logically, with Ye Lin's mentality under the observer's enhancement, he shouldn't have lost control. Yet at this point she had no idea why it had come to this. Suddenly the dense horde of zombies was violently thrown into the air. Ye Lin emerged from the blood-soaked chaos, and despite being drenched from head to toe in blood, there was not a hint of loss of control in his demeanor. Go! After quickly charging forward, Ye Lin barked a cold command, signaling everyone to leave immediately. With the mutated being no longer directing them, the encirclement of zombies had been disrupted. Seeing this, the others wasted no time. After swiftly clearing the flesh from the tires, they reignited the engine and burst through the tide of corpses. 5 minutes later. In the car, the group lay back on the roof, gasping heavily. If Huang Liang was driving, He with trembling arms lit a cigarette, swallowing hard as he glanced back at the receding dark shadows. It was not only fear, but also exhaustion. After high-intensity combat, he felt utterly sore and mentally drained. He had considered how terrifying the A-class difficulty might be, but he never expected that less than 24 hours into this exam, they would be forced into a dire situation. Indeed, had there been a few more mutated beings in the previous horde, even if Ye Lin had found that suited zombie, they would not have survived. Damn. Is this a class difficulty? I was almost bitten to death. His fingers trembled, unable to light the cigarette. After several attempts, He finally let out a long puff of smoke, still shaken. Just after he spoke, Enku shook her head, a bitter smile crossing her face as she looked at him. No, this is not even a class difficulty, yet the zombies will only grow stronger as time goes on. Don't forget, this is a survival type. Oh, we still have to last 7 days. He's expression froze, and an overwhelming silence instantly enveloped everyone. Suddenly, Hu Jia let out a muffled groan, breaking the silence. He clutched his leg in pain, continuously spewing blood from his mouth. The others were startled and suddenly remembered that Hu Jia had been bitten by a zombie. Damn it, this kid is going to turn into a zombie. Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? He's expression changed, instinctively reaching for the antidote from his person, but after coming up empty, he remembered that all the medicine was in Hu Jia's exchange. If he remembered correctly, Hu Jia had specifically exchanged for a medical backpack for logistics. It could only store medicine, but it could instantly deliver medication within 10 kilometers to anyone, so it was all kept in his possession. He looked at the backpack behind Hu Jia. Seemingly triggered by the mention of medicine, Hu Jia instinctively grabbed the backpack. No, don't. I can handle it. You can handle it, my ass. He exploded in anger, cursing at Hu Jia's stubbornness, but before he could reach into Hu Jia's bag for the medication, Hu Jia sat up straight. No, I'll get it myself. He hurriedly waved his hands, hesitating as he fumbled in his bag for a vial of medication to inject himself. Seeing this, Enku's eyes flickered with doubt, and beside her Ye Lin frowned coldly, asking Hu Jia, Hu Jia, did you not exchange for much medicine? After his words, everyone's expressions changed, and Hu Jia trembled, hurriedly denying it. He pulled out a vial from his bag, frantically trying to prove, Brother Lin, I exchanged everything. I exchanged all the points you gave me. I just was a bit reluctant. It's too wasteful to use the antidote now. I thought if I couldn't hold on anymore it might be more economical to use it later. After Hu Jia spoke, he couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood. Looking at the vial in his hand, he could only bring himself to inject half of it, gritting his teeth before ultimately pushing it all in. He had intended to wait a bit longer. After all, no one knew when the next injury would occur. However, his body seemed unable to withstand it. He Zheng, upon hearing this, smiled in anger, but soon thought of something and glanced at his leg. It seemed he had been bitten as well, but maybe not. His pants were quite thick. Just as the thought crossed his mind, He Zheng suddenly felt a warmth at the corner of his eye, and a stream of blood tears flowed down his cheek. Everyone froze, looking at the two who were infected. An unsettling feeling spread rapidly. It was only the first day, without the ability to use the viral suppression antidote. They were already forced to use 2 vials of the antidote. If this continued, Ye Lin, our medicine might not be enough. And Ku opened her mouth, her face a bit pale. According to their previous preparations, they should have been hiding in some place, enduring for a while. 2 injections for suppression and 1 for detoxification were theoretically sufficient. Of course, if they had prepared more, they wouldn't even be able to exchange for bloodlines. He Zheng's expression turned grim, and after a long pause he forced out a smile. It's fine, but it can't be like this every time. We're doing well so far, right? We've escaped. Just be more careful moving forward. Before He Zheng could finish, a cold system notification suddenly rang out. Ding, the first round of 24-hour survival has ended. The system will issue additional rewards based on performance. 24 hours later, the second round of hunting will commence. Current survival rounds 717. Each hunting round's difficulty increases by 100 and reward points increase by 50. All examinees please prepare accordingly. The broadcast ended. As the group finished watching, they simultaneously raised their heads, eyes wide with shock and dread. For a moment, He Zheng even forgot to administer the injection. 7 waves of pursuit. 1 per day. That horde of corpses that had nearly wiped them out moments ago was merely the easiest first wave. Yet survival and being hunted were 2 entirely different ordeals. Damn it. 7 waves are bad enough, but escalating difficulty each time. Just kill us outright. He Zheng burst out, cursing without restraint. Staring at the countdown, now pulsing into motion, he laughed. A bitter, hollow laugh. Uncertain whether it mocked the system's cruelty or his own helplessness, as though they were mere insects toyed with and powerless to resist. Gazing at the antidote in his hand, he almost wished to become a zombie instead. Hu Jia's face had turned deathly pale. Already weakened by severe blood loss, he now looked utterly cadaverous, as if already among the dead. Brother Lin and Ku, what will we face next? Does this difficulty increase refer to stronger mutants, or overall escalation? He turned pleadingly toward Ye Lin, and even toward Ku, hoping either would offer some reassurance. If stronger mutants emerged, selfishly speaking, Ye Lin and the others, the strongest among them, could handle the threat. But if the entire challenge intensified, his odds of survival would dwindle with each passing day. Unlike Zhang Tai, blithely oblivious, or He Zheng, habituated to life or death gambles, he dared not imagine what the next wave might bring. Yet faced with his terror-stricken gaze, Ku offered only a wry, sorrowful smile and shook her head. There's no distinction. From past experience, difficulty scales with our collective strength. You be careful. Protect yourself as best you can. Reluctant and unwilling to voice the grim truth, she clenched her fists tightly, her breath growing ragged. If surviving day 1 intact served as the benchmark, then on day 2 the weakest would begin falling. By day 3 all but a few might perish. He Zheng could die as early as day 4, Huang Liang on day 5, and Ye Lin on day 6. By day 7 the entire team would be annihilated, even under the most ideal, simplest difficulty setting. After all, casualties had already begun as early as the previous cycle. Hu Jia, the weakest among them, was most likely to fall next, yet wasn't she herself equally vulnerable? Taking a deep, steadying breath, Ku turned to Ye Lin. Ye Lin, what do you think? Even if we obtain the stone tablet, or any other clue, we must seek a relatively secure location. At the very least, we cannot afford to be surrounded on all sides. Otherwise, over 7 days exhaustion alone will kill us long before any monster does. Without rest, constantly fighting, constantly fleeing, they'd last no more than 2 or 3 days before collapsing from sheer physical and mental depletion. High-intensity combat exacted immense tolls on both body and spirit. Though constant movement seemed to evade certain dangers, and Ku sensed, intuitively, that no matter where they fled, enemies would find them instantly upon entering the second wave. A relatively safe location. Ye Lin shook his head, glancing at his wristwatch. I don't believe such a place exists. With global mutation underway, monsters actively hunt us. Hiding in places that seem safe would only seal our fate. As for rest, I believe we need not worry excessively. Each round of pursuit begins every 24 hours. Though it appears ominous, it also guarantees safety within that window. No major threats will emerge during those hours. I suspect that interval is precisely how much time the system grants us to decipher its riddle. Ye Lin smiled faintly. Unlike Hu Jia and the others who wore despair like a shroud, he felt an unexpected quiet relief. True peril lay in the unknown. Compared to never knowing when, or where, the enemy might strike, the system's explicit schedule was in its own way merciful. Far more vital than choosing where to hide was uncovering the meaning inscribed upon that stone tablet. Why had a meme manifested here? What did rebirth signify? Why had evolution failed? And who exactly took interest in Professor's research? And what had they done? Answers had to be found. To simply endure 7 days by brute force offered virtually zero chance of survival. There's no need for despair. These pursuit cycles may in fact work in our favor. First point rewards, assuming 5 points for the first wave of flawless performance through all 7 rounds, would yield a total of 160. 86 points. Before final settlement, the reward would be staggering. Second, clearly defined rounds mean whoever possesses the tablet can estimate precisely how many waves they'll survive, and thus will inevitably contact us well in advance rather than hesitating until they're dead on the road. Upon hearing this, the group's morale visibly lifted. Inside the cab, Huang Liang's breath caught sharply, his heart pounding with sudden intensity. He feared no difficulty, only failure. In the last round he'd earned 3 points, maintaining that ratio would guarantee over 100 points, even without perfect scores. And should he earn in a rank evaluation, he might even re-establish contact with the outside world. Noticing Huang Liang's abrupt, rapid breathing, Ye Lin's eyes flickered with subtle insight. He knew exactly what Huang Liang was thinking. Yet some things were never that simple. Of course he too longed to survive this trial, just to redeem that answer whose corpse truly lay buried in that grave. As the vehicle sped onward, Ye Lin abruptly set aside his thoughts, slipped into the cargo compartment, and turned to Enku. Enku, come here. There's something I need to ask you. Enku paused, startled. Then under the curious gazes of the others seemed to recall something urgent and hurried after him. Though she had no idea why Ye Lin sought her out alone, or what he intended to say, she too carried questions burning in her heart. The carriage was dark and swaying, the thick stench of decay clung like the chill of a morgue slab. Ye Lin, were you truly out of control just now, eh? Enku asked, first instinctively curling into the corner and smoothing her ponytail as she turned to him. Her gaze lingered on his slender lips, her voice edged with tension. The observer's third-person perspective allowed one to override emotion and forcibly command the body, but Ye Lin had clearly been different then, as if he had chosen to lose control. She could not fathom why Ye Lin had done it, or rather why he had eaten people. The side effects are more severe than I anticipated. If left unvented, the accumulating savagery would gradually assimilate me. A terse explanation, yet a flicker of something alien shimmered deep within Ye Lin's eyes. He wasn't lying to Enku. The Tyrant Genes' assimilation effect was devastating even in non-combat moments. He felt compelled to suppress, with sheer willpower, the bloodthirst surging beneath his thoughts. Left unchecked, he would soon fracture into dissociated selves. The observer's consciousness was after all not his own. I'm sorry, I didn't foresee this. All I knew was, it's fine. The effect is formidable, and perhaps not wholly catastrophic. Without it I might well have died moments ago. Ye Lin nodded, then shifted focus. Enku, do you know with certainty that a mimetic entity will appear in this survival exam, and specifically in the second round? As his unwavering gaze locked onto hers, Enku's pulse leapt. You suspect I escalated the difficulty? She drew a slow, steadying breath. Trust me, Ye Lin, I would never deceive you on this. To conceal it would be to seal my own death. Everything I've exchanged, and everything I advised you to exchange, has followed standard protocols. No, I only asked the question. Answer me plainly, are you certain it will appear? Ye Lin's voice dropped, resonant and grave, as though confirming a truth long suspected. Enku froze. A vague intuition stirred. She sensed what he might be thinking, yet dared not name it. I'm not certain. She hesitated, then admitted quietly, truthfully, neither I nor even veterans who've endured far more trials understand how the system assigns its questions. Much of what we know is pieced together through fragmented conjecture, and shared only upon encountering similar trials. My case is extraordinary. Though I've survived 6 rounds, my early performance aside, I've scraped along the razor's edge of death ever since, earning no notable evaluations. But you're different. I wonder if the system has begun escalating your difficulty because of that very distinction. As for whether mimetic entities manifest in survival exams, and Kapaz then gave a faint wry smile. Yes, they do. And I faced one myself. That trial, and profoundly uncanny. By any rational logic, there was no path to survival. What kind of mimetic entity? What was the prompt? Ye Lin asked softly, his attention sharpened by the duality in Nku's eyes, not merely dread, but profound, unsettling disbelief. He needed deeper insight into mimetic mechanics, or even clues would remain indecipherable. Ye Lin asked softly, his attention sharpened by the duality in Nku's eyes, not merely dread, but profound, unsettling disbelief. He needed deeper insight into mimetic mechanics. Survive a full month. Was it another pursuit scenario? Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. Before he finished, Nku almost corrected him, then chose instead to begin anew. It's both and neither. Let me recount it swiftly, Ye Lin. Otherwise you'll struggle to grasp what truly transpired. Nku's expression twisted. She knew Ye Lin required mimetic intelligence, yet distilling that entity into words felt impossible. We materialized inside a cavern plunging into absolute darkness. Within minutes hordes of creatures descended upon us, relentless predatory. Deeper we went, denser the swarm grew. Each monstrosity warped beyond anatomy, flesh blooming in chaotic tumorous forms. They were overwhelming. We stood no chance. To survive, we agreed escape was paramount. We probed the labyrinthine cave system, until at last within a secluded grotto we discovered ancient oracle bones and crumbling manuscripts. Tell me, what did those texts record? What was inscribed? Intestines, liver, lungs, thighs, waist, brain. Every term denoting human organs and viscera. As she spoke, Nku paled. She could not convey the silent horror that seized her when she beheld those walls. Dense, writhing glyphs, each character alien, each line pulsing like raw muscle. Each glyph twisted grotesquely, as if carved from living tissue. Ye Lin stiffened. Before he could speak, Nku closed her eyes, exhaling bitterly, and the final passage posed two questions. One questioned why humanity recorded no lunar lore in antiquity, not in poetry, not in chronicles, until abruptly the moon appeared fully formed, as if conjured overnight. The second asked why do all characters related to flesh and viscera bear the moon radical? What was the answer? Ye Lin murmured instinctively. He sensed the answer hovering at the edge of cognition. If correct, it was beyond comprehension. Nku fell silent for a long moment before speaking slowly, syllable by syllable. The answer is, the moon is made of flesh. It grew, cell by cell, layer upon layer. At first there was no moon. Then one day humanity watched, helpless, as it swelled into being, flesh unfurling across the sky like organic tissue emerging from void. In abject terror, they began worshipping it as sacred meat, thus birthing these characters. Of course, other unspeakable horrors may have unfolded in that forgotten epoch. We simply couldn't deduce them. And we weren't hiding for a month. We were hiding from the moon, fleeing its pursuit, hiding where it could not see us, behind its own shadow. A shudder ran through Ye Lin. For an instant he envisioned a crimson moon swelling in the night sky, pulsing, sprouting sinuous tendrils of raw flesh. He stilled his mind, his expression hardening with grim resolve. Then what followed? Did you find a way to overcome it? No. Nku's smile turned inward, laced with irony. Our initial premise was flawed. Those who fled the cavern first went mad, then dissolved into putrid slurry. They'd glimpsed the flesh moon, witnessed the unknowable entity contorting, sprouting new tissue before their eyes. Don't ask me what it was. I dared not open my eyes. I knew. Instantly. That sight would shatter my mind, infecting me with the meme until I became a monster. Only after grasping the true nature of the trial did we shut our eyes and flee, blindly, relentlessly, until the end. Pushing back her bangs, Nku's expression grew layered with unease as she looked at him. Ye Lin, I've wrestled with whether to tell you this at all. We reconstructed that trial afterward. I believe our gravest error was relying on instinct, seeking clues, thus learning of the lunar meme. Nor should we have attempted to lower difficulty, to flee upward to the surface. This mirrors our current predicament too closely. With memes, knowledge itself is lethal. If we truly retrieve that stone tablet and uncover whatever lies inscribed, I cannot say whether that moment brings hope or despair. I don't know, I truly don't. That's why I suggested earlier, shouldn't we retreat somewhere safe and endure these 7 days? Nku's eyes filled with bitter exhaustion. Since recognizing this as a mimetic trial, she'd scarcely engaged in analysis. Not from incapacity nor silence by choice, but because no right answer existed. She feared misguiding Ye Lin, feared leading them both into oblivion. To know was to die. Not to know was to die. To seek was to die. Not to seek was to die. To hide was to be found. Not to hide was to be consumed. How then could they possibly survive? After a brief, heavy silence, Ye Lin spoke, softly yet with unshakable weight. We will survive. His gaze held in Ku's, deepening sorrow bordering on despair, and he nodded. These words were not for her alone. They were for himself. So this is a meme. Yet I will find a way. Ye Lin, aircraft. There's a screech. The truck slammed to a halt, nearly hurling its passengers through the roof. On the roof, Hezhong stared in shock at the glider crash landing, shattering, onto the highway. Its fuselage bore bold, white lettering Royal Society, the National Academy of Sciences. Two half-bodied zombies shrieked from the cockpit. The moment Ye Lin stepped down and saw it, his eyes narrowed, his expression shifting subtly. He wasn't startled that the craft had crashed here, but that its crew had flown this far after the meme's outbreak. That meant they'd resisted infection for an extended duration. Judging by flight range and insignia, they were almost certainly senior faculty from the academy, the very individuals they sought. And within that wreckage likely lay the object of their search. Too coincidental, far too coincidental. Was this fortune, or a trap? Ye Lin's mind raced. Even he hesitated, facing scattered documents and a sealed cipher case now resembling Pandora's box awaiting its unwitting sacrifice in the gloom. What lay inside the case? The truck came to a halt. After a brief moment of silence, Hezhong's eyes lit up with joy as he jumped out of the vehicle, axe in hand, and hurried toward the crashed airplane. Wow, there's a box. Could this be what we are looking for? Damn it just showed up at our doorstep. Ignoring the two zombies stuck in the cockpit, Hezhong turned around with the box, excitement evident on his face as he looked at the others. It came without any effort. The box was well preserved, and although he didn't know what was inside, he could roughly guess the significance of it through his translator. The others in the vehicle were equally excited. Huang Liang stepped down from the driver's seat, raising his gun to guard the surroundings, while Zhang Tai and Hu Jia exchanged a glance before quickly jogging over to Hezhong, curiously inspecting the box. Initially, they had planned to venture further into the city, but it seemed they no longer needed to take that risk. Just as Hezhong was about to split open the box with his axe, he noticed Ye Lin standing still, not moving at all, his expression somber. Ye Lin. Hezhong's heart skipped a beat, and before he could ask and got out of the car, her eyes filled with anxiety as she stared at the box in his hands. Don't open it, not yet. The others were taken aback, observing the unusual behavior of the two. Hezhong suddenly recalled something, and instinctively glanced at the box in his hands. Why not open it? Is there something wrong with it? And could you think this box appeared too conveniently? Hezhong blurted out, though he also found it suspicious, but perhaps it was just the system's arrangement. Facing Hezhong's uncertain gaze, Ku hesitated, but eventually shared her thoughts. Yes, it might be related to the meme, a level difficulty, many things could be traps. If we had gone through great lengths to find these items, it might be fine, but having it just appear in front of us is too coincidental. Even if the system provides clues, it rarely arranges things this way. As her words fell, Hezhong's arm froze in midair, unsure whether to discard or keep the box. Hu Jia, frightened, hurriedly ran away as if Hezhong was holding a ticking time bomb. And Ku sighed, turning to Ye Lin. Ye Lin, I think we need to be cautious. Although I may not be right, we cannot let our guard down. If necessary, you'll take a look alone. At least if something goes wrong, you won't be affected. With that, Ku let out a long breath and walked toward the box. This was not about emotions, her actions were purely rational. She wasn't sure if her previous experiences influenced her, but they couldn't afford to gamble. If something happened to her, it wouldn't significantly impact the team's combat strength, and perhaps there would be ways to recover. But if something happened to Ye Lin, their chances of surviving this ordeal would dwindle to nearly zero. And Ku, how about I take a look? By the roadside, Huang Liang confirmed that there were no abnormalities around, and suddenly spoke up. With a serious expression, he reversed his gun behind him. He seemed to understand what Ku was worried about, so he decided to shoulder the risk. Before Huang Liang could take the box, Hu Jia, hiding to the side, ran back. With newfound courage, he proposed, how about I handle it instead? I think that even if there is a problem, I just used an antidote. Compared to everyone else, even if there is danger, I might be better off. Looking at everyone, Hu Jia's voice was bitter. He was scared too. But being scared didn't mean he wanted to be. To put it bluntly, he didn't think he could survive to the end without being useful. Half a minute later, Hu Jia squatted down alone, carefully opening the split box. Inside the box was only a document. From the protective measures, it was clear that these items had no time to be organized, yet they were secured, indicating their immense importance to those who managed to escape. Hezhong crossed his arms, standing a short distance away with the others. Watching Hu Jia, though scared, begin to flip through the documents, he couldn't help but scoff. This kid actually knows how to do some work. Nearby, Huang Liang looked on with concern. He was ready to rush in to save him. He didn't want Hu Jia to take risks on his behalf, but Hu Jia was right. If he went, the impact on the team would be minimal and the danger would also be reduced. He was also part of the combat strength. If something went wrong and he mutated, it would only complicate matters further. Ye Lin silently acknowledged this, having been lost in thought since getting out of the vehicle. Hu Jia, if there is a problem, just raise your hand. Once you confirm there's no issue, only then can you speak. And Ku instructed seriously. As her words concluded under the tense gazes of the others, Hu Jia's body trembled as he nodded heavily. Soon as he opened the first page marked Origin of Evolution, a black and white photo of a stone tablet came into view. Below the image were densely packed small characters. Looking at the picture of the stone tablet, Hu Jia's heart raced, feeling captivated. The image of the stone tablet was blurry, only vaguely showing a line of text. Just as Ye Lin had guessed, the professor's research results had indeed been sealed by higher-ups. Curiosity, anxiety, and fear. With the help of the translator, he took a deep breath and began to read carefully. Biological evolution, or the birth of new species, often occurs upon the mass extinction of organisms. Just like the appearance of blue-green algae 3.5 billion years ago, which nearly wiped out all anaerobic organisms. Only eukaryotes capable of aerobic respiration were able to emerge under favorable conditions. During the Ordovician extinction, 440 million years ago, jawed fish appeared, and during the Devonian extinction, 360 million years ago, amphibians moved onto land. The Permian extinction 250 million years ago saw the rise of the main dinosaurs. 66 million years ago, during the Cretaceous period, the extinction of dinosaurs allowed our ancestors, the rodents, to come onto the stage. Every extinction of a species often creates favorable conditions for the next generation. Their remains act as a nurturing ground. And we humans are also a part of this evolution. Hu Jia's face wore a look of confusion as he quickly scanned through the latter part. This document wasn't even a paper, it was merely the professor's exposition of ideas and research on species extinction across various periods. In reality, he might have been interested in reading it, but here he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The information they sought, whether related to the meme or the zombies, was completely absent. Where is it? Could it be that Lin Ge was mistaken? Do we still need to find the stone tablet? Hu Jia flipped through the pages quickly, and in his anxiousness a thin piece of paper fell out from the insert. He instinctively looked over, only to suddenly be stunned the next moment. Professor answered, I don't want to exterminate humanity. I'm not a cannibal. The evolution within humanity has suddenly stopped. If we do not restart evolution, soon human civilization will truly face extinction. The disasters that would follow would surpass anyone's imagination. For billions of years, every species extinction has left a trace, as if an invisible hand were controlling everything. It is compelling life to evolve. Now it's our turn. When evolution is interrupted, we will lose everything, just like the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, taken away by a meteor. At that time, it will use our corpses as the nutrients for the next round, and our civilization's remnants as the next iron mine. I have found their traces. I don't know what their purpose is, but they have already begun. Only when it merges with our blood and flesh can evolution be considered complete, and the final disaster can be averted, bringing everything to an end. Even if we ultimately perish, at least its body still carries our blood. 10 minutes later, after dealing with the two zombies, He Zheng walked back to the truck with his axe. Looking at Ye Lin, who was sitting in the vehicle lost in thought, he couldn't help but turn to Hu Jia. Hu Jia, are you sure you didn't overlook anything? Did it really just ramble on about those things? Damn it, another god has popped up. Could it be the system? Two didn't. That's all there is. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourselves. I feel like there's no problem. Hu Jia hurriedly explained, showing the documents to He Zheng. The situation was better than expected, but also worse. These documents carried no infectious properties and contained no information that would cause mutations. However, there were also no methods for resolving the meme or reducing the difficulty. It was like a confession, an explanation of the professor's reasoning for wanting to consume humanity. He believed that there was a god manipulating everything in this world. If evolution was interrupted, humanity would inevitably face a catastrophic disaster. By that time, humans wouldn't leave even a trace of their bloodline. They would merely become nourishment for the next evolution. Therefore, he urged everyone to start consuming humans to restart evolution. Ye Lin, although this document didn't provide much useful information. That line about merging blood and flesh to complete evolution made me wonder if it indicates that we can find ways to speed up the merging of zombies, thus ending it prematurely. And the stone tablet just so happens to record the method. Huang Liang furrowed his brows, voicing. From the handwriting, it appeared the professor was not lying when he wrote this information. He was instead like a madman, exceedingly confident in his ideas. The professor likely became this way after discovering the stone tablet, which can basically confirm that the tablet mentioned the merging of blood and flesh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Anka shook her head. I don't think so. Even if merging blood and flesh can give rise to the new species described by the professor, if it truly merges, we might end up dead. Don't forget the mutated creature we saw before was also a fusion of other zombies. And Ku sighed. Conversely, the system requires us to survive until the 7th day, which means perhaps on the 7th day the merging will be completed automatically. Therefore, even if we try to speed things up, we might just face a higher difficulty earlier, and we would end up dying faster. And Ku, that might not be the case. Perhaps there are two scenarios, proactive and reactive. Hu Jia spoke softly, cautiously glancing at Enke's expression. I noticed that the mutated creature did not attack us while it was merging but waited until it was done before striking. Although it was quick, if it merges into a stronger monster it might take a long time, providing us with enough time to— Hu Jia hesitated. Perhaps this examination's trap is making us think we must endure for 7 days. The rewards are too generous. For every day we delay, the reward increases by 50. I believe the system is misleading us to avoid hastily creating monsters. The longer we drag it out, the weaker we become until we ultimately face the fully merged mutated creature. After saying this, Hu Jia instinctively tightened his grip on his backpack. Not only did he think of this, but the most critical point was that their medicine might not last until the 7th day. And Ku and Huang Liang were taken aback. They had to admit that Hu Jia's words served as a wake-up call. Ye Lin, what do you think? Ye Lin raised his head and pondered for a moment. I don't rule out this possibility. The merging may not only involve zombies, but also our blood and flesh merging with the zombies. We still lack the information on the stone tablet, and now we have another god as a problem. The meme should originate. Nonetheless, we can confirm one thing: as long as anything that meets the conditions for evolution appears, this disaster will come to an end. This letter is crucial. If I'm not mistaken, merely surviving the zombies' pursuit will be useless. On the 7th day, if the evolutionary entity that it desires has yet to appear, it is highly likely that supernatural forces will be unleashed, directly obliterating everything. Now the question is, what exactly is this so-called evolutionary entity? Is it something that mutated from zombies, or— Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from the edge of the city. Simultaneously, Enke's communicator in her backpack rang out. Ku was startled and quickly answered it. The next moment, a pained, somewhat distorted roar came through the communicator. Help me. Quick, come and save us. I will give you anything. We are fleeing east from the West City. If you don't save us, you will all die. We will all die together. We found a— Roar. A deafening roar accompanied by the sound of collapsing buildings drowned out the man's voice, followed by a chilling scream as the communication abruptly ended. Seconds later, He Jing's expression changed drastically as he looked at Ye Lin. Ye Lin, should we go? They seem to be being chased by a monster. Damn it, the stone tablet is indeed in their hands. Ye Lin fell silent, standing up after a moment, looking toward the distance. There at the city's edge, a massive orange dust cloud surged into the sky, resembling a nuclear explosion. A tremendous amount of fire illuminated the night sky. He didn't know what the others had encountered, but judging by the commotion, the mutated creature hunting them was evidently extremely dangerous. But danger had to be faced. If they truly had the stone tablet, the sentence on it might be another key to the— Gripping the cross sword behind him firmly, Ye Lin took a deep breath, his eyes sharp. Let's go. West City ruins. The continuously exploding ammunition depot illuminated the night sky, turning darkness into brightness. In a deep pit with a radius of 100 meters, a mutated creature over 10 meters tall, entirely silver, roared towards the sky, like an enraged giant, crazily pounding the remains of a tank beneath it. Under a street-side shop, Frank unleashed all his strength to escape, glancing back occasionally. Although the explosion had distracted the creature, it did not pursue him further. Yet his lips trembled uncontrollably, his mind filled with images of the creature grabbing a helicopter and crushing it, spraying blood into the air. Fuck! 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 Cursing inwardly, Frank's expression twisted with resentment. It felt as if the system had played a cruel joke on him. In his original plan, he should have been hiding in a secure bunker, remotely controlling an entire army. Like a king ruling this world, he could crush another group of candidates with a mere gesture and command them to victory from the screen. But he never anticipated that the zombie signal they sent out would become the death knell for the world. Within mere seconds, the entire army mutated into zombies. The once impregnable bunker had become a dungeon that nearly trapped him to death. He did not want to escape, but those monsters were merging. When thousands of soldiers fused into a mutated creature comparable to a demon god, he could only flee for his life. Not only that, Frank angrily glared at the team members behind him. He hated these people for not dying at the Thames Tower, but instead escaping on the helicopter to find him. Along the way, they attracted a massive number of mutated creatures, forcing him to seek help from another team. Captain, wait for me. Wait for me. Gasping heavily, Clint struggled to keep up with Frank. He looked young with short, slightly curly hair dampened by sweat, his face smeared with dirt and blood. Watching the enormous dark shadow moving through the city, he couldn't help but tremble. Everyone was dead, even Roger, who had been the best to them. When the test broadcast sounded, everyone in the venue, whether high-ranking officials or diplomats, instantly mutated and rushed at them without any warning. He could not forget the image of Roger being disemboweled by zombies on the rooftop. To hold the zombies off so that they could board Roger had been devoured alive by those monsters. Shut up, idiot. How many more monsters do you want to attract? Struggling to suppress his murderous intent, Frank lowered his voice and growled. Facing the zombies rushing around the corner, his expression changed, and he hurriedly unleashed a burst of flames from his hand, smashing the creature's head like a fiery gauntlet. Boom! Brain matter splattered, and the burnt face sizzled, oozing fat. Ignoring the disgusting remnants on his hands, Frank leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Daring not to use his gun, as the elemental power gradually depleted the class fire ability he exchanged could barely be used a few more times. Looking at the horde of corpses congested in the distance, his face turned pale to the extreme. If this continued, even dealing with the zombies on the way would become a problem. He only hoped that those idiots would hurry up, otherwise he would truly die here. Suddenly, just as Frank planned to turn around and shout at Clint to run faster, the sobbing sound behind him abruptly stopped. In an instant, Frank's hair stood on end, as if something was staring at him. A chill surged through him. Clint. In the darkness, Frank's body stiffened, instinctively calling out softly, but Clint behind him offered no response. As if realizing something, Frank's face turned ashen, and he stiffly turned around. The moment he saw behind him, his head buzzed. A surge of hot blood mixed with adrenaline rushed through his entire body in an instant. He saw a 10-meter-tall spider mutant that had appeared behind them at some unknown time. The head directly in front was a disheveled female, head, her gaze vacant, continuously pounding the ground with her sharp claws. It was as if she couldn't see, using vibrations to detect. The brief moment of eye contact nearly stopped his heart. Clint, who was behind him, trembled like a leaf, desperately covering his mouth. Cannot move, absolutely cannot move. Time dragged slowly with no courage to make any movements. The two could only maintain a stiff posture. Crack! Suddenly a faint sound of glass shattering under Clint's feet broke the silence. In an instant, Frank was horrified, and he dashed out like a wild dog unleashed. Run! Run fast! Fuck! Split up! Screaming at the top of his lungs, seeing the spider rushing towards them, attracted by the sound, Frank panicked and ran desperately towards the road. They could not be caught up with, absolutely could not be caught. Like a high-speed train, every time the spider mutant's claws struck the ground, it would pierce through the zombies below. In just a few hundred meters, its claws were already covered in corpses. Glancing back at the scene behind him, Frank's scalp nearly exploded. Fortunately, this monster was too large, and there were too many zombies. For the moment, it couldn't catch up to them. However, with a piercing shriek, a foul, thick liquid shot out instantly. Frank screamed in agony as the foul-smelling spider venom melted his skin, and in excruciating pain, he nearly fell to the ground. Seeing that he was not far from the city outskirts, he rolled and crawled, trying to reach the cars on the roadside. Yet overwhelming fear shackled him in place. His legs turned to jelly, unable to move. In just a few hundred meters, it now felt like an insurmountable chasm. Lying on the ground, watching the spider mutant charging towards them at high speed, Frank's expression was filled with horror to the extreme. Looking at Clint, who was also in despair, he could only curse himself for not having killed the mastermind behind this. He did not want to die. Not at all. He hated this fool, hated the system, and hated why the team had not yet. Suddenly a dull gunshot echoed from behind, startling Frank. In that 0.01 seconds, his face lit up with joy, and the resentment in his heart transformed into excitement. That gunshot. That group of idiots actually arrived. And it seemed the gun was not ordinary. Noticing the immense power of the shot, which made the spider mutant scream incessantly and momentarily pause. In a desperate situation, Frank seemed to unleash all his potential, madly rushing towards the road. Seeing several people jumping down from the speeding truck, he seemed to remember something, frantically waving and shouting, "Brothers! Over here! Be careful of that monster. Just hold it back for me. Don't get entangled with it." Feigning concern after saying that, Frank glanced at the weak Clint, who seemed to weigh his options quickly, then gritted his teeth and coldly pulled him up. They could survive. Although this spider mutant was terrifying, with that gun suppressing it, it wouldn't catch up to him in a short time. Moreover, judging by the speed of these people, they were clearly not weaker than him. Damn it. I warn you, if you say anything random, I will definitely kill you. Don't forget, we are a team now. Frank spoke rapidly, threatening Clint in a low voice. After that, he pretended to be excited and shouted to the approaching Ye Lin, "Brothers! Save him first. Give me a gun, and I'll hold the rear with you." To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lin, who was rushing over, didn't even glance at him, instantly drew his sword and charged towards the mutant. What an idiot. Unable to comprehend what Ye Lin was doing, he looked at the two individuals rushing past him, and could only think that this team was filled with fools. There's no reward for killing the mutated creature, why waste energy? Didn't he say that? As long as he could delay them a bit, he could escape alongside them. Although he wished for these idiots to perish, he had to suppress his frustration, knowing he would need to rely on them in the second round. However, before he could feign concern, and Ku, who jumped down from the vehicle, seemed to understand his thoughts and pointed at the slime on him. You've been marked. If you don't kill this monster, it will keep following us, attracting more mutated creatures in the process. And you have bloodline enhancement, otherwise you wouldn't be able to run this fast. So, you plan to use a gun to cover our retreat. And Ku looked at Frank, a hint of amusement in her eyes, half smiling. Frank's expression froze as he suddenly realized he might have overdone his act. To him, just worried about you getting hurt. There are still many monsters behind us. Faced with the fear of monsters, he still maintained a strong mental fortitude against his peers. After regaining his composure, he hurriedly explained and rushed back to help. You bastard. How dare you doubt him? However, before Frank could charge out in anger, his pupils suddenly... In just a few seconds, the night forest, which had seemed fast in his eyes, accelerated again, turning into a black shadow, instantly leaping onto the spider's head. With a swift strike, the sword fell like a heavenly gate. The giant cross sword, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, pierced through the monster's neck under the restraint of He Zheng and Zhang Tai. Green pus spurted out violently. Accompanied by 2 muffled gunshots, the mutated creature that had chased him, which he dared not look back at, was eliminated in no time. After a dreadful scream, the monster's massive body crashed to the ground. This died. Watching the 3 rush back after the battle, Frank felt a deep shock, realizing he had vastly underestimated their strength. No. He had thought this team had only managed to nurture 1 level member, while the others were merely bloodbags. But right now he saw 2 level members and 1 level member in Ye Lin. And the sniper in the vehicle likely had both bloodline and weapon enhancements. Go! Gathering his sword back, Ye Lin shouted, signaling He Zheng to quickly get the 2 into the vehicle. Seeing Frank, who looked stunned and seemingly hadn't reacted, He Zheng approached, as if he were looking at a fool, scolding. What are you staring at, idiot? Damn, this fool isn't scared stiff, is he? Dragging Frank along, He Zheng's scolding ignited Frank's instinctive anger, but he quickly suppressed it and hurriedly followed. Damn it! This team is too strong. The power imbalance is just too great. The thought of negotiation was largely dispelled, and in that moment he realized he had to be extraordinarily cautious. 5 minutes later, the truck sped down the road. Suddenly braking, it stopped beside an empty stretch of road, and the group quickly jumped down alert. Looking at He Zheng, who had been staring at him, and pulling him out of the vehicle, Frank forced himself to remain calm, his eyes filled with gratitude, as he wanted to say something good. However, before he could speak, He Zheng suddenly kicked him to the ground, sweeping over his waist communicator. Alright, it's kid, this mess was caused by you, right? Damn it, our captain has been trying to contact you, and you didn't respond. Now that it has come to this, do you realize you need us? If I'm not mistaken, you still want to kill us, right? Suppressed anger burst forth. He Zheng sneered, wishing he could stomp Frank's head into the ground. If it weren't for this group of fools, and Ye Lin, how could this situation have become so difficult? Captain. Frank swallowed hard, his gaze quickly shifting to Ye Lin. He didn't specify who it was, but it was undoubtedly this kid. Though in his eyes Ye Lin seemed somewhat frail and handsome, looking just like a girl, having witnessed him slay the mutated creature, he dared not underestimate him. No. Friends, you have misunderstood. It's not that I didn't respond to the communication, it's our captain who is causing trouble. At that time I advised him we should cooperate together, and not target you. But he didn't listen and almost killed me. I truly regret not persuading him, which led to our unfortunate outcome. Really, I am very grateful that you can overlook past grievances. I think we can definitely. Aren't you the captain? Before Frank could finish speaking, with tears in his eyes, Ye Lin sneered and disregarded him. In the next moment, he swiftly drew his sword and pressed it against Frank's neck. Where's the stone slab? You have 3 seconds. Don't try to hide it, otherwise I won't hesitate to turn you into a human stick. Frank bore no signs of a stone slab on him. If he weren't uncertain whether the other party had exchanged for a space-like item, he would have killed Frank the moment he started talking. He noticed that another boy seemed somewhat fearful of Frank, so he didn't believe a word the other said. The stone slab. Now he wants him to hand over the stone slab. Frank's heart trembled as he looked at the coldness in Ye Lin's eyes, his mind racing. No. If he really handed over the stone slab, he would have no value left. Forcing a flattering smile, he said, "Esteemed captain, we can actually cooperate. The stone slab is valuable no matter who has it. Don't worry, I know how to reduce the difficulty. I've cracked the contents of the stone slab. I know you are angry about what our captain did, but given the situation, we should unite. Killing me, or even incapacitating me, would only bring you disadvantages, not benefits. If I'm really incapacitated, taking me along would be a burden for you. As he spoke, Frank hurriedly activated his abilities, trying to prove he still had some value. He believed that as long as the other side wasn't foolish, they would spare his life after weighing the pros and cons. After all, threatening him with death was useless. He could simply choose not to speak. You're right. To Frank's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Ye Lin nodded, seemingly agreeing with his words. However, before he could show a smile, in the next moment Ye Lin turned to He Zheng and quietly said, "Cut off his hands and feet, it won't matter. Then skin him. Oh, we have enough healing items to do it twice without him saying a word." As those words fell, the smile on Frank's face instantly froze. Watching He Zheng suddenly become excited, his face changed dramatically, and he could only shout urgently, I'll tell you. Damn, that crazy bastard. He never expected the other party to be even more deranged than him. After climbing up from the ground, Frank's mind raced as he hesitated on where to start. Just looking at He Zheng, who was squatting nearby sharpening his axe, he dared not delay for too long. Taking a deep breath, he spoke clearly. The information on the stone tablet is minimal, but extremely crucial. According to what it says, there is only one way to stop the disaster or reduce its severity. That is to artificially create a mutated being. Moreover, it must be produced using some special method. As long as that thing emerges, the other zombies will stop merging, locking the difficulty in place. Therefore, the faster that thing comes out, the better. If it doesn't appear until the third or even fourth round, we won't be able to endure it either. The so-called 7-day persistence is completely a trap. After speaking, Frank fixed his gaze intently on Ye Lin's expression. He was the only one who knew the method, and although this kid wanted to kill him, he believed that once he finished speaking, the other party would definitely take it seriously and spare his life. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the terror he imagined should have appeared on several faces was nowhere to be seen. Instead, they looked rather strange. Damn it, you're not saying that the method involves merging our flesh and blood with the zombies, right? How do you know that? Frank was suddenly startled and blurted out, seeing He Zheng's panicked expression, who in anger could only laugh bitterly and wished to cleave him in two with his axe. Damn, the method really is this. Isn't this just a combination of their previous discussions? Kill him and search the corpse, then ask the other one. Without waiting for Frank to regain his senses, Ye Lin seemed too lazy to listen to his nonsense and directly instructed He Zheng to kill him. Wait a moment. Seeing He Zheng stand up with the axe, Frank was greatly alarmed and could no longer afford to conceal. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. Just merging our flesh and blood to become monsters is not enough. We must also kill enough zombies nearby to let it feed and evolve. I know where to find one, and I know how to lure it out. Not only that, but I also know that once that thing comes out, it might bring us tremendous benefits. Driven by his survival instinct, Frank spoke at breakneck speed, pouring out everything like beans from a bamboo. After speaking, he gasped for breath, and if this didn't move the other party, then he would be out of options. Fortunately, this seemed to catch the attention of several people. After a brief silence, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow and looked directly at him, hand over the stone tablet, and prove that what you said is true. Otherwise, forget it. Let's take action first to make him more compliant. Ye Lin shook his head, patted He Zheng's shoulders, signaling him to interrogate Frank a bit more before proceeding. From the slight expressions on Frank's face, it was evident that he was not lying, but being cautious was still wise. Merging our flesh and blood. Does it mean letting the mutated creature eat the zombies to complete its evolution? Thinking this way, the difficulty of the competition could be explained. If they killed another team early on without realizing they needed to deal with the corpses, then by the later stages the deceased team could very well turn into a group of gods. Alright. Seeing Ye Lin turn to walk towards the vehicle, seemingly planning to think alone, He Zheng sneered and strode toward Frank, who was shouting not to be touched. Fool, you sure know how to hide, don't you? You say one thing and hide another. Come on, let me see if you can hide your head. The sounds of screams were endless. Huang Liang couldn't bear to watch lying on the car roof with a gun aimed at the direction of the city, while the others took turns questioning Frank's other team members. Compared to Frank, this boy, who looked much younger, was much more honest, directly revealing that Frank was indeed the captain, confirming many of their previous speculations. 10 minutes later, He Zheng wiped the blood from his hands and walked into the vehicle, nodding at Ye Lin to confirm. Ye Lin, we've pretty much finished questioning. That guy's teammate was just eaten by a zombie and directly merged into a monster. According to him, he implanted microchips in these people to control them. As long as he stimulates them remotely, he can lure them over like calling a dog. He confirmed that the merged parts retain the chips. As for killing zombies near the merged body to let it eat, that can trigger mutations. This is recorded on the stone tablet, but he refuses to say where the stone tablet is. He Zheng sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Aside from not killing this guy, he had used all means available. That kid also claimed that the mutated being created from the fusion is exactly what he needs. The blood from that thing might have very special effects. In the end, he was quite open, showing me all the abilities he possesses. He will also follow along, and if there are any problems we can kill him at any time. As he spoke, He Jin couldn't help but glance at Ye Lin. The Tyrant gene that Ye Lin had exchanged could also be considered a type of mutated being to some extent. So should we trust him? Without speaking, Ye Lin lightly tapped the chair with his fingertips, quickly contemplating. Frank was unwilling to hand over the stone tablet which he had anticipated. Frank was not exactly smart, but he wasn't an idiot either, so he wouldn't give in even if it meant death. Most of what he said was reasonable and aligned with their speculations. Even if he was hiding something, he could roughly guess it. But the current issue was that some things were too coincidental. Ye Lin, I think we should be able to trust him. Seeing Ye Lin deep in thought, and Ku spoke, while pondering, although the information on the stone tablet is similar to our speculations, and not as special as we imagined upon careful reflection, this is actually reasonable. I was thinking that the crucial stone tablet is in their hands. If they lose the stone tablet, we would be waiting for death. They have already gained enough advantages, and if they also lead us in terms of information, that would be too unfair. Thus the documents and that letter we received essentially represent another stone tablet. After Nku finished speaking, she felt a sense of relief, though she vaguely sensed there were some unclear aspects. But overall the logic had closed the loop, and the traps and problems that needed to be found had mostly been ruled out. Lingu Nku is right, I was thinking the same thing. Not only that, but I also thought of another thing. Hu Jia suddenly spoke excitedly. His guess was validated and his confidence surged. Didn't you mention before that if the two teams chose to cooperate directly, where would the risks lie? The answer is when we realize we must merge the candidates' flesh and blood to create mutated beings, we will have to kill each other. Even if both sides are rational enough to choose cooperation because the difficulty has decreased and they made it to the 7th day, both teams will still want to kill each other for the enormous rewards. A few people exchanged surprised glances at Hu Jia. With newfound confidence, Hu Jia visibly became bolder and his thoughts clearer. What you said makes sense. So our remaining trouble is how to create that thing. And once we do, how do we escape, right? But there should also be the issue of rounds. The best scenario would be to lock it in the first round, yet I'm afraid of running out of time. Moreover, if we end up drawing that monster during the second round, we'll be caught in a pincer attack. Hu Jia added, nervously glancing at Ye Lin. Ye Lin remained silent. Logically and humanly speaking, he believed he was not mistaken, yet subconsciously he felt a bit anxious until Ye Lin confirmed it. Ye Lin, what do you think? Do you feel there's something wrong? In any case, we can give it a try. After all, the information we found is all we have. Seeing Ye Lin bow his head in silence, Nku softly asked. The next moment Ye Lin looked up and suddenly smiled. It's nothing, just thought of something interesting. Without waiting for Nku to ask again, he glanced at the watch on his wrist and stood up. Let's go, we have less than 18 hours left. Remember, if there's any anomaly, just kill them. Ye Lin spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over the two tied up outside the vehicle. As the words fell, everyone was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. If anything were to go awry, it would likely involve Frank. They had already learned from Clin that Frank was the mastermind, ruthless and cunning. If it weren't for the overwhelming strength and the emergence of memes, it was uncertain who would prevail. The heavy truck sped along. On top of the vehicle, Huang Liang looked at Ye Lin, who was sitting there somewhat unexpectedly. To him, Ye Lin appeared to casually observe his surroundings, yet he could sense that Ye Lin seemed to be worried about something. Do you have something on your mind? Although their relationship was tense, after a moment's hesitation, Huang Liang actively broke the silence. Don't you? Turning his head to look at the worried, buzz-cut Ye Lin pointed at the sniper rifle resting on the roof. I thought you wouldn't waste points to exchange for items. A very good weapon. It seems you've run out of points. The sniper rifle is very powerful, a mix of technology and psychic energy. Huang Liang also bought some special ammunition. Not considering the cost of use, its power exceeds that of the ancient sword he wielded. As long as it can give him a chance to strike, it poses a significant threat to the enemy. Huang Liang played a major role in swiftly dealing with that mutated spider. After a brief silence, he clenched his fists and nodded. Right. Actually, what you said that day was correct. If we had truly exchanged for that thing, we might be dead by now. I can disregard my own safety, but that doesn't mean I can use this to endanger you. That's my selfishness. Huang Liang smiled bitterly, sincerely looking at Ye Lin's profile. Ye Lin, I haven't reached out to you these past few days because I didn't know how to face you. Still the same words in my heart, you are the same as everyone else. Although you made some mistakes, I will do everything I can to protect you and everyone else. I just hope that everyone can make it out alive, that fewer people die. Of course, I will also gather enough points myself without dragging anyone down. I just hope that everyone can make it out alive, that fewer people die. Of course, I will also gather enough points myself. What mistake did I make? Are you referring to the outside or to Wang Yuanyang? Have you ever thought about why no one has contacted the outside? We are not. As he spoke halfway, noticing Huang Liang's sudden shocked expression, Ye Lin abruptly stood up, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. Forget it, let's survive this first. Prepare yourself mentally, this might be very difficult. After saying this, Ye Lin returned to the vehicle. Huang Liang stood there in a daze, Ye Lin's earlier words echoing in his mind. Not only that, but he was also unsure why Ye Lin brought up the matter of difficulty again. In the outskirts of East City, after getting 2 more trucks, He Zheng nervously glanced at the horde of corpses chasing them from behind. Roar! Watching the zombies crawling on hands and feet howling as they charged, he felt a flicker of fear. The speed of evolution was much faster than expected. In just a few hours, these zombies had become frighteningly swift. If they drove slowly, they might even risk being caught. Moreover, according to Clin, they had already seen a large number of mutants wandering in the city when they escaped. Without locking in the difficulty, they were afraid they wouldn't last 3 days. Are you sure that in half an hour that thing will be drawn out? I advise you not to pull any tricks, otherwise the first one to die will be you. Turning his head to look at Frank, who was fiddling with the controller, He Zheng's eyes were filled with vigilance. Rest assured, I'll be with you all. If something really goes wrong, I won't be able to escape either. If we waste time turning me into that kind of monster is fine. Frank's expression was sincere, as if he didn't see the axe that He Zheng could swing at him at any moment. Look at the chip's positioning, it's almost out. At first it won't be very strong. From the surveillance, I saw that those team members who were eaten were merely transformed into ordinary mutants. Of course, it may have eaten some zombies during this time, so its strength might be somewhat enhanced. After finishing, a grim smile squeezed onto Frank's face. Though his wounds were healing, that smile appeared somewhat hideous. Is there really half an hour left? He Zheng and the others exchanged glances, their hearts becoming increasingly tense. According to Ye Lin's deductions, those who were transformed were very likely completing their evolution without them noticing. By then they would not be facing just one but a group. Therefore, even if that monster evolved and chased them, in a certain sense it could be considered a good thing. Being chased in the 7th round is of an entirely different level than in the 1st round. Resolving it early is better than dragging it out. Damn it, I hope we don't get killed before we even bring it out. He Zheng anxiously swung his axe, glancing at the horde of corpses they had trapped not far away. It was unimaginable what that thing would be like and what it would turn into. A potential evolution body needed by a god who supposedly controls this world is enough to make one's scalp tingle just thinking about. But with matters as they are, they can only give it a shot. In the corner, Clin stood with his hands behind his back, watching Frank join in the battle. His throat was dry with fear, almost to the point of choking. At this moment, he wanted to stand up and shout, but recalling Frank's warning and remembering that they were supposedly a team, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He could not understand and failed to comprehend why Frank had to lie. They clearly did not have the stone tablet. They had only seen the photo. It's coming. That thing is coming. On top of the vehicle, He Zheng suddenly stood up, shouting nervously. Through the sniper scope, Huang Liang also took a deep breath and aimed firmly at the opponent. He saw at the edge of the city a hunched monster appearing to wear a mask made of human skin, howling as it ran. Is this what your kind has become? Damn it, how disgusting. After putting down the binoculars obtained from Nku, He Zheng handed them to the others and turned to look at Frank. Except for Ye Lin, who had exchanged for the observer lineage from this distance, they could only see a rough outline. Although they were mentally prepared when they truly saw it, they were still somewhat shocked. The monster's speed wasn't particularly fast, just as Frank had said. Its strength was only slightly above that of an ordinary zombie. However, its form was extremely bizarre. It clearly had its own face, yet a rotten face was stuck on top of it, as if a second face had been violently torn off, pale, and with its eyes tightly shut. Its limbs were thin but uncoordinated, making it look as if 2 people were controlling this deformed body. That's right, it should be. Roger. Frank strained to identify it. Behind him, Clin, who was with Hu Jia, shuddered upon hearing that name. Hu Jia glanced at him in confusion, but thought nothing of it. He had spoken with Clin and knew that he was their true captain. Frank was merely a scum oppressing them. Everyone, once we lure it to that area filled with zombies, we just need to shoot the zombies surrounding it. It will consume those corpses, and then it will begin to evolve just like a mutant merging together. Don't worry, you'll be there when we kill the zombies. Even if something goes wrong, the first to die will only be me. Frank spoke sincerely, even somewhat humbly. His words showed no intention of grabbing a handgun. He pointed to the area that had been set up not far away, where over 2,000 zombies had gathered, with several bags of blood and a few animal corpses placed in between. Attracted by the blood and flesh, the zombies clustered together and devoured eagerly. Watching Frank, who had clenched his fists, and Ku and He Zheng exchanged glances, unable to find any issues. Ye Lin, shall we start as planned? After the final check of the setup and weapons, Ku walked up to Ye Lin and whispered the question. Although unsure if it would work and not knowing what the monster would become after evolving, judging by Frank's demeanor, unless he was seeking death, there was no reason for him to deceive them. Even if there were accidents, shooting from a distance posed little risk. However, Frank was the closest to the monster. If he sensed something was off, they could escape at any time. The risk was manageable and the potential rewards were substantial. No matter what, it was worth a try. Let's begin. But, Ye Lin turned to Frank, who had a face full of flattery, and frowned, asking, "Are you sure these zombies are enough for the evolution? I've witnessed the process of zombie merging. Hundreds of zombies can only produce the most ordinary of mutants." Faced with Ye Lin's doubts, Frank's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly replied, "Honestly, I'm not certain. But this can also serve as a test. If it doesn't go well, at least Roger won't be too strong, and we can stop if... Conversely, if there are issues, but it's still lacking, we can continue attracting zombies, and even use the ones killed in the second round to feed it." With a sincere attitude, Frank spread his hands, his eyes filled with a desire to survive. "This way you won't have to worry about me harboring any ill intentions, wanting to drag everyone down with me. I don't want to die, truly don't want to die. Just let me live and I can do anything." Hearing this, Ye Lin nodded. He could tell that Frank's words came from the heart. However, it was limited to just not wanting to die. "All right." Seeing Ye Lin agree, a smile appeared on Frank's face. Just as he started to rush towards the horde of corpses, he unexpectedly found Ye Lin following him. Ignoring Frank's shocked expression, Ye Lin calmly said, "Don't try to run. You can see if the bullets are faster, or if you can run faster." Frank stiffly turned around, only to see Huang Liang, who was on the high ground setting up a sniper rifle, the dark muzzle glowing with a bluish hue, directly aimed at him. Bang! As Roger was lured into the circle, a crisp gunshot rang out instantly. The first zombie at the edge of the encircled horde was shot in the head and fell at its feet. The horde of zombies roared, and after a fruitless search they continued to be attracted by the blood and flesh, beginning to eat voraciously. Meanwhile, hidden hundreds of meters away, Anka suddenly put down her gun, her expression changing. The reason was simple. After that zombie was killed, the mutated creature that had merged with Roger actually seemed startled, shrieking and hiding behind other zombies. Although its intelligence was limited to recognizing danger, upon realizing this, Anku immediately used her wristwatch to alert Ye Lin. "Ye Lin, this monster seems a bit off. Be careful, it seems to have some level of intelligence." Received. Continue. 50 meters from the horde behind the vehicle, Ye Lin nodded in confirmation. Soon, with gunshots ringing continuously, one zombie after another fell, and the situation quickly began to change. The previously fearful Roger began to show abnormalities as a splash of red and white liquid hit its face, which it instinctively touched with its finger and then put in its mouth. Seconds later, on the rotting head, the second face suddenly opened its eyes, letting out a roar as it hunched down and began to devour the corpses on the ground. Its hands quickly tore open the zombie's abdomen, as if breaking open a fish's belly. It lowered its head and bit out intestines, chewing voraciously. Seemingly triggered by the intense smell of blood, its ferocity was unleashed, and it ate faster and faster until its entire head was buried in the stomach, gnawing furiously. The sky darkened, and the sound of chewing echoed. Watching such a bloody scene, the expressions of the few people behind turned grim. Moreover, as Roger ate faster and faster, its thin limbs began to swell rapidly. Swallowing hard, Hezhong instinctively stopped shooting zombies. For some reason, since this monster began to evolve, the surrounding environment seemed to have subtle changes, as if something was forming. An indescribable sense of unease spread in everyone's hearts. It was still uncertain if they could lock the difficulty, but judging by the current situation, this monster indeed began to evolve. And this thing won't eat until it gets strong enough to turn around and kill us all, will it? It gets stronger the more it eats, but it doesn't seem like it. Before Hezhong could finish his anxious words, suddenly the cold voice of the system echoed. "Ding, candidate Frank has completed choice 1 and information for the second round of examination is about to be released. Examination type completion. Exam content ensure. Prototype fully descends. Hint, they are the hope of the new world, the flowers nurtured by billions of deaths they once appeared. Warning, please ensure the arrival of within 6 days and 11 hours, or you will not pass the second round. Ensure the emergence of the prototype is the difficulty locked." After the announcement, everyone was stunned, and after seeing the updated topic, their hearts surged with excitement. It works, it actually works. Although it's unclear why the second round appeared after Frank completed his choice, it also means that their line of thought is correct. The locked progress should refer to the evolution level of this monster. Once it completes its evolution, the difficulty will be locked at the previous level of the corpse tide, and furthermore, the mutated bodies will no longer fuse. However, watching Roger eat faster and even actively devour other zombies, everyone tightened their grips on their weapons, a hint of unease flashing in their eyes. Now the greatest danger has instead become the enemy. Even if they will face similar things later, encountering this now is the optimal solution, but no one knows how strong this thing will become after it evolves. Ye Lin, we need to be careful. If it becomes too strong after evolving, let's retreat first. It seems this creature has learned to actively seek out zombies to eat. Our next challenge will likely be to deal with it or evade its pursuit. However, as long as the difficulty is locked and the situation will still be favorable to us. Speaking rapidly, Enku raised her wrist, urgently reminding Ye Lin. Though she believed Ye Lin wouldn't be reckless, she feared he might want a higher evaluation. The system did not mention whether it was necessary to stay alive after this monster appeared. So as long as we kill this monster after it evolves, the final evaluation will definitely be top tier. Without waiting for Ye Lin to respond, Frank, who was closest to the horde of corpses, suddenly stood up, no longer hiding his tracks. He urgently shouted to Huang Liang and the others before charging into the horde, starting to kill zombies. Hurry! You all go and attract another batch of zombies. Don't let it stop and eat. This number of zombies isn't enough. Once it stops, it will likely prioritize attack. As soon as Frank charged in, a glint of killing intent flashed in Ye Lin's eyes, and he instantly commanded Huang Liang open fire. Shoot its legs. With a swift motion, Ye Lin drew his sword and relentlessly pursued. Though Frank appeared fine, he was merely reminding them. But, bang! Ah! Blood mist erupted. After a dull gunshot, a scream rang out as Frank, who had charged out, had his right leg blown apart into a mist of blood, losing his balance and rolling on the ground. Looking back at Ye Lin, who caught up with him in an instant, Frank's face was filled with pain, and disregarding his bleeding, he desperately pleaded for an explanation. No. I didn't mean to escape. Don't kill me. I just wanted. Before Frank could finish, Ye Lin sneered, you just wanted to wake up Roger and have it chase us, right? As he spoke, a device resembling a tracker appeared in Ye Lin's hand. Did you think I didn't notice? You deliberately left this on the vehicle. Roger still retains some consciousness, doesn't it? You wanted to wake it up as the captain and then take the chance to just as Enku had observed, Roger had initially shown fear of gunfire, which meant he still retained some human awareness after merging with the zombies. Frank's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart filled with terror. He never expected Ye Lin would notice this. To hide the tracking chip, he had specifically concealed it in his backpack and given it to He Zheng. In his mind, any normal person would think he was just proving he posed no threat by handing everything over. Where is the slab? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't say it now. The difficulty is about to be locked. You. Stop pretending. Even if I told you, you would still kill me. Frank shouted angrily, his face shifting from pleading to ferocity. He glanced back at the zombies that caught the scent of blood, his eyes wild. It's useless. Everything is useless. These zombies cannot threaten Ye Lin. Since Ye Lin discovered the chip, his last shred of hope was extinguished. At this point, he was too lazy to pretend any longer. He turned his head, his eyes fixed on Ye Lin, as if he wanted to tear his flesh apart and devour him. From the very first moment I saw you, I knew we were the same kind of people. You never intended to let me live. To be honest, I thought you were already on guard. But I could only take a gamble on the last bit of possibility. But now, are you done talking? Glancing at Roger, who was still devouring zombies, Ye Lin frowned, no longer intending to waste words. Since it has come to this, and he still refuses to hand over the slab, it no longer has any significance. Frank has lost his value, and thus Ye Lin didn't mind sending him on his way. Seeing that Ye Lin didn't even leave him time for dying words, Frank was filled with despair and rage, his eyes suddenly turning red, as if he had been pushed to the edge. There is no slab. We never got the slab. Boom. Taking advantage of Ye Lin's confusion, Frank instantly detonated the fire element within him, and with a violent explosion, he fell into the horde of corpses like a shattered fireball. Spitting blood with only half his body left, he disregarded his injuries and crawled madly towards Roger like a malevolent spirit. It's useless. Even if he self-destructs, he doesn't believe he can harm that trash. If he wants to live now, there's only one way. Ye Lin, you force me. You force me. Frank cursed madly, crawling faster. With zombies blocking the way, Huang Liang didn't even have time to shoot. Despite the zombies gnawing at him, watching Ye Lin swiftly cut through the horde of corpses, he didn't care at all, instead laughing frantically, his gaze turning wild. Damn trash. You shouldn't have pushed me to this point. You shouldn't have left me with no way to live. Die. Die. Accompany. No. I will become a god. And you all will fall into hell forever. It wasn't about waking Roger. Frank looked up at Roger, who was coming to bite him, and unhesitatingly lunged to bite back. As if he were the Ouroboros, he intended to merge with Roger through mutual devouring. Ding. Current emergence progress 6. Difficulty locking progress 6.01. Unnoticed, the countdown for 7 days of survival suddenly accelerated after the announcement sounded again. Boom. The sword struck down instantly, smashing the zombie blocking the way into a pulp. The flames flickered in a cooling state. Even with Ye Lin arriving at the fastest speed, he was still a moment too slow due to the lack of mobility. The two figures devoured each other, rapidly merging together. It was as if layers of tree bark were interwoven, their facial features intertwining, with 4 eyes spinning like compound eyes. Clinging to the last remnants of consciousness, Frank gazed at Ye Lin, who would reach him in 0.5 seconds with a venomous glare. In an instant, he saw the creature's knees bend, propelling it forward at an astonishing speed towards He Zheng and the others. Boom. 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 Like a jumping spider it leaped, and then jumped again. Accompanied by the sound of the earth fracturing, Frank quickly appeared before the astonished onlookers. With his current fusion progress, he had no absolute confidence in killing Ye Lin. Therefore he planned to quickly consume the others to continue evolving. Looking at the few who couldn't react in time, Frank cruelly smiled and reached out with a large hand directly grasping towards He Zheng. He could sense that this human flesh was delectable, and consuming it would greatly enhance his physical strength. He Zheng, be careful. Behind the vehicle, and Ku shouted sharply. Although she had lost all her strength, her reaction was the fastest among the group. Seeing that He Zheng had not reacted yet, she quickly drew her gun and fired, trying to buy He Zheng some time to escape. However, every bullet seemed to bounce off like it was hitting rubber. Frank squinted his eyes slightly, showing no concern for the bullets flying toward him. The power was too weak. If it were that sniper rifle, he might have felt some trepidation, but under the most conventional weaponry, these bullets posed no threat to him. Fortunately, Nk's warning proved effective. At the critical moment of life and death, He Zheng suddenly reacted. Looking at the sharp claws reaching for him, he roared and instinctively raised his axe to block. There was a sound of metal grinding as the sharp claws struck the back of the axe, producing a flurry of sparks. Under the tremendous force, his arms emitted a gut-wrenching sound of bones being compressed. In an instant, it was as if he had been hit by a train, and he let out a loud gasp, spitting out blood and flying backwards. Boom. The vehicle's cabin caved and the heavy truck swerved, its tires screeching and leaving long black marks. Seeing He Zheng smashed into the vehicle, Frank's eyes flashed with a hint of brutality. He hadn't expected that in this unfamiliar body his first attack would lead to a mistake. Boom. 1/10 of a second later, Frank leaped and charged again. The evolved body cast a shadow over He Zheng, blotting out the sunlight. Watching the monster once again charging from above, He Zheng was forced to summon his fighting spirit. With a furious roar, he struggled to stand up, eager to fight again. It was too fast. The opponent's speed was simply too overwhelming. Although he had no confidence in being able to block the attack. But Ye Lin would take at least 1 or 2 more seconds to arrive. And during that 1 or 2 seconds, he had to stop it at all costs, otherwise everyone would die. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out like a heavy cannon. In midair, a rapidly spinning azure light instantly struck the leaping Frank. Crimson blood exploded, and a special bullet as long as a finger pierced directly through its chest, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Under the powerful kinetic energy, Frank let out a painful howl. His forward charge abruptly halted as he was sent flying backwards. Roar! Sensing the imminent threat that was aiming at him again, the brutality in Frank's eyes intensified. Although that shot caused limited damage to him, the wound was rapidly healing. Yet the residual consciousness warned him that if he were hit in the head, he too would face the risk of death. In midair, he could not change direction. After crashing down, Frank decisively abandoned He Zheng, shifting his target to Nku and the others. While the effect of consuming them was somewhat diminished, he could still continue to evolve. Thud, 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 thud. Moving at high speed, Frank's legs alternated rapidly, leaving behind a black shadow like a phantom. Confronted with the monster charging towards her, Nk's pupils suddenly contracted, her right hand instinctively reaching for the hair tie on her ponytail. Although being possessed might lead to her death, not doing so would result in her being torn to pieces. Moreover, she could sense that the opponent's strength was continuously rising, digesting the fusion progress. Bang! Suddenly a figure as massive as a city wall blocked her path. Nku, run! Zhang Tai shouted anxiously. Being the slowest, he could only transform, using himself as a human shield to protect the others. With no time to raise his shield to block, he braced himself against Frank's attack, causing the armor on his body to be instantly torn apart. Under the immense kinetic impact, his feet sank into the ground, carving out a trench several dozen centimeters long. With a single blow, the transformed giant bear was even forced to have its chest caved in, exposing its gruesome bony spikes. Had he not transformed, that strike could have obliterated him into a mist of blood, and Nku and the others behind him would have been shot through by the shattered bones. It was too powerful. The others were horrified. Such terrifying strength had severely injured 2 members of the team in just one encounter. If this monster continued to evolve, Ye Lin would probably not be a match. Unlike the others, shocked, the overlapping faces of Frank contorted to the extreme. He had intended to consume these insects at the fastest speed, but unexpectedly these worthless beings were tougher than he had anticipated, firmly blocking his path. With an enraged roar, Frank simply opened its massive jaws, its 4 compound eyes squeezing together at the top of its head, directly attempting to swallow Zhang Tai. However, before it could bite down, a piercing black sword light suddenly illuminated from behind. Bang! Reacting extremely quickly, its scaly left claw instantly grasped the cross sword, slashing down from Ye Lin. The blade pressed down inch by inch, yet under equal strength it could not be severed. Frank turned coldly, looking at Ye Lin, who had already caught up from behind, and the killing intent in his eyes soared to the extreme. His hatred for Ye Lin at that moment far surpassed any remaining rationality. It completely abandoned the others, its right claw emitting a piercing sonic boom as it directly grabbed for Ye Lin's head. Bang! No time to evade. Even in the observer's stance, Ye Lin could see the trajectory of the massive claw descending. But limited by his physical condition, he could only forcefully divert his angle slightly. The massive claw grazed past him, and a cloud of blood mist erupted from his chest. Flesh and blood were gouged out in great chunks, as if half of his body had been carved open, revealing the fresh red internal organs amidst the torn ribs. Ye Lin. As he watched Ye Lin get severely injured by a single blow, He Zheng's eyes widened with rage, as he along with Zhang Tai rushed forward like madmen. Ye Lin cannot die. If he does, they would be mere fish on the chopping board with no chance of survival. Ignoring the two rushing towards him, Frank cruelly smiled, and without hesitation opened his mouth to bite again. Unlike others, it could sense that once it devoured Ye Lin, its evolution would double. Bang! Gunfire erupted again, seizing the moment when Frank was momentarily stagnant. Huang Liang fired. This time there was no time to load special bullets nor to aim. The bluish bullet merely grazed Frank's cheek, shattering one of its eyeballs. Under the intense pain, Frank let out a mournful howl, instinctively releasing the sword with its left hand and shielding its head. Meanwhile, in an observer state, Ye Lin seemed unaffected by the pain, expressionless, drawing his sword to strike again. Clang! The clash of metal erupted with all its might, and the sword transformed into a slender arc, viciously slicing into Frank's neck. The immense force tore through its scales, creating a horrifying wound. This strike nearly severed its head. Huang Liang! Enk shouted urgently, reminding Huang Liang to fire again. Realizing the danger, Frank's remaining 3 eyes erupted with a frenzied red. In an instant its breath surged, wounds healed, and a long spiny tail shot out from behind, sweeping He Zheng away and opening his belly. With its right claw gripping the sword, its left claw lunged at Zhang Tai, and with a crack of bones it deformed Zhang Tai, hurling him towards Huang Liang like a cannonball. Boom! With no time to evade from the high ground, Huang Liang could only lower his head to hold his gun, and the next moment Zhang Tai collided with him, sending blood gushing from his mouth. One man and one bear were sent tumbling, rolling violently on the highway, their flesh and blood ground into a pulp. The situation instantly deteriorated to its worst, with all combatants heavily injured. Seeing that no one could stop it, Frank's right claw retracted and struck towards Ye Lin like lightning. This time it aimed to twist off the head of this pest and swallow it whole. Yet in its imagination that despairing gaze did not appear. With an equally overwhelming force approaching, Ye Lin's eyes suddenly went hollow, a shade of crimson covering his entire gaze. His heart raced at 300 beats per second, blood boiling and burning. Once again entering a berserk state, the forcibly activated observer within him began to take control of his body. Ye Lin drew his sword and retreated, then turned like a shadow, directly charging behind it, stabbing towards its back of the head. In a sudden change, Frank felt a large wound erupt from its claw, blood gushing out, unable to turn in time or evade. Realizing that Ye Lin had deliberately suppressed his power just to unleash a sudden strike at this moment, Frank was gripped by the fear of death, horrified, and could no longer afford to retain any part of its consciousness, forcing itself to fully merge. Ye Lin, it's you. Forcing me. You have no idea. Roar. As the 3 eyes merged, the human face melted away. Having completely given up on itself at this moment, Frank could not even utter a complete sentence as the latter part turned into a roar. Its strength surged again, and it immediately turned its fading consciousness, giving Ye Lin one last resentful glance. It could have retained a part of its consciousness, even becoming the main consciousness of this body, as it was stronger than Roger. But at this moment, it was not only forced to become a monster by this pest, but its very self would also cease to exist. But that was okay. As long as it could devour this pest consuming the entire world, it could still live again. Boom. The giant claw collided with the slashing cross-long sword, creating visible shockwaves in the air. In the next second, Frank let out a sinister laugh, and the empty right claw at a speed close to sound instantly severed Ye Lin's arm. With a clang, the cross-long sword fell to the ground. Under the tremendous impact, blood mist erupted from Ye Lin's body, and he was heavily thrown back like a tattered rag doll crashing to the ground. Ye Lin. Enk cried out in despair, her face pale to the extreme, her mind blank. The difficulty was too high. Under Frank's nearly limitless rising strength, it completely exceeded their ability to cope. It didn't even match the difficulty of this encounter. Why was this happening? Why was this happening? In this situation, she could find no way to survive. Even possessing a ghost would be useless, With the strength of possession, she couldn't even deal with the previous special variant, let alone this monster. Though He Zheng had staggered back to his feet and rushed forward with his strength, he would just die from a single claw. Zhang Tai couldn't make it in time, and the even more threatening Huang Liang had collapsed unconscious. Suddenly a trembling voice rang out. As the fusion body charged towards Ye Lin, Clin, who was hiding with Hu Jia, suddenly stood up, trembling. His eyes reddened as he gazed at Frank. That face completely melted, no longer resembled a human, yet in his eyes it still bore Roger's Roger, wake up. His voice was choked with tears. Clin pleaded. It wasn't just about continuing, they were all going to die. Upon seeing Roger for the first time, he couldn't accept that his comrade had turned into this. He couldn't accept that Roger, who was like an older brother in his heart, had been devoured by Frank. The fusion body seemed to suddenly halt, as if triggered, turning to look back at him. Seeing the two lock eyes, a jolt went through the hearts of the few, as if they had realized something. They became agitated. Indeed, Frank initially intended to control the opponent using Roger's residual consciousness. They could do the same. If only. Before He Zheng could get excited, in the next second the fusion body suddenly kicked the rubble beneath its feet, and the flying debris instantly exploded Clin in half like a cannonball. Without even glancing at the half-remaining Clin, the fusion body turned its head and continued advancing towards Ye Lin. Despair spread as they realized the fusion body had lost all emotions and thoughts. The hope that had risen in their hearts was instantly extinguished. On the ground, Ye Lin struggled to stand. Despite the massive blood loss, the Tyrant Gene was frantically repairing his body, even covering the exposed organs with a layer of flesh. But he could feel his consciousness beginning to blur and his strength waning. What to do? Must I use that trump? However, the threat still lingered. And Ye Lin glanced at the crossed sword that had fallen in the distance. He noticed that the fusion body had been wary of this weapon from the start, as if it could instinctively sense the threat. He was unsure if the opponent could react after the self-destructing weapon, or if it would be killed. But at this point, a fierce determination flashed through Ye Lin's mind. Without hesitation, under the control of the third perspective, he seemed to ignore his own injuries, forcibly accelerating like a blood-soaked figure. Sensing the threat, as well, the fusion body suddenly turned, blocking his path. PFF. With the sound of flesh being pierced, looking at Ye Lin, who had been stabbed in the heart at this moment, the fusion body had no trace of joy in its eyes. What remained was only the fear rooted in biological instinct. The reason was simple. At some point Ye Lin had already regained the cross sword. The black cross long sword disintegrated, transforming into endless red light, wildly spreading between the two. Boom. The explosion was deafening as the self-destructing ancient long sword released all its power in a mere 0.01 seconds, akin to a tactical missile. As the dust settled in the massive pit over 10 meters deep, the fusion body lay on the ground, charred and reduced to half its form. It struggled to lift its head, its distorted face twisted in extreme pain. If the explosion had not occurred beneath it, and if it hadn't used its arm to shield its head at the last moment, it would have surely been dead. However, before it could search for Ye Lin's remains in the next second, it suddenly let out a mournful howl, feeling something tearing at its insides. Looking down, it saw Ye Lin, influenced by the Tyrant Gene, lying on its chest, voraciously devouring it. No. Fueled by a strong survival instinct, Frank struggled desperately, but before it could lift its head, Ye Lin's fist came crashing down on its skull, the tremendous impact directly shattering its eyeball. Not even having time to scream, the rapidly healing Ye Lin now resembled a true monster, gnawing at its flesh while attacking furiously. With punch after punch raining down mercilessly, Frank's entire head was caved in. On the brink of death, Frank's consciousness seemed to momentarily awaken. Regret, despair, and hatred. If he had a choice, he would rather die himself. As Ye Lin devoured him, he even felt the power within him rapidly depleting, as if it was becoming nourishment flowing into that reawakening heart. Roar. The roar gradually weakened, replaced by an ever stronger heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. It sounded like the thunder of war drums, the only sound in the darkness. Within Ye Lin's body, the newly formed heart rapidly transformed, the flesh and blood consumed into unknown power flowing into every corner of his being. Gene repair, flesh reorganization, cell regeneration. Almost every second, the newly metabolized cells within exploded into rapid division, constructing a stronger physique. Countless fragments of memories, or rather the most primal cellular memories, continuously surged in. In the swiftly flashing memory fragments, Ye Lin felt as if he sometimes transformed into a primordial single cell, and at other times into an ancient beast of the ocean. Frank's Rogers, the memories of the devoured zombies, even the first suit mutant he had consumed. A large amount of anger, sorrow, and sadness seemed to intertwine, forming chaotic fragments deep within his consciousness. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps a minute. Among the myriad of fragments, it seemed he could see every scene from his past, until finally the image settled on him on the operating table. That was before entering the death exam, just before entering that grave. He did not know what the organization had done to him, he only knew that from that day on. Ye Lin. Ye Lin. Gunshots rang out. In the deep pit, He Zheng rushed over anxiously to support him, while the others quickly opened fire, clearing the remaining zombies. The fusion entity was already dead, no, it should be said that it had been completely devoured. If not for the remaining bloodstains in the pit and the injuries each of them bore as proof of its existence, they would have felt as if it were all a nightmare, that nothing had ever happened. Huang Liang had lost an arm and 3 ribs, half of his face due to rolling and friction had been ground to blindness in one eye. Zhang Tai suffered a comminuted fracture of the sternum. Had it not been for his bear transformation, granting him sufficient strength under the violent pressure of the fusion entity, he would have likely turned into meat paste on the spot. And Hu Jia, hurry. See if there are any usable medicines. He Zheng urged the two, too agitated, as blood flowed uncontrollably from the open wound on his abdomen. Without time to bandage himself, although Ye Lin appeared largely unscathed with limbs already regrown, there was an unsettling aura lingering in the air. But worried about Ye Lin's potential complications, he feared the worst. Hu Jia hurried over, blood covering his hands, but amid the tension and chaos. And Ku, however, was uncharacteristically complex, her expression struggling as she stared at Ye Lin. Unlike He Zheng and the others who had yet to realize anything. When Ye Lin, in order to eliminate this fusion entity, was forced to consume it, a terrifying thought instantaneously flashed through her mind. The difficulty of the lock-in requires the prototype to descend, but the prototype's descent requires devouring a large number of zombies, even consuming them. Initial progress is 3%, Frank eating Roger is 6%, nearly 1,000 zombies only at 0.1. This means that if Ye Lin wishes to complete the descent in this manner, the optimal solution would be to consume them all, then devour the mutants and zombies. And Ku swiftly recalled the image of Frank in his frenzy. She remembered clearly that Frank had chosen fusion only when cornered, yet from various signs he believed he could survive and then become a god. Considering Ye Lin's actions when he first consumed that suited zombie, she couldn't help but suspect whether Ye Lin was deliberately disguising himself, secretly guiding everyone toward this outcome. There was certainly that possibility. The Tyrant Gene could inherently consume flesh and blood to repair itself. Once Ye Lin realized not only could he repair, but also enhance his strength with his level of intellect, he would absolutely recognize that this exam was the perfect hunting ground. The fewer people there were, the higher the rewards. The more people he consumed, the stronger he became. Once he devoured everyone, claiming all the rewards, she could not imagine what level Ye Lin's strength would surge to after this exam concluded. The temptation was too great. Moreover, judging from Ye Lin's performance in the last round, he could pull off such a thing. Until the last moment, no one knew what he was thinking. First consume the suited zombie to lower our vigilance, then pretend to be forced to eat Frank, and finally, when it was close to returning, consume us all. She could even envision why Ye Lin would stage such a play. If they survived to the 7th day, there would also be rewards to maximize benefits, and to prevent them from being trapped in a death spiral. Ye Lin could completely choose to not eat them, but rather opt to devour mutants and zombies to lock in the difficulty. Ultimately, when they believed they could return alive, he would completely tear off the disguise. And Ku took a deep breath, gripping the gun tightly in her hand. What to do? What should she do? If she was really going to act, now would be the best time. Moreover, she could completely rid herself of Ye Lin's threat. During this time, she had been feigning weakness, trying hard to please. Had it not been for Ye Lin's appearance, she could have become the captain with absolute authority. Once she obtained the relic with her experience, she could quickly restore her original strength at that time. The murderous intent flashed, and Inke's gaze gradually turned cold. But could she convince He Zheng, convince Huang Liang, and Zhang Tai? Moreover, after killing Ye Lin, struggle, hesitation, fear, reluctance. In just a few seconds, Ku battled within herself, ultimately revealing a somewhat bitter smile. No, she couldn't do it, nor should she. The risk was too great, as she didn't know if she was afraid, or for some other reason, she simply couldn't convince herself. Moreover, if Ye Lin really died, they wouldn't be able to lock in the difficulty. With a sigh, Ku slowly released her grip on the gun, filled with reluctance. She truly felt powerless. She hated the feeling of leaving fate in the hands of others. She could only hope that all of this was just her speculation, otherwise they wouldn't have even a glimmer of hope for. Unable to articulate the complexity within her heart, just as Ku was about to give up, Ye Lin suddenly opened his eyes, coldly staring at her, as if he had already awakened. In their gaze, Ke's heart trembled. In the next moment, however, it seemed like an illusion, as the coldness in Ye Lin's eyes instantly transformed into weakness. He struggled to extend his hand, his voice hoarse as he said, "Ku, the drug, the suppressive drug. Ye Lin, have you been infected? He Jun and the others were shocked, not understanding why Ye Lin suddenly needed the drug. But without time to think, He Jun hurriedly turned to Enku. Hurry, Enku. Quickly bring over the antidote. Suddenly, before Enku could react in shock, Ye Lin shook his head again and took the suppressive agent from the 2 bottles Hu Jia hastily handed over. Forget it, Enku, will leave mine with you for now. Seeing the confused looks from everyone thinking he was infected, yet unwilling to use the antidote Ye Lin shot, He Jun, an annoyed glance, injected the serum into his body and staggered to his feet. If you give me the antidote, what do you want me to become? Don't forget what I exchanged is also a kind of zombie, then you. He Jun was even more confused and instinctively pursued the question. Seeing that they were still worried about him, Ye Lin simply explained, I haven't been infected, it's just that after consuming that thing the Tyrant Gene had issues, and I couldn't suppress it anymore. My strength and speed have increased a bit, but I don't know if that's good or bad. Ye Lin smiled bitterly, his eyes subtly scanning the crowd. As soon as his words fell, He Jun's eyes were filled with astonishment. Was it just a slight enhancement? He originally thought that after Ye Lin consumed that monster he would become stronger like Frank, but according to Ye Lin the enhancement seemed to be minimal. Isn't that a huge loss? You detonated a weapon, and the result was just a bit of enhancement. The system didn't give any other rewards, evaluation scores, or anything. Seeing He Jun's distress, a strange light flashed in Ye Lin's eyes, and he shook his head. Rewards? Indeed there are some, but I can't say them now. There are too few corpses, and the Tyrant Gene devoured them, not fused with them. You should be grateful that my strength hasn't changed too much, otherwise you would all be dead. As for the rewards, the system has notified me that it will be settled uniformly, but I still don't know what it is. Ye Lin explained indifferently, while behind the crowd, and Ku instinctively took 2 steps back after hearing this. It wasn't just that Ye Lin suddenly asked her for something, more importantly, she absolutely did not believe that Ye Lin's strength had not changed significantly. It couldn't be. She noticed that the descent progress had not ended at all, which meant that Ye Lin had already replaced Frank and become the embryonic form of that thing. Ye Lin's tyrant bloodline had undoubtedly undergone tremendous changes. The abnormalities were increasing, and at this moment, looking at Huang Liang and the others who were still oblivious to the danger, Enku felt a chill rise from behind. It was as if the Ye Lin in front of her had already become a ghost wearing human skin. Ye Lin, how do we lower the difficulty next? Are we going to find another fusion body, or are you? He Jun instinctively asked the most concerning question. Frank was already dead, which meant that the difficulty lock could not continue. Meanwhile, Huang Liang walked over covered in blood with a grave expression in his remaining eye. He could hardly accept the scene of Ye Lin devouring Frank. Although Frank had already become a monster, that moment was still too extreme. Moreover, if the Tyrant Gene completely went out of control, not only would they die, but Ye Lin would also be. Seemingly sensing that Huang Liang wanted to say something, Ye Lin shook his head and quickly spoke. I want eat again. I only ate it because I was injured. If I didn't eat it, we would all die. A fusion body could no longer be created. Since Frank didn't find the stone tablet, it meant that his method of locking the difficulty was likely wrong, just coincidentally aligning in certain aspects. Although it seems effective, I don't really think we can deal with the fully descended embryonic form. As he spoke, fragments of Frank's memories flashed through Ye Lin's mind. But these memories were too fleeting and vague, and he wasn't sure if his conjecture was correct. Wrong? How could it be wrong? Then are we just wasting our efforts? And where are we going to find the stone tablet? Isn't the system hinting? Before He Jun could finish, Hu Jia, who had been anxious and pacing back and forth, suddenly gulped and pointed not far away. Kellen. Kellen is actually not dead. It seems like he has something he wants to say, Hu Jia said, fearing that the others would scold him. He had just come over not for any other reason, but because after Kellen's lower half was blasted apart, he had been trying to stop the bleeding for him. From the end of the battle until now, it had only been 2 to 3 minutes, but Ye Lin's side was more important, and he had to rush over first. Following behind, and Kes' thoughts were a mess. When Ye Lin said he wouldn't eat again, she felt that all her guesses had been overturned once more. Is it true or false? Did Ye Lin guess that she had discovered the problem and deliberately say that, or was she overthinking? No, if it was just a deliberate statement, it would soon be exposed, the difficulty. It couldn't be locked without being determined. And Kes' mind was in turmoil, as if trapped in a web like a bird. She vaguely sensed another possibility, but couldn't confirm the answer. The group quickly reached Kellen's side. Looking at his pale face, half of Kellen, remaining Zhang Tai turned his head away, unable to bear to look. Kellen's eyes were tightly shut, his abdomen had been bandaged by Hu Jia, but the bright red blood still soaked beneath him. His chest slightly heaved. If it weren't for the enhancement of his physical condition, he would have been dead long ago. But even if he wasn't dead, they could see that Kellen was hanging by a thread. And Ku, is there any way we can save him? Although he was from another team, Huang Liang couldn't help but want to save him. However, in response to Huang Liang's thoughts, and Ku just shook her head. It's impossible. Among the drugs they exchanged, there was only one bottle of hemostatic spray, which was completely useless given Kellen's injuries. Even if they rushed him to the hospital at the fastest speed with the entire world overrun by zombies, no one. Seemingly aware that the group had arrived, Kellen struggled to open his eyes, looking at the complex expressions on their faces. His first words were surprisingly an apology. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have done that. I actually knew that Frank was deceiving you. But I was too scared. As blood kept pouring from his mouth, Huang Liang squatted down, tightly gripping his hand as he looked at Kellen's youthful face. It's not your fault, you just... No. Before Huang Liang could bitterly comfort him, Kellen seemed to regain a flash of life, exerting his last strength to raise his head and stare intently at Ye Lin. No. It's our fault, I know. I know. I'm going to die. Listen to me. Frank didn't get the stone tablet, he just saw a photo in the files. But he knows something. We've always suspected. He wouldn't let us contact because he knew something. The military. Someone in the military knows about the zombies. They have secrets. Someone is behind this. Straining his last breath, Kellen coughed up a mouthful of blood, the intense pain from his abdomen causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at Ye Lin, who had directly squatted down with a focused gaze, he mustered his strength and managed to say, the voice recorder. Frank's gun. The magazine. After struggling to say this, Kellen tightly gripped Ye Lin's hand, his gaze pleading, my name is Kellen. Lin. Malfoy Kellen. You are very impressive. I beg you to tell them. Can't go back. Home. As Malfoy Kellen uttered his last word, his eyes completely lost their light, as if he had fallen asleep, and his arm fell heavily. Ye Lin looked down at the photo, tightly gripped in his palm. In the picture, a boy stood smiling brightly with his family on the lawn. He held a soccer ball, and a well-behaved spotted dog lay at his feet. The sunlight was warm, casting colorful rays in the upper right corner of the photo. On the back of the photo was a series of carefully handwritten English letters. Malfoy Kellen 12B, Oak Street, A. Reading, Berkshire. Malfoy Kellen 12B, Oak Street, A. Reading, Berkshire. As they gazed at the lifeless body of Kellen on the ground, everyone fell silent. In the brief stillness, Hezhong suddenly chuckled inexplicably, his face filled with indifference. Well, another one bites the dust. It seems that team is probably wiped out. Dragging his arm, he casually glanced at the deceased Kellen, intentionally avoiding that photograph. Noticing Huang Liang unable to restrain himself from glaring at him, Hezhong shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Little buzz cut, why are you staring? If I didn't know better, I'd think it was your brother who died. Speaking of which, this kid was somewhat fortunate, at least he had some last words. How many people come in here inexplicably only to die, just as mysteriously? When they die, crying out for their parents, and in the end they don't even know why they died. Hezhong scoffed, and halfway through a hint of melancholy crossed his eyes. Better to be dead. At least they don't suffer anymore. It's just a pity for his parents. They raised him for so long only for him to die without knowing, and they might have to wait a lifetime. Listening to Hezhong's ramblings, Zhang Tai stood at the back contemplating saying something, but glancing at Hu Jia, who was staring vacantly at the corpse on the ground, trembling all over. He hurriedly patted Hu Jia's back to offer comfort. Let's get the recording pen first. Ye Lin suddenly stood up, put away the photograph, and headed toward the car. There wasn't much feeling. As Hezhong said, it's too normal for people to die here. Kellen was pitiful, but wasn't every deceased individual pitiful in their own way? Even Frank, upon entering the first scene, wasn't necessarily the same as he was now. Ye Lin. Seeing Ye Lin leaving directly, Huang Liang hesitated and pointed to his own hand. I want Zhang Tai to help me bury Kellen. With my arm injured, Huang Liang said, managing a bitter smile. I had no choice before, but now I simply can't let Kellen's corpse rot in the wilderness. In a sense, Kellen helped us in the end. As you wish. Ye Lin replied, without looking back, not intending to waste time. He opened Frank's backpack, and within half a minute a plain black pistol appeared in his hand. As you wish. Ye Lin replied, without looking back, not intending to waste time. He opened Frank's backpack, and within half a minute a plain black pistol appeared in his hand. Inside contained the truly useful information. Looking at the recording pen in Ye Lin's hand, the others exchanged glances. Hidden so discreetly, if it weren't for Kellen revealing it, they might not have discovered it. Click. Pressing play as a faint sound of electricity filled the air, the group immediately focused and held their breath, listening intently. Fane, are you sure you want to listen to that madman's words? Bringing that thing forth will lead to the deaths of many. Many. Madman. No, Basher, if we don't do this we will end up killing many people, or rather, no one will survive. Moreover, he is not a madman. We found ancient records left behind by those things, and they have appeared frequently in our history. After a brief silence, the recording pen continued to blink a red light. After a moment, Basher's voice rang out again. Fane, I don't know why you have turned out like this, but if you want to convince me, you must tell me. What exactly have you discovered? Alright, but I need to ask you a simple question first. Basher, do you know the double-banded fish? Please explain. The double-banded fish is a very special species. When the leading male fish in a group is killed, the female fish will rapidly transform into a male and restructure its body, becoming highly aggressive. They do this to ensure the survival of the species and avoid extinction. And there are many such examples of sudden evolution for survival. Locusts, when faced with drastic environmental changes, experience a dramatic change in serotonin levels, switching to an aggressive form. Daphnia, ordinary individuals have no shells, but when their population faces extinction, some individuals will quickly grow shells and even spines. Bees, when the queen dies, some worker bees will rapidly enlarge, becoming pseudo-queen bees. So, Fane, what exactly are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? In the recording, Fane chuckled without answering, and instead chose to retort. Basher, what do you think has brought humanity to this point? To possess such a brilliant civilization? Because of technological advances, the efforts of countless generations, and no, it's the dead, the incessant deaths, the countless people who have died. Fane's tone suddenly quickened, and just listening to the voice in the recording, Ye Lin and the others could almost visualize his excitement. Basher, in fact, we have long realized that after every epidemic and war, there always emerge extremely special individuals among humanity, greatly pushing civilization or species forward. Just like the Black Death that broke out in 1347, which nearly wiped out all of Europe, resulting in the deaths of 75 million people. Yet it sparked the Renaissance, giving birth to a multitude of philosophers and thinkers. The First World War in 1914, which claimed 16 million lives yet produced a large number of the most outstanding scientists. The Second World War in 1939, which resulted in 70 million deaths, but gave rise to many great leaders. They are like hope in the darkness. Whenever genocide occurs and civilization stands on the brink of collapse, they lead their respective groups out of the predicament. They are a civilization, a species, the roar of life at the last moment against fate. Thus Fane paused, his tone becoming extremely grave. We speculate that every civilization or species possesses a layer consciousness akin to a macro will. When individuals die in large numbers, in a short time the macro will absorb their thoughts, energy, and memories, storing them up. When facing extinction, the macro will struggles like life itself, injecting everything into individuals, thereby giving birth to great beings to save the entire group from peril. In the recording, Fane paused, leaving time for Basher to think. Faintly one could hear Basher's hurried breathing. So you plan to? Yes. Fane's voice had turned cold. Minister Basher, you have seen them in ancient cave paintings, in religious texts, in the highest classified documents of the base. You should be well aware that they have come before and taken away the initial special individuals. And this time, if we can't deliver, then we will die without a burial place. This point the professor has already explained very clearly and has proven it to you. So, Fane articulated each word carefully. So, we need deaths, we need to complete the plan. Even if it means many will die, perhaps even everyone, at least our blood will still flow in this universe. This time they want more than just the previously existing special individuals, but something beyond everything, a transcendent existence akin to perfect evolution. Its existence is birthed from the deaths of billions of living beings. It is the final brilliance of human will. It is the perfection that fuses the spirit and blood of all humanity. Therefore, I named this plan the plan of the perfect ones. Click. The recording ended. The group exchanged glances, all filled with shock, while Ye Lin silently clenched his right hand. In his pocket on his watch, a line of information flashed by. Candidate no. E99067, Ye Lin Tyrant lineage replaced with prototype of the perfect ones. Perhaps it was a minute, perhaps only 10 seconds. In the silence, Hezheng couldn't help but exhale, while several people raised their heads with grim expressions, exchanging glances. Damn, there really is a third party. Perfect beings. Are they trying to create this thing? Even if that group of fools didn't send out any news, the people in the recording would still actively cause trouble. No matter what, the meme would inevitably explode. Although the recording only contained dialogue, he found it somewhat confusing. However, upon hearing the minister's title, Hezheng could deduce that the identity of the other party was undoubtedly high-ranking government officials. No, it can still be stopped. Not all high-ranking officials participated, but only some. In retrospect, this should be the difficulty of Klin's team. If they knew about the meme, they should realize what the things mentioned in the recording truly mean. Looking at Hezheng, and Ku smiled wryly. After listening, she understood the difficulty of option 1 and why both sides needed to cooperate. This recording can also explain why Frank was able to gain the trust of various countries so quickly. I was wondering even if they obtained system privileges they could only gain the trust of one faction at most. Just like us, we only made the professor remember Ye Lin. If option 1 could make global high-ranking officials unconditionally trust and cooperate with them, it would be too exaggerated. Hezheng nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't considered this point, but after hearing in Kess' words he understood. Then, he instinctively glanced at Ye Lin only to find Ye Lin frowning seemingly deep in thought. Anka hesitated for a moment looking at Ye Lin's profile. After struggling internally she decided to ask. Though she suspected Ye Lin had issues it now seemed she had merely overthought it. Ye Lin based on the recording Frank's approach is sound. If a macro will truly exist in this world it would explain why killing zombies near the fusion body allows it to evolve. After all they are one race. Thus Frank believes he can become a god, or rather the prototype of a perfect being. So, we can only do this whether to lower the difficulty or to avoid being killed by him in 7 days we need to create another prototype. After she finished speaking and Ku observed Ye Lin's reaction. Ye Lin believed Frank might be wrong, but whether it was the system or the recording they all proved Frank was right. As her words fell Hezheng suddenly froze exclaiming, "We need to create another one. But that thing can't possibly be defeated. Even if Ye Lin is a bit stronger with that ridiculous progress, who knows how monstrous it will be in the end. Is there something wrong here? Isn't this difficulty just meant to kill us? We clearly did nothing wrong." Hezheng dragged his hands feeling extremely aggrieved, not to mention whether they could even win. Right now they were all injured. Even if there were hemostatic sprays it wouldn't help. He had a broken arm. Zhang Tai could still hold out for a bit, but Huang Liang was blind in one eye, and they had very few special bullets left. In this state attacking the prototype would be akin to sending themselves to death. Actually the prototype can be defeated, it's just that the other team is all dead. Hu Jia cautiously spoke up. If they could have stopped the meme from exploding at that time they would have had enough time to nurture the prototype, and then use the army to eliminate it. Of course there's still a difficulty, which is the third party. The third party is too mysterious. I always feel like their existence is somewhat out of place. Hu Jia struggled to articulate the strange feeling in his heart, as if something was inherently odd. Did they lack the stone tablet? Or should they have contacted the military earlier? No time was too short. Unable to draw any conclusions seeing Hezheng's grim expression, he could only softly comfort. We didn't do anything wrong but they did. In free mode they were wrong, and we still have to bear the consequences. As his words fell the three fell silent. Even Huang Liang and Zhang Tai who were walking nearby couldn't help but clench their fists. A wave of suffocating, even desperate emotions spread instantly, making everyone feel as if they couldn't breathe. It seemed there was no way out. The only thing they could do now was perhaps recreate a prototype, and then survive for a few days under the other party's pursuit. Even that would be the best outcome. If they couldn't determine the difficulty nor solve the prototype issue, then their enemy would be the entire world. Suddenly the system's cold announcement rang out. Beep. Warning. The prototype of the perfect being has been present for more than 15 minutes. In 1 hour the second round of hunting will begin. Due to the appearance of the prototype the survival time and safe period for this round are halved. Countdown to the next round of hunting 12 hours and 59 minutes. Current progress locked 12:01. Everyone was taken aback staring in disbelief at the information flashing on their wristwatches. The countdown ticked rapidly, and they noticed that the system had unexpectedly initiated the second round of hunting without them realizing it. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back with each round of hunting time, halved it meant their safe time was 6 hours for the third round, 3 hours for the fourth round, and by the fifth round there would only be 1.5 hours of rest. Such actions forced them to immediately create a monster that could kill them. The sky was overcast as if ushering in an actual apocalypse. Boom. Crack. A flash of lightning split the dark night sky as heavy rain poured down. Standing dazedly in place a few seconds later, Hezheng seemed to completely collapse, cursing loudly. Damn it. If you want to kill us, just do it directly. This is unfair. This is unfair. We clearly did nothing wrong. We risked our lives. Why do we still have to die? The piercing lightning illuminated Hezheng's reddened eyes, reflecting the group's despairing and pale face. Not only were they facing death every second, but he also couldn't accept that they had done well enough, even far better than in previous rounds, yet still ended up in such a dire situation. What went wrong? They clearly did nothing wrong, yet it seemed they couldn't survive. Looking at the somewhat broken Hezheng, the others stood in the rain, unable to utter a word. It wasn't that Hezheng's mentality was weak. Upon realizing this, the others felt equally desperate. There was no time left, everything was too late. An hour's time was simply insufficient to recreate a prototype. If they let Ye Lin consume it under uncontrolled circumstances, they wouldn't even survive the second round. Like a deadlock, and Ku also lost all strength, simply allowing the torrential rain to drench them, her heart filled with bitterness. No, perhaps there was still a way to survive. That was to let Ye Lin consume them all, and then let him go out alone. And Ku lowered her head, gripping the gun tightly. Had she not confirmed that her difficulty was cleared, she might have suspected this was a punishment for her. Abandon her, do they really not have the right to live? Ye Lin, if we die? Suddenly, before He Zhang could turn his head, he hoarsely wanted to explain something to Ye Lin. Ye Lin, who had been silent, suddenly raised his head, looking at He Zhang, whose eyes were bloodshot. He thought he knew the answer now, having sorted out the entire matter. He Zhang, the exam is actually very fair. His voice was soft, but sounded like thunder. He Zhang was taken aback, as were the others who looked at Ye Lin. What I said. The exam is actually very fair. Ye Lin spoke calmly, enunciating each word. You are right, the mistakes made by the other team should not be borne by us. Do you remember the first round? I asked you, if this is an exam, how can it rely on luck to survive? Therefore it must be incredibly fair. They are option 1. We are option 2. This exam has other solutions. The night sky was split open, and a silver flash of lightning instantly exploded, illuminating Ye Lin's dark eyes. Locking the difficulty requires a prototype, and the prototype's evolution requires killing enough zombies. But the most deaths in this world are actually among humans. Thus there are 2 prototypes in this exam. And Ku stood dazedly in place, staring into Ye Lin's eyes, and in an instant an answer flashed across her mind like lightning. 2 prototypes. Humans. She understood. She finally comprehended what Ye Lin was saying. Too many humans had died. Naturally, a perfect being prototype would emerge. Option 2 is to find the surviving human who inherits all will. Who else can survive now? The deaf-mute? The blind? No. Newborn. The question is about newborns. In unison. The moment Ye Lin finished speaking, everyone exclaimed in unison. Excited and trembling all over. What they needed was one who had not yet been born. One who had not been infected by the meme. One who still carried the last bloodline of humanity, a newborn. The heavy rain poured down, yet it could not extinguish the renewed fighting spirit ignited within the crowd. He Zhang wiped the rain from his face, raising his axe with unparalleled excitement in his eyes. In his overwhelming excitement, he didn't even have time to bandage his severed left arm, and was ready to follow Ye Lin to find that child. Ye Lin, where are we going now? To the hospital or somewhere else? With only an hour left until the second wave of pursuit began, he was not afraid of risking his life. What terrified him was the possibility that no matter what he did, he couldn't find a way to survive. But now, knowing what he needed to do to survive, he would dare to charge into any peril, even a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. Military base. Without any hesitation, Ye Lin commanded everyone to follow and charged towards the truck. He Zhang instinctively followed, yet upon hearing the words military base, he couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. Ye Lin, aren't we going to the hospital? Aren't we looking for an unborn baby? That place. Only that place has it. You won't survive anywhere else. Without waiting for Ye Lin's response, Ku rushed into the vehicle and quickly pulled the door shut to prevent falling out due to the speeding. Just drive. We have 58 minutes left. The distance isn't far, but if we delay any longer, we'll be caught in a pincer attack. The thunderous rain made it hard to hear, but Ku shouted while gripping the back of the truck, the meme will infect everyone who knows about it. The chance of us finding a deaf and blind pregnant woman is too slim. Even if there is one, it would be difficult for her to survive until now. The recording contains a plan, which means there must be an experiment. If there is a second option, there must be a mother present. As long as we find her, we can pass this test. Her thoughts became clearer, and as Ku finished speaking, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Strictly speaking, after hearing the recording, she too could think of a second answer. But perhaps due to much of her energy being diverted, she did not realize it immediately. Then why doesn't Frank go? Instead, he wants to find the fusion body. Hu Jia tightly gripped the iron railing the vehicle, shaking violently, causing him to struggle to stand. Uncertain if it was due to only having one hand to drive, He Zhang maneuvered the entire vehicle like a writhing serpent spewing black smoke as it sped forward. He could understand that there would be human experiments in the base, but conversely Frank could not be so foolish as to overlook this point. Then why not guard the pregnant woman and wait for the difficulty to be locked? Frank's absence from there means he didn't know about the meme, nor did he realize how many people would die. The moment he understood if he didn't escape he would die. He didn't choose the fusion body, rather he had no choice. If he doesn't draw Roger, he won't survive. And Ku quickly explained, leaving Hu Jia momentarily stunned. Coming back to his senses, he realized he hadn't considered why Frank might be acting so strangely from a Indeed, while Frank might not have thought that the baby was the answer, even if he had, he alone couldn't take on the mutated beings of the base. Expressing it would be futile. Without this information, there would be no value in it. Assuming others would think like him, Frank could not gamble on whether Ye Lin would spare him. No wonder that guy ended up hating us like a madman in the end. So he felt even more constrained than we did. But in Ku, why do I feel like you've become smarter again? In the driver's seat, He Zheng with a cigarette in his mouth couldn't help but glance at Enku through the opening surprised. It wasn't that Enku had become smarter, it was an indescribable feeling, as if the current Enku had returned to the Enku of the first encounter. Without speaking, Enku chose not to acknowledge the foolish He Zheng, merely casting a complex glance at Ye Lin. Indeed, her thoughts had become much clearer. To be precise, it was after Ye Lin provided the answer that she completely relaxed, assured that she would not be consumed by this guy. It was difficult to explain to a few people just how much pressure she had felt since she had been captured by Ye Lin. Without strength, everything was meaningless. She had to remain vigilant at all times, and even her speech needed to be cautious. Not only that, but even now she still couldn't understand what Ye Lin's earlier actions meant. She would rather believe that Ye Lin was attracted to her, seeking her beauty, rather than plotting something in the shadows. With all the pressures piling up, it was already difficult for her to remain calm, something a reckless person like He Zheng could not comprehend. In the torrential rain, the truck sped forward. In the brief silence, Huang Liang glanced at the blurred road obscured by the downpour. With only one eye remaining, the world in front of him appeared somewhat hazy, tinged with a faint blood color. So does that mean our greatest threat now is the monster in the base? According to the timeline. When we arrive, we'll only have about 5 to 7 minutes to deal with it. And we also have to find her. In our current state. Huang Liang's face turned pale as he held his sniper rifle as steadily as possible. According to Klein's description, Frank was scared off by a mutated being that fused thousands of zombies. They were not far from the base, but even at full speed it would take about 40 minutes to reach. If they couldn't deal with that monster and find the mother within the remaining time, they would have to face both the second wave of pursuit and an unknown mutated being. Not to mention the urgency of time with everyone injured, and in such a confined space, it would be difficult for him to exert much effectiveness. After Huang Liang spoke, he not only looked bitterly at Ye Lin. The others also felt a weight in their hearts, realizing that in the upcoming battle, it was likely that Ye Lin would bear the majority of the pressure. Damn, why is it still so difficult? He Zheng couldn't help but curse, but the next moment he took a deep breath, looking at Ye Lin with a serious expression. Ye Lin, I'll say it again, I'm just a worthless life. If you want me, take me off, not then don't bother. My strength is limited, and I can't be of much use. So if I die, it's not your fault, it's just my bad luck. We will survive. Ye Lin suddenly smiled, looking at the few who felt a bit heavy-hearted, softly speaking. It will be difficult ahead, but we can make it out alive. As his words fell, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. He Zheng was taken aback, looking into Ye Lin's serious eyes. He wanted to say something, but found himself unable to voice it, eventually just breaking into a smile. All right, I believe you. This statement was not a promise, but merely encouragement. Yet for some reason, after Ye Lin said this, He Zheng felt a sense of relief in his heart. Along with the others, they no longer pondered further, preparing for the upcoming battle. The vehicle fell silent again. Sitting by the door, Enku began dressing the wounds of the others, the hissing sound of hemostatic spray filling her with complex emotions. Looking at Ye Lin's side profile with his eyes closed in concentration, she noticed that his combat uniform was already torn and stained red with blood. She wondered if Ye Lin's earlier words were intentionally said to portray himself as a good person. However, it sounded quite good. With a flurry of thoughts suppressing her distractions, Enku lowered her gaze to the watch on her wrist. There was actually something she really wanted to say, but given the current situation, she didn't want to add any more pressure. She didn't know why Ye Lin hadn't spoken. Perhaps it was for the same reason she held back. The new life. What will that newborn be? Is it really still human? The stone slab. Where is the stone slab? Who took the stone slab? The torrential rain enveloping London seemed to mourn the death of the entire city. A silver flash of lightning crossed the sky, briefly illuminating the darkness of the military base. The red emergency alarms marked the entrance and exit passages. Though they brought some light, they only served to accentuate the coldness of the entire base. Inside the base, numerous tanks and armored vehicles stood silently parked. Aside from the long streaks of blood on the ground, it appeared as if nothing had happened. It was as if a military exercise had taken place, with everyone outside, everything remaining as it was. Suddenly, the roar of engines approached rapidly from afar. Boom! A massive 8-wheeled truck crashed through the barriers, entering like an uninvited beast. Accompanied by a screeching halt, the entire vehicle skidded to a stop at the entrance. Without waiting for the truck to stabilize, 6 individuals swiftly jumped down, forming a standard triangular formation. Zhang Tai and He Zheng led the front, with Ye Lin following closely. Hu Jian took the center, while Huang Liang, holding a gun in one hand and a sniper rifle on his back, cautiously took the rear. Ye Lin, what do we do? Should we go straight in? He Zheng, feeling somewhat anxious, instinctively asked Ye Lin. Staring at the dark entrance before him, he felt an unsettling silence. No, it was too clean. Most of the base was built within the mountains, and the dark entrance resembled an oversized train tunnel. At a glance one could only see a 6-meter-high, somewhat deformed camouflage door. Although he knew that the mutated creature had fused with many zombies, he believed that there must still be some remnants. They made such a loud noise upon entering, yet no zombies appeared. For a moment a chill ran down his spine, feeling that it was too eerie, as if stepping into a tomb. We go straight in and finish this quickly. Glancing at the countdown on his watch, Ye Lin wasted no time and directly entered the passage. They arrived at the base slightly faster than expected, but only had 14 minutes left before the second wave of... Based on the previous situation, the second wave of monsters was likely nearby, leaving them with extremely limited time to find anyone. As they quickly entered the base and passed through the camouflage door, Zhang Tai could not help but compare his palm to the handprint on the door. His hand was large enough, especially after enhancement, to cover half a basketball with one palm. However, compared to the handprint on the door, his hand seemed as tiny as that of an infant, not even a third of it. The group exchanged glances, remaining silent, but increasingly cautious. 3 minutes later their footsteps quickened as they sprinted. Having discovered no zombies upon entry, the 6 of them no longer held back, running full speed directly towards the 4th underground level. From the fragments of memory absorbed by Ye Lin, the 4th underground level was the most likely place to contain the prototype laboratory. Although the memory fragments from Frank were extremely vague, he recalled 3 staff members in white protective suits pushing a surgical cart. Upon further reflection, he noticed that the surgical cart in his memory had an ampoule labeled magnesium sulfate. Moreover, his enhanced perception allowed him to faintly sense a very peculiar fluctuation beneath their feet, pulsating slowly. This fluctuation, is it coming from that prototype? A hint of strangeness flashed in Ye Lin's eyes, and he could not imagine what form the entity might take. They passed through the cafeteria, mobilization area, and equipment zone. Hu Jia and Enku each acquired an additional rifle, while Zhang Tai added a belt of grenades to his waist. As they looked at the increasing bloodstains on the ground without any corpses in sight, their unease grew stronger. If it weren't for the special fluctuation they sensed as they approached the 4th underground level, they would have felt even more anxious. They did not wish to linger for even a minute longer, they just wanted to leave immediately. Damn it! Could it be that thing has devoured everyone? No, the zombies. Is it too clean here? What on earth happened? Just as Zhang couldn't help but mutter under his breath, while running, Ye Lin suddenly raised his hand to stop his gaze, sharply turning to the right. Starting from the 2nd underground level there was independent power supply. Around the corner of the passage on their right, under the flickering lights, a corpse revealed half of its charred head. Within the fist-sized gaping hole some brain tissue was carbonized to black, mixed with the still unfired frontal lobe, resembling a medium-rare steak, cut open, revealing bright red juicy meat. The group was taken aback. Zhang Tai quickly raised his shield. In the next moment, however, he saw Ye Lin shake his head, signaling that there was no movement beyond the passage. There's no one else. That was Frank who did this. Ye Lin whispered, signaling for the others to follow. Just a few seconds later, as the 6 of them cautiously turned the corner, they saw the passage littered with over 10 corpses of zombies, some shot in the head, others charred. At the end of the passage stood a hall separated by 3 layers of bulletproof glass resembling a command center. The left side of the hall was piled high with water and food, while the right side was stacked with boxes of weapons and ammunition, with surveillance screens covering the middle wall. At the top, several automated weapon systems extended outward, aimed at the entrance. Seeing this safety haven, the group instantly realized this must be where Frank had been hiding. It was likely that he intended to hide here, remotely commanding the army. The corpses on the ground were all from the special forces protecting him. Noticing that there were even a few female zombies dressed provocatively in the command center, Zhang couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling that Frank certainly knew how to enjoy himself. However, looking deeper into the hall, there was an even safer all-metal inner door. A hint of confusion flashed in Huang Liang's eyes. With his tactical training, he could tell that Frank had fled in a hurry, almost immediately killing his way out when the mutated creature first appeared. Yet there were no signs of the innermost alloy door being opened. Logically, a normal person would instinctively flee to their prepared safe spot upon realizing danger, instead of rashly charging out through a horde of corpses. Mutated creatures, no matter how powerful, would still need time to break through this door. It was hard to imagine what Frank had seen that terrified him into fleeing immediately. Ye Lin, this door is about 17 centimeters thick. Based on the material, it should be nickel chromium molybdenum alloy armor capable of withstanding 155 mm howitzer shells. Frank chose to run directly. I suspect the mutated creatures here might be quite special. We need to be careful. Huang Liang took a deep breath and quickly shared his judgment with Ye Lin. Although they had yet to encounter the creature, the direction of the bloodstains suggested it was either on the next level or nearby. Just as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them suddenly began to tremble violently. It felt as if some enormous entity was approaching at great speed. Be careful. It's coming. Huang Liang instantly turned his gun towards the corner while Zhang Tai raised his shield in front. In just a few seconds, a massive mutated creature almost reaching the ceiling and resembling a mountain of flesh violently charged out from around the corner. Roar. The moment they saw it clearly, the group's pupils suddenly constricted, realizing instantly why Frank had chosen to flee. Damn it. This monster can use cannons. He Zheng shouted in shock and anger, his expression one of utter disbelief. This mutated creature resembled a cannon with a massive cavity in its chest, a blue plasma swirling violently within. Boom. In the next second, a muffled sound of gas evaporating was heard, and a burst of blue plasma shot towards them. The plasma scorched the air, resembling a high-temperature plasma continuously emitting thermal energy arcing through the passage. He Zhen instinctively shouted in alarm, wanting to dodge to the left. However, faced with He Zhen's warning, Zhang Tai gritted his teeth, transformed directly, and raised his shield even higher, intending to forcefully absorb the plasma. It wasn't that he didn't want to evade. The speed of the electric ball wasn't particularly fast, but in the narrow passage barely 10 meters wide there was extremely limited space to dodge. Moreover, if he chose to protect himself, the others behind him would inevitably be attacked. And Hu Jiao, with no enhancements at all, would surely be vaporized on the spot. After just 1.5 seconds, the raised shield collided violently with the electric ball, exploding with an immense amount of thermal energy. The current spread like a spider web, melting through the shield in a very short time, and a burst of orange-red flames erupted from Zhang Tai's chest, his armor turning into molten steel, while his silver hair was carbonized. It was as if he had been struck directly by a rocket, and with a muffled groan, Zhang Tai's massive body, nearly 3 meters tall, instantaneously dropped to one knee, a basketball-sized hollow glaringly melted in his chest. Under the intense pain, he bit down hard to suppress his screams, while the paralysis effect from the current rendered him unable to stand. If it weren't for the silver bear transformation leaning towards defense, coupled with the shield and armor diminishing the attack, this strike could have easily melted him completely, ending his life in a single blow. Get inside and hide. Ye Lin shouted loudly, looking at the mutated creature accumulating plasma again, and without hesitation, he pulled Zhang Tai and dashed backward. The location of the mutated creature was too disgusting. The entire underground structure was shaped like a character for Earth, and this mutated being had been hiding on the other side, ambushing them, completely sealing off their chance to bypass it from the side. As his voice fell, He Zhen instinctively wanted to pull the paralyzed Zhang Tai to escape to the hall, but as he reached out, he found that Zhang Tai, as solid as a tower, was being pulled effortlessly into the air by Ye Lin, moving backward at an incredible speed. Even though he knew that Ye Lin's strength was extraordinarily abnormal, he was still stunned by the bizarre scene. This guy? Has his strength increased again? Although Ye Lin had mentioned that his power had indeed risen somewhat after merging, He Zhen had a vague feeling that it seemed to be more than just a little bit stronger. Not thinking too much given the urgency of the situation, he could only grab Hu Jia and rush towards the command hall's right side. Boom! Almost as soon as their group split to dash into both sides of the hall, an electrifying sound that made one's scalp tingle erupted again. The air rippled, and the current surged. One plasma ball after another drew a chilling arc, and as they fell they instantly melted the ground. Hiding in the corner, He Zhen's face turned pale, and he turned his head to shout angrily. Ye Lin, this thing seems to never stop. If it keeps exploding like this, it'll flatten everything here. Listening to the dense explosions behind him, He Zhen felt as if a heavy artillery cluster had appeared in the passage. It hadn't stopped even for a second. He doubted whether this monster had grown up eating shit, as it clearly didn't require any energy replenishment. Unbeknownst to whether it possessed a sufficiently high level of intelligence, the monster even knew how to suppress their firepower, standing still and continuously spitting out electric orbs towards their hiding spot. In just a breath, the wall behind him, which was a palm's thickness, began to heat up, evidently having been melted through significantly. Damn it. No wonder Frank ran away at first sight. With such bombardment, hiding anywhere would be useless. You all coordinate with me. He'll suppress it. Use grenades. I can throw them in from this distance. Its mouth should be the weak point. Huang Liang was behind the wall loading bullets, speaking urgently. He peeked out, gauged the height of the mutated creature's massive mouth, and loaded the last 3 special bullets into his sniper rifle. The attack from this mutated creature was too strong. Not only did it possess immense destructive power, but the accompanying paralysis effect was enough to cause any target to lose combat capability instantly. In his view, they couldn't engage in close combat at all. The only way was for him to severely injure the opponent first, and then with everyone's cooperation take the opportunity to toss the grenade into its mouth. However, as soon as Huang Liang finished speaking, Enku swiftly denied him, no way. This monster clearly uses special energy. Even if technological damage wasn't diminished, it wouldn't be possible to kill it with just a grenade. Don't forget, its mouth may seem like a weak point, but it can even generate plasma. Its defensive power will be far stronger than you imagine. Unbeknownst to how many people had died due to similar misjudgments, and Ko quickly recalled the scene when they had previously encountered the fire-breathing insects. At that time they also thought that the mouthparts of the insects spewing fire were a weak point, but when they desperately approached, even charging in with artillery shells, the damage from the explosion was like a blood flower bursting in a pressure cooker, posing no threat to the opponent. For such surreal creatures, the strongest offensive organ was often the strongest shield. There was fundamentally no biological weakness. Then what do we do? Wait a bit. Boom. The wall melted, and the plasma exploded. Before Ye Lin could finish speaking, the molten metal, like lava, splashed onto his face, instantly scorching the flesh off, causing it to burn and peel away. Damn! Ye Lin cried out in pain, half of his facial skin dropping to the ground. Ignoring the charred skin, he was burning with anxiety inside. There was no time. He had been keeping track of the time until the second round, with still 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Now no one knew where the second round's monster had already reached, delaying further would only worsen the situation. Use smoke bombs and incendiary bombs to block the way. Huang Liang, you suppress it, let Zhang Tai protect you. He Jing you, and I will rush out. Ye Lin suddenly spoke, continuously simulating the sprinting route in his mind. As the plasma ball fell in a parabolic arc, it meant its trajectory could be calculated. As long as they could approach based on this monster's attack methods, its close combat ability should not be strong, otherwise it wouldn't intentionally keep its distance and continuously attack from afar. And the weak point was likely on its back, otherwise it wouldn't have waited until they got here to attack. Incendiary bombs. What are we using incendiary bombs for? Ye Lin, if you don't take an axe from me. Damn, I can't give it away. Although he didn't understand why Ye Lin wanted incendiary bombs, Ye Lin still chose to unconditionally trust him. Just seeing Ye Lin empty-handed, he instinctively wanted to hand over his weapon. However, the axe in his hand seemed like an illusion, and as soon as he intended to give it away, it would instantly become ethereal. Ye Lin, this is too dangerous. Moreover, you have no weapon. Huang Liang's face changed, instinctively wanting to stop him. He knew Ye Lin's physique was strong, but if his weapon was destroyed, close combat wouldn't be significant. This monster was too large, relying solely on punches and kicks wouldn't harm its core. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Ye Lin quickly drew out the most ordinary tactical dagger from his waist, signaling for them to cooperate directly. No weapon. It didn't matter. Although he suffered a huge loss in the battle against Frank, losing the ancient cross sword, it was nothing compared to the abilities he had gained. Unnoticed, a flicker of flame quietly passed through the palm of Ye Lin's hand, hanging down at his side. That was the bloodline enhancement he had exchanged for after 4 battles with Frank. His 2 smoke bombs were quickly thrown out, and as a thick smoke enveloped the area, the entire passage appeared to be shrouded in dark clouds. Within the fog, blue plasma erupted like lightning. Another incendiary bomb was thrown, igniting a great fire on the ground, as Ye Lin dashed through the flames in the smoke. The smoke bombs were meant to interfere with the mutant's vision, while the incendiary bombs were to prevent the creature from possessing any thermal imaging capabilities. Although the effects might not be significant, any distraction was better than none. The mutant's attacks were exceptionally peculiar. Being hit would result in paralysis. No matter how strong his physical body was, he could hardly withstand a few strikes. Auditory, olfactory, and visual senses were pushed to their limits. Inside the passage, Ye Lin continuously changed positions, dodging the whistling plasma orbs. Every time the light and sound of the plasma appeared, he quickly simulated the trajectory of its descent in his mind, predicting its landing point. Soon after evading 4 plasma orbs in succession, the distance between the 2 of them and the mutant had shrunk to 50 meters. Looking towards the end of the smoke, where a massive figure was vaguely visible, Ye Lin's gaze sharpened as he shouted to Ye Lin behind him, Ye Lin, prepare to engage. Yes. With a command, Ye Lin gritted his teeth and sprinted forward. Flames licked at his feet, making him appear as if he were charred and in a dire state. Ye Lin was fast, though Ye Lin found it somewhat strenuous to keep up. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too great, allowing him to barely keep pace. Boom, 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 boom. As the plasma struck the ground beside them, the adrenaline surged within Ye Lin, pushing him to his limits. Soon as the smoke cleared, a gigantic mutant that nearly filled the entire passage appeared before the 2. How do we fight it? Ye Lin. Ye Lin's pupils constricted as he shouted urgently, his giant axe beginning to accumulate red light. Now that they were close enough, he could clearly see that inside the mutant's mouth, no, it should be said its belly, were actually the bodies of several zombies. The plasma was actually formed through the digestion of the zombies. He couldn't comprehend how this creature accomplished that, but he knew they only had one chance to strike. There was no space left to evade. A direct shot would be unavoidable no matter how fast they were. They'll go left, you go right. Distracted, Huang Liang will try to interrupt. Without any further ado, seeing Ye Lin swiftly flank from the left, He Zheng gritted his teeth and charged to the right. Although Ye Lin didn't explain why they needed to cooperate this way, He Zheng could guess that Ye Lin intended to draw the mutant's attention and expose its back. This creature was so massive that even its head was out of sight, and finding a weak point from the front was impossible. They would have to look for one at the rear. As for whether he would die, that would depend on Huang Liang's ability to interrupt the attack. Damn you beast. Look at me. Your grandfather is here. As the two charged out, the mutant suddenly turned, prioritizing Ye Lin, as He Zheng unhesitatingly activated his frenzy to attract its attention. He could withstand one attack, but if Ye Lin were paralyzed, they would have no hope of killing this monster. Spinning his axes like a whirlwind, He Zheng roared as he charged forward, resembling a rampaging bull as he swung wildly. Unexpectedly, after unleashing the frenzy ability granted by his bloodline, his previously incapacitated hand seemed to come back to life, moving of its own accord. Without a moment to ponder, perhaps he appeared to be a greater threat. The plasma mutant let out a shriek, abruptly halting the plasma it was about to unleash and redirecting it towards him. Watching the destructive energy orb forming in the creature's mouth, He Zheng's face contorted as he forced himself to swing his axe down. Poochie! The flesh was cleaved, and the stench of blood splattered across his face. However, even as the axe wildly hacked, the gathering plasma in the creature's mouth showed no signs of stopping. As the plasma shot forth almost at point-blank range, He Zheng's face twisted with fury as he desperately continued to attack. He didn't know if he could interrupt it, but at this moment he could only take a gamble. In that instant, a crackling sound of electricity and a dull gunshot resonated simultaneously. Bang! The red-black bullet screamed and instantly pierced into the mutant's mouth. With a series of crackling electricity sounds, that bullet precisely interrupted the timing of the creature's attack, forcefully dispersing the plasma within its mouth. Little shorty. Awesome. He Zheng rejoiced. He had thought he would surely take a hit, but he never expected Huang Liang's timing to be so perfect. However, before he could celebrate too long, he realized Ye Lin was swiftly charging towards the mutant's back. The plasma mutant let out a furious shriek, and a massive surge of electricity erupted around it, sending him flying. Bang! He Zheng crashed heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The giant axe slipped from his grasp due to the paralysis, and then instantly returned to his back. He wanted to stand up and continue the attack, but the electric paralysis rendered him unable to rise, leaving him to watch helplessly as the mutant turned and shot a bolt of electricity at Ye Lin. The time for distraction was far too short, barely allowing Ye Lin to reach the back. As they saw Ye Lin collide head-on with the plasma, everyone felt a chill run through them, their faces paling to the extreme. Even if Ye Lin could withstand this plasma, if he were paralyzed, he would only be waiting for death. Unless this mutant could be killed in an instant, everything would be over. Huang Liang. Without waiting for Enku to urgently call out to Huang Liang, they saw behind the mutant, Ye Lin's eyes suddenly clouded with a crimson hue, and in an angle unseen by the others, a fire ignited in his hand. They found the weak point. Just as he had suspected, this creature dared only to face its enemies head-on, while behind it was a gaping chasm seemingly designed to devour zombies. Reflected in his pupils was the blue plasma. In an observer's state, he felt like a cold machine, unleashing all his power in an instant as he plunged the dagger into the gap. With a poochie sound, the dagger under the immense force directly tore through the outer flesh. At the moment of penetration, an explosion of flames erupted violently from within. Boom! Flesh exploded, and amidst the rain of blood, the blue plasma and flames intertwined, forming an ethereal flow of fire. As fragments of flesh fell like rain, Ye Lin slowly rose from the flowing flames, the blood on the ground quietly converging together, then seeping into his body from beneath his feet. Ignoring He Zheng's astonished gaze, Ye Lin took a breath, not intending to rest, and directly reminded the stunned group. Let's go. There are 2 minutes left. Just as Ye Lin finished speaking, the cold prompt of the system rang out instantly. Ding, warning, in 1 minute and 59 seconds the second round of pursuit will begin. All candidates please prepare. Outside the base, the horde of zombies roaring out of the city surrounded them from all directions. One massive mutant after another continuously joined the fray. And further away on the road centered around the base, the tide of corpses surged, appearing endless. The stairs to the 4th underground level are significantly longer than those of the previous 3 levels. At a glance, they extend 100 meters deep. The walls are wrapped in thick soundproofing material, so after the 6 of them descended, a few zombies, some in protective suits, and others in military uniforms, finally heard the commotion and rushed up with a roar. Bang! 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 quickly drawing their guns to eliminate the zombies. With only 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the countdown, several were frantic, not daring to waste even a second. However, just halfway through the run, Ye Lin suddenly stopped, squatted down, and swiftly used his dagger to cut at the corpses. Each strike shattered bones as if dismembering them. Ye Lin, He Zheng was stunned, and the others hurriedly halted, as well, their eyes filled with confusion and their hearts burning with anxiety. These zombies were beyond dead, and they couldn't understand why Ye Lin was wasting time. In the next moment, after severing the zombie's head and hands, Ye Lin directly tossed them towards them and spoke urgently. This place has been specially designed, so the main door must have multiple verifications. Whether it's fingerprints or irises, without these we can't get in. As his words fell, the others finally reacted. Looking down at the severed hand and head in his arms, He Zheng was momentarily stunned, then his heart jolted and his eyes widened in disbelief. Although it wasn't difficult to think of this in such circumstances, he found it hard to imagine how much was going through Ye Lin's mind at every second. He knew this kid was clever and would never do anything pointless. Soon, in just over 10 seconds, the group rushed towards the main door like a band of ruthless killers, clutching bloody, severed limbs and heads. Looking at the fingerprint and iris verification devices on the door, they exchanged glances, all relieved that Ye Lin had thought of this in advance. If they had to turn back to fetch them, they would have wasted at least half a minute. Constantly swapping heads and hands for verification, soon after 4 consecutive failures, when the 5th, which was also the head of a zombie officer, matched, the metal door hissed open, releasing air. Inside the 4th underground level, there were 2 rows of tightly packed life pods. The dim light illuminated women immersed in green nutrient solution, their eyes tightly shut, arms hugging their bodies. Their abdomens were prominently bulging, making it seem as if something might burst forth at any moment. How could there be so many? He Zheng exclaimed, rushing to inspect the life pods. He had expected at most 2 or 3, but looking at the endless rows, there were at least hundreds. Although he vaguely sensed something very special was here, it was too vague for him to discern the specifics. However, as he leaned in closer, his face turned pale in an instant, and every hair on his body stood on end. He saw that in the closest nutrient pod, while it couldn't be seen from the side, from the front, the fetus in the mother's womb had already burst forth. A baby zombie was madly gnawing at its mother's insides, and seeming to sense someone watching it, suddenly turned its head, revealing a maw full of sharp teeth slamming against the glass. Blood was flowing, driven by the desire to feed. It even smashed its still-developing fontanelle, exposing strands of brain matter. Damn! He Zheng was startled, but he couldn't afford to think too much. Once they realized something was wrong, the group hurriedly rushed to other life pods. Just as He Zheng had seen in the life pods within their view, some mothers had transformed into zombies, some were infants, and some even had both parties infected with the virus. It was like an ancient Roman gladiatorial arena. In the confined pods, the children and mothers, who should have been blood relatives, had all become the most terrifying monsters. Once either side was infected, devouring each other alive. How could this happen? How could this happen? Where the hell are the children? Where are those kids? He Zheng was filled with anger and panic, running past each pod, yet even after they had checked half of them, they hadn't seen a single living person. For a moment the group was both anxious and furious, and even Inca couldn't believe that the military would make such a grave mistake. The recording had clearly mentioned the plan. Could it be that the military didn't know what a meme was when formulating the plan, thus everyone got infected? The passage leading to the 4th underground level was clearly filled with soundproofing material, and the life pods also isolated sound, indicating they knew to be on guard. Suddenly a zombie's roar echoed, and a zombie dressed in a white lab coat charged out from behind a group of light. Almost simultaneously with the appearance of the creature, Inca shouted in alarm, her eyes filled with shock and anger. Huang Liang! Kill it! Damn! Huang Liang had the best shooting skills, and after the appearance of this zombie, she instantly realized why such a heavily guarded 4th underground level had been infected by a meme. When the meme outbreak occurred, one staff member had remained behind. After the mutation, attracted by blood and flesh, this zombie had incessantly pounded against these life pods for 24 hours. And all the awakened mothers had been infected at the first sight of it. Bang! The gunshot rang out as Huang Liang swiftly drew her weapon, shooting the zombie in the head, accurately avoiding the surrounding equipment. However, looking at the fallen zombie, the faces of the group turned pale, and the excitement they felt before entering vanished completely. Now they could only gamble that this damn zombie hadn't infected everyone yet. Split up. 30 seconds left. There must be something here. Ye Lin suddenly looked up, a glint of unusual light flashing in his eyes, and the next second he dashed towards the corners on either side of the hall. Compared to the group's vague perceptions, his senses were sharper. Although he couldn't pinpoint exactly where, he was certain that there were still uninfected mothers here. In a twist of fate, after 11 seconds, Huang Liang, who had rushed to the right, suddenly shouted, her heart nearly leaping out in excitement. Ye Lin, over here. In the second-to-last row of life pods, a woman with long black hair, around 30 years old, was silently sleeping. From her appearance, she seemed to be of Asian descent. The pronounced bulge in her abdomen emitted a rhythmical vibration, an invisible pressure slowly radiating outward. It was as if a powerful pulsating heart was nurturing an unimaginable miracle. In her slumber, the woman kept her eyes tightly shut, her face even carrying a hint of indescribable divinity. Below the life pod, there was a brief identity information line. ID experiment no. 973, name Yang. Upon arriving in front of the life support pod where Huang Liang was located, the six of them stared at the mother body inside. However, as they regained their composure and exchanged glances, an unexpected heaviness surged within their hearts. The reason was simple: looking at the state of the mother body, it clearly wasn't time for delivery yet. Moreover, although they were certain that the second embryo was within the other's womb and had located it, the system's locking prompt had not appeared at all. Ye Lin, what should we do? The system seems to indicate that it has to descend, which means it has to be born. He Zheng's face turned pale as he instinctively looked at Ye Lin. Only then did he recall that the system had mentioned the difficulty of locking the embryo had to descend. It wasn't that they hadn't considered the embryo was in the womb, but rather that until they saw the embryo, no one knew the other's condition. Perhaps the second embryo wasn't that dangerous, but the other party had yet to emerge. With the second round about to begin, they needed to make a choice immediately, whether to endure the second round, or even the third round of pursuit, and then wait for natural delivery, or beep. The second round of pursuit will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare all candidates. 10, 9, 8. The sudden system prompt rang out like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. That cold and mechanical voice seemed to toy with them, forcing them to make a choice. He Zheng looked at the woman's belly with red-rimmed eyes, while the others also breathed rapidly, their eyes filled with struggle. By choosing to forcibly descend, they could lock the difficulty at the first round, almost equivalent to passing this exam. Continuing to wait, no one knew when this child would actually emerge. Even if it emerged in the second round, they might not be able to withstand 6 consecutive pursuits in the second round. Before Huang Liang could struggle with his expression and say anything, Ye Lin, a few seconds after the countdown, began unhesitatingly smash the glass with his fist. Bang! The shards exploded. The nutrient fluid gushed out along with the woman. Seeing Ye Lin instantly embrace the woman, the others were struck with shock, quickly realizing that Ye Lin intended to perform a cesarean section. Ye Lin. Huang Liang was horrified and instinctively wanted to stop him. The next moment, the system prompt rang out again. Beep. The second round's completion prompt has been achieved. Difficulty locked to the first round. Rewards will be calculated and distributed at the end of the third round. The third round of the exam is about to begin. Please prepare all candidates. Everyone was momentarily stunned as they saw Ye Lin's palm calmly resting on the woman's prominently rounded belly. A large hand against a small hand. The child in the woman's womb seemed to sense something as well, gently stretching out its hand, their palms touching. Watching the scene before him, Huang Liang stood in a daze, and after a long while he seemed to notice Ye Lin's gaze and stiffly raised his head. Looking at Ye Lin at this moment, he had no idea whether Ye Lin had guessed the answer or if he was stopped by the system at the moment he acted. With a silent, bitter smile, his heart was extremely complicated. Faced with Ye Lin's calm, even somewhat mocking gaze, he felt a bit at a loss. What do you think I would do? Ye Lin scoffed lightly, disregarding the guilt-ridden gaze of the small crew cut, and merely glanced back at the passage leading to the upper levels. The ground trembled. Even deep underground, he could vaguely sense that a large number of zombies were surging from all directions. However, there shouldn't be many mutated ones. Alright, why are you still dazed? Although the difficulty has been locked, they are coming too. I'm tired this round. Is up to you all. After saying that, Ye Lin directly handed the woman to Enku and then turned to leave. He was indeed tired. Even if the questions for the third round were presented, he didn't care. The moment he uncovered the truth, only one last step remained until the exam ended. System checked the detailed explanation of the bloodline. Leaning against the wall, Ye Lin sat alone in the corner, silently summoning the system information. In an instant, a series of information appeared before his eyes, so much that it occupied his entire field. Ignoring the gunfire and He Zheng's furious curses overhead, it was only at this moment that he had enough energy and time to study what his Tyrant Gene had actually transformed into. Beep. Current Tyrant enhancement has merged into the perfect form embryo. Bloodline evaluation unknown. Bloodline abilities: Berserk, Virus Immunity, Regeneration, Devour, Fusion, 5 Flame Control, Plasma. Current enhancement progress 7. Upon evolving into a complete form, will gain a special talent, Ascend to God. Looking at the system evaluation from D grade to unknown, Ye Lin's expression turned strange. He didn't know how the system evaluated it. In his understanding, it probably meant that this thing was either weak to the extreme or incredibly powerful. As for which one, judging from the current situation, the latter seemed more likely. Especially with the special talent Ascend to God, it seemed impossible to be weak. Moreover, the system provided progress on locking and enhancing as separate. The former had already reached 30, while the latter was only at 7. This meant that in a deeper sense, even if Frank's strength tripled, it would still far from match the full version of the perfect enhancement. The former merely met its requirements. Yet he didn't know how to improve the progress. Based on the conditions for a perfect form to appear, could it be the extinction of humanity? Or perhaps killing enough of his kind? It seems the only option is to check with the system. Suppressing his speculations, Ye Lin slowly extended his hand. A flicker of blue plasma and flame erupted simultaneously, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. His enhancement ability, rather than being replaced, was more accurately merged. Among his current abilities, the first 3 were from the Tyrant Gene, while the last 4 were newly added. Fusion can fuse devoured abilities to form new abilities for one-time use. Alternatively, can be fused into oneself for permanent retention. However, it appears that only 5 can be fused. Severed limb. Fusion can fuse devoured abilities to form new abilities for one-time use. Alternatively, can be fused into oneself for permanent retention. However, it appears that only 5 can be fused. The temporarily acquired flame control and plasma were quite simple, respectively, originating from Frank and that giant mutated creature. A very overpowered talent. One could even say it is exaggeratedly strong. Just devouring the enemy's abilities and fusing them into oneself, even if only fusing B grade, is worth 675 points and 2 B grade evaluations. And perhaps even more. The flexibility is also quite strong. If I encounter multiple teams entering the scene, I wouldn't even need to target the exam exchange, just focus on the people instead. The only trouble is not knowing how to enhance. If I can enhance, then in the short term, I can only enhance the observer bloodline. Ye Lin furrowed his brow slightly, and moments later a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He saw seconds later the flame and current in his palm intertwine instantly. Although both abilities still had 2 to 3 uses left, merging them now seemed somewhat wasteful. But he had no trump cards left. Those 2 abilities maxed out at C grade, which was far from enough for the dangers he might face ahead. He needed a stronger trump card, even if it was just for one chance to strike. Beep, do you wish to fuse flame control and plasma? After this fusion, a new ability will be obtained. Fusion ability unknown. Confirm. Taking a deep breath, Ye Lin unhesitatingly chose to confirm. The next second, the red flame and blue plasma in his hand rapidly fused, a strange purple eruption soaring upwards. A buzzing sound echoed as Ye Lin suddenly let out a muffled groan, his face turning an ashen hue. He never anticipated that the so-called fusion by the system would actually occur within his body. A wave of scorching heat rapidly spread from his chest throughout his entire body, the pain so intense, as if he had been thrown into a furnace. Fortunately, this agony came swiftly and departed just as quickly. With the sound of a system notification, a twisting beam of purple light appeared in his mind. Plasma cannon, after absorbing thermal energy, charge up or rapidly release a devastating beam of light, inflicting disintegration damage on the target. Fusion level C, maximum damage per use B. As he gazed at the swirling purple light in his mind, leaving cracks with every movement, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. In his perception, the light orb was highly destructive, akin to an extremely concentrated energy mass capable of tearing apart everything. It seemed that fusion combined the characteristics of 2 abilities. Although the level remained unchanged compared to controlling a fiery explosion or throwing a ball of plasma, the plasma cannon was evidently much more effective. With a single use, the maximum intensity surprisingly reached B. Does it need to charge? Well, it's enough to serve as a trump card. Ye Lin let out a sigh of relief. Though he despised luck, he had to admit that the perfect prototype he unexpectedly gained far exceeded his expectations. A B-level trump card could easily serve as a game-changing weapon. Ye Lin. Nk's voice suddenly rang out. He saw Nku descending the stairs carrying a rifle, her face covered in dust, looking somewhat weary. Noticing Ye Lin's obvious pallor, a flicker of shock crossed her eyes, followed by a surge of concern. It's nothing. Why did you come down? What happened to that woman? Before Nku could ask further, Ye Lin frowned, seemingly displeased. Nk's expression froze, the tension in her eyes dissipating instantly. She had just been worried about this guy, but she never expected that, judging by Ye Lin's reaction, this bastard viewed her merely as a tool, as if her survival meant she should just go up and fill the gap. The pregnant woman is still in a coma, but her vital signs are stable. To prevent her from getting infected, I put her back in the life pod. As for coming down, Enku clenched her fists, slightly feeling somewhat helpless. "I'm not good with guns." After the first round, He cleared them all by himself. "Of course, I also wanted to talk to you about the third round." As she spoke, Enku's expression turned serious. She wasn't like He who had lost his mind since encountering Ye Lin. The topic for the third round has already been announced, and logically Ye Lin should have some thoughts on it, yet he hadn't said anything, as if he didn't care at all. Enku paused slightly. "Ye Lin, the type for the third round is insight. The task requires us to understand the intentions of they before the 7th round ends. According to the system's requirements, if we fail to comprehend the intentions of they, we will die, even if we survive the 7th round." Unlike Enku's expectations that Ye Lin would take it seriously, he suddenly chuckled, speaking casually. "The intentions of they. Did you not read the letter? The letter stated that they need a prototype. Oh, we understood it, and then achieved it, which is something you deduced." Enku was taken aback, not waiting for her to speak. The next second, Ye Lin stood up and strode over. "If there is no prototype that they are looking for, they will kill us on the 7th day. But if the meme does not erupt, the prototype will not appear. Now that the meme has erupted, the prototypes from both sides have appeared, thus the third round is automatically passed. We just need to ensure that by the end that baby is still human." Having said this, Ye Lin ceased his chatter and directly turned to leave. When the answer is automatically given, there are only two possibilities. 1. The system malfunctioned. 2. There are ghosts in this exam. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions continued to resonate as green military shells streaked across the sky, landing amidst the tide of corpses, accompanied by a surge of orange flames that erupted, the shockwaves spreading at supersonic speed, instantly shredding the innards of zombies within dozens of meters. Standing in front of the base, He excitedly fired the disassembled anti-aircraft gun. The machine gun, painted as a fire dragon rain of bullets, turned into a dense line of fire like the scythe of death, cleaving through swathes of zombies, which were subsequently trampled into a mush by the relentless horde. Despite the tremendous recoil that even cracked the ground beneath him, He seemed to revel in this violent thrill. Facing the approaching tide of corpses, he just kept shouting, "Damn it! Huang Liang! Shoot it! Shoot its ass if it has no head! Damn! It's charging at me!" Seeing the four-legged mutant rushing towards him, He exclaimed, unable to adjust his aim in time. Before Huang Liang could lock on, Zhang Tai, who had been stationed nearby, immediately threw down his gun and rushed forward with his shield. The next second, a dull gunshot rang out, and the pinned mutant instantly had its head blown off. Without He needing to shout again, the others followed suit, seamlessly turning to tackle another mutant. In the high-intensity battle, their coordination grew increasingly harmonious, and even He himself had improved significantly. Unlike earlier rounds where he spent most of the time fleeing, forced to fight desperately, he had now accumulated considerable close combat experience, no longer just wildly swinging his axe. With the difficulty locked after the first round, aside from the mutants being somewhat troublesome, the zombies had ceased to evolve, and with the military base as their back, they were managing quite comfortably. 2 hours later, looking at the scattered remaining zombies, He dropped the heavy machine gun in his hands and took a leisurely drag from a cigarette. With a short buzz cut, he couldn't be bothered to clean up the remaining zombies. Locking the difficulty was simply exhilarating. After successfully enduring 2 rounds, they had also figured out how the pursuit worked. These zombies could find them, but as long as they endured for 2 hours, they would no longer be frenzied and could easily be lured away. Without the suit-clad zombie directing them, this horde wouldn't even surround them. Before he could greet Zhang Tai, a system notification suddenly sounded. Beep, the second round has ended and the countdown for the third round is 9 hours and 59 minutes. Reward for this round, 2 points. What the hell, why is it so little? Isn't it supposed to be 12 hours? How did it change to less than 10 hours? The hint has ended, and He holding a cigarette is stunned while Zhang Tai beside him is at a loss. In the next moment, Enku's somewhat weary voice came from behind. Because the difficulty is locked, it is naturally impossible to give an additional 50 reward. The difficulty hasn't doubled, so why should the reward increase? As for the time, the countdown is not calculated from the end, but from the start. You fought for 2 hours, so it naturally counts towards the next round. As soon as the words fell, He's expression changed, and he turned to look at Enku, who was walking towards him. Damn, is this how it can be calculated? Then we are at a huge loss. Seeing He both angry and frustrated, Enku couldn't be bothered to deal with him. However, although He was angry, he quickly calmed down. Even though the rewards had decreased, there were still over 10 points combined from the 7 rounds. If the rewards weren't locked and the difficulty was high, they would have been wiped out long ago. Except for Ye Lin, probably no one could have survived to this point. Forget it, as long as we can live to go out, damn it, no matter how much we earn, it's useless if we're dead. He complained a couple of times, but didn't think too much about it, completely unaware that Huang Liang on the watchtower suddenly trembled. Fortunately, after a moment, Huang Liang remembered there were rewards to be calculated, so he resolutely continued to shoot zombies, as if he had no intention of stopping, even for a moment. Although the contribution of the zombies is minimal, every extra point counts. After coming over and seeing the chunks of flesh on He Zheng's axe, and couldn't help but remind him, He Zheng, you should conserve your strength instead of recklessly seeking a moment of pleasure like a brute. Use the gun if you can. There's still a long time ahead, and running out of stamina will be troublesome. He Zheng, holding a cigarette, chuckled, and didn't mind in Kess' words, alright Nku, you don't need to worry about it. You know those mutated beings run extremely fast. Besides Huang Liang, who can hit them with my poor shooting skills, I might as well just go up and slash. Besides, there's still 10 hours of rest time. At most 3 to 4 hours, and he'll be full of energy again. Seeing He Zheng looking somewhat unconvinced, and Kess' gaze turned cold, and she no longer held back rest. Do you really think we have time to rest? Survival time is halved, and the chasing time for each round is also. Starting from the third round, we only have 6 hours to prepare, 3 hours for the fourth round, 1.5 for the fifth round, and by the sixth and seventh rounds the zombie tide's attacking time may even overlap. As the words fell, He Zheng suddenly froze, realizing the severity of the issue. Damn, he actually forgot. At this rate, there would only be 45 minutes and 27 minutes between the sixth and seventh rounds. That means the 2 rounds of zombies will almost appear simultaneously with no gaps at all. No, it should be said that starting from the 5th round they won't have any time to rest. Just dealing with the 5th round will take them at least 2 hours, and after finishing they will immediately face the 6th and 7th rounds. Seeing He Zheng realize the problem, and Kess' expression grew more serious. Not having time to rest is one thing. If similar mutated beings like that suited zombie appear in the following rounds, it will only become more troublesome. Even worse, perhaps, even more special mutated beings will appear. He Zheng's face turned pale, and the nerves that were slightly relaxed before instantly tensed up. Meeting in Kess' gaze, he forced out a smile, and Ku, we have prepared for this. That kid Hu Jia has set up several drones to keep watch around us, right? If that thing appears again, we won't miss it. Moreover, Ye Lin is so smart, I think. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. And Ku fell silent, and did not intend to say anything more. She hoped so too, but she always felt that something was off. Moreover, just now Ye Lin's words made her think of something. Beep, the third round has ended, and the countdown for the next round is 7 hours and 21 minutes. Beep, the fourth round has ended, and the countdown for the next round is 2 hours and 9 minutes. Corpses litter the ground. At the edge of the base, deep red blood and flesh are mixed with the dirt, making it impossible to distinguish the color of the earth. He Zheng's arm trembled, and the shells piled up at his feet almost buried him. Looking at the mountain of corpses that had nearly filled the base's entrance, he was covered in chunks of flesh, his face pale, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. As Nku said, starting from the 4th round, they had no time to rest. The gun barrels were worn out, and the cannon tubes were red-hot. Except for Ye Lin, whose stamina was still relatively intact, everyone else was exhausted after the intense fighting, having almost depleted their strength. They didn't know how many zombies they had killed. It seemed these monsters were endless. If it weren't for the almost infinite ammunition provided by the base, they wouldn't even know how to keep going. Everyone, there are only 3 rounds left. Hang in there, and we will be able to end this soon. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and the strong scent of blood. Huang Liang struggled to stand up, trying to boost morale. However, as soon as he stood up, he nearly fell to the ground. Everything in front of him was blurry. He hadn't rested for even a moment, and his eyes were even bleeding continuously. 3 more rounds. Damn it. I never want to enter this kind of exam again. He no longer had the previous arrogance. He Zheng struggled to get up, and took the water that Hu Jia handed him. Suddenly, Hu Jia exclaimed, looking at him in horror. He go. Your face, no, your nose and ears are bleeding. Like the state of being infected by a virus. Everyone was shocked, and looked at He Zheng, while He Zheng instinctively lowered his head to look at his hands. He saw that on his arm brown spots resembling corpse spots had appeared without him even realizing when. He Zheng. Several people were horrified, recalling that aside from being bitten by a zombie in the first round, He Zheng hadn't been bitten in the subsequent rounds. Moreover, every round Hu Jia would bring new combat gear for them to change into. Fully armed, He Zheng showed no signs of injury on the surface. Fortunately, very quickly, He Zheng seemed to remember something, and hurriedly lifted his shirt. He saw that on his abdomen, where the bleeding spray had healed, there were actually fleshy growths. He was startled, and instantly recalled the battle earlier. It was Frank. I was scratched by it. He Zheng, still shaken, gasped for breath, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, almost thinking he was infected by the meme. But He Zheng couldn't understand why he hadn't felt anything at that time. If there was a problem, he would have injected the antidote. It should be because you injected one earlier, and there are still remnants of resistance in your blood. But no matter what, we need to be careful moving forward. And Ku crouched down to examine He Zheng's wound, but as soon as she finished speaking, she instinctively looked towards the end of her vision, where the zombie tide was surging again. They had exhausted too much stamina. Judging from the condition of the group, getting injured next was almost unavoidable. Except for Ye Lin, from now on all of them had to face the risk of infection. Fortunately, there are only 3 rounds left. However, just as Hu Jia hurriedly handed out the antidote, the silent Ye Lin suddenly grabbed his hand. Hu Jia, how many bottles of medicine do you have left? The voice was cold. As the words fell, everyone was stunned and turned to look at Hu Jia. Just after Ye Lin finished speaking, Hu Jia's face instantly turned pale, and his hand, holding the medicine tube, couldn't stop trembling. Faced with the intense gazes of the crowd, Hu Jia seemed unable to withstand the pressure, falling silent for a moment. Hu Jia, don't fucking tell me you barely bought any. After hastily injecting himself with the antidote, He Zheng glared at him, grabbing Hu Jia by the collar and lifting him up. He had long noticed that this kid was acting strangely, but since Hu Jia had produced something before, he hadn't thought much of it. Although he didn't know why Ye Lin suddenly suspected him, if Hu Jia truly hadn't bought many bottles, it would mean they were putting their lives at risk. 5 bottles. There are still 5 bottles left. I only bought 1 for myself. That's why I'm scared. His voice trembled with tears as Hu Jia hurriedly explained, frantically pulling out the medicine from his bag to show everyone. I really bought everything you gave me points for. I just saved my own. These 4 are yours. The remaining. As he finished speaking, the others were momentarily stunned, then let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although Hu Jia had played a little trick, he had bought what he was supposed to. And Ku and Ye Lin hadn't required him to buy, so the 3 of them had 3 bottles each plus 1 for Hu Jia, totaling 10. Hu Jia, Zhang Tai, and Ye Lin each used 1, while He Zheng used 2 on his own, thus the total was Damn, I thought you had lost your mind. You don't need to take care of it. It's just 1 bottle per person. Also, what do you mean these 4 bottles are ours? You still have 1. You already used yours up? He Zheng laughed in anger, snatching it directly from Hu Jia's hands, but as if remembering something, he instinctively glanced at Ye Lin. Ye Lin. That. Do you still need it? Although Ye Lin seemed unlikely to be infected by the virus, he remembered that Ye Lin had asked them for 1 after his rampage ended. Seeing Ye Lin shake his head to indicate he didn't need it, He Zheng hesitated for a moment before grabbing the 4 bottles to Hu Jia's right. Damn, you're not afraid of death. If it weren't for Ye Lin not needing it, I wouldn't leave you a single one. With about a day left until the end, even if they only used suppressants, it would be enough to hold on. Cursing aside, seeing Hu Jia trembling all over, he couldn't help but leave 1 for him. Noticing Hu Jia was terrified, Huang Liang stepped up and patted his shoulder. Hu Jia, you should go down for now. Just keep an eye on the movements of the corpse group and that lady. If she wakes up or there are any abnormalities, inform us immediately. You don't need to participate in the upcoming battle. With Huang Liang stepping in, Hu Jia quickly nodded in agreement and fled back to the base. Beep, the 5th round of the chase has ended. Count down to the next round, 0 foot. Beep, the 6th round of the chase has ended. Count down to the next round, 0 foot. Beep, the 7th round of the chase has begun. All candidates please prepare. In the underground 4th level experimental area, Hu Jia trembled as he watched the footage from the drone and surveillance. Since the 5th round began, He Zheng and the others had been unable to finish off the zombies from the previous round, leaving no time to rest, and directly facing the next wave. With 3 consecutive waves of zombies converging, the number of zombies had reached an extremely terrifying level, and the previously rare mutated ones were beginning to appear in large numbers. It was as if it were the final assault. Under tremendous pressure, the 5 had no choice but to retreat to the entrance of the 1st level, relying on the terrain to prevent the zombies from rushing in. Everyone was injured, and even Nku had to use an antidote after being ambushed by a zombie dog. It was uncertain whether they should be grateful. Although the rounds were speeding up, the time they needed to survive had also been significantly shortened. Watching the 5 bloodily fighting on the surveillance screen, Hu Jia felt a wave of fear wash over him. He was relieved that the remaining potions were just enough, otherwise if it went on any longer, he truly didn't know how to face everyone. There are still half an hour left. Hold on. Hold on. We're going back, we'll be back soon. I'm not afraid, I will definitely survive. In a state of incoherence and extreme tension, Hu Jia curled up in a corner, constantly glancing at the screen, before hurriedly burying his head. Like an ostrich, he was afraid to see the scene of monsters rushing in, but even more afraid that he wouldn't notice the problems in time. Time passed slowly, each minute and second felt like torture. Every explosion overhead made his body tremble uncontrollably. In the depths of his anxiety, he even began to pray to any deity he could think of. He had always felt guilty for being useless, unwilling to be just a burden. But as long as he survived this ordeal, he would have enough points to strengthen himself. At that time, all his guilt and reluctance would be compensated. There are still 15 minutes left. We can hold on and we can hold on. Looking at the 5 on the surveillance, it seemed they had dealt with most of the mutated ones rushing in. Hu Jia quickly glanced at the time and felt a surge of excitement. Only 14 minutes left. Given the current situation, even if they kept retreating, they should be able to last until the exam was over. However, before he could stand up in excitement, he saw in the footage from the drone that over 20 giant artillery mutated ones had inexplicably appeared at the edge of the screen charging towards the base at high speed. Atop one of the largest giant artillery mutated ones, a hunched zombie seemed to see him, letting out a roar at the camera. In the next second, a barrage of electric blasts struck the drone, and the screen went instantly black. Hu Jia was taken aback, and in that moment a wave of immense fear washed over him like a tsunami, leaving him paralyzed on the spot. He didn't know how they had bypassed the surveillance, but without a doubt that hunched zombie was the commander they had encountered. Lin Gu, be careful. There are a large number of giant artillery mutated ones. Hu Jia shouted frantically into his watch. However, the warning was meaningless. Behind the base doors, several people's faces changed dramatically, their pupils reflecting the plasma balls being hurled towards them. If it were other mutated ones, they could still retreat to the lower levels, relying on the internal defenses to last until the exam ended. But against the giant artillery mutated ones, any door would be breached in a very short time. With the control of special mutated ones, the enemy could even charge directly down to the 4th underground level. Ye Lin. Boom, boom, boom. Before He Zheng could shout in horror, the consecutive plasma balls whizzed and collided with the metal door of the upper level. In a violent explosion, the door was instantly melted halfway, and the zombies being blocked outside under control surged in at an even faster pace. The critical defense line had been breached, and the group was horrified to the extreme. Ye Lin suddenly looked up, staring intently at the special zombie atop the giant artillery mutated one. In the next second, he charged through the tide of corpses without hesitation, heading straight for the enemy. Ye Lin, you all retreat and defend. If we don't take it down, we won't last. This was not the time to be indecisive. Seeing Ye Lin charging alone into the tide of corpses, Ku reacted quickly, shouting fiercely as he dashed toward the rear. Go! Now was not the time for emotions. If the base was breached, everything would be over. Fortunately, Ye Lin's intention to decapitate was indeed effective. As Ye Lin quickly killed his way in, the hunched zombie atop the giant artillery mutated one displayed a fearful, almost human reaction. With a roar, the giant artillery mutated ones which had been bombarding the base suddenly shifted their targets and charged toward him. While retreating and firing, even though the three were tempted to charge out, they also understood that preserving their formation was the most important thing. Otherwise, even if Ye Lin took down the enemy, everyone would still die. On the 2nd underground level, 3 minutes later. Huang Liang. Kill it. Close the door. He Zheng shouted angrily, swinging an axe at the pursuing crawling mutant. A bullet whizzed past his ear, blowing the head off the mutant trying to push through the door. Looking at the densely packed zombies outside the corridor, he exerted all his strength to push the door with Zhang Tai, but just as they were about to close it, a familiar figure quickly turned back. Ye Lin. Seeing Ye Lin burst in after crushing several zombies, He Zheng was taken aback. The next moment, he noticed Ye Lin's face was pale to the extreme as he slammed the door shut. Bang! Without giving He Zheng and Huang Liang a chance to speak, Ye Lin explained rapidly, "It's a trap. That zombie was deliberately luring me out. There are only 2 giant mutant cannon fodders outside. The others are merely similar-looking mutants. I don't know why it's doing this, but I suspect it's related to the handprint on the door. That thing is likely inside the base." As he spoke, Ye Lin grabbed the slowest in Ku and headed straight down. Everyone was startled. Suddenly remembering that they had seen the handprint on the door, Zhang Tai even compared it at that time. Without thinking much, the few of them hurriedly followed behind Ye Lin. Damn, they never expected that the real danger was actually inside. Hu Jia, hurry and let Hu Jia. Before He Zheng could instinctively call into his wristwatch, Ye Lin instantly interjected, "We will guard here. Let Zhang Tai bring people up. Hu Jia can't carry anyone. If we don't hold this position, we'll surely die if the mother body has a problem. But what if that monster is on the 4th underground level? There's no but we've searched the 4th underground level. That monster can only be hiding above the 4th level. Hurry up." Facing Ye Lin's sharp shout, Zhang Tai felt a shock in his heart as he rushed out, desperately running down the stairs. Seeing Xiong Hanzi disappear from view to bring people, Ye Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to let Huang Liang and He Zheng guard the door. Bang, 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 bang. Watching the door being constantly battered by zombies, Ye Lin's expression turned grave. The next moment, he directly turned to Ku. "Ku, give me the antidote you have. You stay here while I go down to find that monster. If the mother body wakes up midway and sees the zombies, she..." Before he could finish, Ku suddenly froze, staring at Ye Lin's outstretched hand, and in the next moment a chill enveloped her whole body. Faced with Ye Lin's urging gaze, images of a gas station flashed in her mind. Ku remembered to give me what I wanted. "Forget it, I left my medicine with you." "Things what things?" Ye Lin had never exchanged for the antidote, nor had he left it with her. Face hair tie, she realized. She understood why Ye Lin was doing this. These words were not meant for her, but for another person. The so-called hair tie was to make her realize this and immediately act. He Zheng, Huang Liang, kill it. It's not Ye Lin. At the entrance He Zheng and the others were startled and turned around abruptly. The next moment they saw the urgency on Ye Lin's face vanish, replaced by a cold gaze directed at Enku. It seems he knew I would impersonate him, but you indeed have no medicine. Buzz. In an instant Ye Lin decisively swung a blade towards Enku, while the other hand swiftly pulled out a silver pistol aiming at Huang Liang and He Zheng. Everything happened too fast, and too suddenly. Caught off guard, both were hit by the bullets, which felt entirely different from ordinary bullets. They felt as if they were paralyzed and collapsed to the ground instantly. Enku. The two yelled in fear and anger, but their entire bodies were paralyzed, unable to even stand up. However, the anticipated scene of Enku being cut did not occur. In the moment the blade fell, an intense chill suddenly erupted. A pale arm grabbed the blade, and from the bloodless palm, white blood dripped down. Enku's gaze was hollow, her eyes completely covered in black. The ponytail behind her transformed into a mass of long hair resembling a vengeful spirit, and after a piercing scream, countless strands of hair shot towards Ye Lin. Ye Lin's expression changed as the strands of hair instantly pierced into his chest, as if shot through by 100 arrows, causing his body to double over in pain. It's actually supernatural enhancement. Ye Lin clutched his chest tightly, constantly being eroded by the chill, his face turning pale to the extreme. In such a turn of events, He Zheng and Huang Liang's expressions changed drastically. Enku was actually a ghost. Yet in the next moment, the Ye Lin, pierced by countless strands, slowly stood up, the pain on his face disappearing. He gradually pulled out the strands from his body, his eyes filled with mockery. If it were a bit stronger, it might have posed a threat to me. But unfortunately, once again the blade came down, and Enku's arm was instantly severed at the root. Bang! Ye Lin stepped forward, crushing Enku's legs, and then heavily stepping on her chest. Crack! A sound of bones cracking rang out as this foot crushed Enku's breastbone, piercing directly into her organs. Wow! Blood was vomited out in large mouthfuls. On the verge of death, the blackness in Enku's eyes rapidly receded, replaced by despair. She was too weak, her body was far too weak. Not only was there a massive gap in strength between the two sides, but her body was also extremely frail. Even if the hair tie allowed a ghost to possess her, she couldn't bear much power. In despair, blood flowed from Enku's features as the price of possession drained her life force rapidly. Yet at this moment she struggled to raise her head, as if unwilling, staring into the darkness behind Ye Lin. "My!" Ye Lin lightly exclaimed, as if sensing something, instinctively turning to look behind him. The next second his eyes widened in shock. He saw a figure slowly stepping out from behind him. The scene was eerily silent. On the ground, Huang Liang and He Zheng's pupils constricted to the extreme as they gazed at the figure emerging from the darkness, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. That was another Ye Lin. He never went out. In the stillness, gazing at another version of himself, Ye Lin suddenly smiled. He was not surprised by Ye Lin's appearance here. Since Ye Lin had already discovered his existence, it was only natural that he would also uncover the hidden path he had taken. "It seems you did this on purpose. Since I've been discovered, there's no need to continue pretending. However, I am curious, don't you fear for your companions' lives using them as bait?" With a light chuckle, Yuan slowly lifted his foot from Enku and turned to face the real Ye Lin. Observing the young man's gaunt face, Ye Lin also smiled. "If I can't kill my teammates, what do I have to worry about? In contrast, I am more curious about why you are doing this. Moreover, can you control the zombies?" The howls of the zombies ceased, and given the appearance of the hunchback zombie, it was evident that the opponent had means to control them. Faced with Yuan's provocation, he did not deny it. A being that could deceive his senses and whose strength he did not know must be tested, otherwise with the enemy hidden and himself exposed, his chances of victory were too low. "Can't kill your teammates. No wonder you dared to come out. This is how you think." Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "Before I answer your question, I have one of my own." "You are? How did you discover me?" Seemingly displeased at being found out, Yuan put away the smile on his face and fixed a direct gaze on Ye Lin. "Don't say it's because someone died at the beginning and you suspected the dead one. Based solely on that, I don't believe you could suspect me. Because of the professor, our two teams are actually doing completely opposite things." Ye Lin's gaze subtly swept over the time on his watch, and he calmly replied, "We haven't found the stone tablet from beginning to end, yet Frank received the corresponding recording from the military. Reversing this, there must be a stone tablet with the professor. That remark about knowing me was merely your disguise to find him first. The meme should not have erupted. It could have been prevented under normal circumstances." The normal difficulty of this exam should be to prevent the meme from exploding and then search for the prototype in the third round, but there wouldn't be enough time by then. Detonating it early raises the difficulty, while detonating it late means the prototype cannot be found. Thus you simply detonated the meme in advance, then sent out misinformation, disrupting the sequence leading us to search for the second prototype. Frank chose the military but killed everyone. We chose the professor, but ended up killing them. The outcomes for both teams are completely opposite. Someone must be behind this. Yuan nodded, smiling. I see I made it too simplistic. It seems you discovered me when you first encountered the suited zombie. You discovered me, but didn't expose me. I guess you must think I did this to gain the highest evaluation and then hide away to steal your scores. You also want to obtain the highest evaluation, so you've been cooperating with me. But you are uncertain of my strength, thus pretending not to know and sending in coup to test me. Ye Lin did not respond, but a flicker of unusual emotion crossed his eyes. Indeed, that was what he was thinking. Yet he was still unsure how the other party managed to set up things in advance when they both entered the exam at the same time. Yuan's gaze was appreciative as he chuckled. You are very cautious and have patiently waited for me to make a move. So when I deceived Zhang Tai and drew you away, I was also injured by coup. You chose to reveal yourself because various signs indicated that I wouldn't be too strong. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened, remaining silent. He was sure of Yuan's strength. It was not just based on these 3 points, but also the 24-hour mentioned by the system. Even if Yuan hid his strength, it could not be too high, otherwise their advance into the exam wouldn't be just 24 hours. But for some reason, when Yuan showed that he truly did not care about being discovered, a strong sense of unease rose within him. No, his reaction should not have been like this. He was stalling for time, yet the other party was cooperating with him, filled with mockery in his words. Feeling anxious. Think you've overlooked something. Yuan did not hide the mockery in his eyes. From your perspective, you guessed correctly on all counts. You want die and I want let the exam fail. If you guess wrong, it's fine. Even if I am stronger than you, as long as I can delay until the return, you can still deal with me. After all, your score is high enough, and you have their assistance. Everything I do is to make you a bride, which is why you have delayed until now. But have you considered what if we are not on the same team? Who told you that there are only humans in the death exam? In an instant, Yuan's flesh suddenly peeled away from his face. The aura around him also ceased to be concealed, his face bloodied and gruesome, resembling a terrifying monster. Bang! With a stomp, a circle of black ripples instantly covered the entire area, transforming into black lines that confined Ye Lin and the others within. Watching Ye Lin's pupils suddenly constrict, Yuan's decayed and hideous face twisted into a cruel smile. Did you think you were the only one stalling for time? Did you think I was unaware of your hidden strength? I couldn't guarantee I could kill you, but I have teammates. Boom! A pillar of light shot into the sky, and in an instant 6 monstrous phantoms appeared between the two, as if being teleported. At the moment Yuan initiated the teleportation, a white protective shield suddenly appeared around him, completely shielding him. Ye Lin's expression changed drastically. Not on the same team. Non-human. Damn. He never expected that the chubby kid was truly dead. That newbie only saw Yuan's face and got scared out of the protective shield. The moment Yuan mentioned they were not on the same team, all his logic was utterly overturned. Not being on the same team meant the opponent did not need to care whether the prototype was dead or alive. In fact, everything done was to complete their tasks. Antidote Zhang Tai prototype. He understood why the opponent could control the zombies. They were on the side of the zombies. They wanted the prototype infected with the virus. Without hesitation to break the protection, Ye Lin immediately shouted into his watch, Zhang Tai. Don't get close to the mother body. On the 4th underground level, Zhang Tai was utterly astonished with a woman he had just rescued in his arms. Almost as soon as the watch rang, a concealed recording device on his shoulder suddenly lit up with a red light indicating playback. Bang! A combat knife sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Even under Ye Lin's full force thrust, Yuan's protective aura shimmered like rubber, absorbing most of the kinetic energy before snapping back with astonishing elasticity. Yet Ye Lin showed no trace of discouragement before the formidable barrier. In an instant he activated his berserk state. The knife in his hand blurred into afterimages as he launched another assault at breathtaking speed. Bang! 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 Within the berserk state, both strength and velocity surged simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, the aura warped and contorted, trembling violently beneath the onslaught of rapid strikes. Though Ye Lin kept shifting positions, searching desperately for a weak point in the barrier, the gossamer thin membrane proved unervingly resilient. Each time it deformed nearly to the point of rupture, it instantly restored itself. Inside the aura, Yuan's expression flickered with subtle alarm as he watched the shield shudder violently. He had known Ye Lin concealed his true power, But even so, this explosive surge exceeded his expectations. Yet his astonishment lasted only an instant. In roughly 10 seconds, the teleportation sequence would complete. With his team's overwhelming strength, they could crush Ye Lin into dust in a single breath. If I were you, I wouldn't waste energy on futile efforts. Yuan sneered, his voice laced with cold disdain. The barrier alone had cost him a substantial number of points. Though somewhat wasteful, prudence dictated its use. Including the teleportation command, the price was steep, but worth every point if it secured their victory and yielded unimaginable spoils. Ye Lin, the rifle. Grab my rifle. On the ground, Huang Liang strained to shout, panic surging as he realized Ye Lin couldn't breach the barrier. Paralyzed, both he and He Zheng were rendered combat ineffective. Not because the paralysis effect was exceptionally potent, but because their stamina had been drained to absolute exhaustion. Yuan's ambush struck precisely when they were weakest. Perhaps movement would return in mere seconds, but those seconds were utterly beyond their reach. They could offer Ye Lin no aid. Those 6 silhouettes grew ever sharper in the distance. If they failed to stop Yuan now, death was inevitable. Ye Lin, hurry. Kneeling beside Huang Liang, He Zheng roared in terror and fury, straining his arm toward the rifle beneath Huang Liang's foot, trying to hurl it toward Ye Lin. As if only then remembering, Ye Lin whirled around and sprinted desperately toward the sniper rifle nearby. Inside the barrier, Yuan's expression shifted, then swiftly twisted into a mocking smirk. Fool. Your special rounds were exhausted long ago. Did you think I'd come unprepared? Those mutated beasts. I deliberately led them to you just for you to kill. Had your sword still been with you, perhaps you might have posed a threat. But now, pure delusion. Having spoken, Yuan dismissed their ashen faces with utter indifference. He had long noted Huang Liang's rifle, and thus during subsequent waves of undead deliberately lured several mutants toward them to exhaust their ammunition. Just as Ye Lin had patiently waited in the shadows for Yuan to act, Yuan too had meticulously worn down his opponent's hidden reserves. Yet the moment those words left his lips, Ye Lin's sprinting form froze mid-stride, and the shock on his face vanished entirely. The next second he turned, gazing coldly upon Yuan. So, you've exhausted your last trump card? Inside the barrier, Yuan stood stunned. Before he could react, Ye Lin raised his hand, and from his palm erupted a torrent of blinding cataclysmic light, wild, annihilating, as if capable of erasing all existence. Boom! The plasma cannon, charged to its absolute limit, slammed into the barrier. An inferno of searing light and unbearable heat detonated in blinding brilliance. A cascade of shattering sounds echoed within 0.01 seconds. Yuan's entire thoracic cavity vanished, as though erased from reality, leaving behind only a grotesque hollow void. Instinctively he looked down, dazed, disbelieving, at the gaping wound torn through his body. Staggered beyond comprehension, he simply could not fathom how the barrier had shattered instantly, how his own flesh had been pierced along with it. Impossible. How could this be possible? How could such power even exist? He had observed every one of Ye Lin's battles in secret. He knew his assessment was flawless. The plasma blast moved too swiftly for pain to register. In the blink of an eye, Yuan vomited a torrent of blood, his vitality draining away as if siphoned by an unseen force. Death loomed mere heartbeats away. Worse still, he realized in horror that the teleportation sequence had been severed. No reinforcements could arrive. And to prevent Ye Lin's escape, he had deployed a spatial lockdown device, trapping himself within it, unable to flee. Perhaps only one breath remained. Yet as Ye Lin charged toward him with savage intent, raw survival instinct overrode all dignity, driving Yuan to beg frantically for his life. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. You don't want to know why I'm capable of this. You don't want to know what the stone tablet is. His voice cracked with abject terror. Spare me. Yeah. Yet Ye Lin ignored his pleas, suddenly seizing Yuan's arm and tearing it clean from its socket, then delivering a brutal, crushing punch. Under the sheer force, Yuan's entire face caved inward, both eyes burst from their sockets under the violent impact. Without hesitation, Ye Lin snapped Yuan's legs beneath his boot with a sickening crunch. Die, or release it. Now. Vision blurred, dying Yuan lifted his head with trembling effort, meeting Ye Lin's glacial gaze. In that instant, despair flooded his soul. Ye Lin would neither wait nor spare him. He could not comprehend it. How could this human possess such terrifying power? Rage and bitter resentment consumed him. He had prepared everything. Open it, and you'll kill me anyway. Then let us die together. Before Yuan could finish. Bang! Blood exploded outward as Ye Lin crushed Yuan's skull in his bare hands. After swiftly absorbing Yuan's abilities, Ye Lin glanced back at the two men on the ground, and adding coup, then turned and hurled a devastating punch into the black barrier. If you can stand and break it with me. Hurry. Their target was the nascent infection, meaning Zhang Tai must carry something capable of transmitting the mimetic agent. Moreover, given their adversary's methods, there had to be contingencies waiting in reserve. Forgetting his awe at Ye Lin's sudden terrifying power, He Zheng staggered upright, shoved the rifle into Huang Liang's hand, seized his axe, and joined Ye Lin in hacking wildly at the black barrier. Less than 4 minutes remained until termination. Life or death hinged entirely on this moment. Warning: zombie virus outbreak confirmed. Characterized. ZZT. The crushed audio device emitted one final fading echo. Deep underground. Level 4. Zhang Tai stared in utter horror, cradling a woman whose face bled from every orifice, shouting frantically at Hu Jia, frozen in place. Hu Jia. The medicine, hurry. Quick. His voice trembled with panic. He had no idea why a recorder had appeared on his person, or what calamity unfolded above. He only knew the moment the recording played the woman was infected by the mimetic agent. Perhaps due to the nascent infection's presence, the mother tobe transformed into a zombie more slowly than ordinary victims. But even so, her time was running out. As if bound by bloodline, the fetus within her womb began convulsing violently, the once steady rhythm now flickering like a candle in gale winds, rapidly fading. Yet as Zhang Tai urgently reached toward Hu Jia stood motionless, rigid as a statue. Hu Jia! Hu Jia! Zhang Tai shouted desperately. Before he could grab her, Hu Jia's voice emerged strained and hoarse, as if forced up from deep within her throat. Gone. The medicine, it's gone. What? Zhang Tai recoiled in disbelief. Gone? How could it possibly be gone? Hu Jia had a bottle in her hand. He Zheng had explicitly left her one. Meeting Zhang Tai's incredulous stare, Hu Jia's voice quivered, her spirit collapsing into absolute despair. It's gone. I said it's gone. This bottle in my hand, it's fake. I never bought medicine for myself. As she spoke, Hu Jia broke completely, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry to everyone. I lied to you. That last bottle, it was counterfeit. Zhang Tai froze, staring at Hu Jia's weeping form as if struck by lightning, memory flashing to the moment she first contracted the infection. He understood now why after infection she had stubbornly clung to life. He grasped why during that final medicine retrieval she had held the bottle in both hands. That solitary vial clutched tightly in her left hand, the very last one, had been counterfeit from the start. Why? Why did you do this? Zhang Tai roared, his composure shattered, his temper, usually unshakable, obliterated by incomprehension. He could not fathom Hu Jia's motive. Each of them had gifted Hu Jia points. A vial cost only 5, suppression required merely 2, because I couldn't bear to part with it. Because I thought nothing would go wrong. Because I believed I'd never survive. Zhang Tai, don't you? I lack He Ji's courage to fight to the end. I lack Lin Ji's and Nku's intellect. Huang Gu is so strong, yet he nearly died in the very first round. What about me? I'm a coward who can't even escape. I won't survive more than a few rounds. Gasping, Hu Jia wiped tears fiercely with her forearm, chest heaving. Zhang Tai. What about me? I'm a coward who can't even escape. I won't survive more than a few rounds. I search my home. I search for my mother. The system says she left the hospital. She's ill, but she's searching for me. She's waiting for me to come home. If I don't leave all my money for her, who will sustain her? I could have earned scholarships for treatment. I could have worked to earn money. But I'm gone. I've vanished. Bang. Hu Jia slammed her fist into the wall. A final desperate eruption of every ounce of despair and bitterness she'd carried since entering the death exam. She did not understand why fate had dealt her such cruelty. She had tried to live, but every attempt ended in futility. She always erred. She always guessed wrong. In reality, she might have fought on, but here life was singular. No matter how hard she tried, she could never pass this exam. Zhang Tai's lips trembled. Facing Hu Jia's total collapse, he found himself speechless, uncertain whether to hate her, uncertain whether any path to survival remained. At that moment, anger lost all meaning. Without medicine, they would all perish. Hu Jia. Before Zhang Tai could speak further, Hu Jia suddenly stilled. Her gaze transfixed upon the blood staining the wall. Crimson droplets fell steadily from her hand. Her heart hammered. Then a thought flashed across her mind, so electrifying it threatened to shatter her sanity. There's hope. We're saved. Blood. Blood. Hu Jia screamed, drawing her dagger and slashing open her wrist with frantic speed. She'd received the injection. Her blood still contained the medicine. He Zheng had endured prolonged infection the second time. Proof their blood retained immunity. Blood sprayed forth. After severing her artery, she pressed the wound to the woman's mouth as if possessed. Miraculously, instinctively, the mother toad began suckling. Within her womb, the near motionless fetus abruptly resumed vigorous pulsing. It worked. Her blood worked. Yet the volume was insufficient. The injection's effects had waned over time, weakening efficacy. Seeing the fetal pulse slow again, Hu Jia slashed fresh wounds across her forearm without hesitation. Hu Jia. Zhang Tai's expression shifted, then surged with identical, overwhelming elation. But before he could likewise slash his wrist, a guttural zombie roar erupted behind them. Unbeknownst to them, the sealed level 4 had silently opened a passage, and in that instant a flood of snarling, shambling corpses poured in. Ruer. Among the horde, a massive humanoid mutant, its palms grotesquely enlarged, let loose a deafening roar before charging toward them at terrifying speed. Hu Jia, run! Zhang Tai's face paled. Seizing Hu Jia with his left hand and cradling the mother tobe in his right, he bolted upstairs, though he had no idea what awaited above. But Ye Lin was there. Everyone was there. If they endured just a few more minutes, they would all walk out alive. In moments, Zhang Tai burst from the lab zone, with both figures in tow. Yet barely had they fled far when Hu Jia stumbled, nearly collapsing. Exsanguinated and constitutionally frail, her face had turned cadaverous, white she could scarcely remain upright. Ruer. As zombies closed in, Zhang Tai halted, reaching to lift Hu Jia onto his shoulders. But the moment he bent to lift her, Hu Jia summoned every shred of strength and shoved him away. No time. No time left. Hu Jia. Before Zhang Tai could react, Hu Jia cast one final desolate glance at the advancing horde, then whirled, locking eyes with Zhang Tai and roaring, Zhang Tai. No time left. Go, run. No time. The staircase from level 4 to 3 was too deep. In his calculations, even Zhang Tai's immense strength couldn't carry two people fast enough to outrun the mutant. He was bleeding. These monsters, enraged, would move faster still. If caught, all would die. Run, Zhang, run! Seeing Zhang Tai still hesitate, Hu Jia screamed with manic fury, then turned and plunged headlong into the swarm. Fear, terror, despair, bitterness. She did not wish to die, yet only by drawing the horde away could the others survive. Only her death could give Zhang Tai a chance to escape. Hu Jia. Zhang Tai screamed, raw and ragged. Descending was infinitely faster than ascending. Watching Hu Jia tumble headfirst into the horde, Zhang Tai's eyes widened, blood bursting from their rims. Overwhelming grief and anguish threatened to drown him, but he knew he could not delay. To do so would betray Hu Jia's sacrifice. Sobbing uncontrollably, Zhang Tai fled upward with everything he had. As if torn apart by countless hands surrounded by the dead, Hu Jia summoned her final strength and slammed her thumb onto her wristwatch. She felt the monsters gnawing her flesh, her skin, her eyes, her ears being peeled away piece by piece. Her body tore apart like a doll pulled limb from limb. Lin Gu. Her voice shook with agony. Please, I beg you. Bring it to my mother. If you get out, please deliver it. In excruciating torment, Hu Jia shrieked. A child's final cry before death. Mom. Mom. I want to go home. I want to go home. Hu Jia wants to go home. Boom. At the shattered edge of the cage, Ye Lin stood frozen. At the precise moment Hu Jia's voice faded, they broke free. At the horizon of his vision, the staircase. Zhang Tai's tear-streaked, wailing figure emerged step by step. Cradled in his arms, a newborn's cry rose. Wah-wah-wah, clear and piercing. In that instant, the world fell utterly silent. As if reborn, amidst blood and tears. The roar of zombies shattered the silence. It was unclear whether they were drawn by the baby or if they had already died, but the affected zombies went berserk once again. The large door shook violently, and under the assault of numerous mutated beings, it was forcefully pushed open, creating a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Behind Zhang Tai, the zombies surged forward like a tide. A massive mutated creature with hands as large as siege hammers let out a roar and charged forward, trampling over the sea of corpses. At the same time, the system's cold announcement echoed once more. Ding, the third round of the exam is about to end, and the fourth round of additional testing will commence. All candidates are required to make a choice within the countdown. Continuing the exam will trigger the fourth round of questions. Refusal will result in a deduction of base scores and reward settlement, returning to the death exam space. Countdown 59. 58. The countdown echoed loudly. A beam of white light pierced through the entire base, locking onto the child and the mother figure that Zhang Tai was holding, as if igniting the next round. There was no time for shock, let alone grief, over Hu Jia's death. Several people's expressions changed dramatically as they watched the encircling zombies. He Zheng instinctively asked Ye Lin in a hurry, Ye Lin, what to do? Should we leave? The system seemed to give them no time to catch their breath. The child was extraordinarily special, clearly capable of influencing the zombies, yet once the system locked onto them, they couldn't even conduct a test, and had to make a choice on whether to continue. Without a second thought, He Zheng raised his axe and charged out to support Zhang Tai, Huang Liang, after realizing the situation, also steadied himself and fired to stop the mutated beings from advancing. Just looking at the explanation for the fourth round, Huang Liang felt anxious and wanted to persuade Ye Lin to retreat. He wasn't afraid of death, but their stamina was already at its limit. And Ku was severely injured. If they forced their way into the fourth round, not only would they not survive, but Ku wouldn't make it either. However, contrary to Huang Liang's expectations, Ye Lin glanced deeply at the child in the beam of light, and in the next moment chose to retreat, without hesitation. He indeed wanted to take on the fourth round. He could envision that this child might play a significant role in it. However, the risks had completely outweighed the benefits. Yuan had taken the stone slab, and they still had no idea what information was on it. Moreover, the teleportation tool used by Yuan was not of high grade, so the range of teleportation couldn't be very far. Thus, the remaining 6 teammates of Yuan were nearby. If they stayed here, they would inevitably run into each other. Yuan's words, meant to buy time, made him vaguely guess another possibility. If he forced himself to take on the fourth round, he could very likely become a target. Did you think this exam only involves humans? Everyone chose to retreat. Supporting and Ye Lin chose to return directly. The rewards from this round were already substantial. Although he didn't know the exact numbers, yet he had received a level evaluation from the system. What they needed most now was to return to the death exam space and digest these gains. In an instant, accompanied by beams of white light, the 5 of them vanished from their spot. 3 minutes later, outside the base, figures dashed towards the position where Ye Lin had been moving at an incredibly fast pace, as if they had gone mad. Above them, the system's cold prompt echoed globally, like a broadcast ding. In 18 hours, the giant spirit camp will enter the exam. Ding. In 72 hours, the tree demon camp will enter the exam. Ding. In 220 hours, the dragonborn camp will enter the exam. Ding. In 3,700 hours, the Starry Alliance camp will enter the exam. Repair. As soon as He Zheng appeared in the death exam space, he shouted for a repair, and in an instant the 5 of them were all immersed in the warm beam of light, repairing their bodies. It felt like soaking in a hot spring. Even though Ye Lin had no injuries, his stamina and energy were quick. Ye Zheng couldn't help but groan in enjoyment. After returning, his tense nerves completely relaxed, and within moments he fell asleep. He was too exhausted, utterly drained. Although he wasn't as injured as he had been in the arena, he had gritted his teeth to endure the last 3 rounds of the zombie tide. Even Xiao Xiyuan too was utterly worn out, almost falling asleep at the same time as Ye Zheng. Watching the weary group sleep, Ye Lin hesitated slightly and slowly closed his eyes. He was indeed tired. From the moment the exam began, he hadn't rested for a single moment. Soon, 5 minutes later, the 4 of them woke up in succession, full of energy. Ye Lin was somewhat surprised to find that he was the last to wake up. After glancing at Ku, who was still in the process of recovery, he headed straight for the vortex. Seeing him awake, Ye Zheng suddenly turned his head, overly excited. His lips trembled. Huang Liang beside him seemed unable to maintain his composure. Either his breathing was erratic. Ye Lin, can you guess how many points we got? 124. Xiao Xiyuan too got 129. Even that fool got 121. And a clever evaluation. All 3 of us. No, probably in Ku too. So all 4 of us received clever evaluations. It seemed unbelievable. Although they had calculated earlier with 14 people at a level difficulty, only the 5 of them survived, and the final rewards would likely be very high. However, since the difficulty was locked, each round added only a few points, and no one knew how many points would be awarded in the end. It felt like a dream. Ye Zheng laughed heartily while Huang Liang was so excited he could hardly speak. At that moment, if he had the authority, he would have gone to exchange for items. So many. Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. After quickly checking the scores, a hint of surprise flashed in his eye. Before he could think further, Ye Zheng impatiently pulled him along with Huang Liang and Zhang Tai, who couldn't help but gather curiously. How many did you get, Ye Lin? Since we all got so many, you must have more. To everyone's surprise, Ye Lin shook his head slightly and spoke softly. Not much, only 153 points plus in a level evaluation and a level evaluation. It seems it should have been 168 points, but the system automatically swapped one of them for a level. Ye Lin frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Although he knew how precious the level evaluation was and how much he needed it, the system had swapped his score for a level, which he seemed to have no use for. 153. How could it be so low? Could it be that the system made a mistake? Damn, what if there's something wrong with ours too? What if they take it back later? Ye Zheng was shocked, feeling a sudden tightness in his heart. He instinctively turned to look at the vortex, fearing that the system had made an error. I guess the fixed reward from the last round was 60. With 14 people, the total score was 840 points, and in the end, only the 5 of us survived. Averaging it out, each person would have received 168 points, and after deducting the base scores, there would be 108 left. Adding in the round rewards, it matches perfectly, so there shouldn't be any problems. After Huang Liang calculated, he looked at He Zheng's anxious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He had thought it would take at least a few rounds to accumulate enough points, but unexpectedly, they had gathered enough in just one round. It felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he felt much lighter. So, if Hu Jia could have survived, could he have gotten this much too? Suddenly Zhang Tai asked in a muffled voice. As soon as he spoke, He Zheng and Huang Liang's smiles froze, and they were stunned. After a moment, Huang Liang nodded silently, clenching his fists. Indeed, if Hu Jia hadn't died, he would have likely also received this much. These points were enough for him to strengthen himself several times. That kid in the end is still a man. I can only say, his fate was unfortunate. He Zheng sighed, feeling mixed emotions. He had always looked down on Hu Jia, yet he never expected that in the end it would be Hu Jia who saved them. Although Hu Jia's death was not directly related to them, if he had been willing to buy an extra bottle of medicine, even if it was just a slight enhancement, perhaps he wouldn't have died. But it seemed like fate had conspired against him. He died just before dawn. Seeing the heavy expressions on the others, Zhang Tai suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing. However, some questions he had to ask and say. He couldn't forget why Hu Jia had died. Summoning his courage, Zhang Tai took a deep breath and asked Ye Lin, "Brother Lin, will you help bring back those things for Hu Jia? Hu Jia told me the password to his room. Do you want to take a look?" As soon as he finished speaking, He Zheng suddenly shivered, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly grabbed Ye Lin. "Ye Lin, I advise you. No, we all shouldn't go take a look." Room 14. And Ku had already woken up, and 5 people stood in front of Hu Jia's door waiting for Zhang Tai to open it. Unlike He Zheng, whose face looked somewhat grim, hesitating whether to leave first. And Ku seemed to have grown accustomed to it, calmly standing aside. "I say there are some things we don't need to know." He Zheng couldn't help but murmur, hoping the others wouldn't open the door. Under extreme pressure, he didn't even have the heart to ask about Inke's secret. Ye Lin remained silent, glancing at He Zheng with some confusion, along with Zhang Tai and Huang Liang. Although He Zheng was reluctant to say why he didn't want them to open the door, he vaguely guessed that these two knew not what was inside, but rather what would happen. Before Huang Liang could say anything, the next moment, with a sound, a small room with 2 small chambers appeared before everyone. The room was simple, with curtains tightly drawn, casting a dim light, resembling the most common rental rooms in urban villages. Directly across from them was the living room, which was crammed with blocks of gold and silver bricks. The sheer number startled everyone except Zhang Tai, who instantly realized that Hu Jia had converted all the points into money. Damn, no wonder that kid didn't exchange anything. "Zhang Tai, why didn't you say so earlier?" Remembering the scene where Zhang Tai had gone to call Hu Jia, He Zheng instinctively questioned him, and everyone turned to look. Unable to speak, Zhang Tai lowered his head in self-reproach, unable to utter a word. He had seen it, but he also saw Hu Jia buying medicine, and under Hu Jia's desperate pleas, he couldn't dare to speak, only keeping Hu Jia's secret. Hu Jia's mother is sick. He said he can't go on living, so he wants to save some money. Damn, what good does saving money do? Isn't it better to be alive and get out than anything else? Even if he has money, can he give it away? He Zheng laughed in anger, and for a moment he didn't know whether to be angry at Hu Jia's foolishness or at their own helplessness. Suddenly a coughing sound came from inside the room, followed by a woman's voice. "Is it you, my child?" The woman's voice sounded weak and had a slight accent. Hearing the woman's voice, seeing Ye Lin still intending to push the door open, He Zheng's expression changed, and he urged, "Ye Lin, don't go in. Let's take the things and leave, then return to the room and come out later. See her. She will die." Ye Lin frowned and asked, recalling what He Zheng had said. If they died in the exam, the room would only be preserved until the next round and would refresh. "That's about right. Anyway, there's really no need to stay here." He Zheng's breathing quickened, and he simply started to move things as if fleeing, wanting to evade something. Ye Lin's gaze sharpened as he directly asked in Ku, "If we take the items now, the room will refresh immediately. What if we don't see her and don't take it away so soon?" If they take the items, the room would refresh, so they could indeed wait a little longer. Even if it's just to let Hu Jia's mother live a few more days, it's a final respect for Hu Jia. And Ku fell into a brief silence, and after a moment she smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Actually, it makes no difference. When Hu Jia dies, the people inside won't have a sense of time. All her memories will only stop at the last moment she saw Hu Jia. So it's better to refresh early than to see it before we enter the exam. At least it won't be so." 10 minutes later, everything had been moved out, and the group stood silently outside, watching the woman inside, leaning on a cane, repeatedly calling for her child. The woman couldn't see them, or rather, after Hu Jia died, she wouldn't see anyone anymore. The woman appeared to be around 40 years old with some gray in her hair. According to Zhang Tai, Hu Jia's mother was a textile factory worker in her early years. Later, after his father passed away, to support the family, she got a breakfast cart and sold breakfast on the street. Her leg was injured while pushing the cart across the road, and she suffered from chronic illness raising Hu Jia alone, which made her health very poor. She had contracted lung disease. When will it refresh, oi? And can we save her? Zhang Tai clenched his fists, unable to bear watching the woman inside continuously calling for Hu Jia. Before Nku could answer, He Zhang took a deep drag of his cigarette, and then stomped it out without raising his head. It's not possible to save her. If it's going to refresh, it should be now. After He Zhang finished speaking, a flicker of flame suddenly leapt out from the room, and the next second the entire house was instantly engulfed in flames. The sudden thick smoke made the woman cough incessantly. Watching the fire inside, her first reaction was not to cover her mouth and nose, but to frantically call out for Hu Jia's name, as if in her memory, Hu Jia had always been with her. My child! My child! The woman hurriedly rolled off the bed and crawled toward the cane by the bed. Unable to escape the flames falling from the ceiling, she let out a scream, desperately patting the fire on her body, then leaning on the cane, limping and shouting Hu Jia's name. My child! My child! Fire! It's on fire! Soon as the flames grew larger, burning her clothes, the woman fell to the ground in pain. Yet as if instinctively maternal, even though her whole body trembled with pain, she stubbornly crawled through the fire from the living room toward Hu Jia's room. Outside the door, Huang Liang's heart trembled as he watched such a cruel scene. He forcibly shook off He Zhang's hand and rushed in with Zhang Tai to save her. However, it was like a mirage. As they dashed into the flames, he despairingly discovered that they couldn't touch each other at all. At this moment, the two could only remain as bystanders, watching helplessly as Hu Jia's mother cried and shouted, struggling to crawl through the living room. No! Why is this happening? Why kill her like this? Huang Liang was furious to the extreme. He had thought that refreshing meant a sudden disappearance, but he never expected it would be to clean the room in this way. Beside him, the usually honest Zhang Tai also couldn't accept all this. His eyes were bloodshot as he desperately tried to extinguish every fire point. But it was as if they were in two different worlds, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not put out this fire. My child! My child! Her voice was filled with sobs as the fire ignited the woman's hair, turning her into a fiery figure screaming in despair. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps it was instinct. Amid the roaring flames, she used all her strength to beat on Hu Jia's door. Fire! It's on fire! My child! Run! Quickly run, my child! My child! My child! The woman cried out in anguish, helplessly urging Hu Jia to escape. In Zhang Tai's breaking gaze, the woman's voice grew quieter until the fire completely engulfed her, turning her into charred remains. Outside, Ye Lin held a letter in silence, while He Zhang squatted on the ground, continuously smoking. At that moment, He Zhang resembled an ostrich, burying his head deeply into the ground, his eyes completely red. In the silence, Ye Lin understood why He Zhang didn't want to see all of this. Almost every person dragged into the death exam creates their most beloved person to accompany them, just as He Zhang said, that is the only thought and solace in this hell. But when people return and witness all this, they realize that they have pulled their most beloved or those who love them the most into hell with their own hands. Ye Lin, do you know why I wanted to find those letters? Next to him, Nke's gaze was dazed, her pupils reflecting the raging fire. She turned to look at him as if answering herself, her voice calm to the extreme. Because I want to know why it did this. Ye Lin said nothing, merely silently gazing into Nke's eyes. In those eyes was hatred to the extreme, a hatred that would kill it, even if it meant falling into hell forever. As the flames gradually extinguished, room 14 silently closed its door in a twist, as if nothing had ever happened. He Zhang took his last drag of the cigarette, crushed the butt on the ground, and called out to Zhang Tai to help move things. Huang Liang stood alone for a long time until everyone had left. No one dared to exchange items before the next exam type was announced. Just like the previous round, if it weren't for the antidote and the jetpack, no one could have survived except for Ye Lin. Returning to his room, Ye Lin placed the letter and photo into the drawer and began to contemplate his next steps. Although they had received many rewards, the appearance of Yuan made him realize that danger came not only from the exam. He was familiar with humans, but if what Yuan said was true and others were also entering the exam, it meant they would face enemies of different types and even different ways of thinking. A misjudgment would lead to death. Strengthening one's power essentially just provided a little more margin for error and additional means to cope. There were 4 tasks at hand. First, how to improve the progress of the perfect one's prototype. After assimilating the Tyrant Gene, how could he strengthen himself? Second, having received an A-level evaluation, could he exchange for stronger abilities in addition to increasing his privileges? Third, what would the scene of the third letter be, and should he directly retrieve the relics left behind? Fourth, who exactly was the person in the grave? Ye Lin habitually tapped the table lightly. The first 3 matters were all related to strength and needed to be prioritized. While he was eager to uncover the secrets of the grave, he chose to put that last. Surviving came above all else. He did not want to be ruled by emotions and desires. He feared that once he learned certain things he would keep questioning. Each question required points, and he couldn't afford to waste too many. Opening the system exchange interface, Ye Lin first checked the information on the Perfect One's prototype. Soon as the light screen rapidly changed, a system prompt sounded ding. Querying information on the Perfect One requires permission, level, consuming 1 point. Do you wish to proceed? Ye Lin was momentarily taken aback, noticing that it only required 1 point. He immediately selected confirm without hesitation. The required points were much less than he had anticipated. He had thought it would take at least 7 or 8 points, but unexpectedly, it only needed the minimum permission, plus 1 point. To be honest, he felt that obtaining the Perfect One's prototype was too easy, almost suspiciously so. It shouldn't be obtainable, or rather it shouldn't even exist. Although he could surmise that the prototype was related to Yuan, it was likely that Yuan's team had paid a considerable price to create it. By a stroke of luck, however, he had integrated it. From Yuan's reaction, it was clear that he was unaware of the effects of the integration. He just wanted to seize him and devour him. Perhaps this thing has significant hidden dangers. Or is it difficult to improve progress? Without waiting for Ye Lin to think further, the light screen shifted again, and a brief line of information flashed up. Evolution method of the Perfect One's prototype: absorb the will of kindred. Warning: absorbing the will of kindred may lead to cognitive collapse. Absorbing non-kindred may lead to physical collapse. Ye Lin was momentarily stunned looking at the brief explanation from the system. Although there were indeed drawbacks, he felt a sense of relief. Having problems isn't terrifying, not knowing what the problem is the most terrifying. Kindred, non-kindred. The prototype he possessed came from an amalgamation, so do his kindred count as monsters or humans? Moreover, he didn't feel any issues with himself. Is it because the absorption was too little? Or is it because both my body and will have been enhanced so the side effects aren't obvious yet? For a moment, Ye Lin couldn't determine the answer. If it was the former, it would mean he couldn't use this ability casually and his progress would be stuck. But if it was the latter, then it would be easy to resolve. It would simply involve continuing to strengthen his body and will to counteract the side effects, pushing forward until it became the complete version. Having thought it through without reaching a conclusion, Ye Lin shook his head. He could only test it later. Nevertheless, the cost was within an acceptable range. When he sensed something was wrong, he would stop. Even if it was just treated as a trump card, that would be sufficient. Suppressing his speculations, Ye Lin straightforwardly checked if the Tyrant Gene could be enhanced further. This time the query was extremely fast. Almost as soon as he thought of it, the system provided an answer. Moreover, this time there was no point deduction, as if his concerns didn't exist. After a quick glance, Ye Lin raised his eyebrows. It doesn't affect further enhancement, and the points required to enhance it to level have decreased a bit. Looking at the 40-point gap provided by the system, the situation was much better than he had imagined. The points required had decreased by a full 50, equivalent to a level. He had been hesitating whether to enhance the Tyrant Gene to level. After absorbing the prototype, his physical strength had increased significantly, and his power was likely only slightly inferior to the original version. Thus enhancing it to level wouldn't provide much of a boost, and it felt somewhat wasteful. However, now it didn't seem wasteful, nor did he regret it. Querying the effects of a level permissions. Ding, this query requires 3 points. Do you confirm? 3 points. Unlike before, Ye Lin hesitated slightly. After thinking it over, he directly chose to refuse. Though 3 points weren't much, even a mosquito is meat. Instead of giving it to the system, he might as well ask Nku. After sending a message to have Nku come over, he suddenly recalled something and quickly added 2 more points. Room 1. The warm yellow light illuminated a cozy bedroom with a piano. Nku sat with her legs hugged against her chest, silently gazing at the photo in her hands. The melancholic and melodious music echoed in the empty villa, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Her eyes slightly reddened as the fingertips gripping the photo turned white. Before she could adjust her emotions, 2 messages suddenly lit up on her wristwatch. Nku instinctively looked at the watch, where 2 messages from Ye Lin appeared. Come to my room. Pay me back. 20 will do, you can ignore the change. Nku was momentarily taken aback, and in the next second the sadness in her heart vanished, replaced by a tight clenching of her silver teeth. 20. This guy actually wants her to pay double. Has he forgotten that she nearly died because of him? Looking at the last 4 words, she could even imagine that when Ye Lin sent the message, he must have thought he was being quite generous. In the room of Ye Lin, the first thing Nku did upon entering was to return the money. Seeing Ye Lin accept it without hesitation, Nku suppressed the urge to kill and coldly asked, "Are you here to ask about the evaluation?" "Yes, I currently have 1 level and 1 level. Besides merging bloodlines, I need to know if there are any other uses. Also, what is in the scene that can be accessed with that key?" Ignoring Nku's attitude, Ye Lin directly asked. He knew why Nku was angry. It was not about the money, but rather about the previous incident. "Yes. After pondering for a moment, Enku replied, evaluations can be exchanged for abilities, and some weapons and equipment also require evaluations, but it's very expensive. Moi. As the words fell, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow. He was surprised not by Enku saying that some things were expensive, but because he had not seen any special exchanges. Before the last round, he had spent a lot of time researching the system and noting down those abilities. Although there were too many to read through, he was sure he had not seen what Enku mentioned. It's normal that you don't know, because our team has no captain, so you can't see it. I didn't mention it before because you didn't have extra evaluations to exchange, and compared to merging bloodlines, the cost effectiveness is much lower. Captain. Much lower. Seeing Ye Lin's confusion, Enku slightly raised the corners of her mouth and explained, the captain is the representative selected from the entire team. After becoming the captain, one can freely view everyone's abilities and has veto power in any situation. Then the system will grant the captain some special exchanges, most of which require evaluations. The effects are special, but they don't enhance strength as directly as bloodlines do. Ye Lin didn't mention it, probably because he was afraid of encountering team battles. Of course, he might not know about this matter. To become a captain, one must score at least 100 in a single match. He previously found it difficult just to survive, so it's understandable that he doesn't know. The questions are piling up. Ye Lin's gaze flickered as he directly asked, if there is a captain, will there be team battles? Yes. Enku nodded. Actually, even if you hadn't asked, I was planning to mention this matter. Forming a proper team has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is what I've mentioned. The disadvantage is that after forming a team, the probability of encountering new or solo candidates decreases. It's easy to run into teams of the same size. If we hadn't formed a proper team, we would be randomly matched with people, and among them there might be some highly capable candidates. Once someone dies, we can absorb them into our team. You should be able to guess that candidates matched individually who can survive a total wipe must be excellent in every aspect. As Enku spoke, she sighed, not hiding her thoughts. The difficulty increases as we progress. For us to survive, the entire team must grow stronger. Having even one weak link could lead to total annihilation. Ye Lin is willing to take risks, but his overall quality isn't excellent. You should have noticed that he is very afraid of being abandoned by you. Even if what you ask him to do is dangerous, he will charge forward without hesitation just to prove his worth. Zhang Tai is honest and simple. He might have been a good teammate in the earlier rounds, but as we move later, this kind of personality could lead to a very ugly death. Huang Liang has decent overall quality, but he is too rigid and has too high a bottom line. Once we encounter a team battle, I really doubt he would let the opponent go directly. As for Hu Jia. Upon mentioning this, Enku did not comment further, only sighed, and continued, Ye Lin, as long as someone in the team survives 3 rounds, we might encounter team battles in every subsequent round. In team battles, killing others rewards points, while dying deducts points. Many people can exchange for bloodlines, which is actually reliant on scoring points by killing other candidates. Thus, as soon as a team battle begins, it becomes a fight to the death. If your teammates are not strong enough, no matter how strong you are, you might be wiped out due to point deduction. So you want me to replace someone, right? After Ye Lin finished speaking, Enku hesitated slightly and silently nodded. That's right. If they are cold-blooded enough, they can completely abandon Zhang Tai and the others. As long as they don't come back, they can match with new candidates for the next exam and screen suitable teammates. Aren't you afraid that I will replace you by telling me all this? Not afraid. Enku calmly looked at Ye Lin, her tone firm. If I can't keep up with you, I will die myself. More than wanting to live, I hope someone can reach the end and understand why all of this is happening. Even if that person is not me. She has died once and has nothing to lose. Everything she is doing now is to find that answer. And then take revenge. 2 minutes later. So are you still planning to become the captain? Evaluations must be used, and it's not that they can't encounter new candidates, just that the probability is lower. Receiving the key handed over by Enku, Ye Lin observed it carefully. He considered that he would only be able to unlock special exchanges after confirming he became the captain, so he decided to establish the team during the meal later. His biggest gain from the last match was the A-level evaluation, which he couldn't afford to waste as the risks were too high. Nobody knew what the difficulty of the next match would be. After reviewing, Ye Lin also realized that it was quite difficult for him to obtain this evaluation. Though Yuan was secretly plotting against him, he had also helped them complete all tasks. The military's plan was prepared by the team Yuan was in, otherwise the 4th underground level wouldn't have another passage. The difficulty was locked in the first round, and the subsequent tide of corpses didn't show many special mutated bodies, which was also related to Yuan. One could only say that the other side's luck was indeed poor. Everything they did became his wedding dress. That's also possible. Our luck shouldn't be that bad. The next round might not necessarily be team battle types. Even if we encounter it with your current strength, there's really no need to worry. And Enku glanced around. and after finding only one chair in Ye Lin's room, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to sit on the table. Supporting her head, Enku looked at Ye Lin, who was studying the key, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. People really can drive you crazy. Who would have thought that a rookie would get a level evaluation and dual bloodlines in the first round? In the second round, he obtained a level evaluation and had nearly 200 points. He could exchange for special abilities and a bunch of powerful equipment. Moreover, Ye Lin clearly also had hidden cards. Even she did not know what this freak had obtained in the last round. If the next round was indeed a team battle type of exam, anyone who encountered this freak would likely be driven to despair. Is there a way to know what scene this key will lead to? What do you think the relics inside will be? Staring at the key in his hand, Ye Lin furrowed his brow. The key was blood red and had an ancient design, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as if blood was flowing within it. It's difficult to know, but the difficulty shouldn't be too high. Once we enter, it will essentially replace the next exam, so the difficulty inside is unrelated to our That person placed the letter and relics inside. Unless he went crazy, it wouldn't be possible to place them in a high difficulty scene. Otherwise, if we can't obtain the items, wouldn't he have died in vain? However, suddenly thinking of something, Enku jumped off the table and blinked. It seems there is a way to find out. You have a level evaluation which is just enough to exchange for that item. It can reveal what the relics inside are, and perhaps even speculate on what the scene will be. Once we know, we can make some preparations. If the next exam happens to be of a supernatural type, we might have to hurry to replace someone, or we will need this key to survive. What could the scene be? What kind of tool, eh? Ye Lin asked softly, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Seeing his interest, Enku decided not to keep him guessing. A question-and-answer type tool. It can answer 3 questions about a specific object. Since we have the key, we can ask it what is in the scene, and what the most unique thing is. Ye Lin was slightly taken aback. Are you sure this tool can be exchanged with a level rating? If what you say is true, wouldn't we know what is on Jupiter right from the start if we had this tool in the first round? His tone became somewhat serious. As soon as Enku finished speaking, he thought of the true use of this tool. For example, in the first round, they could pick up any object and then ask where it is and whether there are monsters in the scene that can destroy it. If asked well, minimal information could lead to most of the dangers being inferred, which could be considered cheating. Enku was slightly taken aback, realizing she hadn't explained clearly, and hurriedly began to clarify. No, Ye Lin, it can only be used in the dead exam space, and cannot be taken out. Moreover, the higher the level of the object involved, the more concise the answers will be, and it can only be used once per round. Upon hearing this, Ye Lin immediately lost much of his interest. If it cannot be brought into the exam, it becomes useless. They had nothing for the next round of the exam, and thus could not infer any information. In simple terms, this tool could almost only be used for the key and subsequent letters, equivalent to a scaled-down version of the system search function. No wonder it could be exchanged for the lowest rating. And using one evaluation to exchange for it felt somewhat. Suddenly, Ye Lin's gaze sharpened, thinking of a certain possibility. What about living beings? If I ask a question related to a person, can it answer? Ye Lin's heart raced with rare tension. If it could answer, then he could completely bypass the system and directly ask for the answers on him. In a sense, he was also related to that grave, at least he had been to the periphery. A name required and a level permission and 5 points, and the subsequent information would only be more valuable. In a sense, he was also related to that grave, at least he had been to the periphery. A name required and a level permission and 5 points. Maybe. It could be. Enku wasn't very sure, and a wry smile appeared on her face as she spoke. Ye Lin, this thing isn't really that useful, which is why I hesitated to exchange for it. The answers obtained are quite vague and require you to deduce on your own. However, this shouldn't be a problem. Could it be possible? After listening to Enku's explanation, Ye Lin quickly weighed the options in his mind and decided to exchange for it. It was worth a try, even if he couldn't get the answer. Knowing what the relic was would still be beneficial. Having no further questions, Ye Lin nodded, signaling Enku that she could leave. However, before he could speak, Enku suddenly looked at him with hesitation, as if she had something to say. What is it? Ye Lin frowned and asked directly. The next second, Enku gave a wry smile and bluntly said, "It's nothing much, I just want to borrow 1 point again. I got 115 points in the last round, but repairing cost almost 6 points, and with what I owe you, I only have 89 points left. I want to exchange for a level bloodline. The paranormal entity I mentioned in my circle can help me reduce a lot of points, but it still requires around 90 points. You can rest assured after becoming the captain, you will be able to see my..." Before Enku could finish, Ye Lin directly transferred the points to her. Is there anything else? Seeing that Ye Lin did not hesitate, Enku paused for a moment, and then smiled. Thank you. Without saying anything more, Enku expressed her gratitude, and turned to leave. Compared to when she arrived, her steps were much lighter, as if what she truly wanted had already been attained. After Enku left, Ye Lin looked at the tightly closed door, his gaze shifting. Enku was very clever at borrowing points from him rather than just being 1 point short, was actually testing whether he was still wary of her. Anyone could borrow that 1 point, but if he was willing to lend it, it meant they could become teammates. In the darkness, Ye Lin shook his head, not caring. Enku was indeed impressive, she knew a lot, and had demonstrated her value. Not wanting to think further, Ye Lin opened the abilities he had absorbed earlier, planning to study them. Things had been too rushed back then, and there were too many things to do after returning. He hadn't examined them closely. Now that most things were done after forming a team, he could start enhancing, and then test whether that tool could actually provide that answer. The watch lit up, and information quickly flashed. Current storage capacity mutation. You can activate the mutation effect deep within your genes to increase lethality or defense, or alter your appearance. Current usage times 33. The information was brief. After reading it, Ye Lin pondered, hesitating whether to keep it. After devouring an opponent's ability, a single ability could only be retained for 72 hours, and the rest time after returning to the space was exactly 72 hours. This meant he had to make a choice now, either keep it or let it disappear, unable to bring it into the next round. The restrictions are still too great. Ye Lin sighed, deciding to try it out first. The ability seemed quite ordinary. He had seen the intensified mutation effect before. Yuan had once transformed his hand into a bone knife during an attack, and the power wasn't particularly strong. However, the aspect of altering one's appearance was rather interesting. The imitation level was very high, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. As a gray light flashed after using the ability, Ye Lin's face suddenly turned pale, and the next second a strong pain erupted from deep within his limbs and heart. What is this? Before Ye Lin could react, a flood of information and images filled his mind. It was beyond words to describe the shock at this moment. In the rapidly flashing images, he saw massive black chains blocking the sun, and a giant eye floating in the universe. A man stood atop an endless pile of corpses. The next second the planet shattered, and a beam of light instantaneously pierced through the stars. At the end of the images there was a huge face surrounded by nothingness. It felt as though consciousness was being devoured, and in an instant boundless darkness engulfed him. Ye Lin. Ye Lin. Knock. 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 Outside the door, He Zheng anxiously pounded on it. Seeing the room remain unresponsive, the others felt a wave of panic, while Enku also grew uneasy. It had been 6 hours. Ye Lin had been in the room for a full 6 hours without coming out. She remembered clearly that Ye Lin had said he would gather everyone to form a team shortly. Therefore, even if something delayed him, it shouldn't have taken this long. Not only that, but whether they sent messages or knocked on the door, Ye Lin seemed to have vanished, offering no response. Enku, is there any way to open the door? Damn it. How can this be? Did something happen to him? He Zheng was at his wits' end, suddenly recalling the scene of Ye Lin consuming the fusion entity. There's no way to open it. But it can't be a problem. If there is truly an issue, the system would fix it. Before Enku could urgently refute, a clicking sound was heard, and the tightly shut door slowly opened. Looking at the anxious faces turned towards him, Ye Lin instinctively glanced at the time on his wristwatch. Realizing he had been unconscious for 6 hours, his heart skipped a beat. He had just awakened and hadn't had time to think about what had happened when he heard He Zheng's frantic knocking. Moreover, the assimilated abilities he had absorbed had also vanished. If it weren't for the splitting headache and the pool of dry blood on the floor, he might have doubted if it had all been a dream. What happened? Why did I see those things? Why have my abilities disappeared? Ye Lin, are you okay? Seeing Ye Lin's pale face and his prolonged silence, He Zheng grew frantic, while Huang Liang grabbed Ye Lin, wanting to check where he was injured. He smelled the strong metallic scent of blood on Ye Lin. If it weren't for the absolute safety of the dead exam space, he would have suspected that Ye Lin had encountered some enemy. Ye Lin shook his head with a bitter smile, signaling that he was fine. Looking at the tense crowd, he had to suppress the doubts churning in his heart. He didn't know what had happened, but it seemed to have no impact on him. He could only guess that perhaps it was due to his enhanced abilities or the reason of the embryonic form. I'm fine. But since everyone is here, we might as well establish the team now. And could you inform them about this matter? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was taken aback, and then nodded. Although they didn't know what had happened to Ye Lin, they felt it wasn't right to pry since he didn't want to speak. And told us I just found out about this thing too. But Ye Lin, shouldn't we come up with a name? 10 minutes later, in front of the system vortex. After some discussion, the 5 of them decided on a name. According to He Zheng's idea, he wanted to name it the Fierce Tiger Team, but as soon as he proposed it, everyone objected. Huang Liang suggested naming it the Linjiang Team, but none of them were actually from Linjiang, and Ye Lin was only imprisoned in Linjiang, so they had to abandon that idea. After Zhang Tai proposed using everyone's names to form a team, Ye Lin adopted the suggestion and surprisingly chose a 2-character name. Looking at Ye Lin standing in front of the vortex, and Ku had a strange expression. If it weren't for the certainty that Ye Lin had no interest in her, she would have suspected he was hinting at something when she heard those two characters. He Zhang was even more suspicious, constantly glancing between her and Ye Lin. Hey Ye Lin, are you sure we want to call this name? Looking, Ku is standing over there too embarrassed to come over. Ye Lin glanced at the gossiping He Zhang in silence. And Ku didn't come over because she feared she might not be able to resist hitting He Zhang. He chose the name Ling and team purely because it flashed in his mind, and he inexplicably thought of this name. Initially he hesitated, but it felt familiar, and he eventually settled on it. Ling and team sounds good too. Ye Lin, I think you should just be straightforward and call it Lin, and just right since it combines your and in Kes names, one for each of you. Actually our names combined isn't bad. Either He Lin Scary Spirit Team sounds so powerful it could scare even evil spirits. Ignoring He Zhang, Ye Lin reached out his hand and directly confirmed with the system. He didn't know why, but he had thought He Zhang disliked talking nonsense when they first met, yet now it seemed he had misjudged. Ling and is also good doesn't mean soul peace. May all the departed find peace for their souls. Behind Ye Lin, Huang Liang sighed, bitterly unable to help but think of the deceased. His gaze was complicated as if he had something to discuss with Ye Lin, but after hesitating several times he decided to wait until the next exam results came out to speak. Ye Lin's words from last time reminded him, and after returning he researched some things, but the answers were hard for him to accept. Ding, are you sure you want to establish the team? Current team name Ling, and current team leader Ye Lin. The system prompt sounded, and without hesitation Ye Lin directly chose to confirm. In the next moment a white light appeared from above, quickly sweeping over everyone before condensing into a white badge that appeared on Ye Lin's chest. Simultaneously a prompt about special exchange permissions opened in Ye Lin's mind. Ding, team member viewing function has been opened. Ding, special exchange function has been opened. Ding, Ling and team meets the conditions for group battles, new exam types added. The exchange light screen unfolded. Unlike previous exchanges, after becoming the team leader, Ye Lin found that the special exchange light screen was actually retained above the vortex, visible to everyone. He quickly realized that the special exchange was likely a benefit of establishing a team, so as long as one person met the conditions and became the leader, others could exchange even if they hadn't scored full marks. Quickly scanning the exchange options, Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, immediately noticing items that piqued his interest. Flight, teleportation, transfer, mechanical manipulation, resistance to firearms. Unlike bloodline enhancement, ability enhancement directly granted specific skills. At a glance he saw 3 or 4 things on the first page he wanted to exchange. After the previous battle, he distinctly felt that his greatest shortcoming was the lack of mobility. He had considered relying on weapon abilities to compensate, but after fighting the fusion entity, he realized the drawbacks were too significant. Once a weapon was destroyed or slipped from his hands, he wouldn't be able to use it. Just as Ye Lin was feeling moved, the others hurriedly began to check as well. Suddenly He Zhang shouted in disbelief, "What the hell? Why is my frenzy ability here? Grade plus 5 points to exchange, doesn't that mean my bloodline was exchanged for nothing?" Standing aside, and Ku glanced at the furious He Zhang, suppressing her urge to hit him, and coldly said, "There's nothing for free. The ability is equivalent to extracting skills from the bloodline. If you only exchange this with your physical condition, you can't use it at all. These abilities are to compensate for the shortcomings of the bloodline. Without changing the bloodline, you are full of flaws, and exchanging is a waste. So the ability to exchange is also a substitute for merging bloodlines. Suitable for those who lack points in a single exam, but urgently need to increase their strength. But if I look at it this way, I can also just exchange for the observer's ability without needing to exchange the complete bloodline." Seeing Ye Lin ask her, and Ku shook her head and began to explain patiently, "Not exactly, Ye Lin. Although exchanging for the observer's ability is useful, without the will of bloodline enhancement the effect will also be poor and the cost-performance ratio is very low. If you rely purely on abilities and physical enhancements to forge a bloodline to achieve the same effect, you'd need to spend at least double the points. Ability enhancement generally occurs in 2 situations. One is when you can achieve a high evaluation and have to exchange. The other is when a strong candidate seeks perfection. For example, someone exchanges for werewolf enhancement, but they are only at their strongest on a full moon night. They can then exchange for the ability of the illusory moon, directly creating a moon for themselves. They might even exchange for dark abilities, turning the battlefield into darkness. I understand. Ye Lin nodded, pondering for a moment before choosing to forego the ability exchange and opted for the question and answer item instead. The type of the next exam had not appeared yet, and he planned to exchange specifically after it was over. As a white light flashed after deducting a grade evaluation, an ancient sheepskin book appeared in his hand. Looking at the weathered sheepskin book in his hand, Ye Lin felt a bit nervous. He didn't know if this book could answer who the person in the grave was. If it couldn't, he would have to inquire the system. But regardless, he would be able to know what the answer truly was. Back in the room, Ye Lin placed the Book of QA flat on the table, contemplating its usage. To uncover the relic's location, he needed to use two questions: what is the strongest presence in the scene, and what relic did the owner leave behind? The former could gauge the difficulty of the scene, while the latter could assess the value of the relic. Thus, to maximize his interest, he decided to use one opportunity to ask who the person in the tomb really was. After a moment, having determined the question, Ye Lin slowly placed his hand on the cover of the Book of QA. According to the system's description, the book could respond to related questions based on the item placed upon it. Therefore, he planned to take a shortcut using his hand as the item to pose a question about the real world. Although he was uncertain if this would work, it was worth a try. In the darkness, Ye Lin sat at the desk, as if performing some kind of ritual. As his palm rested on the book, it suddenly emitted a faint red glow. Taking a deep breath, Ye Lin spoke deliberately. I want to ask, who exactly is the owner of the tomb I last entered? As soon as his voice fell, Ye Lin fixed his gaze on the sheepskin book on the table. Tense with anticipation, he was suddenly startled as the book bound in sheepskin began to shake violently. A strange force instantly shot his hand away, and the book opened on its own, as if an invisible giant hand was flipping through its pages. Whoosh! The pages flipped frantically, red light shooting out from them, filling the entire room. In the sea of red light, Ye Lin's eyes reflected warped, blood-colored characters. Watching the difficult Haggadah red light, Ye Lin's breath quickened. His speculation was correct. He was connected to the real world, hence could be considered an item, allowing him to inquire about the person in the tomb. However, the level of the answer was very high. This was merely a grade item, making it difficult to provide a clear answer. Crack! Just as Ye Lin felt a sinking sensation, thinking no answer would be given, a tearing sound echoed as a line of blood-red characters slowly materialized on the damaged page. Ye Lin's heart jolted, but as he clearly saw it, he was instantly taken aback. The answer presented in the Book of QA was the Emperor of the Otherworldly Beings in Go. How could it be? Before he could react, the next moment a system notification sounded. Ding! Candidate Ye Lin number E99067 has learned the death information of the original otherworldly being in the origin of the divine species. Scene gaining key clues for this scene. Subsequent hidden test questions have been activated. Current progress 21. Entry permission granted. Scene name: Origin of the Divine Species. Minimum entry level: a grade 3rd tier. This scene is a hidden test with no upper limit on scoring. Fixed difficulty, and completion will not count towards the exam rounds. Warning: this scene has been activated through non-standard means exceeding current exam progress. Please choose wisely. In the room, looking at the information displayed by the system, Ye Lin's face turned pale. Damn it. He never expected that the first venue know that Golden Star could also be considered a tomb. Thus, when he asked who exactly died in the tomb, this broken book directly gave him the name of an otherworldly being. For a moment, Ye Lin felt a mix of rage and amusement, unsure if his luck was good or bad. The good news was that he inadvertently activated a hidden question. According to the system's prompt, this thing wasn't easy to unlock. He purely stumbled upon it, or perhaps activated it in advance. The bad news was that he wasted an opportunity and still had no idea who that person in the tomb was. Should I ask again? Taking a deep breath, Ye Lin looked at the already damaged Book of QA, hesitating slightly before he ultimately chose to give up. Though two opportunities remained, neither from a profit standpoint nor in terms of practical circumstances could he afford to ask again. The remaining two chances had to be reserved for that key. He couldn't enter directly without knowing anything. Moreover, the capabilities of the Book of QA had significant limitations. Merely providing the name of the original otherworldly being was already taxing. Asking a question of such a level might risk damage. He could only ask the system. A grade item could only manage this much. Ye Lin shook his head, recalling what Enku had said. Looking at this broken book, he finally understood why Enku said this thing was unreliable. It simply couldn't provide the correct answers to ambiguous questions. Fortunately, he didn't pass through a graveyard in his last exam, otherwise this thing might have given him the name of a zombie. While it wasn't entirely without gains, at least he unlocked a hidden instance. After upgrading to a grade, perhaps he could enter and take a look. If he could clear it, the rewards would likely be substantial. Fixed difficulty means it won't increase with the strength of the entrance. Not thinking too much, Ye Lin suppressed his useless emotions and directly opened the system search. There was no other way. He had to spend points. Unlike using the Book of QA this time, Ye Lin felt much more anxious. From the previous query, the system was aware of the individual's identity. It was just that he lacked the permissions last time, which was why he couldn't see. Soon as the light curtain unfolded, having learned from the previous lesson, Ye Lin was much more cautious this time. System. Query the real world coordinates 312 N104 E. Who is the owner of the tomb I want? As soon as his voice fell, the screen rapidly changed. After a brief wait, a system notification sounded instantly. Ding, current permission grade query conditions met. This time's consumption 5, you confirm to unlock. Confirm. Ye Lin unhesitatingly confirmed, and as 5 points were deducted, a line of information appeared on the light curtain at incredible speed. Ding, query successful. In the real-world coordinates, 312 N104 E, the owner's information is Ye Lin. Frozen in place. Staring at the information displayed on the light screen, Ye Lin felt a rigidity throughout his body, his mind blank. Though it was merely 2 short characters, the implication behind them struck like a heavy hammer, instantly shattering his reason. As if plunged into an ice cavern, an overwhelming chill engulfed him. How could this be? How could this be? The grave that his organization was willing to go to any lengths to find was actually his own. Impossible. There must be some mistake. How could the dead be me? The answer was absurd to the extreme. Under the immense shock, Ye Lin could no longer maintain his composure and directly questioned the system. If the one dead is him, then what right does he have to still be alive? If the person inside is truly Ye Lin, then who is he? Is the Ye Lin in the grave really me? Beep, query failed. The subsequent information level is class. Please upgrade to class authority to query consumption required. System query other information regarding Ye Lin. Beep, query failed. System query. 5 minutes later. Ye Lin clenched his fists tightly, a series of query failure prompts filling the entire screen. At this moment, it was as if he had been abandoned by the entire world, an overwhelming sense of emptiness. He could not comprehend that the person they were searching for was the deceased version of himself, nor could he accept that the answer that had permeated his entire life was in fact his own grave. He couldn't even imagine what he would see if he had opened that door that day. Oh, would there be another him? The room was dark. Under the intense emotional turmoil, his fortified will began to slightly influence the surrounding environment. After a long time, Ye Lin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze icy. Directly entering observer mode, the bloodshot eyes regained their clarity. No, this couldn't be right. He was certain his memories were correct. He knew he truly existed. He had not died, nor had he been reborn. Every memory was intact and coherent. He clearly remembered every moment of his life. Setting aside all useless emotions, he now observed himself from a third-person perspective, continuously deducing various possibilities. If the person in the grave is not me, is there any other possibility? Is it a name coincidence? Did the organization deliberately give me the same name? Ye Lin's gaze flickered as his mind raced with thoughts. This possibility could not be ruled out. Initially, he had no name, only an identification number. Ye Lin was a name given to him by the organization. If the organization intended to deceive someone or used Ye Lin as a sort of codename, logically it made sense. If this is true, then it means the organization knows the true identity of the grave owner. But who is the real Ye Lin? Considering the implications of names, Ye Lin felt a certain absurdity. He had initially thought that the grave owner would be a historical figure or a mythical existence. Even if the name were rare and the traces left behind minimal, he could deduce information based on the name to understand what the organization was truly searching for. But now it seemed impossible to deduce anything. The name Ye Lin had no records. The only lead was the surname. The Ye surname first appeared during the Zhou dynasty, responsible for managing the starry sky at night, referred to as the night officials. Time is what they are looking for, related to time. With so little information, Ye Lin frowned slightly, unable to determine an answer. So, if by an extremely small probability the person in the grave is truly him, did the organization want him to return to his grave to find, or rather say to come into contact with something? The possibility is very low. Ye Lin shook his head, denying this thought. During training at the base, I nearly died more than once. If he truly was the Ye Lin in the grave, the organization would never allow such a thing to happen. The answers they sought were related to him, thus they would absolutely not let him die. Yet in those brutally extreme tests, no one cared about his life or death. That he survived was beyond many people's expectations. Could it be that I was the one orchestrating this? For some reason, I left behind a grave, then came into contact with the secrets left by the high-ups of the base and sent another version of myself into the death exam. Do I need to enter here? This also seemed unlikely. Ye Lin dismissed this guess once more. The reasoning was similar. The most important point was that using such a complex method to bring him here, he had no memories at all. This meant that the other Ye Lin must want to conceal their identity, and the only entity that could be hidden was the system. Yet he would undoubtedly pursue the answer, and when he discovered that the person in the grave was Ye Lin, the entire plan would fail. Unless by an even smaller chance he had lost his memory, been reborn, then coincidentally adopted by the organization, and further coincidentally became the only qualified candidate before entering the death exam. Unless absolutely necessary, do not increase entities. Ye Lin shook his head. If an answer required a multitude of coincidences to prove its existence, it was simply not worth considering. I would definitely think of how I would act. If I were to orchestrate all this, I would leave clear information for myself telling me that I am the Ye Lin in the grave and what I need to do. And when leaving, I would consider the risks of exposure. Not like now guessing and speculating. When I am uncertain the answer is incorrect. Ye Lin remained silent for a long time. There was too little information. He couldn't even determine if the person in the grave was him, let alone speculate about the truth behind it. If by an extremely small probability the person in the grave really is me, then what happened to me? What truth does the organization want to find? If it is not me, then what has the other Ye Lin experienced, and what is in the grave? Looking at this class in the system prompt, Ye Lin felt a cloud of suspicion in his heart. The name was a class, but the real information was rated class equivalent to divine in the system's evaluation. He couldn't imagine what kind of existence the person in the grave was, and what secrets were hidden behind it. What would happen once found? Has he died? If so, how did he die? Ye Lin chuckled bitterly. At this moment he felt as if he were walking in darkness, merely igniting a flicker of light, lifting his head only to see an endless abyss. I can only wait until my authority is raised as class. By that time, I will be able to confirm whether the person in the grave is truly me. First determine who it is, then investigate what the so-called truth is. Regardless of the organization's actions, or the rank, the truth within the grave was of utmost importance. It was unrelated to power and unrelated to wealth. The organization spanned a century, expending vast amounts of wealth and killing so many people, all thinking of the fervent and devout gaze of the high-ranking officials at the base when discussing the truth. Ye Lin even felt that what they were seeking was rather than truth something akin to a form of ultimate truth. Maybe I can ask Shao Kun. The military must know something, and he has seen my dossier. He had never sought to discuss these matters with Shao Kun, partly due to their identities, and partly because he believed Shao Kun wouldn't speak. Given Shao Kun's rigid demeanor, even as a national security officer, he might not disclose such secrets. But now he could only give it a try. When the person in the grave is Ye Lin, the secrets hidden behind it are hard not to ponder. No matter what, as long as I can survive, there will come a day when I will know the answer. The priority is to survive the next challenge. Ye Lin pressed down his thoughts. Before he could rise, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door broke the silence. Ye Lin, hurry out. Damn it. The vortex. There's a problem with the vortex. Outside, He Zheng shouted anxiously, while Enku, who rushed out, looked at the rapidly spinning vortex with a face filled with dread. When did it start? Night Lin quickly stepped out of the room, his expression grave as he gazed at the swirling vortex. In the brief seconds since He Zheng had called him out, the vortex had begun to spin faster and faster. Just as he finished speaking, Huang Liang, who had discovered it first, replied quickly and solemnly, "About half an hour ago. At first it wasn't this fast, I thought it was merely an illusion. But it wasn't long before the speed of rotation increased exponentially. Based on the speed, the anomaly must have occurred after the team name was confirmed, just when we had returned to our respective rooms." After confirming the team name, he was the last to return to his room, which is why he noticed this detail. However, he did not expect that when he came out again to look for others to ask about some matters, he would suddenly find that something was wrong with the vortex. Damn it, could it be that something happened in the next round? Is it possible that it's because we officially formed a team? He Zheng's face turned pale as he instinctively looked at Night Lin, wanting to know if Night Lin had received any system notifications. Night Lin was now the captain. If the changes were due to the formation of the team, he should have received a system prompt. The vortex has only two functions: system exchange and entry into the examination. The former might just mean something new has been added, but if there's an issue with the latter, it would signify a significant change for their next round. Facing the gazes from the others, Night Lin shook his head, indicating that he hadn't received any system notification. Moreover, the anomaly had appeared half an hour ago, so it was unlikely to be caused by him checking those things, nor was it due to unlocking the first round's instance. Seeing that Night Lin had received no information, the others hurriedly looked at Enku. "Enku, you have the most experience. Have you encountered anything like this before?" Her expression hesitated, as if uncertain. Enku bit her lip, and after a moment finally spoke. "I don't know. I've never encountered this situation, or rather I haven't seen it this early. The last time I saw a change in the vortex was..." As she spoke halfway, seeing the anxious expressions of the others, Enku suddenly stopped, as if struggling with whether to speak. It wasn't that she meant to keep them in suspense, but she was afraid that what she said would place immense pressure on everyone. Even she did not want to believe that such a situation would happen to them. It shouldn't be. We have only just passed 2 rounds. It is impossible to face that thing so soon. Even He Zheng. Wait a minute. He Zheng. Enku's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly looked at He Zheng, recalling that he had actually survived 5 rounds. And the next round would be He Zheng's 6th. He Zheng had performed so poorly before that she instinctively regarded him as a newcomer. "The last time you saw it." That was in the 7th round, right? Noticing Enku's pale face, Night Lin's heart sank, as he instantly understood why Enku would react so. Enku wanted to say it, but hesitated. Looking at He Zheng, the answer was clear. He Zheng opened his mouth, momentarily confused about what they were talking about. The next second he saw Enku wryly smile and nod, realizing that Night Lin had already guessed the answer. That's right. The only time I saw this situation was when I entered the 7th round. 10 seconds before entering, the vortex suddenly spun rapidly, as if the destination was completely different. After Enku finished speaking, the expressions of the others changed drastically. However, in their shock, they did not truly grasp what the 7th round meant. Apart from Night Lin, they only knew that Enku had failed in the 7th round, but no one was aware that the 7th round was an examination of a supernatural nature. In that examination, Enku's entire team entered with the lowest level strength, but was completely annihilated in less than half an hour. The vortex will change in the 7th round. Or rather, does the examination content undergo significant changes at certain rounds? Which rounds specifically? Without mentioning that the next round could be of a supernatural type, Night Lin shifted the topic and directly asked Enku. Regardless of whether the situation is the same or not, even if it is, saying it out loud would only dampen morale and serve no purpose. The system will only release the examination questions tomorrow. If it truly is of a supernatural type, they would still have time to exchange. Right? Enku forced a smile, understanding Night Lin's meaning. The 4th, 7th, and 9th rounds are the ones with the most changes, and the difficulty will also increase. The 4th round has significant changes because the first 3 rounds are an adjustment period. The system will not release overly difficult examinations. However, surviving 3 rounds generally strengthens one's abilities, so the system will have a chance to release examinations of higher difficulty. As for the 7th round, candidates generally have exchanged their equipment and bloodlines, hence the difficulty will rise once more, and they will almost certainly encounter 3 major events. Regarding the 9th round, I've only heard that unimaginable examinations might appear, but I don't know what they After Enku finished speaking, aside from He Zheng, who looked rather pale and somewhat distracted, the attention of the others had shifted. Then Enku, what about the 10th round? Isn't it said that passing the 10th round allows one to leave? Huang Liang instinctively asked, but saw Enku only smile wryly and shake her head. I don't know. I've never seen anyone who survived the 7th round. As for what the 10th round is, I have no idea either. After her words, the others fell silent while Night Lin nodded and patted He Zheng's shoulder. He noticed that He Zheng was in poor condition, and the others were also very anxious. Undoubtedly, He Zheng felt that their next round would face a special examination due to his many rounds. But in his view, it was more likely because of him. With consecutive perfect scores, even if he lowered his evaluation by exchanging for 2 clever items, the scores were still there, and the difficulty would inevitably increase. To be honest, they had handled the last round quite easily. Without Yuan, he could have brute forced his way through with Glancing at the vortex, Night Lin faced everyone and spoke softly. There's nothing to worry about, regardless of whether the situation is the same or if the difficulty will suddenly increase. Even if it does, the scores we have are sufficient for targeted exchanges. Furthermore, we can also replace it. Taking out the key, Night Lin briefly explained its use, but did not mention the matter regarding that candidate. It was not that he intended to conceal it, it was too damaging to morale to speak of a candidate who had survived 10 rounds, but chose to commit suicide. The atmosphere slightly eased, but He Zheng smiled bitterly and said nothing. Although Night Lin and Enku had not mentioned that the next round could be a supernatural event, he likely guessed it. What Enku encountered in the 7th round was probably a ghost. He had seen Enku use a ghost possession technique. He wasn't particularly clever, but it wasn't hard to figure out. Long ago, he had worried whether they would encounter the 3 major types of examinations, thinking that after encountering a meme in the last round, he would temporarily have nothing to fear. But unexpectedly, not wanting to say more at Huang Liang's suggestion, the 5 of them went to Zhang Tai's home to eat, which helped alleviate their mood. Night Lin did not refuse. There were only 3 days of rest between rounds, and while he could endure it, the nerves of the others were already stretched to the limit. Regarding the matter of the grave, he planned to find Huang Liang alone after the exchanges. He could tell that Huang Liang also had something to discuss with him. As for investigating the relic scene, they would have to wait for the next round's examination type to be announced. According to Enku, after the system releases the examination types the next day, the answers provided by the Book of QA will be more accurate. The specific reason seems to be that there is some connection between the scenes. Walking at the back, Night Lin glanced at the time on his watch. There were less than 40 hours left until the next round was announced, and recalling what Enku had said about the mirror ghost, his gaze flickered. If the next round is indeed a supernatural type of examination, he was actually very curious. Ghosts. What exactly are they? In Zhang Tai's home, room 11. After the meal, the 5 of them, satisfied and full, strolled along the rural path. The moonlight was bright, and the evening breeze was gentle. Like he, Zhang Tai chose to recreate the appearance of his hometown. It was a typical northeastern courtyard with mountains in front and water behind, and many relatives lived in the village. Although the conditions were not ideal, it felt warm and cozy, as if returning to reality. Watching Zhang Tai cheerfully greet his distant relatives, the others began to understand why he was so deeply affected by Hu Jia's death. He couldn't accept it at all when Hu Jia's mother was removed. Meanwhile, He Zheng remained somewhat silent, as if realizing he had done something wrong. If you could survive and go out, what would you most want to do? Enku suddenly asked the group as they reached the riverside, gazing at the shimmering water. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tai was taken aback, scratching his head, and being the first to speak. What would I most want to do? Maybe I would want to find Hu Jia's mother first. He still has a younger sister in elementary school. I'd like to take care of her, and then maybe start a fruit orchard. I don't have much ambition, if anything, maybe just a canning factory. The others couldn't help but chuckle, though they didn't understand why Zhang Tai liked canned food so much. The canned peaches they had brought last time were indeed quite tasty. It was hard to imagine that someone as large as Zhang Tai had a favorite fruit. What about you, Huanggu? After saying this, Zhang Tai curiously looked at Huang Liang, whom he greatly admired. Though he first wanted to ask Ye Lin, he hesitated. Me, eh? Huang Liang was taken aback, mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. It seemed he had never considered this question, pondering what life would be like if he could survive. Since taking on this task, he had only thought about how to relay the information, never about anything related to himself. Looking at a world that felt almost real and seeing everyone looking at him, Huang Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Maybe I'd like to become a police officer. My parents are both police officers, so I want to be able to protect everyone just like them. If I could take some documents out, that would be even better. Those technological blueprints and literature would be very useful for our country. If taken out, maybe everyone could live better. While speaking, Huang Liang subconsciously glanced at Ye Lin. He hadn't told the others his true identity, merely stating he was a police academy student, and he hadn't disclosed who Ye Lin truly was. Deep down, he actually wanted to be a police officer rather than a national security special agent. Little flat top, I'm not as great as you. If I could get out, the first thing I'd do is marry my wife. The second thing would be to blow up the school. Damn it, I was already planning to mess around, yet I still went to take the exam that day. Crap. I think there shouldn't be any exams at school. Everyone should just learn how to fight. Whoever is the best at brawling is first. This way we wouldn't run into situations like this again. Everyone came in crying without knowing how they die. Seemingly unwilling to dwell on painful topics, He Zheng couldn't help but curse, wishing he could travel back in time, insisting on blowing up the school. Huang Liang felt helpless watching He Zheng, whose dream was to blow up the school, and did not speak to dissuade him. Although he felt it was inappropriate, high-level officials had indeed proposed such ideas after the death exam emerged. The country tried nearly every conceivable method to prevent this disaster. Blowing up the school might make the death exam disappear. However, no matter what weapons they employed, any school that had a vortex could not be destroyed, and even approaching it was extremely dangerous. And Ko, what about you? Do you want to go dancing? To become a dancer? After He Zheng spoke, he couldn't help but ask Ku, who seemed mysterious. Not only had she lived through 6 rounds, but he had also noticed that her family background appeared quite good. Me, eh? Seeing Ye Lin also looking at her, Ku hesitated, slightly shaking her head. I don't like dancing. I only learned it because my family wanted me to. They hope I can pursue the arts and then marry into a good family. But if I could survive and get out, maybe I would go see the mountains and the sea by myself and wander around. I don't like being constrained. The others were somewhat surprised, not expecting Ku to say this. Then what about you, Ye Lin? As she brushed her hair that was tousled by the wind, Ku turned to look at Ye Lin, and everyone else looked at him too. If everyone's dreams were to hope to live their lives in ways they loved, they were very curious about what Ye Lin liked and what he wanted. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, Ye Lin fell silent. He didn't know what he wanted nor what he wished to do after surviving. From the moment he gained consciousness, it seemed he existed as a tool existing for a single purpose. All the meaning of his life was to find that answer. Maybe it's knowing some answers. With his words, the others didn't know how to respond to. Aside from Huang Liang, the other 3 looked at him in astonishment. After a moment, He Zheng suddenly grinned. That works. Ye Lin, to be honest, I believe you can definitely make it out. If you get out, remember to help us realize our dreams. And then ask that damn system why we have to take exams. Time flew by. The next afternoon, inside the death exam space, the 5 stood collectively before the vortex, waiting for the system to announce the type of the 3rd exam. He Zheng was chewing on a cigarette, appearing indifferent, yet his eyes were bloodshot from a sleepless night. Huang Liang occasionally glanced at Ye Lin as if he had something on his mind. Zhang Tai nervously ate something, trying to relieve pressure through food. Meanwhile, Ku looked serious, holding a thick stack of documents, as if preparing for something. Soon as the vortex suddenly accelerated and burst forth with a burst of red light, a cold mechanical system prompt echoed, "Ding, the type of the third exam has been drawn. This exam type escape. Exam scene modern horror supernatural." A deathly silence enveloped the hall. The pallid faces of the crowd stared at the system notification flashing on their watches. Even though Ye Lin was somewhat prepared, his heart still sank at the moment the system confirmed it. Though he had never experienced this type of examination, he could imagine how terrifying it must be given the example. Ye Lin looked down at the key in his hand. Oh, amidst the misfortune, they were fortunate to have a chance to substitute. What does it mean to escape? Are we supposed to escape from a certain place? Will we encounter ghosts inside? What abilities do ghosts? Huang Liang turned his head, instinctively glancing at Enku. He had heard about supernatural events from Hezhong, but Hezhong only knew they were terrifying. Yes, it's an escape-type examination, we can only run away. But that's irrelevant, because ghosts cannot be killed, their means of killing are nearly unsolvable. So any examination involving supernatural events is generally of the escape type. We can only find ways to evade the pursuit of ghosts. Enku briefly explained, and under her explanation the others began to understand the terror of ghosts. What if we exchange for things that can restrain them? Or what if we become stronger? I remember seeing in the exchange that some items can deal with supernatural entities. Huang Liang seemed somewhat reluctant. They couldn't contend with ghosts. It was not just his education that made it hard for him to comprehend the existence of ghosts. In his understanding, no matter how powerful an existence was, it should have weaknesses. It's useless. Enku shook her head, sighing. There are many types of ghosts. Some that are referred to as ghosts are simply stronger spiritual entities. The abilities you can exchange for can mostly only harm these. However, as long as it belongs to the escape type, and is a ghost from a supernatural event, once we trigger its killing mechanism, no matter how strong we are, we will die. Even if we are very strong, we will only struggle for a bit, and die slightly slower than those weaker. And the atmosphere was oppressive. As soon as Enku finished speaking, Hezhong couldn't help but urge anxiously, "Damn it, let's not think about how to deal with ghosts anymore, let's just exchange it. Isn't there a key that can open another scene? Whatever it is, it's better than encountering ghosts." He looked at the key in Ye Lin's hand, swallowing hard under immense pressure, feeling as if a massive stone was weighing down on his chest. At this moment, he didn't want to consider how to deal with ghosts. To him, the probability of death in a supernatural event was 100. Once they entered, there was no chance of survival. As the words fell, everyone turned their gaze toward the key in Ye Lin's hand, and Enku had nothing more to say. They had no other choice, they had to exchange it now. She also had no confidence in surviving a supernatural event. Ye Lin nodded and did not waste words. The next second, he placed the key on the Book of QA. Although the vortex had changed, resulting in the appearance of a supernatural examination, he could not determine whether the third round would refresh after the additional examination. But any additional round was better than none. If they managed to exchange afterward, it would be considered passing. Soon, with a flash of red light, the Book of QA began to turn its pages without wind, and the text started to twist continuously. Ye Lin's expression was serious as he directly asked the first question. What is the strongest thing we can bring out from the scene opened by this key? As soon as the question was asked, everyone became curious, with Enku feeling the most tense. This question was one that she and Ye Lin had discussed, and refined was the most effective way to elicit a useful answer. Items from the examination could hardly be taken out, so what could be brought out would undoubtedly be the relics left by the examinee. Whoosh! The pages of the book flipped violently, and a few seconds later a line of simple blood-red characters slowly emerged. At that moment, upon seeing clearly, everyone was taken aback, and Enku was even more shocked, turning to look at Ye Lin with confusion. On the pages of the book, the displayed answer was incomplete, but the few words were already astonishing. Abyss Battle Armor Grade A was the third relic left by that examinee, actually a defensive piece of equipment. Ye Lin was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized that his previous guess was correct. The examinee had left behind their equipment after committing suicide, and it seemed that there might be more equipment among the subsequent relics. There might even be more than one piece in the scene, as he had only asked what the strongest item was to display the most accurate answer. Grade A equipment. Damn it, I can't even access this. It must require at least 135 points or more. Why are the rewards in there so good? Isn't the difficulty explosively high? Hezhong exclaimed in surprise and joy, staring wide-eyed at Ye Lin. They only knew that this key could unlock an additional examination, but had no idea about its origins. Ye Lin said nothing, and they assumed it was a reward from the system for him. Beside them, Huang Liang and Zhang Tai were also somewhat astonished. Though the name of the equipment was not fully visible, just the fact that it was Grade A indicated its formidable power. It shouldn't be. The difficulty is locked and has nothing to do with our strength. Enku chuckled, glancing at Ye Lin unintentionally. although it was somewhat regrettable that according to their agreement the major benefit would go to Ye Lin. But she understood very well that without Ye Lin she would have died in the first round, let alone obtain the subsequent items. Not only that, but she could also think that there might be more than one piece of equipment inside, perhaps even something that suited her. Even though this guy could be cold-blooded at times and acted purely from self-interest precisely, because of this point, if there was something suitable for her, Ye Lin would not be stingy in giving it to her. As teammates, anyone becoming stronger was a good thing. Ye Lin was rational enough, so he would definitely do so. Ye Lin, let's continue with the second question. And Ku felt much more at ease now. They only needed to know what the greatest threat inside was, and then they could start preparing for exchanges. Gathering his thoughts, Ye Lin nodded and straightforwardly asked the second question. I want to know what is the strongest existence that will be hostile to us in the scene that this key can open. Under the tense gazes of everyone, the pages of the book began to flip instantaneously. However, this time the duration was far longer than the last, and as Ye Lin gradually sensed something was amiss, a ball of red flame suddenly erupted from the book. Watching the book of QA being torn apart and seemingly set ablaze, in K's face changed dramatically, feeling a surge of intense unease. Something is wrong. The situation is not right. In her expectations, this answer shouldn't be too difficult to reveal, but judging by the current situation, merely displaying this answer seemed to be causing the entire book to be incinerated. Amidst the fierce burning blood flames, wails that seemed to come from hell echoed through the hall. If this were not a deadly examination space, the group might even suspect that something was about to burst forth from the book. Damn it. Ye Lin, quickly close the book. And Ku shouted urgently, not wanting the book of QA to be destroyed. However, before Ye Lin could force the book shut the next second, in the astonished gazes of everyone, a line of blood characters flickered into existence. Fengdu. In an instant the blood characters burned away as if they had never appeared. Fengdu, the great emperor. The atmosphere in the hall had once again become oppressive to the extreme. After a long time, He Zheng seemed to squeeze out the words from his throat, speaking with great difficulty. Although the blood-red characters appeared only halfway before vanishing instantly, he still saw them. He wasn't well-educated, but Yang Xiao was from the vicinity of Fengdu and Chongqing. Through constant exposure, he understood what these few characters meant. The great emperor of Fengdu, the ruler of the underworld, in other words, a being akin to the Ten Yama kings, but of a higher echelon. Perhaps it's the Fengdu, judged the envoy. Huang Liang smiled bitterly. As a national security officer, he had some understanding of folklore. Yet upon finishing his words, he was at a loss for what to say next. Whatever it is, the opponent's strength was unimaginable. If they dared to enter, the probability of surviving was likely even lower than in the third round. In the silence, Ye Lin glanced at Nku. He could tell that Nka hadn't anticipated this either, nor was she pretending not to know to trick them into going in. If she were truly deceiving him, Nku wouldn't have proposed exchanging for the Book of Answers. Thus this key would be problematic, and the answer was quite simple. The world where the relic was located posed extreme difficulties. It was not something a newcomer could traverse. If he reverse-engineered it, those who could obtain it must have survived many rounds, most likely 7. The world opened by the key must also be of the difficulty of the 7th round. Ye Lin's gaze flickered as he sorted through the entire situation. Therefore Nku at that time wasn't without a way to pass through, rather she had hesitated for some reason. The relic that granted immunity from death was not meant for her to escape during the 7th round, but was a means of survival afterwards. This clarified why Nku couldn't bear the hairpin, and why she couldn't unleash the power of being possessed by a fierce ghost. Because this relic was not meant for newcomers at all. Upon realizing this, Ye Lin quickly connected all the previous questions. He had previously considered how a transcendent being capable of surviving the death exam and living through 10 rounds could have such a simplistic setup. Leaving the relic and the letter to a newcomer, any unexpected occurrence would lead to failure. Thus he had doubted that his encounter with Nku was a calculated scheme, especially since there was a minuscule chance he could be the Ye Lin buried in the grave. But now it seemed Nku was simply afraid of death if she lacked the courage to pass the 7th round exam under that examinee's setup. Instead, she used the immunity relic to escape. Then by coincidence she encountered him. Moreover, he could guess why Nka hesitated at that time and what exactly she was resenting. Well, Lin Gu, are we still going here? In the dead silence, Zhang Tai suddenly spoke, cautiously breaking the quiet. Although he was somewhat confused and unaware of what was happening with everyone. But he realized that they seemed unable to replace the exam. If they didn't exchange, they would have to face the supernatural-themed 3rd round. We're not going. Everyone get ready to exchange, focusing on dealing with supernatural events. We have 28 hours to prepare. The following difficulty will be very high, but that doesn't mean we will definitely die. After saying this, Ye Lin was the first to head towards the system exchange. No matter how worried he was, it was meaningless. Any negative emotions should not affect judgment. There was nothing to hesitate about and nothing to fear. In his view, the optimal solution was to immediately abandon the world where the key was located. The difficulty of the Fengdu copy was fixed unrelated to their strength, who once they entered whether they lived or died would all depend on luck. But the death exam was extremely fair. As long as it was an exam announced by the system, even if the difficulty reached SSS level, they still had a glimmer of hope. Exactly. The system will never issue an exam that guarantees death. Looking at Ye Lin striding towards the vortex, seemingly unaffected, Huang Liang took a deep breath and looked firmly at everyone. I assure you all, I will continue to protect everyone in this round. Our current score is sufficient. I believe that as long as we work together, everyone can come out alive. No matter what kind of enemy or what kind of monsters we face, as long as we don't give up, we will definitely overcome them. Listening to Little Crewcut's somewhat strange cheer, Ye Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly before the vortex. Although Little Crewcut was quite rigid and sometimes naive, he was indeed a good teammate. Ye Lin, what do you think about me exchanging for this ability? Jump Slash. It allows for displacement and can cut people. Oh, I think it suits me quite a bit. Just after exchanging for the bloodline, I won't have a single point left. Sure, you come with weapons, so you don't need to exchange for weapons to cover your shortcomings. After glancing at the ability, He Zheng pointed to Ye Lin. Not like Ye Lin, they had realized after the previous round that the ability to move quickly was too important. Battles always erupted suddenly. Oh, without a displacement ability, even the strongest could not hit anyone. Sure, you come with weapons, so you don't need to exchange for weapons to cover your shortcomings. After glancing at the ability, He Zheng pointed to Ye Lin, nodded without any objections. Although the next round was of the supernatural type and unlikely to involve combat, a Jump Slash could jump several meters and would be useful for escape. After repeated assessments and discussions, after 2 hours, the entire team, except for him, had already determined their exchange routes. He Zheng continued to strengthen his bloodline, upgrading his Berserker to the level Thunder Berserker capable of summoning a lightning strike, and his physical strength directly caught up to the level he had just entered in the previous round, even slightly stronger. Huang Liang, on the other hand, gave up bloodline enhancement. The team lacked long range, means if he continued to strengthen his bloodline, his survival ability would increase, but there would be no qualitative change in offensive support, and he couldn't exchange for bullets. Thus, he directly chose 3 abilities: trajectory control, killing intent perception, and rapid reloading, converting all remaining points into bullets that could damage supernatural entities. Although he didn't know how effective it would be, according to the system's description, it would at least have a short-term freezing effect on ghosts. Zhang Tai also chose bloodline enhancement, upgrading from Silver Giant Bear to Titan Giant Bear equipped with Titan armor. The remaining points, like He Zheng, were exchanged for a protective ability. The effect allowed him to rush to a teammate's side at extremely high speed. Aside from lacking offensive capability, the moving distance was exaggeratedly around 100 meters. As for Nku, she directly exchanged for a level enhancement of supernatural entities, as she had said. Immune to some physical attacks, capable of briefly teleporting at the cost of vitality, and possessing the means of attack through being possessed by a fierce ghost, her actual combat power even surpassed Ye Zheng. As for him, looking at the myriad of ability exchanges before him, Ye Lin found himself hesitate. His points were more than enough, and he still had an unused level evaluation. Thus the directions in which he could enhance were more than everyone else's combined. Especially the things that could be exchanged with the level evaluation, each one was tempting. Starting from a level, the exchangeable abilities and equipment represented a complete qualitative change. Light of Divine Punishment, Prayer of Despair, Instant Teleportation, Lightning Escape. No one disturbed Ye Lin as the 4 of them went to Huang Liang to familiarize themselves with their abilities after completing the exchange. After completing the exchange, Ye Lin's strength was nearly on par with her former captain. Considering the unknown abilities, their combat power might not differ much. The speed of growth was astonishing, yet upon closer reflection, it was quite reasonable. Not only was it due to the additional rewards for newcomers, but after 2 consecutive high-difficulty exams, Ye Lin's performance had been nearly perfect, causing her growth rate to directly surpass the timeline. The strong remain strong, while the weak grow weaker. The higher the score in the exam, the faster the pace of becoming stronger. For example, with scores of 61 and 70, they seem to differ by only 10 points, but after deducting the base score of 60, the difference in growth speed is tenfold. The former only had a single point left after each exam, making it difficult to strengthen oneself. In contrast, the latter could strengthen itself with 10 times the score, leading to an ever-widening gap due to the snowball effect. Similarly, Ye Lin scored full marks in every exam, enabling her to not only enhance herself for the exams, but also choose the route with the greatest potential from the start. Eventually, the gap between her and ordinary candidates would become extraordinarily exaggerated. In a sense, the exam was similar to reality. Even a 1-point difference could mean thousands, and a few points could change one's fate. Calculating what Nku still owed, there was 172. One remaining. Gazing at the score on her watch, Ye Lin weighed her options repeatedly and decided to forego strengthening the Tyrant Gene, prioritizing the enhancement of the Observer to be rank, and then exchanging for some abilities and equipment. The score was too low. Not only was physical enhancement for the next round meaningless, but in light of what she wanted to exchange for the points in her hand seemed pitiful. After her physical quality improved, the points required to strengthen the Observer to be rank dropped to 75. Adding the Tyrant Gene, if both were enhanced to be rank, she would only have about 30 to 40 points left. However, a decent A rank ability would cost over 45 points. Although she could split the A rank evaluation, trading it in for 3B ranks for more exchanges. Yet abilities and bloodlines were different. A low-level bloodline could at least be enhanced to a higher level, but once an ability was exchanged, it would be fixed with no room for improvement. Moreover, A rank evaluations weren't easy to obtain, and she didn't want to waste them. After deducting the Observer enhancement, there are 97. One left, of which 30 points are reserved for preparation to exchange for weapons and consumables. The remaining 67 points should be enough for a decent A rank ability. Looking at the ability options, Ye Lin's gaze lingered on Blood Surge and Storm Flight. Both required an A rank evaluation and 60 points. The former transforms into a phantom, striking the target at supersonic speed with the distance moved and attack intensity determined by the life force consumed, and possesses an extremely brief invincibility upon activation. With attack, defense, and displacement combined, after seeing so many, this ability seemed to have the highest cost-performance ratio. The drawback of consuming life force could be compensated by the Tyrant enhancement. The latter, however, boasts a longer duration, directly summoning Stormflight, which can be maintained as long as it isn't cancelled. It can use lightning to attack targets with power depending on the weather, and performing better in thunderstorms without any consumption. Both abilities were strong and could fill gaps. Yet precisely because of this, she found it hard to choose. In terms of potential, Blood Surge is stronger. But the next round is an escape type. I don't know how large the scene will be. Stormflight is suitable for long-distance movement, while Blood Surge is better for dealing with emergencies. After much hesitation, a few seconds later, Ye Lin decisively chose Blood Surge. The next exam would be set in a modern scene. If they appeared in an open field without buildings, this description would likely not occur. Conversely, if they appeared within a building, Stormflight would be highly restricted. Based on Nke's previous experience, the ghost killing was extremely sudden, making Blood Surge more suitable. Of course, Ye Lin had also seen better abilities. However, those abilities came with exorbitant prices. For instance, Wind and Thunder Escape costs up to 300 points, almost equivalent to a complete A-rank bloodline. With a teleportation range of several kilometers, it could be used continuously, qualifying as a life-saving technique. Ye Lin speculated that some abilities priced this high were likely the core abilities corresponding to the bloodline. Exchanging for this ability would be akin to acquiring the complete version of a bloodline. Thus, those candidates who had to exchange for inferior bloodlines in earlier rounds to survive would also have the hope of continuing to enhance themselves after achieving high scores later. Without further thought, Ye Lin clicked to exchange. In an instant, the system prompt rang out. Ding, current enhancement level meets the minimum exchange standard. Do you confirm the exchange for Blood Surge? This time's consumption, A rank evaluation 1, A score consumption 60, confirm. Buzz, with a faint buzzing sound, the system's light column descended. Unlike the violent reaction during the Tyrant enhancement, perhaps due to sufficient physical strength this time, Ye Lin merely felt her blood boil for a brief moment. As a blood mist enveloped her, and then retracted into her body, the ability enhancement was complete. Automatically learning its usage in her mind, she sensed the surging blood within her body. Ye Lin directly activated Blood Surge to test its effectiveness. In an instant, her body seemed to disintegrate into a cloud of blood mist, and a red phantom suddenly dashed through the hall. After 0.01 seconds, accompanied by a delayed sonic boom, the air along the path was compressed and deformed, leaving a trail of blood. Then at the moment she stopped, a terrifying red shockwave erupted from where she had appeared. Its power was greater than her full-force attack. Breathing slightly heavier, Ye Lin looked back at the fading blood trail with a pale face. If she had a weapon in hand with such powerful kinetic energy, she even doubted whether she could cut through the fusion in the previous round. Not only was the power immense, but the speed of movement of Blood Surge also exceeded her expectations. Roughly estimated, the speed reached over twice the speed of sound. However, the consumption was also significant. Feeling the blood and life force depleting within her at her limit, she could use it a maximum of 3 times before her life force would be exhausted. Fortunately, with the Tyrant Gene supplementing her life force, this effect wasn't too problematic. In battle, she could even eat, while killing, greatly increasing the number of uses. Very good as expected of an A rank ability. Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Exchanging 60 points for such a powerful ability along with a brief invincibility effect represented a qualitative leap for her. If it weren't for the Observer bloodline being enhanced to B rank, also providing her with mental attack methods, she might have been tempted to exchange all future enhancements for abilities. Of course, she also understood that the effectiveness of the exchanged abilities being so good was entirely because she consumed an A rank evaluation combined with her sufficiently strong physical quality, making it so powerful. The system had indicated the need to meet minimum conditions for exchange, so those without enhancements would likely explode into a cloud of blood mist the moment they activated blood surge, dying on the spot. Next, I need to enhance the Observer to B rank. Returning to the vortex, Ye Lin reached her hand back. She was also curious whether the so-called most useless Observer would undergo a qualitative change once enhanced. According to the system's description, the attack methods after reaching B rank would be very special. The beam of light descended once more. This time Ye Lin found it much harder to endure. Within the beam, he felt his consciousness being compressed, a wave of intense pain erupting from the depths of his soul. His will seemed to be compressed, and as a continuous flow of spiritual power surged into his mind, his range of perception expanded. Amidst the excruciating pain, Ye Lin could not help but kneel on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face. The pain was overwhelming. The torment from his mind felt as though it pierced directly into his soul, causing him to momentarily lose control over himself. Fortunately, the duration did not last long. Accompanied by a wave of spiritual power, the air around him seemed to be disturbed by an invisible hand. Moments later, the system notified him that the enhancement had concluded. Ding, enhancement completed. Observer lineage has been upgraded. Interferer. Was it successful? Ye Lin gasped for air as he slowly stood up, subconsciously looking at his own hands. After the enhancement, his vision became clearer, as if every detail was now within his grasp. The world in his eyes was not only brighter, but also much more vibrant, as if he were observing the world from a completely new perspective. In a daze, he could even perceive that the path of light contained certain patterns. Everything within a 5-meter radius was under his control. As if realizing something, Ye Lin extended his hand and slowly clenched it towards the empty cigarette box of Hezheng not far away. In the next moment, after a slight fluctuation of spiritual power, the cigarette box was instantly crushed into a mass. Is this the telekinesis that appears after reaching B level? It looks quite good. Watching the explanation of another spiritual impact in the interferer information, Ye Lin concentrated his mind and aimed directly at the cigarette box. After lowering his arm, the cigarette box remained suspended in midair under the lock of his telekinesis. With a sudden flash of a deep blue light in his eyes, an invisible shockwave struck like lightning, shattering the cigarette box into pieces. Glancing at the remnants of the cigarette box drifting down from the air in powder form, Ye Lin moved his gaze away, pondering the effectiveness. According to the enhancement description, the spiritual impact is most lethal to living beings, and it also has a certain effect on spiritual entities. However, in terms of purely attacking targets, it is equivalent to an enhanced version of telekinesis with a power roughly equal to that of a hand grenade. The damage isn't particularly high, but it can be triggered instantly, making it impossible for others to evade. Most lineage enhancements do not increase spiritual power, even if they do, it is only a small amount. Therefore, when dealing with humans or certain special enemies, it effectively ignores defenses. In the hall there was only him, and for a moment Ye Lin had no one to test it with. It seems that he could only wait to find Hezheng or Enku to try it out. The means of attack are secondary, the key is the enhancement of willpower. Ye Lin shook his head, noting that after the Observer was enhanced to B level, there was no qualitative change in strength. Similar to what Enku said, a qualitative change would only occur after reaching a level. Although the current means of attack are sufficiently strange and can yield remarkable effects in many situations, it primarily enhanced his will and thinking speed. He could clearly feel that his thinking speed had increased significantly, as if accelerated. Information that had previously been difficult to process became easy after the enhancement. In his mind, he could even deduce multiple possibilities simultaneously. It is hard to say which is more important, intelligence or strength. However, in Ye Lin's view, in a life-and-death examination, cognitive ability is likely more important. The system seems to place greater importance on smart candidates rather than purely reckless ones. Suppressing his thoughts, Ye Lin concluded the exchange. His points were almost spent, and he wanted to exchange for a usable weapon before entering. He also planned to exchange for some talismans and sensing bells. Although their effectiveness is limited, any increase in survival probability is worth it. Approaching the training room for 4, Ye Lin's gaze flickered, and he felt a surge of confidence. Everything that needed to be prepared had been prepared, and next he would just wait for the exam to begin. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, he intended to ask Xiao Siyuan about the tomb. He could tell that Xiao Siyuan too had been wanting to talk to him as well. Most likely Huang Liang had found the answer to that question. Huang Liang, have you ever wondered why for so long no one has contacted the real world? Boom, boom, boom. The intense sounds of explosions echoed continuously in the training ground. He zhung like a terrorist excitedly practiced his jumping slashes. He fell from the sky like a frog. His posture was awkward, but the impact was indeed substantial. Zhang Tai and Nku were sparring. Not particularly skilled in offense, he simply acted as a punching bag, training his reaction speed under Nke's elusive attacks. As for Huang Liang, he was lying on the rooftop alone, shooting one bullet after another at a moving target several kilometers away like a machine. Standing inside the door, Ye Lin observed for a few minutes. Compared to the last round before entering, everyone's strength had improved by more than one tier. If the next round is not a supernatural exam with their current strength, it would likely be much easier. Moi, you're here. Downstairs before Ye Lin could go upstairs to find Xiao Siyuan, Huang Liang, who was lying on the rooftop with his back to him, suddenly reacted, turning his head sharply. In the next moment, he put away his gun and nimbly jumped down from the rooftop, landing in front of Ye Lin with a thud. Can you sense me, eh? Ye Lin raised an eyebrow, looking at Huang Liang with some surprise. Just now he hadn't made a sound at all, yet Huang Liang had detected him instantly. It seems that although the ability Huang Liang exchanged for was inexpensive, its effect was indeed impressive. He remembered that Huang Liang had exchanged for the ability to sense killing intent. Logically, he should not be able to detect him, since he had not emitted any killing intent. Understanding what Ye Lin was asking, Huang Liang nodded, and spoke seriously. You have no killing intent, but you can kill me. So I sensed a threat. As he spoke, there was a hint of hesitation in Huang Liang's eyes. He actually wanted to say that when Ye Lin approached him, a grotesque darkness had suddenly appeared in his perception. It was as if a monster had appeared behind him, coldly staring at him. Under the intense stimulation, his hair stood on end. He did not understand why he felt this way. It was not just powerful, but also eerie. Ye Lin nodded without asking further. He pointed toward the dormitory, indicating that the two should go up and talk. After the military surrounded me, did you go into that tomb? If you did, I want to know what is inside. What else is written in my file? The room fell into a brief silence. Looking at Ye Lin, who was staring directly at him, Huang Liang instinctively wanted to refuse. But after a moment, as if he had thought of something, he hesitated and spoke. We have been inside. But I cannot answer what exactly is inside. Before Ye Lin could frown, his gaze gradually grew colder, and Huang Liang hurriedly explained. Ye Lin, it's not that I don't want to say, but I truly don't know what is inside. I only know that once they captured you, the military immediately sealed off that area. At that time they seemed to have found something, but the confidentiality level was too high. Aside from a few high-ranking officials who had the right to know, we also do not know what is inside. As he finished speaking, Ye Lin's heart sank, but he had actually anticipated the answer from Xiao Kuntu. Huang Liang belonged to the national security. Although he was considered one of the most outstanding trainees, if something truly important was found in the grave, it would be difficult for him to access it given his status. Ye Lin, actually, if you want to know, you can completely contact the outside world. I promise. As long as you can contact the outside world, the country will do everything to fulfill your wishes. Let's not talk about this for now. Where's my file? Ye Lin did not respond, and directly ignored the latter part of Xiao Kuntu's words. Seeing that Ye Lin remained unmoved, Huang Liang let out a bitter smile, and sighed helplessly, saying, Your file is very detailed, but many contents have been redacted, and I do not have the right to see them. I can only see your criminal history and methods, as well as internal evaluations of you. What evaluations? Ye Lin asked. Huang Liang hesitated, slightly recalling what he had seen in that file, unsure of how to begin. After a long pause, he simply recited the original words from the file. Ye Lin, male, family relations, unclear, antisocial personality, no interpersonal network. Decisive in actions, emotionally detached, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Skilled at using others' sympathy and morals to intimidate and defraud. Strong anti-detection awareness, suspected of being involved in the major homicide case apart from the 513 shooting case. According to the relevant department's assessment, this criminal major homicide case. Ye Lin suddenly spoke, looking at Huang Liang with some confusion, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What major homicide case? Aside from having eliminated those who wanted to kill him, he had not killed anyone else. Seeing Ye Lin question him back, Huang Liang was also taken aback. The reaction in Ye Lin's eyes did not seem feigned. It was as if he had no idea he was involved in another homicide. Although he could not see that record from the level of confidentiality, he could roughly guess that many people had died in that homicide case, and the specific details were likely problematic. It had not been made public, nor had it even been included in Ye Lin's sentencing. He had speculated that perhaps the case was extremely severe, and the higher-ups were worried that its disclosure would impact society. 3 minutes later, Ye Lin lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his brows tightly furrowed. After repeatedly asking Xiao Kuntu for specific details, he still did not reach a concrete conclusion. He could only speculate that perhaps someone wanted to frame him, or it was the organization's doing. This was not hard to achieve. The organization had kept his biological samples, making it easy to create some incriminating evidence to threaten him. Ye Lin, do you have time? There is something I want to discuss with you. The room was quiet, and seeing Ye Lin about to leave after asking his question, Huang Liang suddenly grabbed his hand to make him stay. Ye Lin raised his head to meet Huang Liang's pleading gaze. He remained silent for a moment, but eventually stopped in his tracks. He understood why Xiao Kuntu was so cautious, and even a bit humble. Go ahead. Seeing Ye Lin stay, Huang Liang took a deep breath and quickly began. It's like this, Ye Lin. Do you remember why no one has contacted the outside world for so long? His tone was serious and Huang Liang's expression was extremely grave. I found out after coming back. I found the answer. But the answer is not that no one contacted the outside world. Rather, it's that they contacted the outside world, but received no response. As he finished speaking, Ye Lin was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. No response. He was not surprised that someone was willing to exchange for communication devices. According to Xiao Kuntu, with so many people sent in by the military among such a large number, there would always be soldiers willing to sacrifice themselves and reach out to the outside world. Even when some test takers thought they wouldn't survive the next round, they would want to call their loved ones at the last moment. He had thought that after entering the death exam, their timelines were different from the real world, perhaps even in different dimensions. Maybe they were in the past while reality was in the future, or perhaps, when they called, the person on the other end was from another parallel world. But he never expected that there was a problem with reality. Even though he had no one to care about in reality, the implications of this answer shocked him. Did all the people in the real world die? We exist in the future, so no matter who we call, there is no one. The people outside are not dead. Before Ye Lin could finish, Huang Liang urgently interrupted. Ye Lin, I have also considered this. Is it possible that the people outside are all dead, and we were just a step too late? But it's not like that. I checked the device instructions. If you call someone who doesn't exist, or is dead, the call won't go through. So as long as the call can go through, it means the people outside are still alive. After saying this, Huang Liang's chest rose and fell rapidly. No one knew how desperate he felt when he found the first piece of information. But when he pulled himself together and kept searching for answers, he became even more certain that the people outside were definitely still alive and waiting for them to send back news. I speculate that maybe the person answering the phone didn't realize where the call came from, which caused the problem. Of course, it could also be for other reasons. This device might have other limitations. But regardless, I will definitely find the answer and know how to contact the outside world. Huang Liang took a deep breath and looked at Ye Lin with pleading eyes. Ye Lin, I only ask you for one thing. Once I find a solution, can you help me? Or even after I die, you have enough strength to make that call. Don't worry, I won't affect you or drag everyone down. Enough strength to make a call and not drag them down. Ye Lin did not speak. He could probably guess how Xiao Kuntu would achieve that. After a brief silence, Ye Lin avoided Xiao Kuntu's gaze and pushed his hand away. I'm sorry, Huang Liang. I still stand by my words that doing this has no meaning for me. I have no obligation, nor any reason to. Certainly the things he wanted to know could perhaps be partially answered after contacting the outside world. But from the moment he made that call, some things would inevitably need to be born. Without further thought, Ye Lin turned and left. Behind him, Huang Liang suddenly spoke up. But this time he did not plead, and instead he shouted loudly. Ye Lin, you are afraid. You can't deceive me. You are not devoid of feelings, nor are you without a moral compass. If you truly cared for nothing, you would have forced us to hand over our scores long ago. You wouldn't have taken that photo, nor would you have kept Hu Jia's letter. You fear taking on these responsibilities, afraid that you will show weakness. You are afraid that when the communicator rings, you won't know how to speak, how to face them. Ye Lin said nothing, pausing briefly before continuing on his way. Watching Ye Lin's back, which he did not turn as he left, Huang Liang could no longer hold back and shouted angrily, if it truly has nothing to do with you, then you certainly can do nothing at all. But what about Hu Jia? Why did Hu Jia die? Do you dare to say that you are guiltless? Do you dare to say that his death has nothing to do with you? Huang Liang's chest heaved rapidly as he clenched his fists and questioned. He was not an idiot. After returning, he realized that Ye Lin had long since discovered the monster. But Ye Lin had been using them all along. He did not believe that Ye Lin could not see that Hu Jia had problems, nor did he believe that Ye Lin truly needed